Chapter 1. Bain County. The Yamen. The entrance of the Yamen was thronged with people, men and women of all ages, many pointing and whispering about the young man kneeling inside. Shao Jie seems to be quite desperate. He actually forced himself upon Dong Shi. He's certainly not picky. This lad is only in his 20s. What could have driven him to such madness? Hey, you don't understand. Some people have rather peculiar tastes. Perhaps Shao Jie belongs to that category. To force himself on Dong Shi? Does Shao Jie even have the capability? The voices behind gradually pulled Shao Jie back to reality, the confusion in his eyes slowly dissipating. Have I traveled through time? After a moment of bewilderment, Shao Jie couldn't help but scratch his head. Last night, he had stayed up late watching the World Cup final. He witnessed the national team triumph with a score of 60. He was overwhelmed with excitement. In that fervor, he somehow found himself traversing time and space. What a twist of fate. Yet, here he was, grappling with the current predicament. Shao Jie glanced around. Before him lay a table, and seated behind it was a middle-aged man in a green official's robe, wearing an official hat, with a rather unsavory appearance. Beside him stood a young lady who resembled a mountain, covering her face and weeping, her expression one of profound embarrassment. Behind her stood a young man dressed in white, holding a folding fan, exuding an air of aristocracy. Within a court case, Shao Jie blinked. This young lady appeared to be the plaintiff. Wait a minute. If she is the plaintiff, does that make me the defendant? What could I possibly have done to her? Shao Jie stared at the burly young lady beside him, estimating her weight to be around 300 pounds, his heart racing. Don't tell me this is a case of attempted assault? Bang! Bold Shao Jie. At that moment, the county magistrate struck the desk forcefully with a gavel, sounding half awake as he spoke. In broad daylight, you dare to have illicit intentions toward the young maiden. As soon as these words left his mouth, laughter erupted from outside the door. Shao Jie was utterly flabbergasted. Was this man intoxicated? This mountain of a woman next to him could hardly be considered a young maiden. Moreover, he himself weighed a mere 120 pounds, his waist no thicker than her thigh. She could crush him with a single sit, and he was accused of impropriety? Couldn't he open his eyes when speaking? Your Honor, Shao Jie is a most heinous criminal. Had I not fortuitously passed by, he might have succeeded in his nefarious intentions. As Shao Jie prepared to defend himself, the young man in white stepped forward. According to the laws of our great Qian, attempted assault warrants immediate exile. Shao Jie turned to look at him, confusion etched on his face. Who are you? What does this have to do with you? Just as Shao Jie was pondering, a flood of memories suddenly surged in his mind. After merging these memories, he finally understood. Damn it! Lu Shikai, you despicable pretty boy. With the memories integrated, Shao Jie grasped the backstory. It turned out that this entire situation was orchestrated by the white-clad man, Lu Shikai. Lu Shikai belonged to the Lu family, a prominent clan in Bain County, known for their connections in the court and their status as local gentry. Although the Lu family was a clan of bullies, they prided themselves on being a family of scholars, insisting that all their offspring must study and participate in the imperial examinations to gain titles. However, given their resources, merely participating in the examinations was a mere formality. Even submitting blank papers could secure a title with enough money. Everything had been going smoothly until, according to the law of the unexpected, the county magistrate was replaced by a strict, incorruptible official. Upon his arrival, he cracked down on the rampant corruption surrounding the examinations, thwarting the Lu family's attempts to cheat the system. Damn it, the original owner was quite obstinate. But now, I'm the one suffering. Shao Jie lamented, a sorrowful expression on his face. How could the Lu family so easily concede? Having failed to bribe their way through, they sought alternative methods. Ghostwriting. They intended to find a talented scholar to write the exam for Lu Shikai, thereby securing a title without the need for bribery. Thus, they set their sights on the original owner. The original owner came from humble beginnings, but was exceptionally gifted, possessing an extraordinary memory. He had passed the preliminary examination by eavesdropping and had entered the academy. Within the academy, his brilliance shone through, earning him the title of a prodigy, a guaranteed candidate for the scholar's title. Lu Shikai and his cohorts recognized the original owner's undeniable potential to pass the imperial examination and offered him 500 taels to write the exam under Lu Shikai's name. As a scholar, the original owner could not possibly agree and resolutely refused. And so, this current scene unfolded. Despicable, that Lu is a scoundrel. This corrupt official is no better. Shao Jie gritted his teeth. After the original owner rejected Lu Shikai, the latter, filled with resentment, sought out the ugliest woman in Bane County, Dong Shi, to stage a drama of attempted assault. The county magistrate, having already been bribed by Lu Shikai, did not even bother to investigate the case and immediately passed judgment, clearly intent on ruining the original owner. Indeed, they succeeded in destroying the original owner, but the original owner's demise was a release. Now it was Shao Jie facing exile. Blast it, I didn't come here to suffer. Shao Jie's mind raced as he schemed ways to survive. Lu Shikai, you speak wisely. At that moment, the magistrate opened his eyes, nodding drowsily. Then let us revoke Shao Jie's title first, and then exile him to Lingnan. What? As soon as the magistrate finished speaking, Shao Jie could not help but exclaim, "You corrupt official! Do you even know how to adjudicate a case? Is exile the starting point?" At his words, the entire assembly fell silent. This fellow has gone mad, daring to insult the county magistrate. Alas, Shao Jie is quite obstinate. Doesn't he realize this is all part of Lu Shikai's scheme? Such a thing as exile to Lingnan might still offer a glimmer of hope, but with this outburst, he has squandered that chance. The onlookers outside shook their heads, fully aware that Lu Shikai was pulling the strings, yet powerless to intervene. Their local magistrate was in league with him who could deliver justice? Sure enough, Shao Jie's outburst snapped the previously dazed magistrate to attention. How dare you, Shao Jie, to insult a court official of the dynasty? You must be tired of living. Shao Jie, having decided to gamble everything, stood firm, ready to argue. You corrupt official, conducting business for profit, speaking lies with open eyes. I am but a scholar, utterly incapable of harming a fly. My waist is thinner than her thigh, and you accuse me of impropriety? Is there no law left? The magistrate trembled with rage, but soon a cold smile emerged. You speak of the law? Very well. Today I shall teach you what the law truly is. The magistrate rose, coldly declaring, Shao Jie attempted assault, refusing to plead guilty, and has insulted this official. His crimes are heinous. His punishment will be increased. Exile is replaced with execution. Take him to the marketplace and execute him publicly. The crowd around fell into a somber silence, shaking their heads. A moment of heated words had escalated to execution. What a cruel twist of fate. Yet, just as the magistrate concluded his statement, a voice rang out in Shao Jie's mind. System loading complete. Yin-Yang Judge system activated. The host shall become the Yin-Yang Judge after death, judging the living by day and the dead by night, presiding over justice in the realm. Shao Jie was momentarily stunned. Had he just received a cheat? Bane County Yamen. In the court, as the prompt echoed in his mind, a system interface materialized before Shao Jie. System interface unlocked. Name, Shao Jie. Honorific, none. Divine position. Yin-Yang Judge activated after the 7th day. Cultivation. Ghost Immortal gained after the 7th day. Authority. Bane County unlocked after the 7th day. Abilities, none. Spells, none. Treasures, none. Incense value, 10,000 usable after the 7th day. Summary. As a Yin-Yang Judge, immortal in life, a deity after death, please end your life promptly. Become a deity after death. Shao Jie came back to his senses, blinking his eyes, suddenly feeling emboldened. Death. I must die today. Bring him here. Take Shao Jie to the marketplace and execute him publicly. The magistrate waved his command, and 2 or 3 bailiffs immediately seized Shao Jie and dragged him to the marketplace. Alas, such a pity. Indeed, what a fine scholar, reduced to this fate. Truly, what a calamity. The common folk surrounding shook their heads in lamentation. If even Shao Jie, a man of notable achievements, could be slandered into a tragic demise, What fate awaited them? Mere ordinary citizens. Shao Jie. Upon the heights of Xingtai, Lu Shikai approached with an air of triumph. I have long warned you. There are no favorable outcomes in opposing me. Yet you are foolish. I merely intended to exile you. Yet you have sought your own demise. Lu Shikai chuckled lightly. You still hope to reason with the county magistrate? Huh. He has long been bribed by me with 1,000 taels of silver. Shao Jie regarded the self-satisfied Lu Shikai with a subtle smile. Lu Shikai, do not revel in your triumph. The days stretch long ahead. Do not presume that your dominion over Bain County is a testament to your prowess. Remember, there are eyes in the heavens, and divinity watches from above. Your malevolence shall not go unpunished. At these words, Lu Shikai erupted in laughter. Punishment? Shao Jie, how naively pitiable you are, believing in the retribution of gods and spirits. Very well, I shall await that day when karma descends upon you. Just do not expect it to arrive after I have lived my life in comfort. Lu Shikai departed with a hearty laugh, while Shao Jie merely fixed him with a cold stare, a smirk playing on his lips. Once my mourning period concludes, I shall be the first to seek you out. Mark my words, I will teach you What does this signify? Even the heavenly principles do not dare to pry. It is not as if there are no ghostly immortals in this world. Even if those unparalleled ghostly immortals were to emerge, producing earth-shattering phenomena, the outcome would not be as such. What profound taboo have they truly trespassed upon? As all ponder this enigma, in a residence of the Lu family in Bain County, Lu Shikai raises a toast to an elderly man clad in Taoist robes. Master Song, I entrust this matter to you. Upon its successful completion, 3 enchanting beauties shall be yours, guaranteed to satisfy. The elderly man, Master Song, releases the beauty in his embrace and, with a smile, raises his cup to drink deeply. It is merely a vengeful spirit. Allow me 7 days of incantations, and I shall ensure its soul is shattered, never to attain rebirth. Thank you immensely, Master Song. After finishing his drink, Master Song rises and steps into the outer altar, commencing his incantations over the lifeless body of Shao Jie in the courtyard. As the incantation concludes, white smoke begins to emanate from Shao Jie's form. Observing this, Lu Shikai feels a wave of relief wash over him. Once the 7th day passes, Shao Jie's soul will be utterly dispersed, allowing him to rest easy thereafter. In the blink of an eye, 7 days have elapsed. Within the Lu residence, as the 7-day period concludes, the candles upon the altar extinguish instantaneously, and the white mist surrounding Shao Jie's body has vanished without a trace. Lu Shikai, witnessing this scene, pushes aside the beauty beside him and rises. Exhilarated as he approaches the altar, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted indeed. Lu Shikai uttered to the 2 servants before closing the door, and an indescribable sound immediately emanated from within. Let us proceed. Alas, it seems that this arduous task invariably falls upon us. With a sigh, 2 servants carried the lifeless body of Shao Jie to the desolate graveyard of Bain Mountain, a place where countless unclaimed corpses lay due to the overwhelming number of deaths in this era. They cast Shao Jie's remains into the mound of graves and exchanged wary glances, urging each other to hasten their departure from this eerie location. Indeed, let us leave swiftly. One insisted, and they hurriedly slipped away. Shortly after their departure, the sky above Bain Mountain was suddenly illuminated by flashes of lightning accompanied by the rumble of thunder. As a terrifying aura of malevolence surged forth from the depths of the mountain, converging ominously towards its peak. With a resounding rumble, a government office gradually rose from the ground as the ominous energy coalesced. The edifice, entirely cloaked in darkness, featured intricately carved beams and painted rafters, teeming with phantoms and spirits. The plaque bore 2 grand characters, Yin-Si. At the entrance stood a drum of grievance, flanked by couplets on each side of the doorposts. On the left, it read, "Whether human or ghost, if you harbor grievances in your heart, upon entering this door, justice shall be served." On the right, it proclaimed, "If nobles and lords dare to commit sins once within these walls, they shall reap the consequences of their wrongdoings." With a creaking sound, the ominous energy dissipated, and the gates of the underworld slowly swung open. Inside the court, A radiant light illuminated the otherwise empty space, devoid of even the highest deity. As the resonant sounds of bells and drums echoed beside the throne of the underworld, golden ripples emanated outward. Moments later, a figure materialized at the entrance. Clad in simple garments, the individual bore nothing upon their shoulder, yet cradled a head in their hands. It was the corpse of Shao Jie. Shao Jie stepped into the underworld, positioning himself beneath the divine seat. He gradually raised the head he held, placing it upon his neck. At the point of severance, a flicker of golden light shone, and in an instant, his head and body rejoined, leaving only a crimson line at the throat. The period of mourning had passed. The judge of Yin and Yang had fulfilled his duties. He returned to his rightful place. As an eerie voice resonated throughout the underworld, Shao Jie slowly opened his eyes. His form transformed into a cascade of golden light, flowing into the shrine before him, where he metamorphosed into a divine statue. This statue was adorned in a black robe embellished with dragon patterns, crowned with a golden diadem, and possessed an exquisitely handsome visage. In his left hand, he held a scroll of bamboo slips, known as the Book of Life and Death, while his right arm embraced a golden hammer, referred to as the Yin-Yang hammer. As the deities on the divine seat appeared, the strange phenomena within the court gradually faded, and the gates slowly closed. With a resounding thud, the door shut, awakening the consciousness of Shao Jie within the statue. Upon observing his current state, Shao Jie was momentarily taken aback. Have I truly returned to life? Just then, a system interface materialized before him. Name, Shao Jie. Title, non-divine position. Yin-Yang Judge, activated. Cultivation, Ghost Immortal plus, 0. Activated. Authority, Entire North Yin County plus, 100. Abilities, Wandering Spirit plus, 0. Divine Eye plus, 0. Spells, None. Treasures, Book of Life and Death, Innate Supreme Treasure. Yin-Yang Mace, Superior Treasure, Incense Value, 10,000. Seeing this scene, Shao Jie felt a surge of joy, yet soon confusion crept in. What did the title and authority signify? Title, it is the honor bestowed upon you by all beings. A higher title indicates a greater standing in the hearts of the populace, and consequently, an increase in your power and dominion over this world. Titles must be willingly conferred by the people and cannot be self-proclaimed. One can earn them by administering justice on behalf of the populace, thus gaining their recognition. Authority, this pertains to the territories you can govern. The greater your authority, the wider your jurisdiction in the underworld, allowing for a broader area in which you may freely move. You can enhance your authority by adjudicating cases for the citizens within your domain or by directly using incense points to augment it. Furrowing his brow, Shao Jie pondered. So, what level of deity does this make me in the mortal realm? In terms of authority, you are akin to the status of a ritual spirit in the human world, only slightly elevated above the typical wild gods. What is this? This wretched system has bestowed upon him so many titles, yet he is merely a 7th-rank minor official? Shao Jie frowned, deciding it would be prudent to maintain a low profile. As a ghost immortal, he feared no heavenly lightning, capable of absorbing and cultivating from it, existing as an indestructible entity. Currently, in the mortal realm, among all gods, ghosts, demons, and humans, only 8 possessed the strength to contend with him. Damn it, this is hardly subtle. Shao Jie could hardly contain his delight. He was simply invincible. What is power? Power differs from spells as it requires the consumption of incense. Divine authority, the host can operate beyond the realm of authority, with each use necessitating the expenditure of 1,000 units of incense. With each upgrade, the range of activity can be expanded. Currently, your authority over Bain County is non-existent. To depart from the realm of shadows, incense must be consumed. Mystic vision. The host possesses the ability to see through the disguises of demons and malevolent spirits, revealing their true forms without any cost. By allocating points, it can be upgraded to a special mystic vision. That is sufficient. I shall not look at anything else. First, let us attend to the matter at hand. The treasures can wait. It is time to seek vengeance. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, not at all. It is an utter waste to employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut. My Yin-Yang staff, after all, is a treasure of divine origin. To slay Lu Shikai, that scoundrel, would be to tarnish my esteemed artifact. No, he is unworthy. Shao Jie retracted his hand, curling his lips in disdain. I shall merely pick up a brick and dispatch him. The spirit realm's visitation lasts for an hour. When the time is up, you will be forcibly returned to the statue. A cold smile graced Xiao Jie's face. An hour is ample time for Lu Shikai to meet his demise countless times over. Lu Shikai, your retribution has indeed arrived. With a chilling grin, Xiao Jie's form instantaneously transformed into a wisp of ghostly mist, soaring out of the underworld and materializing above Bane County, before a certain residence. The plaque above the dwelling read Lu Mansion. At this late hour, the county lay in deep silence, yet from within the mansion emanated the decadent strains of music. Indeed, a nest of serpents and rats. Xiao Jie cast a discerning glance at the Lu Mansion, a flicker of murderous intent igniting in his eyes. The air was thick with resentment, indicating that the Lu family had inflicted considerable harm upon others. One wonders if the spirits of the victims still linger. Come to me, and I shall guarantee the ascension of the entire Lu family. Xiao Jie shook his head, then bent down to retrieve a brick from the threshold. Weighing it in his hand. Perfect, this will suffice. With the brick in hand, Xiao Jie strode confidently towards the front gate of the Lu residence. The moment he made contact with the door, he passed through soundlessly. Simultaneously, the copper mirror hanging above the entrance shattered with a resounding crash. At the instant the mirror shattered, inside the Lu mansion, Master Song abruptly rose from the embrace of a woman, directing his gaze towards the Lu residence. What a formidable ghost! The Lu mansion. In the rear courtyard, amidst revelry, Lu Shikai rose from his bed, casting a glance at the woman beside him. Smiling as he donned his garments and exited the room. Young master. The corpse of Xiao Jie had already been dealt with. The two young servants at the door approached, and Lu Shikai waved his hand dismissively. You may go, she has rewarded you. This young master is off to relieve himself, and after that, a good sleep is in order. These past few days, the incompetence of Xiao Jie has left me somewhat sleep-deprived, and I must catch up on my rest. After Lu Shikai finished speaking, the two servants' eyes lit up, and they hurriedly nodded and bowed, rushing inside as soon as Lu Shikai departed. Lu Shikai, feeling utterly fatigued, arrived at the restroom, relieved himself, and turned to leave, only to find that the restroom door was locked. What is going on? Who locked the door? He shouted in frustration. Open up, or I assure you, I will make you regret it once I am free. Lu Shikai bellowed, but there was no response from outside. He called out for quite some time, yet no one answered. Damn it, just you wait. How dare you toy with me? I shall make you pay. Lu Shikai rolled up his sleeves and kicked the restroom door open with a fierce expression, only to find that there was no one around. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Bring me someone. Lu Shikai shouted for an extended period, only to realize that there was not a soul in sight. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. It shouldn't be like this. Logically, at this hour, his lecherous father would certainly not be asleep. The room could not possibly be so silent. Moreover, where were the servants attending to the household? The entire Lu residence resembled a desolate and eerie abode. Just as Lu Shikai was engulfed in confusion, the door beside him creaked open slowly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Who is inside? Lu Shikai furrowed his brows and drew a jade pendant from his bosom, striding purposefully towards the room. The moment he stepped inside, a chill enveloped him, as he sensed a terrifying aura of malevolence. However, Lu Shikai was undeterred. The jade pendant in his hand emanated a radiant white light, causing the ominous presence to dissipate instantly. I shall see which little spirit dares to disturb my grandfather, Lu Shikai declared as he approached the armchair, peering at the figure seated upon it, illuminated by the faint glow of the pendant. Upon recognizing the face of the individual, Lu Shikai was immediately taken aback. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Are you not dead? No, this is impossible. Master Song has already guided you to the afterlife. How could you still be alive? Lu Shikai, filled with terror, stumbled backward, clumsily retreating from the room. Xiao Jie had been subjected to Master Song's guidance for 7 consecutive days and nights. Although Master Song was a man consumed by desires, he undeniably possessed great abilities. Previously, many of the bizarre and malevolent occurrences that plagued the Liu family had been effortlessly quelled by him. This was the reason why, despite their numerous misdeeds, the Liu family remained unscathed. "No, you cannot be Shao Jia. Speak, who are you?" Suddenly, Liu Shikai raised the jade pendant in his hand, glaring at Shao Jia. The pendant emitted a faint white light, piercing through the darkness that enveloped Shao Jia. Bang! Yet, the moment the white light made contact with the darkness, it shattered instantaneously. Liu Shikai, witnessing this scene, felt a chill run down his spine. This jade pendant was no ordinary trinket. It was a magical artifact consecrated by Master Song, designed to ward off malevolent spirits. On several occasions, he had narrowly escaped from sinister forces thanks to this protective charm. However, to his dismay, this very object crumbled before Shao Jia today, devoid of any resistance. At that moment, Shao Jia slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of crimson light gleaming within. To his astonishment, he realized that the Liu family housed a seeker of the Tao at the palace realm. Just as he had enveloped the Liu residents in a ghostly domain, intending to eliminate Liu Shikai, he discovered that a practitioner of the Tao was assisting the Liu family in safeguarding their home and dispelling evil. Thus, he had merely cast a fleeting glance, momentarily lost in thought. Shao Jia then rose, gazing at the panicked Liu Shikai outside, and gradually made his way out of the room. "Shao Jia," Liu Shikai exclaimed in terror, "is it truly you? This cannot be. Master Song had spent 7 days and nights performing the rite to liberate you. How could you possibly still be alive?" Upon hearing this, Shao Jia let out a scoff with his meager abilities. Even if he summoned 1,000 more enchanted scriptures for a millennium, he would not even manage to peel away a single layer of my skin. Does he still dare to think he can liberate me? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. With a resounding thud, all doors and windows swung open simultaneously, and a multitude of bloodied handprints emerged from the room, crawling towards Liu Shikai in the corridor. In the next moment, countless hands extended from the Crimson Prince, enveloping Liu Shikai completely. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. With a series of resounding knocks, the Liu residence was suddenly enveloped in silence. Shao Jia cast aside the bloodied brick in his grasp and turned to depart. After a considerable interval, life returned to the Liu household as a cacophony of sounds began to resurface. "The eldest sister is truly exquisite," one could hear whispered in admiration. The following morning, Liu San, a servant of the Liu family, adjusted his trousers while humming a cheerful tune as he approached the restroom. However, upon entering, he was immediately assailed by a foul stench that left his eyes shimmering with discomfort. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 129. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, my dear mother. The young master has drowned in the latrine. Oh, my son. The Liu family's rear courtyard is overwhelmed with a foul stench as the servants stand by, gazing at the corpse in the center of the yard, now marinated in odor. Oh, my son, how tragically you have perished. Liu shirt-sized mother kneels on the ground, utterly devastated, while the head of the Liu family, Liu Yud, wears a grim expression. Liu San, what on earth happened? Liu San hurriedly stepped forward. Sir, this morning when I went to the toilet, I discovered the young master drowned in the latrine. I immediately called for help. As for how he drowned, I cannot say. Liu Yud furrowed his brow. The death of 1 or 2 of his sons was of little consequence to him. However, he could not tolerate the notion that someone dared to murder within his household. After all, if they could kill his son, they could just as easily take his life, and that was intolerable. Sir, you must avenge Shirkai. Lu's shirt-sized mother pleaded from her kneeling position. Lu Yud said nothing, remaining silent for a long moment before turning to Lu San. Go, summon Master Song. Lu San nodded and hurried off to another residence, but upon entering, he sensed something amiss. A strong smell of blood permeated the courtyard, and to his astonishment, the entire house was devoid of any inhabitants. It was known that the Lu family had arranged for numerous servants to cater to Master Song, yet today, there was not a single soul to be found within the premises. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Terrifying. It is truly more frightening than a ghost. Lu San's heart raced. He had thought he was doomed just moments ago. Within the Lu residence, Li had gazed at the figure of Master Song, a shiver coursing through him. Master, what has become of you? Previously, Master Song had an unseemly appearance, yet he could still be deemed human, possessing flesh and blood. Now, however, he resembled nothing more than a desiccated piece of meat. His skin stretched tightly over bones, devoid of any semblance of humanity. Could it be that he had been excessively indulgent, drained of vitality? Lu Yud furrowed his brow. It seemed implausible. After all, Master Song was adept in the art of replenishment, allowing him to revel in nightly escapades even at the age of nearly 60. With such profound skills, how could he possibly be drained? Do not worry, I will not perish. Master Song's voice was hoarse, akin to the sound of two sticks rubbing together. Last night, a malevolent spirit visited the Lu residence. What? Upon hearing this, Li had felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly stood up. Master Xian, have you dealt with that malevolent spirit? The face of Master Song turned grim. That spirit is exceedingly formidable. It shattered my bright mirror upon entering and subsequently destroyed the formation set for the Lu family. Lu Yud's expression shifted uneasily. Then, is that spirit still in the Lu residence? Master Song shook his head. The spirit's target is Lu Shirkai. At this revelation, the crowd suddenly understood. It was Lu Shirkai who had fallen victim to this malevolent spirit. However, upon hearing this, the crowd felt a sense of relief. If the spirit's focus was Lu Shirkai, it implied that once the latter was eliminated, there would be no further bloodshed. Master, does this mean that once the spirit has killed Lu Shirkai, it will no longer threaten our Lu family? Lu Yud asked anxiously. Yet, Master Song shook his head. Not necessarily. That spirit is extraordinary, possessing a strong consciousness, entirely unbound by any rules. It has set its sights on Lu Shirkai, and it may indeed turn its gaze upon you as well. Upon hearing this, Lu Yud was instantly terrified and fell to his knees. Master, you must save us. Our entire family depends on you. If you are willing to intervene, I would gladly devote everything to serve you for generations. Greed flickered in Master Song's eyes, but it was quickly overshadowed by fear. That entity was too terrifying. He was certain he was not its match. Last night, he had clashed with the malevolent spirit when it invaded the Lu residence. Yet, with just a glance, it had drained him of his essence. Had it not been for a death replacement talisman he had fortuitously acquired, he would have lost his life. Even so, he had narrowly escaped death, for the spirit's abilities were exceedingly bizarre, capable of disregarding space and time, attacking him from all directions. Ultimately, he had no choice but to employ dark sorcery to absorb the essence of over 30 individuals, which, with the aid of the talisman, allowed him to retain half of his life. However, he could not afford to lose the Lu family's offerings. Master Song's eyes flickered. Over the years, he had enjoyed a life of luxury in the Lu household, indulging in pleasures and being surrounded by beauty. The thought of renouncing such opulence to return to a life as a wandering Taoist was far from appealing. After a moment of contemplation, Master Song declared, I engaged in a battle of wits with that malevolent spirit yesterday and exhausted too much of my essence. I am not its match at present. Allow me to return and summon my elder brother. With both of us, you shall rest easy. Upon hearing this, Lu Yud nodded eagerly. Very well, thank you, Master. As Master Song stood up and prepared to leave, Lu's shirt-sized mother fell to her knees. Master, what of my son? He has always shown you utmost respect. You must save him. At her words, Master Song turned to look at Lu's shirt-sized lifeless body. He stepped forward and began to chant incantations. Moments later, a wisp of soul emerged from Lu's shirt-sized body. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Thank you, Master. Master Song waved his hand and hurriedly departed from the Lu residence. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yid swiftly admonished his family to remain confined within the estate. Meanwhile, as the members of the Lu family cowered in fear within their home, Lu's shirt-sized spirit drifted through the air, eventually arriving at the gates of the underworld's magistrate office. Yin Division. Lu Shirkai gazed at the plaque on the door and then at the announcement board, where a notice was posted. This is the place that governs the laws of Yin and Yang, ensuring justice in the realm of heaven and earth. All beings, whether human, ghost, demon, or beast, can ring the drum of grievance to voice their injustices, and the judges of Yin and Yang will preside over their cases. Is this truly the Yin Division? Lu Shirtsai's heart soared with joy upon reading this. He had been wrongfully killed by the vengeful spirit Shao Jia, a grave injustice indeed. He intended to accuse Shao Jia of his malevolence and the havoc he wreaked upon the world. Shao Jia, just wait. I shall summon the Lord of the Yin Division to apprehend you. Lu Shirkai turned and approached the grievance drum, striking it with great force. Oh, my lord. I have been wronged. Within the Yin Division, Shao Jia was examining the ledger of life and death when he suddenly heard the resounding beat of the grievance drum from outside, instantly invigorating his spirit. Family, we are open for business. After returning from Bane County, Shao Jia had settled back into his idol. That wretched Lu Shirkai had finally met his end. Stretching his limbs, Shao Jia felt a sense of relief after avenging himself. Ah, but the county magistrate has yet to be dealt with. That magistrate is a scoundrel. Even more detestable than Lu Shirkai. The audacity with which Lu Shirkai committed his misdeeds stemmed not only from having allies within the court, but also from the magistrate's protection. It can be said that this magistrate's shelter was the reason the Lu family and Lu Shirkai felt emboldened to act with such impunity in Bane County. He is indeed one of the sources of evil. Tonight, I shall pay this old scoundrel a visit. Achoo, as Shao Jia's thoughts began to stir. The magistrate within the county office of Bane County could not help but feel a sudden chill, causing him to sneeze. What is happening? Why did I suddenly feel a chill enveloping me? The county magistrate shook his head, touched his nose, and mused that the weather must be changing. He resolved to have Lu's family send over a fur coat tomorrow. As he contemplated, the magistrate pushed open the small door before him, revealing an abundance of glittering gold and silver treasures within. Ah, my precious gems, he exclaimed, rubbing his hands together with glee. These treasures, if not acknowledged daily, left him feeling quite uneasy. Unbeknownst to him, as he nestled among the gold and silver to sleep, he had caught the attention of a certain figure from Mount Bane. Meanwhile, within the precincts of the underworld, Shao Jia confirmed his intention to seek out the county magistrate that night. He retrieved the Book of Life and Death along with the Yin-Yang staff, inspecting them closely. The Yin-Yang staff, a spiritual treasure, possessed the ability to vanquish both spirits and humans, traversing the realms of life and death. Capable of transforming into the essence of Yin and Yang, striking down all those guilty of sin. This artifact was indeed impressive. After toying with it for a while, Shao Jia stowed the staff away and turned his gaze to the Book of Life and Death. The Book of Life and Death, a primordial treasure, was one of the three texts of heaven, earth, and humanity, representing the cycle of reincarnation. It contained the fates of all beings, allowing one to consult their information, adjudicate their futures, and rewrite their destinies. A disclaimer read, "The information within the Book of Life and Death is transcribed by the system from the vast world. The system bears no responsibility for any discrepancies." Why is your system different from others? Why does it even have a disclaimer? Shao Jia pondered. Furthermore, am I not missing a spring and autumn reincarnation brush? He flipped through the pages of the Book of Life and Death and realized that without the spring and autumn reincarnation brush, he could not amend the information inscribed within. System, could you not provide everything in one go? Where is my spring and autumn reincarnation brush? Without it, the potency of the Book of Life and Death was significantly diminished, relegating it to merely a registry. Shao Jia felt quite exasperated and listlessly opened the Book of Life and Death to peruse its contents. To his satisfaction, it recorded each individual's present and past with remarkable clarity. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Ah? It must be a coincidence, right? Shao Jie rubbed his eyes and scrutinized the figure before him. To his astonishment, it was indeed a person. How absurd. Lu Shikai, known for his benevolence? More like a libertine indulging in debauchery. Shao Jie couldn't help but chuckle. On the ledger of life and death, Lu Shikai was surprisingly classified as a virtuous individual, a paragon of goodness. Isn't that a jest? I shall take another look. Shao Jie continued to search and eventually found the county magistrate. The magistrate of Bain County, Wu Guo, hailing from Shuzhou during the Wuzhou dynasty, was a scholar from a young age. Due to his integrity, he was demoted to serve in Bain County. Throughout his life, he remained upright and never coveted even a single silver coin. He lived to the age of 105, experiencing a tumultuous career in the first half of his life, yet enjoying a prosperous political path in his later years. Each character was familiar to him, yet when assembled, the meaning felt somewhat elusive. Shao Jie flipped through the book of life and death, glancing at the 3 characters inscribed on it, and the more he looked, the more it resembled a muddled account. How could such a corrupt official be devoid of greed? Was this not a jest? If he were indeed an honest official, would that not make me a colossal embezzler? With a slight furrow in his brow, Shao Jie discerned the underlying disclaimer. He understood now that the information within this book of life and death was not to be trusted. In the future, he must approach the underworld with unwavering objectivity. If one were to rely on this muddled account, it would render him guilty of countless miscarriages of justice. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, dear family. Here comes the task. Shao Jie retracted the death book as a system notification echoed in his mind. The sound of the grievance drum resonated, and the underworld officials ascended the hall. The grand doors of the underworld court gradually creaked open, revealing a ghost entering from outside. The specter kept its head bowed, obscuring its visage. Yet even before it drew near, a foul stench assaulted the senses. Shao Jie's brow furrowed. How did you perish? What is that horrid smell? Surely, you did not drown in a cesspit? At that moment, the ghost approached the dais, and with a sudden thud, it knelt down, offering 3 fervent bows to the figure seated above. Little ghost Lu Shikai pays his respects to the lord of the underworld. Please, great lord, grant me justice. Who? Lu Shikai? The previously puzzled Shao Jie's eyes widened in astonishment. This fellow's soul had unexpectedly journeyed to the northern Yin mountain. This luck is truly remarkable. Shao Jie was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly broke into a grin. Since you have come to me unbidden, do not blame me for being impolite. Do you wish to file a complaint against a person or a ghost? If you have any grievances, simply voice them to me. I shall ensure that justice is served on your behalf, Shao Jie said with a smile. Lu Shikai was momentarily stunned by his words, his heart racing. Why did that voice sound so familiar? He suddenly lifted his gaze and caught sight of a furious countenance staring back at him, causing him to gasp and hastily lower his head. The little ghost was a scion of the Lu family in Bain County, who had never harmed a soul. However, a few days prior, he had intervened to rescue a maiden from an assailant, ensuring that the villain faced justice. Unexpectedly, that nefarious individual, unrepentant even in death, transformed into a vengeful spirit and came to wreak havoc in my home, leading to my demise. As Lu Shikai recounted his tale, he broke down in tears, exclaiming, My lord, this little ghost had his fortune read while alive, and it foretold a lifespan of 99 years, a life of tranquility. Now, to be murdered at the tender age of 25, you must see to it that justice is served. You wretched creature, twisting the truth and spewing nonsense with such skill. Were it not for the fact that I am the person involved, I might have been deceived by your charade, Shao Jie retorted coldly, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. And who might this assailant be? Lu Shikai suppressed his sobs. The perpetrator is none other than Shao Jie, the scholar from Bain County, who was executed 7 days ago. Shao Jie, is it? Shao Jie let out a cold laugh, revealing his true form from within the statue. Lu Shikai, raise your head. Lu Shikai was taken aback, slowly lifting his gaze to behold a young man clad in black with a golden crown seated within the shrine. Shao Jie. As Lu Shikai recognized the face, his pupils constricted instantly. The person before him was none other than the very perpetrator he intended to accuse, Shao Jie. Why you? Lu Shikai sprang up from the ground, trembling in terror as he pointed at Shao Jie. The deity within the underworld's court was, in fact, Shao Jie. Shao Jie, a god. Lu Shikai mind reeled. realizing that the one who sought to take his life was a divine being. And here he was, inquiring against Shao Jie within his own court. In that moment, Lu Shikai felt as though the heavens had collapsed around him. Shao Jie unveiled his true self, brandishing the Yin-Yang golden mace and striking it upon the table, exuding an air of solemn grandeur. I am the scholar who was beheaded 7 days prior. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. All right. Shao Jie waved his hand. I understand your urgency, but do not rush. Whether I am a celestial being or not is of no concern to you. Instead, you should contemplate one matter. Lu Shikai was taken aback. Contemplate what? Shao Jie smiled faintly. How to die? Lu Shirtsai's expression shifted, and he eyed Shao Jie warily. If I am already dead, what more do you desire? The physical body may perish, yet the soul endures. Shao Jie scrutinized Lu Shikai, just as you instructed that so-called celestial master to use his powers to liberate me. I intend to employ a physical method of liberation upon you. Consider how you might ensure that you do not meet your end at my hands, or rather, how to avoid your soul being scattered. Lu Shikai paused, then grasped a crucial realization. The insurmountable gap in strength between himself and Shao Jie was evident. Even if he were not divine, it would be trivial for Shao Jie to extinguish his life. His earlier bravado was nothing short of courting death. Coming to this understanding, Lu Shikai did not hesitate and turned to flee. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Buzz. The Yin-Yang golden hammer slipped from his grasp, transforming into 2 streaks of light, one black and one white, that swiftly darted towards Lu Shikai. Boom. Before Lu Shikai could escape from the door, he was instantly shattered by 2 beams of light, leaving his soul in a state of disarray. He had slain an evil spirit, earning himself 1,000 incense points. Shao Jie raised his hand to retrieve the Yin-Yang golden mace, his brow involuntarily arching in surprise. He hadn't anticipated that Lu Shikai would be of such high value. The 1,000 incense points were sufficient for him to wander in the spirit realm once. It was a modest return on investment. Shao Jie smiled, just as another notification from the system echoed in his mind. The information on the Book of Life and Death was amended. Lu Shikai, from Donghai County, a direct descendant of the Lu family from Bane Mountain, notorious for his malevolent deeds, had bullied the weak and harmed a total of 363 individuals, seizing countless lands from others. His crimes were of the most grievous nature. Originally destined to live for 99 years, his heinous transgressions had reduced his lifespan to a mere 25 years. Upon his death, his spirit would descend to the 9 nether hell, where he would endure the tortures of mountains of blades, seas of fire, heart extraction, and boiling oil. Shao Jie was momentarily taken aback as he opened the Book of Life and Death. Indeed, Lu Shirtsai's information had changed. This individual had caused the demise of so many innocent lives in just 25 short years. Had his earlier execution been too lenient? Regrettably, he lacked the power to consign him to hell. Shao Jie shook his head. His role in the underworld was limited to administering death, not burial. He pondered that in the future, he might create a hell of his own, as the number of souls seeking justice would only increase. Even those with minor sins deserved a chance for redemption. It would be unthinkable to initiate with capital punishment and conclude with annihilation. Rising to his feet, Shao Jie returned the Yin-Yang golden mace to the statue, silently reciting a prayer in his heart. Spirit of the Wanderer, with a decrease of 1,000 incense. The spectral form of Shao Jie emerged from the statue, gazing beyond the realms of the underworld. The sun had vanished, and the entirety of Bane County had succumbed to darkness. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. It is your turn. Shao Jie let out a cold snort, and in the next moment, he arrived above Bane County, subsequently appearing at the county office. Raising his gaze, Xiao Jie observed the plaque of the county office, noticing that the entire building was enveloped by a palpable aura. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. What? Upon uttering these words, everyone was taken aback. Wu Kuei represented the entirety of the Wuzhou dynasty. Endowed with the fortune of the nation, and yet a specter could so effortlessly erase him. Did this imply that the specter possessed the power to obliterate the Wuzhou dynasty? This was an alarming revelation. We must urgently report to the emperor. By the way, Wu Kuei, where did this incident occur? Wu Kuei, with a gloomy expression, shook his head. That specter is far too terrifying. I could scarcely ascertain its location before being erased myself. Moreover, my soul has been damaged, rendering me incapable of identifying which official residence is missing from my jurisdiction. I must trouble the brothers of the Demon Suppression Division to investigate. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt helpless. When had Wuzhou encountered such a formidable specter? Just as they were pondering this, the magistrate's office in Bain County suddenly shimmered with a crimson light. And in the next moment, all the candles flickered to life. The county magistrate, Wu Guo, stumbled into the office, kneeling on the ground. Gold, haha, gold. Bang. Just as he was lost in his daydreams, a sudden thud from above jolted him awake. Wu Guo, you are guilty of corruption, accepting bribes, committing misdeeds, and colluding with the Liu family to oppress the innocent and exploit the village. You deserve nothing less than death. Still in a daze, Wu Guo heard a cold snort from above. He hurriedly looked up to see a young man clad in black with a golden crown seated at the desk. However, upon recognizing the youth's face, Wu Guo's expression shifted to one of terror. You are Xiao Jie. Are you a man or a ghost? Wu Guo exclaimed in fear, pointing at Xiao Jie. How could a dead man be here? Xiao Jie? How could you be here? Wu Guo's face was filled with terror. Xiao Jie had clearly perished. Moreover, he had witnessed the Liu family performing the rites for him for 7 days and nights, leaving no possibility of him becoming a ghost. No, you are not Xiao Jie. Who are you? Wu Guo suddenly stood up, pointing at Xiao Jie. This place is the government office of the Wuzhou dynasty, a sacred ground of the nation, protected by the fortunes of our Wuzhou. No specter can enter here. You are not a ghost. Speak. Who exactly are you to dare mock me in my domain? Wu Guo's demeanor was fierce yet tremulous, while Xiao Jie merely scoffed. Is it the destiny of the Wuzhou? Do not presume that this mere county office can contain me, even within the imperial capital of Wuzhou. I can come and go as I please. As Xiao Jie spoke, he casually picked up the command token from the table, toying with it. I uphold the laws of heaven and earth, administering justice among the people. You, Wu Guo, as the magistrate of Bain County, should be a benefactor to the populace, upholding righteousness. Yet, you have succumbed to avarice and corruption, accepting bribes, and aiding the Liu family in their tyranny over the region, oppressing the villagers. Your sins are grievous, intolerable by divine law. I have come today to claim your life. Upon hearing this, Wu Guo's expression shifted slightly, though he quickly regained his composure. Xiao Jie, do not think you can intimidate me. I see you are merely harboring resentment, transformed into a vengeful spirit, establishing a court of your own to seek retribution. But do not forget, I am an official appointed by the Wuzhou dynasty, under the direct authority of the emperor. I abide by the laws of Wuzhou and receive my official salary from it. Only the emperor possesses the power to judge me. And the executioner's blade of Wuzhou is the only force capable of ending my life. Even if you are indeed a celestial official, you have no right to accuse me. Xiao Jie raised an eyebrow. Wu Guo, who typically appeared muddled, was surprisingly eloquent in the face of impending doom. You present a valid point, Xiao Jie acknowledged with a nod. Seeing this, Wu Guo felt a surge of hope and hastily continued, Shaojia, withdraw at once. And I might refrain from holding you accountable. How you choose to deal with the Lu family will be your own affair. I shall feign ignorance. However, should you persist in this entanglement, do not blame me for reporting you to the Demon Suppression Office. When their powerful enforcers arrive, your hard-earned ghostly existence will be in jeopardy. Wu Guo wore a haughty expression. Shao Jie couldn't help but chuckle at the spectacle. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Are you capable of it? Upon hearing these words, Wu Guo's expression shifted dramatically, and with a thud, he knelt down. How could he have forgotten this crucial detail? Shao Jie was currently within the county office, and it would be a mere trifle for him to take his life. Even if, in the future, the Wu Zhou dynasty were to eliminate Shao Jie, he would still be dead, rendering everything futile. He had amassed such wealth, yet had not spent a single coin. Shao Jie, spare my life. It was the Lu family that compelled me to act this way. You are aware of the Lu family's immense power as a mere county magistrate. I cannot survive without their approval. If there are grievances, seek them out. I implore you, grant me mercy. Observing Wu Guo's transformation from arrogance to supplication, Shao Jie revealed a cold smile. You, a corrupt official, he spat, have indulged in bribery and corruption, resulting in the deaths of countless innocents due to your negligence. Shao Jie rose, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Wu Guo. Today, in the name of justice, I shall enact retribution. Wu Guo, your crimes are heinous and unforgivable. Thus, I shall claim your life. With that, Shao Jie cast the decree arrow at Wu Guo's feet. Staring at the arrow, Wu Guo was momentarily rendered speechless, realizing that Shao Jie was resolute in his intent to execute him. No, you cannot kill me. I am a judicial officer of the Wu Zhou dynasty, and according to its laws, receiving bribes warrants banishment, not execution. How can you sentence me to death? He stood up, protesting loudly. I refuse to accept this. You, a Grim Reaper, cannot impose such a sentence. I deserve banishment, not death. Shao Jie slammed the gavel down, commanding silence. Be quiet. I am the adjudicator here, and the punishment begins with the death penalty. If you disagree, feel free to file a complaint. Wu Guo was left in disbelief, thinking to himself, this is precisely my argument. Rumble. At that moment, the entire county office was engulfed in ghostly flames, instantly submerging Wu Guo. Ah, help. Someone, save me. The county office was consumed by the inferno, with Wu Guo ablaze, desperately calling for assistance. Wherever he passed, the flames spread, igniting the entire magistrate's residence. The county office is on fire. What is happening? How could the county office catch fire? It is likely that the county magistrate's numerous misdeeds have provoked divine retribution. Is that for extinguishing the fire? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Help. Despite the desperate cries from within, no one came forward to assist. When dawn broke the following day, the great fire had consumed the night, leaving the entire government office reduced to ashes. Yet, amidst the ruins, something glimmered under the sunlight. What could it be? Curiosity piqued. The townsfolk ventured closer. What could it possibly be? As they entered the wreckage, they were taken aback by the sight before them. In the midst of the debris stood a platform of silver, towering nearly 2 meters high, adorned with a dozen golden figures. These figures appeared to be ensconced in molten gold, their expressions filled with terror. Upon closer inspection, they recognized the county magistrate's family and a group of his closest confidants. At the center, a figure knelt, completely submerged in gold, yet cradling a handful of gold in his arms. It was none other than the county magistrate himself. The crowd was left in stunned silence. How much wealth had he amassed to be transformed into a veritable mansion of gold upon his demise? Shao Jie sat within the underworld office, his gaze fixed on the ruins of the North Yin County government. Witnessing the scene, he could not suppress a sardonic smile. Greed had led him astray. Even in his final moments, he remained fixated on wealth, ultimately bringing ruin upon his entire family. Shao Jie smirked. He had only taken the life of the magistrate, while the rest had perished, engulfed by the vengeful spirits and flames conjured by the magistrate himself. However, they had all benefited from the magistrate's protection and favors. Thus they too bore their share of culpability, not entirely innocent in their fates. Revenge has been served. Shao Jie stretched lazily, feeling a surge of joy as the two individuals who had wronged him perished. However, Once he settled his personal matters, a cloud of worry loomed over him. His ghostly tribunal sought to garner incense offerings, yet it required individuals willing to lodge complaints. Unfortunately, his tribunal remained obscure in the mortal realm and utterly unknown in the ghost world, rendering it a venture devoid of clientele. Had it not been for Loose Shirt-Eye's foolishness in voluntarily offering his head, he would have been unable to commence operations at all. He needed to devise a strategy to promote himself effectively. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Another business opportunity has arisen. Xiao Jie straightened his posture, invigorated. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. What a coincidence. Xiao Jie furrowed his brows as he gazed at the group that had just entered. The individuals were enveloped in a shroud of dark energy, exuding a pungent scent of charred remains. The leader of the group knelt down before him, pleading, "My lord, I have been wronged by this ghost. Please, I beseech you to grant me justice." Xiao Jie frowned. "Who do you wish to accuse?" The ghost in question was none other than Wu Guo, the magistrate of Bane County. He aimed to accuse Xiao Jie, the newly emerged specter of the region. Wu Guo raised the document in his hand, declaring, "This ghost recently adjudicated a case where Xiao Jie was caught in the act of assaulting a young maiden. He showed no remorse and audaciously slandered me in court. Seeing his obstinacy, I sentenced him to death. However, to my astonishment, in his fury, he transformed into a vengeful spirit to exact retribution, setting fire to the county office, which resulted in the tragic demise of my entire family of 18 in the inferno. I implore you, my lord, to restore justice for me." Xiao Jie frowned once more, pondering the irony of Wu Guo's claim of impartiality. It seemed he was intent on distorting the truth before him, just as Lu Shikai had done. By the way, Wu Guo suddenly recalled something and remarked, "That Xiao Jie is truly despicable. He actually impersonates a ghostly official and sets up a tribunal unlawfully. This is a grave disrespect. I implore you, my lord, to swiftly apprehend him to prevent further chaos in the mortal realm." Xiao Jie raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Is there such a matter?" Wu Guo nodded vigorously. "Indeed. This Xiao Jie is exceedingly arrogant. Not only does he seek revenge against me, but he also dares to act under your esteemed name. This tarnishes your reputation. It is a profound disrespect. If this is not dealt with promptly, I fear that the little ghosts may stir up trouble, creating issues for you, my lord." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jie chuckled, amused by the old man's skill in sowing discord. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Jie seized the document from Wu Guo's hands and briefly examined it. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he coldly scoffed, "Bold Wu Guo, how dare you make baseless accusations before me?" Wu Guo was taken aback and quickly shook his head. "My lord, every word I speak is the truth, without a hint of fabrication. Moreover, the spirits behind me are my kin. If you doubt me, you may inquire with them." The spirits behind Wu Guo knelt and bowed repeatedly to Xiao Jie, pleading, "Oh, esteemed lord of the underworld, our master speaks only the truth. That Xiao Jie is indeed vile. We beseech you to deliver justice and bring him to account, restoring our honor. My lord, we are wronged." A chorus of anguished cries arose, and Xiao Jie's expression darkened. These wretched souls, even in death, continue to make unfounded accusations truly unforgivable. With a thought, Xiao Jie revealed his true form from the statue. "Wu Guo, do you recognize who I am?" Wu Guo lifted his gaze, momentarily stunned. "Why do you resemble that Xiao Jie so closely?" "Impossible," Wu Guo exclaimed in sudden shock. "You are Xiao Jie. You are indeed Xiao Jie." Wu Guo was utterly bewildered. Xiao Jie turned out to be the judge of Yin and Yang. How could a ghost who had just died less than 10 days ago ascend to such a prestigious position? Wu Guo was in a state of disbelief. He had initially presumed that Xiao Jie was merely a minor ghost masquerading as a ghostly envoy. Even if he had truly become one, he would presumably only hold a lowly office within the underworld's bureaucracy. Wu Guo had intended to report him to the authorities, confident that he could bring him down. To his astonishment, Xiao Jie was revealed to be the judge of Yin and Yang, the highest magistrate of the underworld. This revelation left him utterly flabbergasted. How could a newly deceased spirit suddenly attain such divine status? It defied all logic. Meanwhile, Wu Guo's family was equally perplexed. They had unwittingly reported Xiao Jie to his own court, and the situation had escalated to an absurd degree. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, with a resounding thud. Wu Guo's spirit was instantaneously shattered by the Yin-Yang golden hammer, causing his essence to scatter into the void. The petite specters surrounding Wu Guo, upon witnessing this harrowing event, fled in terror. Shao Jie's gaze was frigid as he addressed them. As kin and servants of Wu Guo, you have long exploited his influence for nefarious deeds, amassing wealth through malevolence. Now, having been ensnared by his downfall, you reap the consequences of your actions. To dare lament your fate before me is to invite your own obliteration alongside Wu Guo. With a disdainful snort, Shao Jie's Yin-Yang golden hammer trembled with power, obliterating the frightened specters. In vanquishing an evil spirit, he earned 700 incense points and acquired the spell 5 Thunder Rights. Retrieving the Yin-Yang golden hammer, a tome materialized before him. The 5 Thunder Rights, an esoteric practice of Taoist celestial masters, harnesses the might of heavenly thunder, delivering devastating force against malevolent spirits and fiends. Thunder techniques. Shao Jie grasped the thunder techniques, feeling an odd sensation within. The sinister forces wield immense power, possessing extraordinarily peculiar abilities, yet are relentlessly restrained by heavenly thunder. Their ultimate aspiration and cultivation is to attain immunity to heavenly lightning, thereby surviving the impending tribulations and achieving the status of a ghost immortal. It is indeed somewhat abstract for a ghost to practice thunder techniques. Although he is a ghost immortal, the thunder techniques of the world hold no sway over him. He can even withstand heavenly thunder. Practicing thunder techniques is inconsequential for him. Nevertheless, he pondered how others might react upon witnessing a ghost immortal wielding thunder. Shaking his head, he concentrated, and the 5 thunder techniques vanished from his brow. It would be wiser to contemplate how to address the grievances of both humans and ghosts. With no steady income, he dared not touch his offerings. If they were exhausted, he would be left to slumber in the shrine indefinitely. While Shao Jie was preoccupied with worries about the future, news of the death of the magistrate of Bain County reached Taiyan Prefecture. The magistrate of Bain County has died? Could it be true? There is no room for doubt. It is said that not only did he perish, but the entire county office was reduced to ashes. Who could possibly commit such an audacious act? Although the magistrate was merely a 9th-grade official, he was still a government appointee. Who would dare to kill him? In the tavern, rumors circulated about the events that had transpired that very morning. Bain County is not far from Taiyan Prefecture, so news of the incident spread swiftly. It was reported that when the magistrate died, he was doused in molten gold, and beneath his feet, the silver had melted into a towering pillar nearly 2 meters high. What? How much gold and silver could that possibly be? No one knew for certain. But it was said that the citizens of Bain County rushed forward to claim the gold and silver, each receiving a chunk as large as a soup bowl. A magistrate, even if he abstained from food and drink, could not possibly amass such a fortune. It seems the magistrate of Bain County was quite corrupt. Previously hailed as an honest official, he now appeared to be a colossal miser. The crowd shook their heads in dismay, lamenting how one could never truly know a person's heart, as the acclaimed honest official turned out to be a great miser. What? The county office of Bain was set ablaze? Upon hearing this news, Zhang Gao, the governor of Taiyan Prefecture, furrowed his brow and ordered, "Immediately send Gao Yin and his men to Bain County to ascertain the truth of the matter." The following day, 2 individuals arrived in Bain County. The foremost among them was a man clad in leather armor, adorned with a magnificent belt and a gleaming sword. His robust physique and composed demeanor indicated a practitioner of considerable skill. Accompanying him was a woman dressed in fine attire, with 2 long swords strapped to her back. She possessed striking features and a spirited countenance that exuded a refreshing vitality. Upon entering the city, they hastened directly to the county office, only to be met with a scene of utter devastation. "Sir, the county magistrate has been brought here," announced 2 constables as they escorted a middle-aged man in official garb into the room. "Esteemed official Lu Xian, at your service," he greeted, his expression a mask of obsequiousness. "Having traveled such a distance, I have prepared a modest banquet at my residence. I humbly invite you to take a moment's respite." Despite Lu Xian's sycophantic demeanor, neither Gao Lian nor the woman beside him appeared swayed. "I inquire of you, who is responsible for the destruction of the county office? Have you ascertained the perpetrator?" Gao Lian pressed. Lu Xian's countenance faltered momentarily before he hastily replied, "Well, it appears that all the personnel within the office have perished. Our preliminary investigation suggests that it was likely due to a water-related incident." "Is it flooding?" The woman beside Gao Lian scoffed coldly. "Was there a breeze that night?" "It seems there was. Since there was wind, and the flood caused it, How could the great fire that could easily engulf the entire yamen not spread? The woman sneered. Do you not find this matter somewhat suspicious, my lord? Lu Xian was drenched in sweat. Gao Lian narrowed his eyes and glanced at the several constables. Bring a few nearby villagers here. Indeed. Moments later, the surrounding townsfolk gathered, visibly apprehensive in the presence of the officials. I beseech you. During the time of the great conflagration, did you observe anything out of the ordinary? Upon hearing this, the villagers shook their heads in unison. We did not hear anything unusual. We were oblivious to the events until the flames had already engulfed the government office. We are at a loss as to how the fire ignited, they added. Gao Lian exchanged a puzzled glance with the woman beside him. Logically, there were many within the government office. Such a significant blaze would surely have attracted at least one person's notice, unless there were fatalities involved. You unruly commoners. When you first spotted the fire, why did you merely watch without intervening? After the incident, there were reports of looting the county treasury. Quickly surrender the stolen funds. The magistrate is present today, and if you do not comply, you shall all be apprehended. Lu Xian suddenly pointed at the townsfolk, vociferously reprimanding them. Then turned to Gao Lian with a fawning gesture. My lord, these ruffians are not to be trusted. They must have seen the fire long before. Yet none made an effort to extinguish it. In my humble opinion, it is highly likely that they started the fire themselves. Upon hearing this, the surrounding villagers glared at him with indignation. Looting the treasury? Gao Lian and the woman furrowed their brows at the mention of the treasury, as such an act was a grave offense under the laws of the Wuzhou dynasty. Exchanging glances, Gao Lian inquired, Is there any truth in what he claims? My lord, would I dare to deceive you? Lu Xian interjected before the villagers could respond, but was met with the woman's fierce glare and a sharp reprimand. Silence. You insolent cur. The lord is asking questions. Do not interject. Lu Xian, taken aback, quickly retreated to the side. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing the explanations from the common folk, Gao Lian exchanged a glance with the woman, both filled with astonishment. The magistrate of Bain County was renowned in the court for his integrity. He had been marginalized for refusing to associate with the corrupt officials of the court. Now, with the ascension of the new emperor, who was determined to rectify the governance and elevate individuals of talent and capability into positions of authority, many across the nation were summoned to the capital. Wu Guo was among them, and the woman in black had come for this very purpose. However, upon her arrival, she was met with the shocking news of Wu Guo's assassination, prompting her urgent haste. To her dismay, she uncovered such a troubling secret. Wu Guo was not a paragon of virtue, but rather a minor official notorious for his avarice. My lord, what shall we do now? Gao Lian communicated to the woman in black. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, I have been dispatched on imperial orders to summon Wu Guo to the capital. If this matter remains unresolved, I cannot return to report back. Inform the county magistrate to send personnel to rebuild the Bain County government office, restore its normal functions, and assist me in investigating this matter thoroughly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Lord Xia. In the dead of night, Gao Lian entered the main hall, kneeling on one knee before the woman clad in black, offering his respectful salutation. This enigmatic figure was no ordinary person. She was a minor flag officer of the Demon Suppression Division. The Demon Suppression Division stood as the mightiest weapon of the Wuzhou dynasty, suspended above the heavens, tasked with the capture of ghosts and the eradication of demons, wielding immense authority over all officials in the realm. With his hands clasped behind his back, Xia Dong gazed intently at the tattered remnants of a half-burned curtain hanging before him. Did you sense anything unusual amidst the ruins today? He inquired. Turning to face Gao Lian, Gao Lian shook his head. I found nothing, or rather, I should say, there was nothing left behind. He too was puzzled. Ordinarily, if someone had deliberately set a fire, there would be remnants of the act. Yet this time, it seemed as if the flames had materialized out of thin air, leaving no trace. My lord, do you have any idea what this might be? Gao Lian asked. With a soft sigh, Xia Dong pointed to the curtain on the wall. Based on my extensive experience dealing with malevolent spirits in the Demon Suppression Division, it is highly probable that this fire was the work of a ghost. However, I find myself perplexed as to how such a spirit could infiltrate the county office. The county office is guarded by divine generals, each a master of the fourth realm. making it nearly impossible for ordinary malevolent entities to approach. Are you suggesting that there is a ghost concealed within Bane County? Gao Lian furrowed his brow. Xia Dong nodded. Moreover, this ghost is likely of considerable origin. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Very well. The following day, Xia Dong and Gao Lian, accompanied by several guides, ventured early into the northern Yin Mountain. As they ascended, they became acutely aware of the chilling and eerie atmosphere enveloping the air. This northern Yin Mountain is rather peculiar. The closer they approached the summit, the more pronounced the malevolent aura became. In the years past, during the time of my grandfather, a geomancer had visited and proclaimed this place to be a realm of spiritual passage, a conduit to the underworld, thus explaining the dense accumulation of Yin energy. He warned that in the future, a proliferation of spirits would surely ensue, necessitating our early preparations. The guide waved his hand dismissively and chuckled, however. Having lived here for many years, traversing the northern Yin Mountain for decades, I have yet to witness any malevolent spirits causing harm. Gao Lian and Xia Dong exchanged glances, acknowledging that the spectral energy here was indeed far denser than in other locales. Yet, it appeared to possess a certain regularity, as if something were suppressing it. The further they ascended, the more potent the spectral energy became. Shall we proceed to the summit? Upon reaching the summit, the group beheld a grand yamen constructed atop the mountain. The edifice, entirely cloaked in a deep black hue, was adorned with an austere simplicity. Its entrance was embellished with intricate carvings of various terrifying apparitions, starkly contrasting with the architectural style of the Wuzhou dynasty. "See?" Xia Dong gazed at the plaque above the door, her brow slightly furrowed. She had visited numerous temples and Taoist shrines throughout the world. Yet this was her first encounter with a shrine constructed in the guise of an official government office. "Did you build this?" Gao Lian inquired of the guide beside him, who appeared utterly astonished, his face a mask of bewilderment. "No, this used to be a forest, devoid of any structures. How could a Yin-Ci office suddenly materialize here? I was here just last month, and it was still a woodland." Exchanging glances filled with confusion, Gao Lian and Xia Dong pondered the source of this mysterious Yin-Ci office. If it was not erected by the citizens of Bane County, then from whence had it emerged? Could it have appeared out of thin air? As they approached the Yin-Ci office, their curiosity piqued. They pushed open the door. The moment the door swung open, a chilling gust enveloped them, causing involuntary shivers to course through their bodies. Upon entering, they beheld a spacious and imposing courtroom. However, the hall was largely vacant. While numerous altars lined the sides, none bore images of deities. The sole figure present was a towering statue in the central altar, representing the primary deity. This figure, over 10 feet tall, donned a black robe adorned with dragon motifs, a golden crown resting atop its head. Its visage resembled that of jade, with half-closed eyes, cradling a scroll in one hand and a golden staff in the other. What baffled everyone most was that they could not discern the material of this statue. It was neither stone nor jade, nor copper nor iron. The offerings presented were remarkably sparse, consisting solely of an incense burner, a quiver, a wooden tablet, and an inkstone. "My lord, have you made any discoveries?" Gao Lian whispered to Xia Dong, who shook her head and sighed. "I have found nothing. Although the ghostly energy of the entire Bane Mountain converges here, this place feels entirely ordinary, devoid of any malevolence. Let us offer incense and depart." Disappointed, Xia Dong shook her head, took a stick of incense from the table, ignited it, and after bowing thrice, placed it in the incense burner. Buzz. However, at the very moment she placed the 2 incense sticks into the burner, her mind was abruptly drawn into a mysterious realm. "Where's this?" Xia Dong surveyed her surroundings and realized she remained within the realm of shadows. Yet the people who had been by her side had vanished, leaving her utterly alone in this desolate place. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, true deity. Xia Dong gazed in astonishment at the somewhat sinister young man seated upon the divine altar. Her heart was overwhelmed with disbelief. To think that there existed a genuine deity atop Bane Mountain. She had heard tales of divine beings and had even encountered temples dedicated to them. Each of those temples was resplendent, akin to a royal palace, flourishing with offerings and attended by countless devotees day and night. Yet, the sanctuary before her was merely an official's office, devoid of incense and lacking even a single attendant for the deity. What perplexed Xia Dong even further was that this divine figure seemed to possess specific responsibilities. He appeared to be a deity governing the laws of heaven and earth, adjudicating cases and resolving grievances. This was starkly different from the deities she was familiar with, who were worshipped solely through offerings without involvement in earthly matters. The notion that this deity had a distinct role was utterly astonishing. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Thud. At that moment, Xia Dong suddenly knelt on the ground, respectfully bowing to him. I am Xia Dong, a minor official from the Demon Suppression Department of the Wuzhou dynasty, and I pay my respects to Lord Judge. Observing the respectful gesture of Xia Dong, Shao Jie slightly nodded. Rise. I am not a pedantic individual. It is sufficient for you to articulate your purpose. Whether you bow or nod is inconsequential. Having said that, you may enter my office and offer your incense. What is your business? Xia Dong was taken aback, surprised that this rather sinister deity was so accommodating. After contemplating for a moment, Xia Dong spoke. I have come to Beiyin Mountain to investigate the murder of the county magistrate of Beiyin County. Recently, a malevolent spirit infiltrated the county office, set fire to the premises, and killed the magistrate along with 18 of his relatives. Do you know who is responsible for this? My lord. Upon finishing her words, Xia Dong stealthily glanced at the elevated Shao Jie, only to find him looking at her with an enigmatic smile. You already have your answer in mind. Xia Dong was startled and quickly lowered her head. Observing this, Shao Jie chuckled. Indeed, I was the one who killed the magistrate. And not just him. Lu Shikai from the Lu family was also slain by my hand. Shao Jie's candid admission left Xia Dong momentarily speechless. A deity committing murder? What should she do? This was an unprecedented scenario. No. The act of slaying them is purely a matter of personal vendetta. Speaking of this, Shao Jie furiously struck the armrest. In my lifetime, I was maliciously slandered by Lu Shikai and the corrupt official Wu Guo, which led to my unjust demise. Before I departed, I vowed that upon my death, I would ascend to divinity, and the first order of business would be to exact vengeance upon them all. After uttering this, Shao Jie turned to the astonished Xia Dong. They caused my death. Is it not reasonable for me to seek retribution? Ha ha ha, indeed. It is entirely reasonable, Xia Dong chuckled awkwardly. And in doing so, I would be ridding the world of evildoers and upholding the righteousness of heaven and earth. Is that not a noble deed? Absolutely, without a doubt. Xia Dong forced a smile. He had not anticipated that this individual was one to settle scores. Shao Jie smiled, leaning back in his chair. I share that sentiment. Hee. Xia Dong's lips twitched as he hastily changed the subject. Since you seek vengeance, may I inquire about your name and life? It would assist me in preparing a dossier for my report upon returning to the capital. My name and life was Shao Jie. I perished 9 days ago. You may verify this in Beiyin County. Shao Jie paused for a moment before continuing. If you are inclined, investigate the Lu family. They are a malignant tumor. Of course, if you find yourself constrained by court affairs and cannot take action, you may assist me in Beiyin County. I shall handle the remaining matters. Xia Dong was taken aback, quickly grasping Shao Jie's intention. His realm was so remote that few were aware of it, let alone the matter of incense offerings. Shao Jie was essentially urging her to promote his ghostly office. It seems even deities have their burdens. With a wry smile, Xia Dong respectfully clasped his hands and replied, Rest assured, I shall attend to this matter upon my return. Very well, Shao Jie remarked with a smile. Young lady, you are commendable. Should you encounter any insurmountable challenges in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I shall do my utmost to resolve them for you. Upon hearing this, Xia Dong hurriedly bowed her head in gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, my lord. This was indeed a divine promise, akin to a talisman for her survival. Shao Jie chuckled and waved his hand, and in an instant, Xia Dong's consciousness jolted back to reality, where she could hear Gao Lian's anxious voice nearby. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Nothing to worry about. Xia Dong waved his hand and respectfully knelt before the statue before him. All kneel. Despite their confusion at Xia Dong's admonition, Gao Lian and the others complied and knelt in reverence. After 3 bows, Xia Dong rose and led the group away from the underworld, respectfully closing the door and bowing once more before turning to depart. Was there something unusual about the magistrate's office? Could it be related to the death of the county magistrate? On the way, Gao Lian could not contain his curiosity and inquired, prompting the guides to perk up their ears. Xiaodong nodded. The magistrate and Lu Shikai from the Lu family were both slain by the Lord Judge. What? The magistrate was actually killed by the statue in the underworld? And Lu Shikai as well. The guides exchanged astonished glances, their faces a tableau of shock. No wonder the Lu residence had suddenly sealed its doors in recent days. It seemed they had attracted the attention of the Lord Judge. Oh my! Who would have thought that a deity would emerge from our Northern Mountain? This is a fortuitous event. With him around, perhaps the Lu family might temper their ways. Upon hearing this, Gao Lian asked, then, esteemed sir, how do you intend to handle the situation? Wu Guo is a court official. If you were to kill him, it would be difficult for you to explain to the court. Moreover, we lack concrete evidence to prove Wu Guo's corruption. Gao Lian sighed. The Lu family's influence in Northern County was overwhelming. They had conducted an investigation yesterday but found no substantial evidence regarding the magistrate's misdeeds. The ill-gotten silver and accounts had vanished. Xiaodong waved his hand, turning to the guides. A few days ago, did Wu Guo not pass judgment on a man named Xiao Jie? Ah, esteemed sir, you truly possess remarkable insight. It is indeed unfortunate. Xiao Jie was renowned in our county for his exceptional talent, yet he was unjustly accused and met his demise at the hands of Wu Guo and Lu Shikai. Had he lived, perhaps Northern County might have had a chance at redemption. Xiaodong raised an eyebrow at this revelation, realizing that Xiao Jie's words had been truthful. If that were the case, matters would become considerably easier to navigate. Upon their return, news of a magistrate's office atop Northern Mountain swiftly spread throughout Northern County. Many frequent visitors to the mountain were left astounded. There's a magistrate's office on Northern Mountain? Is that true? Indeed, it is true. I took 2 esteemed gentlemen from the city up the mountain yesterday, and they were utterly astonished upon their first sight of it. How could such a structure exist there? Who constructed it? Which lord is it for? How it came to be is unknown, but it is dedicated to the Yin-Yang Judges, who preside over the laws of heaven and earth, serving as a place to seek justice from the deities. The news of the magistrate's office on Northern Mountain quickly ignited widespread discussion among the populace. After all, they were natives of Northern County, often traversing the mountain, and were well acquainted with its conditions. However, they had no recollection of any magistrate's office being there. This doesn't add up. I just descended from Northern Mountain a few days ago, and there was nothing there. Me too. The last time I visited, it was merely a forest. Could it truly be a divine miracle that such an edifice was erected in such a short span of time? Curiosity piqued. Many individuals rushed to the summit of Northern Mountain the following day, eager to uncover the truth. Upon reaching the peak and beholding the majestic magistrate's office standing serenely, they were left in awe, kneeling at the entrance to offer their respects and incense. Ah, you people, why not step inside and pay your respects? Inside the magistrate's office, Xiao Jie watched the outside throng with a sense of helplessness as the incense wafted around him. Have you ever seen a deity who consumes incense from the entrance? His offering table also bore an incense burner. I am truly exasperated, sighed Xiao Jie, utterly disheartened. In his current ghostly form, he lingered in a state of limbo, neither able to accuse nor to proclaim his grievances. Ordinary mortals, unless they pay homage directly, remain oblivious to his presence. The only path to being seen by all lies in his ability to coalesce into an ethereal body, yet he finds himself devoid of offerings, rendering such a transformation impossible. Thus, the logic of his predicament ensnares him. As he sat there, observing the continuous stream of visitors outside, a heavy sigh escaped his lips. Were there truly no injustices in Bane County? It seemed implausible. With the Lu family's notorious reputation, how could they possibly allow anyone to escape unscathed? Were all these individuals merely survivors? Alas, in this era, undertaking any endeavor proves to be a formidable challenge. Even the establishment of a government office garners no attention. Xiao Jie found himself thoroughly dismayed, his misfortune overwhelming. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, what is that? Xiao Jie raised his head, his consciousness sweeping across the entire Insi Yamen, ultimately resting upon the outer wall of the establishment. There, atop the glazed tile wall, a plump little squirrel perched, its green bean-like eye surveying the interior of the Insi with keen curiosity. Ah, it is, in fact, a spirited little sprite. Xiao Jie raised an eyebrow. The human realm is vast and expansive. Within the Eastern Victory Divine Continent alone, there exist countless lands and nations, populated by myriad beings. Although the Wuzhou dynasty covers a considerable expanse, it is but a mere drop in the ocean of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. Even so, it would take an ordinary person a lifetime to traverse this land fully. Beyond humanity, many other creatures inhabit this world, with sprites being one such category, and their numbers surpassing those of humankind. Shao Jie observed the little squirrel with great interest. The northern Yin Mountain is not particularly large, however. Behind it lies the northern Yin Mountain range. This range is extensive, being one of the tributaries of the 8,000-mile Qinling, teeming with sprites in its deeper recesses. With a soft squeak, the little squirrel leaped from the wall and cautiously approached the Insi Yamen, its eyes, akin to yellow beans, darting about. What could this little creature be up to? Shao Jie raised an eyebrow, observing its antics as it scuttled around the Yamen, touching and inspecting everything, occasionally tapping and making comments, displaying an unmistakably human-like demeanor. Could it be that this little being wishes to settle here? Shao Jie mused. Yet, upon further reflection, he found solace in the thought. Here he was, solitary and without companionship. A little spirit could certainly provide some amusement and alleviate the monotony of his existence. However, unbeknownst to Shao Jie, the mischievous sprite harbored thoughts entirely contrary to his own. This place is splendid, and those sturdy pillars are just perfect. With so many people paying homage outside, if the king were to cultivate here, the results would surely be magnified. Once the king attains divinity, perhaps I too could ascend to the heavens. The little sprite gazed at the Yamen with delight, recognizing it as a flourishing sanctuary, ideal for their kind to practice their craft. I must return to inform the king and plan to seize this temple tonight, it pondered, before swiftly darting away. Ah, it's gone. Shao Jie observed this scene, feeling a sense of tranquility wash over him. There is little joy in being a deity. Just as Shao Jie succumbed to his musings, the little squirrel dashed away from the Yinsi, vanishing into the depths of the forest. It navigated through the trees with agility, soon arriving at the foot of a grand tree. Chirp, chirp, it called out to the tree a few times, and to its astonishment, the great tree began to transform. Gradually, it morphed from a mere tree into a grand temple. This temple, resplendent in deep crimson, was crafted from the very wood of the tree, surrounded by numerous branches adorned with blooming peach blossoms. The little sprite bowed reverently before the temple and then climbed up the tree to enter through the temple doors. Inside the diminutive temple, a vast world unfolded. There, within, stood an altar upon which sat a pure white squirrel. This squirrel, larger than its kin, was enveloped in an ethereal aura of incense, and behind it, a faint halo of merit shimmered. Great king, the little fairy entered and bowed before the white squirrel. Then respectfully said, "Today, I discovered a remarkable place on the northern Yin Mountain." What remarkable place? The white squirrel opened its eyes, a hint of confusion evident. The little fairy smiled as if presenting a treasure. For you, it is a tremendous surprise. The white squirrel's curiosity intensified. Quickly, what surprise? The little squirrel recounted everything it had seen that day to the white squirrel, which was immediately taken aback. You mean there is a temple on northern Yin Mountain? Indeed. And it is bustling with incense offerings. As you know, humans offer far more incense than we little fairies. The little fairy animatedly described, "Today, I saw hundreds, even thousands, of people coming to pay their respects at that temple. Such a multitude. If it were to take a breath, it could ascend on the spot." The white squirrel felt a surge of excitement, yet it maintained its composure and inquired, "Whom does the temple enshrine? Is the deity's statue endowed with spiritual communication? I am uncertain." However, the little demon was certain that the statue possessed no spiritual essence. Today, I ventured inside and observed. The statue exhibited no signs of life whatsoever. The little demon confidently declared, "It must merely be a clay effigy, certainly not a true deity." Upon hearing this, the white squirrel was instantly delighted. Any deity of genuine prowess would never permit a creature of the demon kind to step foot within their temple. The fact that this little demon could freely enter signifies that the statue lacks any spiritual vitality. Devoid of such essence, it is merely a lump of clay. Perfect. I shall seize its clay form. After all, it is just a piece of earth, an inanimate object, and no one would raise objections to its removal. The white squirrel rose and said, "Come, lead me to see it." Indeed. Having said that, the two individuals hastened towards the realm of the departed. As time progressed, the sun began its descent in the west. The number of individuals offering incense at the entrance gradually diminished. Shao Jie gazed at the setting sun, stretched leisurely, and reclined within the altar, just as he believed the day would pass in such a manner. A commotion arose outside the realm of the departed beneath the shroud of night. Are you certain this is indeed a temple? This is unmistakably a government office. Do you even know the difference between a government office and a temple? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Squirrel. Xiao Jie gazed at the two squirrels, one large and one small. On the ground, feeling somewhat bewildered. Had the little squirrel brought a relative to visit today? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yao Xiao? I never anticipated that there would be Yao Xiao on the northern Yin Mountain. The distinction between Yao Xiao and monsters is fundamentally significant. The former is rooted in the power of incense, pursuing the path of cultivation and moral refinement, akin to seekers of truth among humans, striving towards divinity. In contrast, the latter is grounded in flesh and blood, reveling in their primal instincts, pursuing natural essence and the perpetuation of their monstrous nature, aiming instead for demonic supremacy. This white squirrel aspires to achieve divinity. Xiao Jie raised an eyebrow, intrigued, as this was his first encounter with a spirit seeking to ascend to godhood. He decided to listen in on their conversation. Utilizing incense, he effortlessly deciphered the dialogue between the two rodents. At that moment, the white squirrel entered the realm of shadows. Standing before the slightly grand hall, its face a picture of astonishment. Is this the place you mentioned? The white squirrel gazed at the vast governmental hall, utterly bewildered. This is a temple? It is clearly a governmental office. My lord, it is right here, the little squirrel remarked, hands on its hips, wearing a mischievous grin. As long as you occupy this temple and fulfill a few modest wishes for the villagers, they will undoubtedly believe in the divine manifestation. At that point, they will come daily to offer incense, and you shall ascend to immortality. Xiao Jie could not suppress a smirk. It seemed these little creatures intended to usurp his territory. Were they truly treating him as mere clay to be molded? Humph, let us see if I don't frighten you to death. With a cold snort, the air around him instantaneously chilled, an eerie aura emanating from all directions. The white squirrel, a Yao Xiao of notable accomplishment, was acutely aware of the shifts in spiritual energy surrounding it. In an instant, it sensed the unusual surge of ghostly energy and realized that trouble was imminent. Sure enough, the next moment, it was astonished to witness the statue before it began to writhe, gradually transforming into a living being. The figure was strikingly handsome, adorned in a black robe emblazoned with dragon patterns, crowned with a golden tiara. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, achoo. The little squirrel suddenly sneezed, realizing the peculiar atmosphere surrounding it, instantly furrowing its brow. Which mischievous spirit dares to display its ferocity before my esteemed white-haired king? Quickly reveal yourself and humbly confess your transgressions, lest you invoke the ire of our king, who could effortlessly send you fleeing in terror, rendering you incapable of self-care. The little squirrel, hands on hips, wore a fierce expression as it incessantly called out into the surroundings. Upon hearing its words, the white squirrel became completely rigid. Oh no. Xiao Jie raised an eyebrow, gazing at the now stiff white squirrel. You possess such prowess? He was a ghostly entity, while this little squirrel was merely an infantile spirit, akin to an ordinary human, unable to perceive his spectral form without the offering of incense. However, the white squirrel was different. It was imbued with incense, a cultivated spirit. As long as Xiao Jie chose to manifest, it would be able to see him, and should his cultivation reach a higher level, the white squirrel could sense his presence even in his absence. Thud. The old ghost, please spare me. The white squirrel instantly fell to its knees, bowing 3 times before Xiao Jie. It was merely a small demon that had yet to refine its very bones, unaware of the presence of the old ghost. Could it be that the esteemed elder had arrived? It earnestly pleaded for leniency, invoking the difficulty of attaining spiritual intelligence, hoping for mercy. Meanwhile, the little squirrel watched in astonishment as its king suddenly knelt before the divine statue, bowing and murmuring fervently, "Your Majesty, why do you bow before a clay statue? Stand up, there is no need to lose face." At this moment, the white squirrel felt a profound sense of despair. "Brother, please, cease your words. If you continue, we may very well meet our end here today." Observing this scene, Shao Jie couldn't help but chuckle, remarking on the cleverness of his subordinate. The white squirrel, with a bitter expression, replied, "Grandfather, you jest. This newly awakened creature knows nothing. I implore you to spare him." The young squirrel, increasingly bewildered, inquired, "Your Majesty, who exactly are you conversing with? Is it possible that there truly exists a third party in this place?" Shao Jie, witnessing this exchange, also found amusement in it. It was evident that the white squirrel held great affection for his subordinate, persistently advocating for the little squirrel's clemency. "Rise. You two have committed no grave error. I shall not impose any punishment upon you." Upon hearing this, the white squirrel exhaled in relief and quickly rose to stand obediently to the side. "Huh, my lord. Why have you risen again? Was there a ghost just now?" The little squirrel's face transformed into a fierce expression. "Fear not, my lord, it was merely a ghost, and I shall handle it for you." Observing the comical creature before him, the white squirrel felt an overwhelming urge to crack open its forehead and stuff in a couple of pine cones. Even now, it remained blissfully unaware of the oddity of the situation. Shao Jia chuckled and shook his head, then turned to the white squirrel. "Are you the spirit of this region?" The white squirrel nodded vigorously. "Indeed. The little demon resides near the wild man's grave at the back of Northine Mountain." After a moment's contemplation, Shao Jia pointed at the little squirrel and inquired, "Are there many of this kind around you?" "Hee, I had some idle time. So I gathered all the squirrels from within Northine Mountain and imparted to them some methods of cultivation. Many have already awakened their intelligence, though their wits are rather lacking and cannot assist my lord in training." The white squirrel felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Shao Jia intended to refine his kin. Shao Jia waved his hand dismissively. "Rest assured, I am a judge presiding over the laws of Yin and Yang, a deity of the heavens. I have no interest in such inferior methods." The white squirrel sighed in relief. "Then, what would you have me do, my lord?" The white squirrel was perplexed. This being was indeed a true deity. What could he possibly require from such a minor spirit? Shao Jia felt a bit embarrassed. How could a deity be in such a predicament as to lack even a single follower? After a moment's thought, he said, "This Yin court is a place for the wronged and the unjustly deceased to seek redress. Upon your return, inform your fellow squirrels that if anyone encounters a ghost wronged in life or a spirit seeking justice in the mountains, they may guide them to me." Upon hearing this, the white squirrel finally understood. It was essentially a request for him to promote the Yin court. This task was simple for him, as he had gathered the squirrels of Northine Mountain under his wing, numbering over 10,000. More than half had already awakened their intelligence and were entirely capable of undertaking this duty. "My lord, you can rest easy. This matter is in my capable hands, and I assure you it will be arranged perfectly." Shao Jian nodded slightly, contemplating for a moment before raising his hand, a wisp of golden incense flowing from his fingertips. With a flick of his finger, the incense swiftly entered the white squirrel's brow. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Oh, the incense. The white squirrel felt an overwhelming joy within and promptly bowed to Shao Jia, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, grandfather, for bestowing such incense. This little demon shall devote itself wholeheartedly to fulfilling the tasks assigned by you." The incense that Shao Jia casually pointed to was astonishingly more than what he had accumulated in an entire year. He never anticipated that this divine grandfather would be so generous. Meanwhile, the little squirrel observed its leader, who was alternating between soliloquies and fervent displays of emotion. Feeling a pang of sorrow. It was over. The king must have been so overwhelmed by the grandeur of the temple that his mind had become unhinged. This was merely a bit of incense, yet it had evoked such excitement. Shao Jia shook his head, assuring, "In the future, when you work for me, you shall not be mistreated." The white squirrel nodded vigorously. Following Shao Jia's indication, it rose with the little squirrel to depart from the realm of the dead. It hoped this endeavor would prove fruitful, unlike the meager influence that Xia Dong had brought. "King, what was that about earlier? Why were you both crying and laughing?" As they exited the ghostly office, the little squirrel inquired curiously. However, before the question could fully settle, It received a swift punch on the forehead from the white squirrel. Fool, you nearly brought doom upon us both. The little squirrel rubbed its head, bewildered. But, my king, I didn't do anything. The white squirrel retorted with annoyance. The ghostly office houses the revered deities of heaven and earth, as well as the judges of Yin and Yang. Are you suggesting that I confront such divine beings? Do you think I possess the audacity to provoke them? Had it not been for this grandfather, who chose to overlook our transgressions, we would have faced dire consequences today, even with 10 lives. What? The effigies in the ghostly office are genuine deities. Will grandfather hold me accountable? The little squirrel gasped in fright, feeling a wave of regret wash over it. The white squirrel waved dismissively. No, he will not blame us. Not only will he not castigate us, but he has also entrusted us with a task. If we complete it well, we shall not only share in his incense but also receive his protection. From this day forth, we shall no longer fear being bullied by other demons. Upon hearing this, the little squirrel's eyes sparkled with excitement. They had essentially secured their positions. Upon returning to their temple, news quickly spread among the squirrels of Northine Mountain, and soon they gathered from all directions. Before long, the area surrounding the temple was teeming with squirrels of varying sizes. The white squirrel observed that enough attendees had arrived and stepped forth from the temple. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Oh heavens. The white squirrel shivered, feeling profoundly uncomfortable amidst the surrounding malevolence. Yet, for the sake of Shao Jia's legacy, it steeled itself and ventured into the valley. Upon traversing the outer forest, a desolate grove emerged before them. Its trees withered and yellowed, interspersed with countless neglected graves. A rough count revealed a total of 32. Atop one of the graves lay a woman in crimson attire. Oh heavens, do you truly lack vision? How can that villain live unscathed, reveling in opulence, basking in divine favor, while I am left with no recourse for vengeance? My family, once a household of 32, led a humble existence, yet in the end, our lineage was obliterated, and our descendants extinguished. Alas, she lamented. If you truly possess the power to see, then summon a bolt of lightning to strike down that vile scoundrel. The woman, her hair disheveled and her skin in a state of decay, was unrecognizable from her former self as she lay upon the grave, cursing the heavens in fury. She was, in fact, a vengeful spirit clad in red. Who? Suddenly, the female specter sensed something, abruptly turning her head towards the tree. A palpable wave of resentment caused the temperature in the vicinity to plummet. The two white squirrels tensed up but bravely stepped forward. Ah, it is you, little sprite. Upon recognizing the white squirrels, the female ghost's malevolent aura gradually subsided. They were neighbors, long acquainted, as she had often confided her grievances to them in the past. What brings you to me? The ghost rose, cradling something in her arms. Upon closer inspection, it was a fully formed fetus, its umbilical cord still attached beneath her. Yet at this moment, the fetus had long since perished, now a mere desiccated corpse, held tightly by the ghost. Has another spirit been tormenting you? The white squirrel inquired. Forcing a chuckle, not at all. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, seeking justice? The female ghost scoffed at the words, her voice instantly turning sorrowful. In this world, where could a wronged spirit like me find a place to claim justice? It is filled with idle souls, cowardly and sycophantic, who dare to insult a mere specter like me while readily catering to malevolent beings. In this realm, whether amongst the living or the deceased, is there any semblance of fairness left? As she spoke, blood began to seep from her face, and the aura of resentment surrounding her grew increasingly terrifying. Observing this, the white squirrel hastily interjected, Sister Ghost, perhaps you have simply sought justice in the wrong places. Those were merely wild deities, incapable of intervening in mortal affairs. However, this time is different. The white squirrel leapt down from the tree and approached the female ghost. A true celestial deity has emerged in Bane Mountain. Is there really a deity of heaven and earth? The female ghost scoffed, whether it is a wild god or a righteous god. They are all but worthless stones that do not concern themselves with our affairs. Her sister was right. However, the deity I speak of is none other than the Yin-Yang Judge, who presides over the laws of heaven and earth, dedicated to seeking justice for the souls wrongfully deceased. Sister, This is the very door to vindication you have long sought, the white squirrel earnestly proclaimed. Upon hearing this, the female ghost's skepticism flickered. A Yin-Yang Judge who specifically advocates for the wronged? Can you truly be sincere? The white squirrel, appearing somewhat exasperated, replied, Sister, the court of the underworld is located atop Northine Mountain. If you doubt me, you may visit tonight to witness for yourself. I vow, if there is even the slightest untruth in my words, I shall never advance in my cultivation in this lifetime. The female ghost felt a stir of emotion. The little squirrel was fiercely protective of its own cultivation and would not lightly make such a vow. It seemed that the Yin-Yang Judge it spoke of might indeed hold some significance. After a moment of contemplation, the female ghost slightly nodded. In that case, I shall ascend the mountain tonight. Seeing the female ghost acquiesce, the white squirrel finally breathed a sigh of relief. This first transaction was set to take place. As night fell, the incense offerings on Northine Mountain gradually dispersed, the fragrance swirling around the gate of the underworld, with flickering sparks creating an air of mystery in the night. Just then, a sudden chill swept through, extinguishing all the incense flames, and moments later, a woman clad in red appeared slowly before the underworld court. Yin-Si. To her astonishment, there truly stood a court of Yin-Si upon the mountain. The female ghost felt a jolt of excitement at the sight of the court, her decaying form trembling with anticipation. After all these years, she had finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope for vindication. With fervent expectation, she approached the drum of grievance, grasping the mallet in one hand and striking the drum with all her might. Thump adult, he implored, please advocate for the little ghost. Within the realm of the underworld, Shao Jia abruptly opened his eyes. In that moment, both the Yin-Yang golden rod and the book of life and death in his hands trembled simultaneously. The walls of the underworld's office manifested lines of celestial law, resonating with a commanding voice. It was the true aggrieved soul striking the drum of injustice. Taking a deep breath, Shao Jia shook his body, revealing his true form, and gradually opened the grand gates of the underworld. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The one who beats the drum. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Marshal. The resounding celestial might reverberated within the realm of shadows. The malevolent aura surrounding Lu's being quaked with intense resentment. And her skin swiftly mended, transforming in the blink of an eye into that of a woman clad in red. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Husband, children, the in-laws, everyone. I can finally seek justice for you. Centuries of grievances, the despair of unavenged vengeance, the bitter weight of 100 years at the desolate grave. This time, she has finally glimpsed the hope of vindication. Lu took a deep breath and walked with heavy steps through the short corridor of the underworld, crossing the low threshold. Raising her head, she gazed upon the seat of the chief deity, where sat a young god clad in a black dragon-patterned robe, adorned with a golden crown. Radiance enveloped him, and an overwhelming divine presence emanated from his being, his gaze calm, as if he could see through the hearts of all mortals. However, behind him loomed a formidable ghostly aura, and one could faintly discern a deity seated behind him, one hand grasping a bamboo scroll, the other wielding a golden mace. Who stands before me? Shao Jia spoke slowly, his voice resonating like thunder, carrying an overwhelming celestial authority. Lu's heart quivered, and she hastily knelt down. The specter Lu, Chao Xinger, was a resident of Lu family village outside Bei Yin County a century ago. A century ago? What grievances do you wish to express? Shao Jia raised an eyebrow slightly, gesturing to retrieve the book of life and death, commencing his search for Lu's information. A case from 100 years past likely meant the perpetrator had long since perished. Was he to summon ghosts instead? Lu raised her head, her eyes brimming with tears. The ghost seeks to accuse the head of Lu family village, Lu Zhen, along with his wife, Zhang, and their 6 sons, as well as Wu San, the head of the Jishir Hall in Bei Yin County. Accusing so many? Shao Jia arched an eyebrow, finally locating Lu's name within the book of life and death. Lu Xinger, a resident of Lu family village a century ago, was known for her promiscuity, having clandestine meetings with a man at the village temple. When discovered by her family, she led thieves to poison 32 members of her in-laws. 3 years later, abandoned by her lover due to illness, she was left at the village head, where the villagers lit lanterns for her at the temple. She passed away at the age of 25. Her transgressions against marital propriety and collusion with a man to harm her in-laws were egregious crimes, warranting the harshest punishment, condemning her to the depths of hell, never to be reborn. How intriguing! This muddled account is quite vividly detailed. The Book of Life and Death meticulously chronicles Lu's past. She bears no grievances. Indeed, she is rather detestable. However, given the previous instances where the book recorded Lu Shikai and the county magistrate as paragons of virtue, Xiao Jie merely regarded this as a curiosity. Liuzhen. Xiao Jie perused the Book of Life and Death, swiftly locating Liuzhen. Liuzhen, the head of the Lu family in Bain County, was a man of integrity. In his youth, he spent several years in a Buddhist monastery, but eventually returned to secular life due to earthly attachments, marrying, and raising a family. He managed the Lu family estate with meticulous care. After the passing of his wife in his later years, he became disillusioned with worldly matters, dedicating himself to a vow of asceticism for 50 years, praying for the well-being of the villagers of Lu family estate. His 6 sons were all exceptional individuals, well regarded throughout Bain County. He lived to the venerable age of 258, passing away peacefully. Over 200 years? And he passed away peacefully? This implies he is still alive. Xiao Jie chuckled softly, setting the Book of Life and Death aside. The Book of Life and Death contained a tangled narrative. He merely glanced at its contents. Lu family. Why do you seek to accuse the Liuzhen family? Madam, Lu spoke, bowing deeply. The young ghost's family hails from the Chao family of Tian County. A century ago, she married into the Lu family estate, where her husband was the head of the estate at that time. In her lifetime, she shared a deep affection with her spouse, and her in-laws treated her as a beloved daughter, never once being harsh. Within 6 months of marriage, she found herself with child. I believed life would continue in this manner, yet unexpectedly, one day, a group of individuals arrived at the estate. As Lu recounted this, her teeth clenched. Her skin began to decay, and vengeful black blood seeped from her being. These intruders sought to seize our fields and properties. My father-in-law, being the head of the estate, naturally opposed this and rallied the villagers to defend against them. However, it was unforeseen that these individuals had bribed Lu Zhan, a rogue of the family. Lu Zhan had once been a monk in a temple, learning martial arts. Yet, before his monastic days, he indulged in all vices, gambling, drinking, and debauchery, his heart still impure even after shaving his head. Having acquired some martial skills, he took advantage of a dark night to harass a female devotee at the temple, resulting in his expulsion. After leaving the temple, he wandered the martial world for a time, but after several years without making a name for himself, he returned home. With the aid of Lu's father-in-law, he acquired a few plots of land, married, and dear sir, Lu implored, bowing repeatedly before Xiao Jie. I beseech you to seek justice for my family of 32 souls, for my unborn child, and for myself. Xiao Jie remained silent, his brow furrowed in contemplation. If Lu was truthful, then the fate of the Lu family was indeed tragic beyond measure. After a moment's reflection, he inquired, do you also wish to accuse Lu Zhan's wife, Zhang? What transgressions has she committed? Lu raised her gaze. Zhang is an acquaintance of Lu Zhan from the martial world, a practitioner of soul-extinguishing techniques. My family of 32 souls fell victim to her malevolent arts, their spirits scattered, deprived even of the chance for rebirth. Were it not for the weight of their grievances, and the fact that my body was discarded on the North Yin Mountain, consumed by insects and snakes, I would never have had the fortune to become a vengeful spirit capable of voicing my plight. Otherwise, the tragic demise of my family would remain forever unavenged. Xiao Jie blinked, internally exclaiming at the gravity of the situation. Murder, silencing, destruction of corpses, soul extinguishing, and a complete funeral service. How interconnected the crimes were. I believe I have grasped the essence of your plight. However, the official remarked, there is one matter that perplexes me. Xiao Jie scrutinized Lu Shi, stating, you currently manifest as a vengeful spirit clad in red, and your aura of resentment is exceedingly potent. Even the most formidable grandmaster martial artists would find themselves no match for you. Why do you not seek retribution against Lu Zhan? Upon hearing this, Lu Shi bowed repeatedly, exclaiming, your excellency is truly perceptive. It is not that this little spirit lacks the desire for vengeance against Lu Zhan, but rather that this wicked individual is under divine protection. Xiao Jie raised an eyebrow, pondering. Could it be that Lu Zhen is somehow related to a deity? Is there divine intervention? Xiao Jie raised an eyebrow and chuckled. What is the origin of Lu Zhen that even the heavens seem to aid him? Is he perhaps a relative of some great deity? Lu Shi shook her head. Lu Zhen is merely an ordinary warrior, not a descendant of the divine. However, his wife, Zhang Shi, is no ordinary person. She is proficient in mystical arts and can commune with spirits. Several attempts by vengeful spirits to exact retribution upon the Zhang family have been thwarted by her. Later, she somehow summoned a wild deity who, after being venerated by the villagers of Lu family village, began to protect Lu Zhen's family. Lu Shi gritted her teeth. The vengeful spirits have made multiple attempts to seek revenge, all of which were foiled by that wild deity, leaving the spirits at a loss and on the brink of losing their lives. As she spoke, tears began to flow, woo-woo, for a century. These spirits have relentlessly sought vengeance, but that wild deity is simply too formidable. Realizing they are no match, the spirits have sought help everywhere. Yet, those deities and Buddhas, upon seeing me as a ghost, have mercilessly cast me out. The spirits have been left with no recourse, and thus, in desperation, they have listened to the words of the mountain spirits and dared to come to the underworld to seek justice. I implore you, great sir, to vindicate the spirits. Mountain spirits? Xiao Jie raised an eyebrow. Could it be those two little squirrels? Unexpectedly, these little creatures have proven capable. He chuckled softly, glancing outside where a large and a small squirrel were watching from the wall. He thought to himself to offer them some incense later. Then, his expression turned serious as he looked at Lu Shi. What you have recounted is indeed horrifying, yet it pertains to an old case from a century ago. And you possess no concrete evidence. The truth remains your solitary testimony. As an official of the underworld, I must adhere to the laws of heaven and earth and cannot condemn an entire family based solely on your account. Upon hearing this, Lu Shi quickly prostrated herself. Great sir, every word spoken by the spirit is the absolute truth, devoid of any falsehood. The spirit is willing to submit to your scrutiny of its soul. Xiao Jie frowned. Although Lu Shi was a red-clad, vengeful ghost, the examination of her soul would still amount to torture, potentially leading to her utter disintegration. It seems her claims may indeed hold merit. Nevertheless, as an enforcer of the law, any procedural injustice would inevitably result in flawed outcomes. If justice is to be served for Lu Shi, it must be delivered in a manner that is unequivocally clear and universally accepted. Any flaw would hinder her quest for rightful justice. In this world, while vengeance may be easily sought, true justice is far more elusive. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Jie spoke. Your words are persuasive, and I can discern that you are not lying. However, due process must be followed. Having heard your account, I must also hear the perspective of Lu Zhen's family. Xiao Jie rose to his feet. You may wait here while I visit Lu family village to summon Lu Zhen's family, so that we may confront these matters in court and clarify the truth. Upon hearing Xiao Jie's words, Lu Shi hastily bowed her head. The spirit is deeply grateful, great sir. Thank you, great sir. As she continued to bow, she collapsed to the ground, weeping bitterly. What she sought was not merely revenge, but justice for the 32 lives of her husband's family, as well as her own vindication. She yearned to convey to the villagers in the world that it was neither her husband nor her father-in-law who sold their land, and that she was not a wanton woman. Master, just as Xiao Jie was preparing to employ the art of astral projection to depart, the white squirrel scurried in. What is it that you seek from me? Xiao Jie inquired with a smile, acknowledging that the two little ones had performed admirably this time. The white squirrel scratched its head and replied, Master, allow me to handle the summons and interrogations of suspects. You are the Yin-Yang Judge, the arbiter of the celestial laws. Such trivial matters are beneath your direct involvement. Rising to its feet, the white squirrel continued, It appears that your office in the underworld lacks any attendance. As a minor spirit with some cultivation, I possess the ability to articulate human speech and converse with the spectral entities. Moreover, I am quite familiar with the villages surrounding the northern Yin Mountain. I know each household intimately. Therefore, for future summons of this nature, let it be entrusted to me. The little spirit concluded. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jie raised an eyebrow slightly, acknowledging the wisdom in the creature's words. Indeed, such mundane tasks would require considerable effort on his part, and the cost was substantial. After all, each instance of astral projection consumed 1,000 incense points. And as he had only just begun, the expenses were rather significant. API call failed with status code 429, error, code For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted indeed. The white squirrel took the decree and tucked it behind its back, swiftly making its way down the mountain. Before long, it arrived at a village situated outside Bane Mountain. This village, consisting of over 100 households, boasted well-tended fields brimming with crops. Yet, despite the fertile land, every home in the village appeared dilapidated and run down. However, in the midst of this impoverished village stood an opulent mansion. Upon reaching the entrance of the grand estate, the white squirrel gazed up at the plaque above the door, where two prominent characters were inscribed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Here we are. What is happening inside? It seems so lively. The white squirrel climbed up the wall and discovered that many people were gathered in the Liu family's courtyard, adorned with colorful decorations. They were celebrating the 120th birthday of Old Master Liu. Indeed, Old Master Liu is blessed with fortunes as vast as the Eastern Sea and longevity surpassing that of the Southern Mountain. Oh, it is merely the blessings of the Buddha. Allowing me to age a few more years, he humbly replied. The courtyard was filled with guests, all bowing in reverence to the elder at the forefront. This elder, with a head full of white hair, appeared in excellent spirits, his complexion rosy, far more vibrant than those around him. This man was none other than Liu Rong, the esteemed former patriarch of the Liu family. The Liu family is renowned throughout Bane County for their longevity. Their ancestor, Liu Zhan, is over 150 years old, and his 6 sons have all reached the age of 120. Even the grandchildren are nearing the century mark, and the great-grandchildren are in their 60s or 70s, making them one of the most prosperous families in Bane County, second only to the Liu family. Today marks the 120th birthday of Liu Rong, who has invited many distinguished individuals from Bane County to join the celebration. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. I do not know. Look, there seems to be a squirrel over there. The crowd searched for a long time before finally directing their gaze towards the wall of the courtyard, all taken aback. Did the squirrel just speak? Liu Rong furrowed her brow. What kind of creature dared to disturb the Liu family, unaware of the divine protection that shielded them? At that moment, the white squirrel produced an official decree, opened it, and proclaimed loudly, from the northern Yin Mountain, the Yin-Yang, the judge has decreed. Summon Liu Zhan, Zhang clan, Liu Rong, and the 8 members of the Liu family to the northern Yin Mountain, Yin-Yang, to assist in the investigation of the massacre of the Liu family village had a century ago. Upon hearing this, the surrounding people were momentarily stunned. The Liu family massacre? They had never heard of it before. However, Liu Rong's expression darkened. It had been 100 years since the incident, and yet someone still remembered. It must be the ghost of that woman at work. How infuriating. Her corpse should have been burned along with her. Nevertheless, this woman, after a century, remained so naive. Liu Rong took a deep breath, a cold smile flickering in her eyes. They had divine guardianship. Even the heavens were on their side. Why should they fear her summons to the Yin-Yang? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Dear adult, I implore you to take my side. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, indeed, the white squirrel said with a face full of grievance. My lord, I took your decree to the Liu family, where Liu Rong was hosting a birthday banquet. I publicly recited your edict. Yet those people not only refused to comply, but also attempted to assault me. Fortunately, I possess some skills, and as you instructed before I left, I managed to escape. However, I was taken aback when the wild deity, Liu Gong, intercepted me midway. I was no match for him, so I declared that I was your subordinate. At this point, the white squirrel's expression turned even more sorrowful and indignant. But to my surprise, that Liu Gong unceremoniously beat me and said, Shao Jie frowned. What did he say? After a moment of hesitation, the white squirrel replied in a hushed tone. He claimed that any so-called judge was nothing before him. Upon hearing this, Shao Jie was immediately consumed by rage. How dare a mere wild deity insult a celestial judge? This was truly outrageous. You insolent wild deity. It seems you have a death wish, he thought to himself. With a flicker of his mind, he employed the art of the wandering spirit. His ghostly form slowly emerged from the statue, and a chilling aura enveloped the entire Yin division, rendering it akin to an icy cavern. What a terrifying presence! Lu's body trembled. She had never encountered such a fearsome aura before. Even the revered deities worshipped in the most prosperous temples could not instill such dread in her. Could this be the might of a celestial judge, the enforcer of the laws of heaven and earth? At that moment, both the white squirrel and Lu felt a profound reverence for Shao Jie blossom within their hearts. You wait here. I shall personally pay a visit. I wish to see just how capable this Lu Gong is to dare strike at my people, Shao Jie declared before transforming into a wisp of black mist, vanishing from the Yin division. As they watched him depart, Lu and the white squirrel breathed a sigh of relief. His presence was overwhelmingly oppressive, making it nearly impossible for them to breathe. My little friend, you have suffered for my sake, Lu said, casting a grateful glance at the white squirrel. The latter, however, merely rubbed his nose and smiled, waving his hand. Sister, do not worry. This injury was self-inflicted. Did you do this yourself? Why? Lu's eyes widened in confusion. The white squirrel, hands on hips, smirked slyly. That Lu Gong relies on his status as a wild deity to bully us frequently. This time, let the judge teach him a lesson. Upon hearing this, Lu let out a bitter laugh. This little creature was certainly no pushover. Meanwhile, after the white squirrel departed, the Lu family's banquet continued, with everyone resuming their feasting and drinking. It was well known that the Lu family was a clan under divine protection, and a mere little monster could not harm them in the slightest. The judge mentioned by that little creature. Could it be the deity from the recently notorious ghostly office in the county? It seemed plausible, the mention of Bane Mountain, which housed a temple I had visited once. Though it was modest, it was nothing extraordinary. Could it be that a true deity was enshrined within that ghostly office? There was a high probability. Otherwise, how would that little monster dare to come to the Lu residence with a false decree? Who was unaware of the divine guardianship over the Lu family? Could it be that someone had indeed lodged a complaint against the old master of the Lu family at the ghostly office on Bane Mountain? Who possessed such audacity? Do not worry, the Lu family is under divine protection. Even the ghostly judge would hesitate to come and arrest us. It would merely be a formality, so rest assured. Though the crowd believed that danger was unlikely, they remained exceedingly curious about the earlier incident. After all, the little monster's audacity was the stuff of strange tales. What could have prompted such an encounter? How could a mere little monster dare to approach Lu's estate? Amidst the murmurs, in the grand hall of the Lu family, Lu Rong sat calmly in the esteemed position. Surrounding him were his descendants, the youngest of whom were already in their 30s, while the others were venerable elders in their 70s and 80s. Great-grandfather, could it be that the ghostly office on Bane Mountain truly harbors a deity? And if it does, what of it? Our revered Lu Gong is also a deity. When deities meet, there should be some semblance of respect. What could they possibly do to us? Indeed, one must consider the face of the monk to regard the Buddha. Even the ghostly office would not dare to act recklessly. The Lu family was not concerned, for since their birth, the deities they venerated had resolved numerous matters for them. Lu Rong chuckled softly, dismissing the underworld officials as merely a nascent wild god. Buzz. At that moment, the atmosphere within the Lu household abruptly solidified, as if every individual had been frozen in a specific moment in time, with the sole exception of Lu Rong, who remained unaffected. What on earth is happening? Sensing the anomaly, Lu Rong cast a vigilant glance around, only to suddenly direct his gaze towards the entrance. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted who? Lu Rong exclaimed in surprise, rising to call for help. However, in the next moment, the young man had already appeared before him. Who are you? Lu Rong stammered, retreating in fear. Shao Jia chuckled upon hearing this. Were you not just discussing me? How can you fail to recognize me now? Discuss? Just now? Lu Rong was momentarily taken aback, and suddenly his pupils dilated as he gazed intently at Shao Jie. You are the judge of the underworld. The divine being of the underworld has truly come in person? That little demon did not deceive me. Lu Rong's heart raced, but he quickly regained his composure and smiled as he clasped his hands in greeting. My lord of the underworld, my family S. Lu Gong, is also a true deity. Might I implore you to show some leniency in consideration of his esteemed position? Shao Jie nearly laughed aloud at this. I am the judge of yin and yang, wielding authority over the laws of heaven and earth, with the power of life and death over all beings. What audacity does your Lu Gong, a mere wild god, possess to speak of favors before me? What? He is a true deity of heaven and earth? Lu Rong's pupils constricted. Having lived for so long, he was well aware of the distinction between true deities and wild gods. The so-called wild gods were merely individuals of renown in life, whose forms were sculpted in gold and revered as deities, essentially ghosts worshipped as guardian spirits. True deities, however, were those recognized by heaven and earth, or those who attained divinity through the cultivation of great powers. True deities were not to be trifled with by mere wild gods. Lu Rong, accompany me to the underworld. Shao Jie, weary of idle chatter, waved his hand, and ghostly energy transformed into an iron chain that ensnared Lu Rong. Lu Gong. Lu Gong. Lu Rong's terrified voice echoed as he was led deeper into the Lu family ancestral hall, where a monk clad in yellow was chanting before a statue. Liujian, accompany me to the Yinzi Yamen. The monk within the ancestral hall abruptly opened his eyes, and the deity's statue before him radiated a brilliant golden light. Liujian, the ancestral hall of the Lu family quaked, and a gust of chilling wind burst through the door, swirling countless yellow leaves. The spirit tablets on either side toppled with a rustling sound. Liujian, clad in a cassock, felt a sudden chill run through him. He abruptly turned around and beheld a young man in black striding towards him through the hazy night. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Are you a human or a ghost? Why do you seek me? Liujian's expression changed dramatically. The young man bore no shadow, emanating an aura of terrifying malevolence. The moment he stepped through the door, all the talismans affixed to the walls ignited fervently. This individual could not even be subdued by the protective charms within the ancestral hall. What audacity does this restless spirit possess to confront me, a deity, so brazenly? At that moment, the statue within the shrine trembled, and a scholar clad in blue, enveloped in the overwhelming power of incense, emerged, holding a scroll. Shao Jie entered the hall and gazed up at the scholar in blue. Are you Lu Gong? Indeed. Lu Gong coldly snorted. Since you are acquainted with this deity, why do you not hasten? Such meaningless chatter. Before Lu Gong could finish his words, darkness enveloped him, and he was struck repeatedly, rendering him utterly dazed. Shao Jie gazed down at Lu Gong, sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, and scoffed, with such meager skills. How dare you call me a fool? A fool? Did I utter such words? Lu Gong's already dazed mind, overwhelmed by the physical blows, now spiraled into a state of utter confusion. When had he ever insulted this fierce figure before him? He had never even laid eyes on this person. He had never even heard of his name. Lu Gong was on the verge of tears, feeling utterly wronged. Fool. After dealing with Lu Gong, Shao Jie turned his gaze towards Liujian, who was trembling in fear beside him. Liujian, someone accused you of poisoning the entire Lu family in Lu family village a century ago, claiming the lives of 32 individuals. Come with me to the underworld's Yamen. Shao Jie produced an iron chain and swiftly bound Liujian. No, I refuse to go. Liujian struggled violently. Yet Shao Jie effortlessly dragged him away from the ancestral hall. Subsequently, Shao Jie circled around Lu family village, capturing all 6 of Liujian's sons. However, despite his thorough search, he could not find anyone from the Zhang family. Is he dead? Shao Jie furrowed his brow, for the name Zhang was absent from the ledger of life and death. After searching in vain, he relinquished his efforts and proceeded to a grave in Bane County. This grave bore the marks of time, with the inscription of Wu Sanjin barely discernible. Wu Sanjin had been deceased for many years. Could it be that he intended to exhume Wu Sanjin for judgment? The Lu family, comprising 7 members, exchanged glances, incredulous at the notion that even the deceased could face trial. Yet, in the next moment, they beheld Shao Jie raise his hand, casting forth a chain that plunged into the grave. Wu Sanjin, someone has accused you of committing grave sins during your lifetime in front of the underworld's court. Come forth and accompany me, the official, for a brief journey. As the words echoed, Shao Jie tugged at the iron chain, and the spirit of Wu Sanjin was forcefully extracted from the shadows. Upon the emergence of Wu Sanjin's ghost, he found himself utterly bewildered at the sight of Shao Jie and Liujian. I have been dead for decades. Why must I still face judgment? Shao Jie scoffed. Death does not absolve one of their sins. Did you truly believe that death would be your escape? How naive. With a dismissive grunt, Shao Jie gestured. dragging the others toward the Northine Mountain. It is over. We may be confronting a genuine celestial being this time. Lu Gong, please save us. I do not wish to die. I have yet to fully experience life. Witnessing this scene, Lu Zhen and the others fell into despair. If those who have been dead for decades could be summoned for judgment, what hope do the living have of evading their fate? As Shao Jie led the group towards the Northine Mountains underworld court, the Lu family estate finally returned to normalcy. Where is great-grandfather? Just moments ago. He was right here. How could he vanish in the blink of an eye? Why are the chairs overturned? Once the members of the Lu family regained their senses and noticed their elder's absence, they hurriedly rose to search for him. Meanwhile, the guests outside exchanged bewildered glances, their faces reflecting shock. The longevity banquet was proceeding well, yet the birthday celebrant had disappeared? What on earth is happening? On the other side, in the ancestral hall, Lu Gong snapped back to reality and quickly employed his divine abilities to summon the current head of the Lu family. Lu Gong. Lu Yuan arrived at the ancestral hall, where Lu Gong hastily gestured. Quickly send someone to Bane Mountain. Your great-grandfather and the others have been taken to the Yinsi Yamen for interrogation. Lu Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? My great-grandfather has been captured? Lu Gong nodded gravely. The female ghost that had been troubling you all has reported your great-grandfather and the others to the Yinsi Yamen. We must urgently find someone to go there and demand their release. If we delay, their fate may be dire. Regaining his composure, Lu Yuan rushed out of the ancestral hall, gathering the senior members of the Lu family and the family enforcers in the courtyard. Shortly thereafter, a formidable group made their way toward Bane Mountain. What is the Lu family up to? Some wondered. Who knows? With such a fierce demeanor, one might think they are heading for a brawl. Observing their direction, it appeared they were indeed bound for Bane Mountain, home to the Yinsi Yamen. Are they planning to dismantle the temple? Curiosity piqued. Those guests followed suit, and several townsfolk of Bane County, noticing the throng heading toward the mountain, also joined the procession. At the Yinsi Yamen, the Lu family and the White Squirrel waited in silence. Suddenly, the ominous doors of the Yamen swung open, unleashing a chilling wind from outside. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, kneel. Shao Jie returned to the altar, waving his hand to cast Lu Zhen and the others to the ground. Where's this? Let me go back, I want to return. Father, where is this? Mother, help me, please come and save me. Lu Zhen and the others looked at the ghostly Yamen in terror, when suddenly, a roar erupted from beside them. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, you wretched creature. It has been over a century since your demise, yet you refuse to grant us peace. My lord, this wretched soul has lost her sanity. Her words are untrustworthy. Shao Jie cast a stern glance at Lu Zhen and the others. Silence. Speak again, and I shall sever your tongues. Lu Zhen and his companions hastily fell silent. After silencing them, Shao Jie raised his gaze toward the realm beyond, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. More individuals were approaching. Moments later, a throng of people surged into the courtyard. Listen well, Spectre. Release my great-grandfather, or I shall lay waste to your decrepit office today. You dare to stir trouble at the Lu family? Do you not know our standing within the realms of gods and spirits? Lord Lu is a benevolent man. Release him at once, you vile official. Once the court had convened, Shao Jie became visible to all. As the crowd entered, they pointed at him, hurling accusations. How foolish. Shao Jie raised an eyebrow, lifting a finger to flick lightly, causing the necks of all who had insulted him to twist a full 180 degrees in an instant. Those who witnessed this scene stood frozen in shock. Was he not a deity? How could he so brazenly take a life? Lu Yuan and the others looked up, their hearts sinking at the sight of Shao Jie's frigid gaze. This Yin-Yang Judge appeared markedly different from the deities they had encountered before. The court fell into a profound silence. Shao Jie lowered his hand and spoke with indifference. The court is in session. Those with no business here shall observe in silence. Lu Yuan and the others swallowed hard, hastily retreating. Yet, to their astonishment, several corpses followed them out, standing before them with their backs turned, yet their eyes fixated intently upon them. He actually killed? Lu Yuan trembled, his face a mask of disbelief. A deity has taken a life? In this world, deities feast upon incense and cannot kill at will. He is an evil god. How terrifying! An evil god has emerged from the Northine Mountain. The once aggressive individuals who had accompanied Lu Yuan now quaked in fear, their earlier bravado entirely dissipated. My lord is truly formidable. The white squirrel gazed up with admiration. Moments ago, it had felt apprehensive about the intruders, yet Shao Jie effortlessly resolved the situation. Finished. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Xun and the others were immediately engulfed by despair, for Shao Jie seemed utterly unfazed by their antics. The court session was about to commence. Those unrelated to the matter were instructed to withdraw. Shao Jie took his seat within the divine shrine and slowly began to speak. Lu Xun, Chao Xing'er, you stand accused by this official of having slain 32 members of her family, including her in-laws, a century ago. Moreover, you subjected her to 3 years of torment. Shao Jie tapped his fingers against the armrest. Is this true? What? They also committed murder. Before Lu Xun could respond, Wu Sanjin anxiously emerged. My lord, I did not commit murder. I merely assisted them in treating the Lu family's ailments and, on a few occasions, joined in their harassment of the Lu family. Beyond that, I have no involvement. As soon as Wu Sanjin uttered these words, Lu Xun and the others fell silent. I haven't even questioned you yet. Why have you confessed everything? Shao Jie raised an eyebrow. So, you acknowledge the Lu family's accusations against you? Wu Sanjin, finally regaining his composure, hurriedly denied it. No, my lord. I was merely caught up in the moment and misspoke. It doesn't count. It doesn't count. Shao Jie's expression turned grave. Wu Sanjin, do you think this official's Yin-Sea court is akin to your home, where you can casually shed your trousers and let loose? With a thunderous crash, Shao Jie suddenly appeared before Wu Sanjin, seizing his head and lifting him from the ground. Since you speak nonsense, I shall personally delve into your mind. My lord. Wu Sanjin's spirit abruptly turned crimson, as a formidable force forcefully tore through his consciousness, ruthlessly rummaging through his memories. The excruciating pain nearly drove Wu Sanjin to the brink of madness. This scene instilled an inexplicable dread in all those present. The methods of this underworld judge were exceedingly cruel. After a prolonged moment, Shao Jie cast aside the twitching Wu Sanjin and turned his gaze towards the terrified and incontinent Lu Xun. I have probed Wu Sanjin's soul, and the accusations from the Lu family regarding your imprisonment and humiliation are entirely true. Approaching Lu Xun, Shao Jie patted his bald head. Will you voluntarily confess to the massacre of 32 members of the Lu family estate? Or shall I employ my methods to extract your soul and examine it at my leisure? Lu Xun, glancing at the anguished Wu Sanjin beside him, dared not hesitate any longer and hastily bowed his head in confession. My lord, I shall confess. I plead guilty. Lu Xun and others took turns revealing the details of the massacre of 32 members of the Lu family a century ago. However, what puzzled Shao Jie was the revelation that the Lu family was also implicated in this matter. Could it be that the Lu family's high-ranking official in the court was responsible for the annexation of the Lu family's estate back then? Indeed, Lu Xun nodded repeatedly. He subtly suggested that I annihilate the entire Lu family. As long as I assisted him in annexing the land, he would ensure my position as the village head. Furthermore, he facilitated my dealings with the authorities, leading to an expedient resolution of the case. Shao Jie furrowed his brow and let out a cold snort. The Lu family truly represented the epitome of malevolence in Bane County, their influence pervasive. Those outside, upon hearing Lu Xun's revelation, were left utterly astonished, unable to fathom the bloody history of the Lu family's rise. Were it not for the intervention of the underworld officials, the Lu family's injustices might never have seen the light of day. Alas, it is fortunate for the existence of such authorities, otherwise, these century-old grievances would have remained unaddressed in the mortal realm. Indeed, it seems that heaven has finally opened its eyes. Many who accompanied the Lu family, numerous bystanders, were visibly moved by this scene. 32 lives extinguished, an entire family slaughtered, such profound injustice. Upon hearing their confessions, the Lu family felt a tumult of emotions within. After a century of grievances, justice has finally been served. Thank you, my lord. Lu bowed deeply to Shao Jie. Shao Jie let out a soft sigh, turning his gaze toward Lu Xun and the others. Lu Xun, your family has treated you with great kindness. Upon your return home, they provided you with land and assisted you in marrying. Yet, blinded by greed and ambition, you have committed heinous acts, resulting in the loss of 32 lives from the Lu family. Your sins are profound, and the heavens can scarcely tolerate them. I hereby sentence you and the other 6 to death. Upon hearing these words, Lu Xun and the others trembled, collapsing to the ground in despair. Very well. Outside, the irrelevant onlookers erupted into applause upon hearing the verdict, Yet Lu Yuan and the others wore expressions as dark as the depths of water. Their ancestor had been sentenced to death over a trivial matter from a century ago. If this news were to leak, how could the Lu family ever maintain their standing in Yin County? Wait, my lord. At that moment, a voice echoed from the entrance. The crowd turned to see Lu Gong entering the underworld, accompanied by a monk. Lu Gong, you have finally arrived. Please, think of a way. Great-grandfather and the others have been sentenced to death. Lu Gong, save us. Lu Zhen and the others looked at Lu Gong as if they had found a savior. Lu Gong calmed Lu Yuan and nodded towards the monk beside him, saying, Master, I entrust this matter to you. Amitba, rest assured, benefactor, I shall handle this matter. The young monk smiled and chanted a Buddhist mantra, then turned to Shao Jia. I am Miaokong from Tianshou Temple, honored sir. Shao Jia cast a brief glance at the monk Miaokong, a grandmaster of the Dao Palace realm. However, he merely regarded him for a moment before choosing to disregard him entirely. Esteemed sir, the monk Miaokong said with a hint of awkwardness. Yet he summoned the courage to speak. This Lu Zhen is a lay disciple of our Tianshou Temple. A century ago, he was expelled from the temple by the abbot for committing a grave error, allowing him to experience the trials of the mundane world. Now, after 100 years, he has achieved spiritual fulfillment and has gained profound insight into the transient nature of life. The abbot has specifically instructed me to bring him back, to shave his head and embrace the monastic life, retreating into the realm of emptiness. I humbly beseech you, esteemed sir, to grant permission for me to escort him home. Upon hearing these words, the onlookers exchanged glances, pondering whether this was indeed an effort to rescue Lu Zhen. Yet, given the esteemed reputation of Tianshou Temple, it seemed that even the Lord of the Underworld would hesitate to voice any objections. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, embracing monastic life? Shao Jia furrowed his brows. He originally intended to disregard this bald monk, yet the statement unsettled him. Are you suggesting that by shaving his head and marking his forehead with a few ritual scars, those 32 lives were rendered meaningless? Shao Jia scoffed, his demeanor turning frigid. Do you believe that merely donning a shaved head can absolve one of sin? Is that truly conceivable? The court of the underworld. Shao Jia's response elicited a collective sigh of relief from those present, while the monk Miaokong stared at the young man before him with a hint of astonishment. Does the gentleman wish for me to refrain from taking him away? Are you incapable of comprehending human speech? Shao Jia frowned. Was his refusal not evident enough? Miaokong's eyes grew slightly cold. The deity revered by their Tianshou Temple is the Lord of Longevity, a righteous spirit and an esteemed monk, renowned as one of the 3 great deities within Yin County. As the Yin-Yang Judge, Shao Jia should, in theory, be aware of this. Yet, he showed not the slightest respect for the Lord of Longevity, which genuinely incensed Miaokong. Nevertheless, given that their temple sought assistance, he suppressed his ire and continued, My lord. Although Lu Zhen committed grave offenses a century ago, he has since undergone a profound transformation, embracing monastic life and devoting his days and nights to reciting scriptures before the Buddha to atone for his past transgressions. This signifies that he has acknowledged his sins. Amitba. Master Miaokong chanted a Buddhist invocation. Heaven possesses the virtue of compassion. Since Lu Zhen and his companions have recognized their errors and are willing to accompany the ancient lamp and Buddha, reciting scriptures to pray for the souls of the wrongfully deceased, why not grant them a chance for redemption? When will this cycle of vengeance cease? Surely, Master Chao would not wish for this enmity to persist through generations, causing further loss of life over a century-old case, leaving no one at peace. Silence, you bald monk. Shao Jia interjected, raising a hand to interrupt Master Miaokong. Turning to the Lu family, he claims you do not wish for more lives to be lost over this century-old case, including that of the perpetrator. Lu shook his head, gritting his teeth as he glared at Lu Zhen and the others. These grievances run so deep, I can hardly let them go. Shao Jia nodded, addressing the bewildered Master Miaokong. Did you hear that, bald monk? The individuals involved have not relinquished their grudges. Do not speak thoughtlessly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, esteemed sir, Lu Zhen, who shares a bond with my family's Buddha, has been designated by him. The Buddha and you are both revered deities of the heavens and earth. Surely, you must regard him with some measure of respect. Miao Kong's tone carried a hint of menace. Esteemed sir, as fellow true deities, we encounter each other frequently. Why must you take a hard line? Shao Jie chuckled. Lu Zhen is a notorious criminal sought by me. Your Buddha, being a deity of the heavens and earth, sends a bald monk to retrieve him? Such audacity. Miao Kong's expression darkened. Do you dare show disrespect to my family's Buddha? However, scarcely had he finished speaking when a foot struck him fiercely in the face, propelling him from the magistrate's office and into oblivion atop the mountain. Shao Jie slowly retracted his foot, letting out a cold snort. How dare you show disrespect to me? Those surrounding them were rendered speechless. This lord of the underworld seemed rather formidable, showing no regard even for the venerable Buddha of longevity. Father, what shall we do now? He fears not even the Buddha. Surely, we are doomed, one lamented. Father, I do not wish to perish. I have yet to truly live. Lu Zhen and his companions were left utterly stunned by this turn of events. The judge of Yin and Yang appeared distinctly different from the deities they had encountered before, showing no deference to the Buddha of longevity whatsoever. Alas, the judge, impervious to reason, shook his head and sighed inwardly. With Lu Zhen and his companions now in his grasp, it seemed that their fortunes were decidedly grim. The Great One is indeed formidable. The white squirrel felt an increasing admiration for Shao Jie. He was truly a deity who wielded the laws of heaven and earth. Beside him, Lu Shi's eyes brimmed with tears, and she felt a sense of relief. After dealing with monk Miao Kong, Shao Jie approached Lu Zhen and said, Since you all confess your sins, then you may proceed to meet your end. Master, we were wrong. Please spare us. Shao Jie's expression remained indifferent as he waved his hand, transforming the ghostly energy into iron chains that ensnared the necks of Lu Zhen and his companions, dragging them from the underworld and suspending them from several pillars at the entrance. Despite their struggles, they could not break free. Witnessing the demise of several individuals, Wu Sanjin swallowed hard. Master, I have been dead for decades, and as an accomplice, surely I cannot be sentenced to death as well? Having been deceased for many years, Wu Sanjin pondered how the master would judge him. This individual, who appeared virtuous, turned out to be quite the beast. Yet, being dead, he thought it unlikely he would face the death penalty. Everyone was curious. Lu Zhen and his companions were still alive in corporeal form and could be sentenced to death, yet Wu Sanjin, having been dead for decades, could not be executed. Shao Jie scoffed. As a doctor, you possess no compassion, instead aiding the wicked, driven by greed and lust, causing the Lu family endless suffering. In life, you bore a reputable name, and in death, there are those who carve tablets in your honor, enjoying the incense of posterity. Although you have been dead for many years, your sins are not easily absolved. Wu Sanjin's mouth fell agape. Was it possible he would still suffer? Upon hearing the verdict, your medical ethics are tainted, your fame undeserved. Though deceased, your sins remain. I hereby sentence you to 300 lashes of your corpse, with no legacy to leave in life, nor a resting place in death. Upon these words, the onlookers were astonished. Can it truly be this way? They mused. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Living individuals faced living laws, while the deceased encountered their own forms of justice. Shao Jie waved his hand, and the judgment scroll landed in Wu Sanjin's hands, whose mind buzzed as he beheld the document. After decades of death, he received this judgment. At that very moment, a sudden flash of lightning illuminated a grave on the outskirts of Beiyin County, unleashing a torrential bombardment of celestial thunder upon the grave. As the thunder subsided, only a dark pit remained, devoid of anything. Meanwhile, at the Wu family ancestral hall, thunder echoed as a bolt of lightning pierced the roof, striking Wu Sanjin's tablet into ashes. Simultaneously, anything associated with Wu Sanjin within Beiyin County was struck by lightning, none escaping the wrath. Those standing on Beiyin Mountain beheld this spectacle, all rendered speechless. Is this not astonishingly prophetic? It is as if the words themselves wield power. Is this the divine strength of the judge? Truly remarkable. I feel fortunate to witness such celestial intervention. The damned have perished. This case is finally concluded. The crowd was filled with myriad emotions. Even the Lu family appeared somewhat dazed. The perpetrator had finally met his end. After a century of seeking justice, though the path was fraught with obstacles, the outcome was at last realized. But had Lu Zhen and the others truly perished? At that moment, Shao Jie called out, and the white squirrel hurriedly rushed in, reporting to the master, they are indeed completely dead. Since they are fully dead, let them come in for further judgment. Upon hearing this, everyone present was left dumbfounded, including the Lu family, who were equally bewildered. What? It is not over yet. They are entirely dead. What more can be done? Just then, the souls of Lu Xun and his companions were dragged in by the iron chains, forcefully suppressed to the ground by an unseen power. Meanwhile, the monk Miao Kong, with shoe prints on his face, stormed in, livid. Judge, they have confessed and accepted their fate. Why do you still confine their souls? The crowd looked on in confusion at Xiao Jie. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Jie replied, Is death the conclusion? What nonsense is this, bald donkey? Death is merely the beginning. My judgment has only just commenced. Eyes widened in disbelief. The crowd was left astonished. The death penalty? Is this merely the starting point? Death penalty? Is that merely the beginning? Now comes the true judgment. The crowd gradually regained their composure, gazing at Xiao Jie with astonishment. How can there be a trial when the individuals are already deceased? Could it possibly mirror the fate of Wu Sanjin? Perhaps. Yet the Lu family possesses little of value left in this world. As they spoke, their collective gaze shifted towards Lu Yuan and others, their expressions suddenly growing peculiar. And it was evident that the latter had discerned their thoughts. As the judge of the underworld, it is commonly said that a person's sins vanish upon death. My great-grandfather and the others have already passed. What more do you desire? Indeed, as the Yin-Yang Judge, you must uphold justice impartially. Is it not excessive to pursue matters further when one is already deceased? How could the Lu family remain unperturbed? If this continues, they would be the next to face calamity. Hearing the commotion from the Lu family, Xiao Jie furrowed his brow, and with a mere glance, he silenced them into obedient silence. Does death erase one's debts? That is the law of your realm. What I enforce in this netherworld is the law of heaven and earth. Do you believe the two can be the same? Onlookers, eager for excitement, readily nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is the nether court, where the law of heaven and earth prevails, distinct from the imperial edicts of our mortal realm. We had initially approached this matter from the perspective of human law, unaware that such laws govern only the living and not the departed. However, the law of heaven and earth encompasses both life and death. Now the Lu family is in for a hard time. At this moment, the faces of Lu Yuan and his kin had turned ashen. According to their previous assumptions, even if Xiao Jie sentenced Lu Xun to death, it would not affect their descendants. After all, they were not the ones who committed the murder. Any guilt lay with their ancestors. But now, with Xiao Jie scrutinizing both life and death, they could easily find themselves facing the same fate as the Wu family. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, adult. The extinguishment of life is a consensus shared by heaven and earth. Silence. Xiao Jie coldly gazed at the monk Miao Kong. I am the Yin-Yang Judge, the divine arbiter of heaven and earth. The laws of heaven and earth are dictated by me. When did it become your place to lecture me? Do you truly intend to oppose us at Tianshou Temple? Master Miao Kong's expression darkened. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jie cast a puzzled glance at Master Miao Kong, inquiring, Is Tianshou Temple truly formidable? As the judge of the underworld, a deity of heaven and earth, do I need to consider your wishes and my actions? The visage of your Tianshou Buddha seems to eclipse even that of your ancestral Buddha, he retorted. The onlookers exchanged glances, taken aback by the judge's unwavering defiance, which offered no deference to Tianshou Temple. Yet, it must be noted that Tianshou Temple had indeed overstepped its bounds. This was the domain of the underworld's magistrate, not their own. It was akin to judicial interference in the mortal realm. Astonishingly, such matters also transpired in the celestial realm, but it appeared that the esteemed judge was impervious to such tactics. Master Miao Kong's countenance grew grim, yet he dared not voice further objections, for they were indeed within Xiao Jie's jurisdiction. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Illusion. Xiao Jie cast his gaze upon the souls of Lu Xun and his family. You ungrateful lot, committing heinous acts against the Lu family, have already committed unforgivable crimes. Yet, your malevolence knows no bounds. After taking lives, you feared the wrath of the Lu family's vengeful spirits and extinguished their souls as well. Upon hearing these words, those outside began to understand. They had obliterated even the souls? The Lu family truly possessed a ruthless nature. No wonder the esteemed judge sought to interrogate their souls. It appeared these individuals were indeed despicable. Truly, the judge's wisdom was unparalleled. Lu Xun and his companions' expressions shifted, and they hurriedly turned to Lu Gong, their gazes filled with confusion as they subtly shook their heads, signaling their helplessness. My lord, it was all my mother's doing. She has already passed away, so you cannot hold us accountable. One cried. Indeed, it was my mother who obliterated the souls. We merely took lives, Lu Rong added, eager to shift blame in the absence of any allies. Shao Jie raised an eyebrow. Your mother? He mused. Strange indeed. My ledger of life and death clearly states she is still alive, yet I found no trace of her in Lu village. You have just reminded me. It seems I must delve deeper into your souls. With that, Shao Jie extended his hand and grasped Lu Rong's head, declaring, Let me see who your mother truly is. As he spoke, his powerful will surged into Lu Rong's mind, eliciting a scream from the latter as he began to convulse. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Intriguing. Be prepared. Shao Jie narrowed his eyes. Indeed. The Zhang family was no ordinary clan. She had actually placed restrictions deep within her son's soul. Anyone who attempted to forcibly extract her information would face obliteration. First, take note. I have no doubt I will find you. He possesses ample time and energy. No matter who you are, once you step into his underworld court, you shall be judged. Shao Jie scoffed coldly and turned to Lu Zhen. Lu Zhen, heed the verdict. You have committed murder and obliterated souls. A grievous crime that tramples upon the laws of heaven and earth, disrupting the order of yin and yang, and to this day, you show no sign of remorse. Your sins are insurmountable. I hereby sentence you to eternal damnation in hell, to endure excruciating tortures, never to find solace in this lifetime or the next. Upon concluding his decree, Shao Jie waved his hand, and an edict descended. Lu Zhen and the others clutched the judgment paper, their faces filled with trepidation. No. You cannot pass such a sentence. Shao Jie chuckled softly. As I have no hell in my domain, I shall round up the sentence. Death shall suffice. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, reporting to the officials. The magistrate declared, I shall not entertain such matters. With a swift motion, Shao Jie brandished his Yin-Yang golden mace, striking down Lu Zhen and his companions, leaving them lifeless on the spot. Their souls had undoubtedly fled in terror. They were thoroughly extinguished, a fate they justly deserved. The onlookers swallowed hard. Even the astute Miao Kong and the venerable Lu Gong displayed signs of trepidation, for this judge was known for his ruthless nature. At that moment, Shao Jie turned his gaze toward the Lu family. The Lu clan had prospered through the sinister ambitions of Lu Zhen, and his descendants had flourished as a result. A vile consequence born from malevolent seeds that would poison their lineage for 10 generations. With a wave of his hand, a decree fell into Lu Yuan's grasp. The descendants of the Lu family shall have their lifespans shortened by 30 years, and within 10 generations, their numbers shall dwindle. A reduction of 30 years? A decline in progeny? Upon hearing these two pronouncements, Lu Yuan collapsed onto the ground, utterly defeated. The Lu family was finished. The bystanders observed this scene with solemnity, shaking their heads in acknowledgement. Once fortified by their nefarious deeds, the Lu family now faced desolation. A fitting retribution for their past misdeeds. The cycle of cause and effect, the inexorable nature of retribution. Indeed, what man does is witnessed by heaven. Then Shao Jie turned his attention back to the Lu family, and with a flourish, he issued another decree. Chao Xinger, a daughter-in-law of the Lu family a century ago, fell victim to Lu Zhen's treachery, her family shattered, and her life ravaged for 3 years. Her restless spirit, seeking justice for her kin, has roamed for a century. Her resolve was fierce, her love unwavering. The tales told by the world are but fabrications. This official hereby proclaims to heaven and earth, restoring her honor and commending her steadfast spirit. With another wave, a decree descended into the hands of the Lu family. Lu Shi gazed at the decree, her heart tumultuous with emotions. This was her vindication, her long-awaited justice. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Freed at last. Echoed through the air. And with that, the figure of Lu gradually dissipated, leaving behind only a decree. Those surrounding her were subtly moved by the sight. Lu had devoted a century to seeking justice for her family, a true heroine among women. Indeed, To transform into a vengeful spirit and await retribution for 100 years is a feat beyond the reach of ordinary souls. Within the halls of the underworld's court, the white squirrel, witnessing this scene, turned to Xiao Jie with reddened eyes and asked, "My lord, where has the ghostly sister gone?" Xiao Jie chuckled softly. "She has released her obsessions and is reincarnating." As these words left his lips, a system prompt resonated in his mind. "Your wisdom and valor have vindicated Lu, earning you 1,000 incense points. Ability gained. Spirit gathering. System mall unlocked." With the case resolved, the individuals within the underworld's court gradually dispersed. However, the events that transpired there quickly spread throughout Yin County. In an establishment within this county, several scholars who had recently descended from the mountains gathered, enjoying their drinks and meals while engaging in casual conversation. What an eye-opener this has been. There truly exist deities capable of adjudicating matters of life and death, one remarked. Indeed, to resolve a case from a century ago so decisively is astonishing. The Lu family has faced their demise, suffering a 30-year decline in fortune and a decimation of their lineage over 10 generations. Honestly, it serves them right, another chimed in. The underworld lord was right. Their family's rise was built upon the malevolent deeds of their ancestors. Now that this evil has been expunged, how could they escape? They're just deserts. Rumors circulated that Lu Yuan collapsed at his doorstep, perhaps nearing his end. Those present were attendees of the Lu family's longevity banquet, possessing a degree of standing in Yin County, and spoke without restraint. Others listened, their expressions reflecting shock. The Lu family is in turmoil? They rank just below the Lu family in power here. Who could possibly challenge them? Whispers arose, questioning whether the underworld lord referred to the deity of the underworld's court on Yin Mountain. Impossible. That's merely a temple. How could it possibly resolve disputes? The surrounding diners were taken aback. Although the underworld's court was shrouded in mystery, no one truly believed it would arbitrate their grievances. Otherwise, how could the entire Yin County, plagued by the Lu family's tyranny, have no one seeking justice there? Deities? Merely objects of reverence, offering psychological solace. Yet today, an astonishing number of individuals claimed to have witnessed the underworld's court in session, adjudicating a case involving a prominent family like the Lus. This ignited curiosity among many. The underworld's court indeed holds sway. Simultaneously, the discussions surrounding this matter intensified throughout Yin County, gradually reaching the ears of Gao Lian and Xia Dong. What did you say? The underworld's court resolved a century-old grievance? Upon hearing Gao Lian's words, Xia Dong sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Is that true?" "Absolutely true," Gao Lian exclaimed in astonishment. Moreover, according to their rumors, it was the female ghost of the wild man's tomb who reported this matter. Xia Dong's pupils constricted. The female ghost lodged a complaint? Are you certain? I made a special inquiry and indeed confirmed that there is a female ghost at the wild man's tomb. There is a high probability that this is true. For I visited the Lu family, and they had already closed their doors to guests. A female ghost lodging a complaint, and the Lu family is being interrogated. Xia Dong's mind buzzed with confusion. She was well aware of the Lu family, a clan blessed by divine protection. Additionally, they maintained a unique relationship with Tianshou Temple. Even if she held an imperial decree, she would not dare to act against them. She never expected that Xiao Jie would dare to pass judgment upon them. This left her utterly incredulous. What of Lord Lu from the Lu family? Has he not intervened? With the presence of the Temple of Eternal Life, could they merely stand by as the Lu family faced judgment? Gao Lian let out a bitter smile. To be honest, my lord, both Lord Lu and the monk Miaokong from the Temple of Eternal Life did indeed attend, and those present claimed that the monk even brought forth the statue of the Buddha. And yet, how did the Lu family still receive their sentence? After that, there was nothing more. I heard that the presiding judge paid them no heed whatsoever. Xia Dong gasped, astonished that Xiao Jie, a newly deceased spirit, had the audacity to disregard even the venerable Buddha of eternal life, who had existed for centuries. This was truly remarkable. The presiding judge was indeed intriguing. Upon first encountering Xiao Jie, she sensed something extraordinary about him. He was no ordinary deity. This incident only strengthened her conviction that Xiao Jie was far from an average spirit, his origins likely beyond her comprehension. Perhaps there were matters in which he could genuinely assist us, Xia Dong contemplated. Although the Demon Suppression Department served as the sword of the Wuzhou dynasty in vanquishing demons, their actions were often constrained. The intricacies of divine relationships could be even more profound than those of the mortal realm. Lost in thought, Xia Dong suddenly turned to Gao Lian. Gao Lian, has your master long wished to eradicate the Lu family's malignant presence? Gao Lian's eyes brightened. Is the Demon Suppression Department preparing to take action against the Liu family? Xia Dong shook her head. The Demon Suppression Department cannot touch the Liu family, but there is someone who can. Who? Judge. Gao Lian was taken aback. Are you planning to let the judge assess the Liu family? Is that feasible? Xia Dong chuckled. The judge can adjudicate cases from a century ago. The matters concerning the Liu family should pose no difficulty. Then what shall we do? Should we approach the judge directly? Xia Dong shook his head. There is no need for any action. In a couple of days, we shall return to Taiyuan County. Given the Liu family's conduct, it is certain that they will escalate their mischief after our departure. Let them create a ruckus. Once the local populace sees no resolution, they will inevitably seek recourse on the mountain. Xia Dong smiled lightly. As long as one person brings the matter to the underworld and ensures the judge reviews it, the Liu family can prepare for their demise. Gao Lian's eyes brightened. Xia Dong's words rang true. The county magistrate and the Demon Suppression Division were merely enforcers of the earthly laws of the Wuzhou dynasty, unable to address the Liu family's fundamental issues due to upper-level pressures. After all, that was the Grand Tutor of Wuzhou, the enlightener of the current emperor. The intricate ties between him and the Liu family rendered Wuzhou's laws ineffectual. However, Shao Jie enforced the laws of heaven and earth, and no being across the three realms could surpass the celestial law. The insignificant Liu family was of no consequence in his eyes. Then I shall pack my belongings and prepare to depart in a couple of days. Very well. After a discussion, Xia Dong and Gao Lian departed. While the citizens of Bain County were engrossed in discussions about the Yinsi Yamen, the Liu family had hung white lanterns at their entrance. The funeral homes in Bain County were inundated with coffins being delivered to the Liu residents. Within a day, the coffins were completely sold out. Ultimately, the coffin makers resorted to sending unpainted coffins and even mere wooden planks hastily nailed together to the Liu family. There was no alternative. As the elderly residents of the Liu household, all over 50, were passing away one after another, and it was unthinkable to leave the deceased lying in bed indefinitely. Was the Liu family venturing into the coffin business? The deliveries of coffins had not ceased even for a moment. Moreover, the funeral clothing shops had made several trips today, and it was rumored that several tailoring establishments had shifted their focus to crafting funeral garments. How many people had perished in the Liu family? The neighbors, witnessing the continuous stream of coffins being delivered, were left in a state of shock. Although the Liu family was a prominent household and known for their longevity and thriving lineage, to monopolize the funeral business of the entire Bain County, how many must have died? Soon, news of the events at the Liu residence spread throughout Bain County, stirring excitement among the already agitated populace. Had the Liu family truly met with retribution? Was the judgment of the judge indeed valid? The decrees of the Yinsi Yamen had seemingly come to fruition. It was astonishing. Who would have thought that even a family as esteemed and divinely favored as the Liu clan could be subjected to such punishment? The stature of this judge in the divine realm must be formidable. One could only speculate whether he could truly manage the Liu family. Alas, it was difficult to say. The Liu family was not one to be compared lightly with the Liu clan. The citizens of Bain County were invigorated by the news, yet the Liu family, upon receiving the tidings, found no joy in it. Are you suggesting that the Yinsi Yamen can genuinely adjudicate cases? Li had stood frozen in place upon hearing the report from his subordinate. My lord, it is absolutely true. This is not mere hearsay. Many have witnessed it with their own eyes. Moreover, this time, the Yinsi acted upon a single document from a female ghost, nearly bringing the Liu family to ruin. What? Liu Yu trembled all over, slowly sinking into his chair. Was it truly because of a female ghost that the Yin court had reduced the Liu family to ruins? This revelation struck Liu Yu with terror. Though the Liu family wielded considerable influence in Bain County, protected by high-ranking officials, the Liu family was, in fact, slightly weaker than the Liu family, which was bolstered by the Heavenly Longevity Temple and a divine protector. The Liu family merely had a Grandmaster of Dao Palace to safeguard them. Ordinarily, the Liu family would amass wealth while the Liu family acted as enforcers. However, now, in a single night, the Liu family had been uprooted entirely. What was most alarming was that this devastation stemmed from a mere document issued by a female ghost, leading to the Liu family's downfall. It was worth noting that the actions of the Liu family paled in comparison to those of the Liu family. Liu Shikai, in a mere 25 years, had caused the demise of no fewer than 300 individuals. As for the other members of the Liu family, they were equally steeped in wrongdoing. Who among them was not entangled in matters of life and death? Should a vengeful spirit arise, exposing their misdeeds to the Yin court, the Liu family would surely face dire consequences. The authority within the Yin court showed no deference even to the likes of the Buddha from the Heavenly Longevity Temple, let alone the family's own high-ranking official. The Liu family's connections within the Yin court were utterly negligible. Liu Yi's mind raced as he pondered the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Inform everyone that from this day forward, they must exercise caution. Those past indiscretions must be rectified immediately. If word reaches the Yin court, I shall be the first to eliminate anyone responsible." The only course of action now was to settle all prior grievances, which would merely require some silver. Money could be regained, but should this matter reach the Yin court, it would transcend monetary concerns and delve into matters of life itself. Indeed, the servant nodded repeatedly, and soon the news spread throughout the Liu family. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, who am I? The nephew of the Grand Minister, the cousin of the imperial concubine. A member of the esteemed royal family, how could he possibly apologize to a bunch of commoners? Liu Tianhua was infuriated. He was notorious in the surrounding counties of Taiyan for his extravagant debauchery, indulging in far more elaborate antics than Liu Shikai. With a toll of lives on his hands that he could scarcely count, now he was expected to offer apologies and reparations to those whose lives he had shattered. Was this not a perversion of the natural order? Was there no justice left in the world? Young master, this is the master's command. And it is not merely to appease the spirits of the dead, but to prevent these commoners from seeking recourse in the underworld court. The scribe's words only served to fuel Liu Tianhua's ire further. What underworld court? It seems these commoners have twisted tales to frighten the elderly. Damn it all. With all their ghostly tales, if such things were truly effective, would I still be standing here today? Liu Tianhua scoffed. "Pa, I refuse to believe in such nonsense. In any case, there is no way I will offer apologies to these lowly peasants. My status is far too elevated to stoop to their level." He turned to the scribe. "You, come up with a scheme to deflect this matter." The scribe, upon hearing this, wore a look of distress. "Young master, the master's intention in asking you to do this is merely to spend a little money, speak a few kind words, and silence those people. So devise a plan that ensures they remain silent forever without requiring any effort on my part." Upon hearing this, the steward's eyes glinted with a fierce intensity. "Young master, since you find it difficult to lower your pride, yet wish to silence those individuals forever, there exists but one solution." He made a gesture across his throat, causing Liu Tianhua to pause in surprise. "You mean, to eliminate them all, ensuring their deaths leave no evidence?" The steward replied with a sinister undertone. Liu Tianhua, momentarily taken aback, nodded slowly. "It is indeed a solution. However, I have heard that the underworld can file grievances, while killing them may be simple. What if their spirits seek retribution?" The steward chuckled. "Have you forgotten? Master Song gifted you a relic capable of guiding souls to the afterlife. If we use it to liberate their spirits, they will be rendered incapable of uttering a single word." A spark of realization ignited in Liu Tianhua's eyes. This was an excellent plan, a singular resolution to all his dilemmas. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, indeed. The advisor turned and departed. Amidst the myriad discussions in Bane County, Shao Jie sat within the divine altar. The esteemed lord, wise and formidable, had vindicated the Liu family, resulting in a surge of 1,000 incense offerings, bestowing him with the ability, spirit gatherings, and unlocking the system's marketplace along with the Yin division's incense altar. Shao Jie accessed the system. Spirit gathering, an active skill that allows one to harness the natural energies of the Bane Mountain range for combat. Its passive effect ensures that all spirits within the jurisdiction are spared from exorcism and are guided to the Bane Mountain. This qualifies as a combat skill. Shao Jie stroked his chin. Possessing the skill meant he could wield formidable power even without relying on spirits or deities. Moreover, it served as a beacon for all spirits, illuminating their path. After retracting spirit gathering, Shao Jie turned his attention to the remaining features. The system's marketplace. The host could utilize incense offerings to procure various items, including magical artifacts, cultivation techniques, divine powers, spells, and an array of other goods, everything one could desire. Upon entering the marketplace, Shao Jie was met with a dazzling assortment of items, though the prices were rather staggering. A single thunder talisman cost 5,000 incense offerings, truly exorbitant. After a brief observation, Shao Jia closed the system and shifted his gaze to other options. The incense altar. The host could establish altars both inside and outside the Yin division to absorb incense offerings from the public, collecting a bit from each individual daily. Finally, the opportunity to gather incense has arrived. As a deity overseeing the laws of heaven and earth, relying solely on adjudicating cases for sustenance seemed untenable. Otherwise, would he not merely be a laborer? A low hum resonated as the incense burner materialized in his grasp, a grand dark crimson vessel towering over 2 meters. Adorned with an array of fearsome visages of spirits and phantoms, exuding an aura of terror. Yet it also emanated a certain majesty. Where could such an object be placed? Shao Jia cast a glance at the Yin-Yang, pondering the inappropriateness of situating an incense burner in this locale. Moreover, those who came to offer incense did not enter. They all performed their rituals at the entrance. Raising an eyebrow, Shao Jia waved his hand, positioning the incense burner at the threshold. Since the individuals from the mountain preferred to offer their prayers outside, they might as well do so abundantly. Having completed his arrangements, Shao Jia opened his system interface. Name, Shao Jia. Title, None. Position, Yin-Yang Judge. Activated, Cultivation, Ghost Immortal +0, Authority, Bane County +0, Abilities, Wandering Spirit +0, Mystic Eye +0. Spirit Gathering +0, Spells, 5 Thunder Rites +0, Treasures, Book of Life and Death, Innate Supreme Treasure, Yin-Yang Mace, Superior Treasure, Incense Value, 20. 000. Shao Jia contemplated for a moment. His current Ghost Immortal cultivation was sufficient to handle all matters, yet a significant issue loomed. He could not freely exit the yamen. And even stepping away from the altar consumed incense. The only means to depart freely was to enhance his authority. Authority, Bane County +0, without further deliberation. Shao Jia directly allocated 10,000 incense points to his celestial form. Incense value, -10,000 authority. Taiyan Prefecture plus, max level. Full jurisdiction over Taiyan Prefecture, including humans, deities, spirits, and ghosts. You possess the right to manage them. With the elevation of his authority, Shao Jia sensed subtle transformations within his being, rendering him considerably more corporeal. Indeed, it is useful. Shao Jia rose from the altar and, astonishingly, without the use of incense, slowly emerged from the shrine and entered the Yin-Yang. As he moved, he found himself at the grand entrance, where he waved his hand to open the gates of the underworld and stepped outside with measured grace. This was as far as he could go. Standing at the edge of the mountain, he gazed down at Bane County. It was here that his form began to dissipate. And he realized that to maintain his presence, he would need to employ incense. Such a great fire. At that moment, Shao Jia raised an eyebrow, noticing a glaring spark in the darkness. The air was dry and careless. He shook his head, yet from below the mountain, anguished cries echoed from the roaring flames. Amidst a throng of onlookers, Lu Tanhua exclaimed, "May you suffer a fate worse than death. Even in death, I shall not spare you." A haunting scream echoed amidst the raging inferno, where shadows of several figures could be discerned struggling against the flames. Surrounding the blaze stood a crowd of onlookers, who, instead of attempting to extinguish the fire, pointed and laughed at the dying souls within. This fire is splendid," Lu Tanhua remarked, observing the countless dark silhouettes writhing in agony within the flames, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Beside him, a servant eagerly chimed in, "Indeed. It is all thanks to the young master's adept command. Otherwise, we would not have been able to unleash such a conflagration. These wretched commoners truly lack appreciation. The young master merely borrowed their little daughters for some amusement, and yet they dare to threaten him with complaints. Precisely. The young master is a cherished royal, a member of the imperial family. To serve him is a fortune beyond their wildest dreams, yet they remain ungrateful. Such lowly beings deserve nothing less than to perish in flames." At this, Lu Tanhua could not contain his laughter and rose to his feet. "Indeed. A few commoners dare to stir trouble against me. I shall ensure they find no peace, not even in death." With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Go. Bring forth my talisman." Indeed, a group of individuals approached, hoisting a banner aloft, and with concerted effort, they planted it firmly into the ground. Lu Tanhua stepped forward and began to chant incantations directed at the banner. As the final syllable of the spell was uttered, a brilliant red light began to radiate from the flag. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Let us depart. Observing the inferno completely engulfing the village before him, Lu Tianhua chuckled softly and turned to leave. However, shortly after his departure, flickers of flame suddenly illuminated the base of Bane Mountain, where 4 figures, charred and emitting sparks from their orifices, materialized amidst the swirling ominous winds. Where could this be? The 4 spectral beings, 2 females and 2 males, surveyed their surroundings, engulfed in a haze of confusion. With a sudden thud, one of the young women knelt before the gathering, bursting into tears. Father, mother, I am so sorry. If it weren't for my insistence on seeking justice, that wretched Lu Tianhua would not have annihilated our family. My daughter, how can you blame yourself? The 2 elderly spirits quickly supported her, their faces etched with sorrow. That brute defiled your purity, marred your visage, and shattered your legs. Seeking justice for yourself is entirely justified. Why should you reproach yourself? You are right, dear sister. One of the spirits affirmed. A robust man, his face twisted in rage, added, let us blame the heavens. Why do they always favor scoundrels like Lu Tianhua? Indeed, the heavens are blind. While we lived, no one stood for us, and now that we are gone, who will avenge us? The 4 specters seethed with resentment. Yet they could only lament in the forest, wallowing in their despair. However, their plight did not escape the notice of several squirrels nearby, exchanging glances. One of the squirrels swiftly darted into the depths of the woods. Before long, the squirrel arrived at a temple, calling out to the interior. Chirp, chirp, O Great One, we have discovered 4 vengeful spirits. Upon hearing this, the white squirrel in the temple opened its eyes and exclaimed, quick, take me there. Another opportunity for business has arisen. The white squirrel's face was alight with excitement. The previous case involving the Lu family had garnered it considerable offerings from Shao Jia. Thus it was particularly invested in the matter of the 4 vengeful spirits. Guided by the little squirrel, the white squirrel arrived at the small hillside below, where it beheld the 4 spirits. Such towering grievances, the white squirrel sighed softly, noting that these 4 spirits were merely slightly weaker than those of the Lu family. Who? The 4 vengeful spirits turned abruptly upon discovering the white squirrel, only to realize it was merely a squirrel. It seemed we had trespassed into its territory. Given our grievances, it would be prudent not to disturb the lives of these innocent creatures. Let us withdraw. The 4 spirits, having spoken, prepared to depart. Observing this, the white squirrel leaped down from the tree. Do you harbor grievances? The spirits were taken aback, gazing at the white squirrel in astonishment. You can speak. I am a refined spirit, having attained my cultivation, and thus I possess the gift of speech. So it was a creature of the supernatural. The 4 spirits, slightly surprised, soon shook their heads. Indeed, we have grievances. Yet, in this world, there is no place for us to seek justice. Upon hearing this, the white squirrel's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It appeared to be a business opportunity. If you have grievances, feel free to share them with me. What good would that do? The white squirrel chuckled lightly. Perhaps I can provide you with a path forward. You are quite an amusing little creature, one spirit remarked. Very well. If you wish to listen, we shall share our tale. Consider it a means of seeking justice. The 4 spirits shook their heads and recounted their experiences to the white squirrel. After listening, the squirrel found their plight preposterous. Humans could be so ruthless, extinguishing entire families simply to conceal their misdeeds, even seeking to obliterate their very souls. This was more merciless than the actions of their own kind. However, was this not precisely the kind of case that would pique the interest of the judge? Nevertheless, sharing this with you is futile. Let us depart. We shall find a secluded place to await our demise. The spirits had completely resigned themselves to vengeance and were ready to succumb to their own despair. Observing their despondency, the white squirrel quickly called out to them, Wait, what else do you wish to say? The white squirrel replied with a smile, To be frank, I possess a place where you can seek justice. The 4 spirits were instantly intrigued. Where is this place? The court of the underworld upon Mount Bane. In Xiamen? The 4 exchanged glances, their faces adorned with bittersweet smiles. The little sprite is playing tricks on us. It is merely a temple. If praying to deities were effective, Lu Tianhua would not have survived until now. All these gods are nothing but stone. Witnessing their reaction, identical to that of the Lu family back then, my squirrel felt speechless. Clearing his throat, he began to persuade them. Whether they are indeed stone or not is a matter to be determined upon your visit. Consider this, you currently have nowhere else to go. So why not venture to North Yin Mountain and see for yourselves? If you succeed, wouldn't you be able to clear your names and avenge yourselves? Upon hearing this, the four vengeful spirits pondered for a moment and could not help but nod in agreement. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Indeed, that is correct. The white squirrel, finally relieved, led the four vengeful spirits to the Ainsi Yamen at the foot of Mount Bane. Upon their arrival, the four were taken aback, for they beheld an awe-inspiring divine presence before the Yamen. Could it be that a deity truly resided within? Excitement surged through them. Perhaps justice would be served within the temple. Sister, go forth. Among them, the limping young girl gritted her teeth and stepped forward, grasping the drumstick firmly. She struck the grievance drum with a resounding thud. Oh, esteemed officials, please champion the cause of these spirits. Inside the Yamen, Shao Jia lifted his gaze and waved his hand to open the gates. A deep, resonant voice echoed, the court of Ainsi convenes. Within the Yamen, the laws of heaven and earth shimmered, and Shao Jia straightened his posture, declaring, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Enter and voice your grievances. Upon witnessing the slowly opening gates of the netherworld, the four individuals outside felt a jolt of excitement, their faces alight with hope. The magistracy of the netherworld had indeed accepted their case. Together, they supported one another as they stepped into the grand hall, their eyes immediately drawn to a striking young man clad in a black robe adorned with dragon patterns, his case marked by a crimson line. The judge. It was truly the judge. In that moment, the four were overwhelmed with exhilaration, hastily kneeling before him. As a voice imbued with divine authority resonated from above. Who dares to lodge a complaint? Who dares to lodge a complaint? Shao Jia gazed down at the four restless spirits and coldly inquired. The spirit in question was once a resident of Shitsuan in Bane County, named Li Chui'er. These three are my parents and my elder brother, Li Zhuang. Shao Jia furrowed his brow, opening the ledger of life and death. Swiftly locating the information pertaining to the four, Li Chui'er, a resident of Bane County, aged 18, was known for her flirtatious nature. In pursuit of wealth and status, she had sought out the Lu family, attempting to seduce the third young master, Lu Tianhua, only to be discovered by him. He had broken her legs and expelled her from his household. Undeterred, she resorted to slandering Lu Tianhua. Li Zhuang, in light of his sister's plight, had sought to confront Lu Tianhua, attempting to extort money from him. Such convoluted affairs are indeed perplexing. Shao Jia shook his head, dismissing the ledger aside, and turned to Li Chui'er and her companions. Who do you accuse? Li Chui'er bowed deeply. Your Honor, this spirit wishes to accuse Bane County and the third young master of the Lu family, Lu Tianhua. It was indeed he. Shao Jia queried. What charges do you bring against him? Lu Tianhua forcibly abducted an innocent maiden, taking my sister and tarnishing her honor. Furthermore, when we sought redress, he not only behaved arrogantly and unreasonably, but also publicly disfigured my sister, rendering her unrecognizable. He broke one of her legs, preventing her from living a normal life. As if that were not enough, he falsely accused my brother of extortion, imprisoning him and nearly beating him to death. Li Chui'er clenched her teeth. Lu Tianhua has brought our family to the brink of destruction, yet he remains relentless. Just last night, in a fit of madness, he captured my entire family and set us ablaze in the outskirts. Fire? Shao Jia frowned. Could it be the flames he had witnessed earlier? What a twisted coincidence indeed. Esteemed sir, Li Chui'er bowed deeply, earnestly beseeching the gentleman to take charge of her family's plight. Upon hearing Li Chui'er's lament, Shao Jia let out a soft sigh. Indeed, the Lu family was truly despicable. Rising to his feet, Shao Jia declared, I shall take on your case. Li Chui'er, are you willing to undergo a soul search to prove that you have not falsely accused anyone? With gritted teeth, Li Chui'er replied, I am willing, my lord. In an instant, Shao Jia appeared before Li Chui'er, raising his hand to firmly grasp her head, and with overwhelming force, he swiftly swept through her memories. Oh! Li Chui'er soon collapsed to the ground in excruciating pain, her very soul trembling. Shao Jia withdrew his hand, clasping it behind his back, and declared, I have already searched the soul, your words bear truth. In light of this, I shall bring Lu Tianhua here for interrogation. With that, he concentrated his thoughts and employed the art of soul travel, vanishing instantly from the Ainsi Yamen. Moments later, he arrived before the gates of the Lu residence. Ah, a return to familiar ground. Shao Jie gazed at the entrance of the Lu household, unable to suppress a light chuckle. For he suspected he would frequent this place more often in the future. With a smile, he stepped forward, effortlessly passing through the gate and into the courtyard. And without hesitation, he made his way towards the back of the residence. Meanwhile, the rear of the Lu estate was abuzz with activity. Lu Yud observed as boxes filled with wealth were carted away, yet he felt no sorrow. Money could always be earned anew. But the misdeeds they had committed could very well cost them their lives. Elder brother, do you think the Insi Yamen is truly real? Lu Xian asked, his heart aching as he watched the gold and silver being taken away. It was a matter of prudence to believe in the possibility, rather than dismiss it entirely. Lu Yud replied sternly, you must always remember, we are of royal kin. These lowly commoners are but expendable lives. Never wager your life against theirs. Consider this an investment in safety. In the future, we shall demand double the repayment. Lu Xian nodded in agreement, but suddenly his gaze sharpened as Lu Tianhua entered. Accompanied by a group of sycophants, their laughter filling the air, drawing their attention. Where could the Tianhua have gone at such a late hour? Surely off indulging in some debauchery. Lu Yud furrowed his brow and commanded, come here. Upon noticing his father, Lu Tianhua approached with his entourage, and Lu Yud scrutinized them. Have you resolved your troubles? He inquired coldly, for Lu Tianhua was the one whose misdeeds were most worrisome to him. Father, rest assured. I have tidied up my affairs completely, and I guarantee they will not lead to the Insi Yamen. Lu Tianhua replied with a dismissive wave and a smile. So soon? Lu Yud expressed disbelief. This fellow, usually so arrogant and domineering, was unexpectedly compliant this time. Moreover, with so many matters on his plate, he had completed everything while others were still occupied. This seemed somewhat inconsistent with his character. How did you manage it? Lu Yud inquired with curiosity. I devised a brilliant plan that resolved everything in an instant, Lu Tianhua replied, beaming with pride. You actually put your mind to it? Hearing that Lu Tianhua had employed his brain, Lu Yud and Lu Xian were taken aback and hurriedly asked, what did you come up with? Lu Tianhua chuckled. Last night, I gathered them all together, killed them, and then set their bodies ablaze, leaving no trace. Afterward, I used Master Song's magical artifact to ensure their souls were completely transcended, guaranteeing that none would escape to the underworld to lodge a complaint. What? You killed them all? Lu Yud and Lu Xian stood frozen for a long while after hearing this. You ungrateful wretch. After a moment, Lu Yud exclaimed in anger. Nearly succumbing to the shock, Lu Xian felt as though the sky had fallen. Oh my God, what has my foolish nephew done? After all their efforts to fill the pit, they never anticipated Lu Tianhua would orchestrate such a grand affair. Father, what's wrong with you? It's just a few people killed. Is it really necessary to react this way? Lu Tianhua looked at Lu Yud with a perplexed expression. It's not like we haven't killed before, and this time I used the soul extinguishing technique, erasing their spirits entirely. There shouldn't be any repercussions. Lu Xian rolled his eyes. Wasn't the Lu family incident from a century ago also dealt with using the soul extinguishing technique? Yet, it had still led to retribution from the underworld 100 years later. You incompetent fool, who achieves nothing but brings calamity. Lu Yud glared at Lu Tianhua, wishing he could skin him alive. In the past, they had been untouchable, but now, with the heavens watching, that figure on Northine Mountain was very much alive and present. However, one must admit that even a tiger does not eat its cubs. One cannot simply disregard their own flesh and blood. After a prolonged silence, Lu Yud coldly asked, are you certain that you have transcended their souls? Rest assured. Master Song's artifact cannot fail, Lu Yud sighed in relief. Very well. This matter should not go awry. Yet, the very next moment, the doors and windows of the Lu household rattled violently, and a chilling wind swept through the courtyard. What a fierce wind! Everyone struggled to keep their eyes open against the gust, but in the next instant, a shriek pierced the air. Ah! With the scream echoing. The eerie gust of wind abruptly ceased, and all peculiar phenomena vanished. Everyone opened their eyes, surveying the scattered debris, some utterly bewildered. What had just transpired? The faces of the crowd were etched with confusion. What was the meaning of this? Where was Lu Tianhua? And the several servants had also disappeared? At that moment, Lu Xian sensed something amiss. Both Lu Tianhua and his sycophants were nowhere to be found. Have they been located? No, we have searched everywhere, yet found no trace. At the Lu residence, Lu Yud and Lu Xian were equally astounded, grappling with the unsettling reality that several living individuals had mysteriously vanished right before their eyes. An increasingly chilling thought as they pondered over it. Search. We must go outside and find Lu Tianhua. He must be located. While the Lu family frantically scoured for Lu Tianhua, the gates of the Yin Bureau on Bane Mountain suddenly swung wide open, a chilling wind sweeping through. Dazed, Lu Tianhua and others fell to the ground, their faces marked by shock as they gazed at the foreboding hall surrounding them. What is this place? Lu Tianhua exclaimed in terror, scanning the area, when suddenly her pupils dilated and she turned sharply to her side, where 4 specters were fixated upon her. Upon recognizing those ghostly faces, Lu Tianhua was instantly startled, hastily retreating. Li Chui'er, how could you be here? No, this is impossible. Lu Tianhua was utterly bewildered. Having inexplicably transitioned from her home to this ghastly place, only to encounter the family of Li Chui'er, whom she had thought to have perished in the flames she had ignited, their souls having been exorcised. Li Tinu. Suddenly, a cold snort emanated from above. Li Tinu and his companions swiftly turned their gazes upward, where they beheld a young man seated on a divine altar. Clad in a black robe adorned with dragon patterns, crowned with a golden diadem, and bearing a sinister red line around his neck, the figure emanated an unsettling aura. Why, you are Shioji. Upon recognizing the young man's visage, Li Tinu was taken aback. What are you doing here? Shioji had been slain by Li Shci, and if memory served him correctly, he had been personally guided by Master S-Ing in a ritual of transference for 7 days and nights. What on earth was happening? Li Tinu was utterly bewildered. Logically speaking, these individuals should have been lost to the world, their souls extinguished, and yet they now stood before him. Master Lu. Shao Jie gazed at Lu Tianhua and declared, in your quest to conceal the truth, you have callously incinerated the entire Li Chui'er family, and subsequently employed dark sorcery to obliterate their souls. Such actions are intolerable to the heavens. By the laws of the universe, I hereby sentence you to perish by the bites of insects and serpents over the course of 7 days. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianhua was taken aback and hastily rose to his feet. Shao Jie, how dare a mere specter interrogate me? He retorted defiantly, I am of royal blood. Only the emperor possesses the authority to judge me. What are you, Shao Jie? What am I? Shao Jie raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. I am the judge of Yin and Yang, wielding the laws of heaven and earth. I can discern the light of day and the shadows of night. I have the power to address the grievances of the world. Do not think that as a mere nephew of a grand preceptor you are beyond my reach. Even the emperor is not exempt from my scrutiny. Could it be that the judge of Yin and Yang truly exists in this world, and that it is none other than Shao Jie? Lu Tianhua and his companions were left dumbfounded. They had always believed the tales of the Yin and Yang Judge to be mere fabrications spun by the people of Bane County to frighten them. Never did they imagine it to be genuine, and most dishearteningly, the judge was none other than Shao Jie, whom their Lu family had wronged. Shao Jie had indeed become the judge, and Lu Tianhua was now thoroughly unsettled. He could not fathom how Shao Jie had transformed into a deity. In life, he had been a mere scholar, and now, in death, he had ascended to divinity. Such a metamorphosis was beyond comprehension. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You are unable to. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Be gone. Come closer. Lu Tianhua could distinctly sense his flesh being devoured inch by inch. He struggled desperately, yet found himself utterly unable to break free. The Li family, observing Lu Tianhua and his companions being gnawed upon by the insects and serpents, turned and prostrated deeply before Shao Jie. Thank you, my lord. Shao Jie sighed lightly. Your grievances have been addressed. You may now reincarnate. Li Chui'er and the others nodded. And those edicts rose, departing from the underworld magistrate's office, gradually dissipating beneath the crimson sun on the horizon. Shao Jie approached the mountainside, unable to resist the urge to stretch, when a system notification echoed in his mind. You have successfully resolved the case of Li Chui'er and her family. Merit points increased by 10,000. 1 discount voucher for the marketplace awarded. Acquired the divine ability, 5 elements technique. Before Shao Jie appeared a tome and a voucher. 5 elements technique. A foundational mastery of the 5 elements, enabling the wielding of spells embodying the distinct attributes of wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. Discount voucher allows the purchase of 1 item at 1/10 of its original price within the marketplace. This is quite good. The treasures within the system are plentiful, albeit rather expensive. I shall hold on to this item for now. as it may yield significant returns in the future. Currently, my incense offerings are rather meager. Once they increase, I can acquire a precious item at a fraction of the cost, leading to substantial profits. However, I have scarcely upgraded my abilities. With over 20,000 incense offerings, I can enhance both my skills and spells. After some contemplation, Xiao Jie decided to fully allocate his points to the skills of Spirit Gathering, Spirit Roaming, and Mystic Eye. Incense value, -9,000 Spirit Roaming, max level, allowing free movement within the confines of Taiyan County for 3 hours. Mystic Eye, capable of piercing through illusions and intimidating malevolent spirits and demons, consuming a bit of incense with each use. Spirit Gathering, can manipulate the celestial forces of Bane County against foes, while simultaneously rendering the soul extermination techniques of Taiyan County ineffective, enabling all spirits to locate Bane Mountain. Xiao Jie gazed upon the 3 skills, nodding in satisfaction, particularly with Spirit Gathering, which had significantly expanded its range. The next day, the villagers at the foot of Bane Mountain continued their ritual of offering incense. However, upon reaching the summit, they were met with the unsettling sight of several individuals hung at the entrance, ravaged by insects and serpents. How could there be people here? Could it be that yet another grievance was brought forth yesterday? It must be so. This individual bears an uncanny resemblance to Lu Tianhua of the Lu family. At that moment, someone uttered a remark, prompting the crowd to scrutinize more closely. Upon recognizing the man's face, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout. Goodness, it truly is Lu Tianhua, and his entourage as well. My heavens, even the judge has passed judgment on someone from the Lu family. This suggests that the judge harbors no fear of the Lu family whatsoever. Of course, the judge is a celestial being. Why would he fear the Lu family? From this point forward, we shall have someone to guide us. The villagers on the mountain, witnessing this scene, immediately fell to their knees in fervent worship. Soon, the news of Lu Tianhua's judgment by the underworld spread throughout the entirety of Bane County. Master, Lu Yud, anxiously awaiting at home, immediately stood up upon hearing Laifu's voice. Master, something has happened. The 3rd young master has been sentenced by the judge and is now being hung on a stake, subject to the ravages of insects and the bites of snakes. I fear he may not survive. Upon hearing this, Lu Yud and Lu Xian were taken aback, collapsing to the ground. It's over. The judge is indeed real? What shall we do now? Lu Xian exclaimed, his face filled with panic. The Lu family is not merely represented by Lu Shikai or Lu Tianhua, but rather as a collective. Does the judge have any regard for the Lu family's plight? After a prolonged silence, Lu Yud finally spoke. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Master Lu. Just as Lu Yud was lost in thought, a voice echoed from the entrance. Moments later, 3 individuals clad in Taoist robes entered. Upon seeing the leader among them, Lu Yud and his companions instantly perked up. Master Song. The visitor was none other than Master Song, who had narrowly escaped death at the hands of Xiao Jie. When Master Song departed previously, he appeared to be little more than skin and bones. Yet now he had fully recovered. Master Song, you have finally arrived. Master Song looked somewhat puzzled. Lord Lu, what has transpired? Lu Yud promptly recounted the events of the past few days, concluding with a sense of urgency. It seems our Lu family has caught the attention of the judge. Lu Yud felt despondent. Having just been targeted by a ghost, now it appeared they were also under the scrutiny of a divine being. Oh, Master, you must assist us. The judge? Have you heard of such a being? No. Within the realm of Taiyan, I have not encountered this judge. It appeared to be merely a newly ascended wild deity, with cultivation likely at the initial stage of the Dao Palace realm, thus not particularly formidable. Upon hearing Lu Yud's words, however, the 2 individuals accompanying Master Song remained unconcerned. There are many deities in this world, but wild deities are the most common. Wild deities are spiritual entities that have absorbed the essence of incense and have cultivated in secrecy, like human cultivators and warriors. They possess considerable strength and must gradually advance to become true gods. Typically, newly formed wild deities possess only Dao Palace realm cultivation and may indeed seem like divine beings to the average person. However, as disciples of the Taishan sect, they regarded these wild deities as merely cunning spiritual entities practicing the righteous path, not much different from ordinary monsters or specters. These 2? Lu Yud inquired, perplexed. Master Song chuckled. These 2 are my senior brothers. This one is surnamed Ma, and this one is surnamed Zhang. Lu Yud promptly clasped his hands in greeting. I am honored to meet Master Ma and Master Zhang. There is no need for you to fret, Lu Leoi, Master Ma remarked with a smile. That so-called judge is nothing more than a mere specter in my eyes. Taken aback, Lu Yud turned to Master Song, who reassured him, do not worry, Lu Leoi. Both of my senior brothers are grandmasters of the Four Extremities realm. When that judge arrives, you may leave it to us. The mention of grandmasters of the Four Extremities realm brightened Lu Yud's expression. Such formidable warriors were true dominators within the entire Tainan prefecture, with 2 grandmasters at their helm. Even if Shao Jie were to come in person, he would be unable to stir the waters. In Bane County, at the city gate, Gentleman Gao and Xia. You have hurried here and there, contributing so much to our Bane County, yet we have little to offer in return, which is truly regrettable. As Xia Dong and Gao Lian prepared to depart with their entourage, Lu Xian was there to bid them farewell. Lu Darren, you have worked hard these past few days. The new county magistrate will arrive shortly. Lu Xian nodded earnestly. Rest assured, both gentlemen, I have managed Bane County with meticulous care. Hearing this, Xia Dong and Gao Lian exchanged meaningful glances with Lu Xian before turning to leave Bane County. Lu Xian watched them depart and promptly returned to the Lu residence. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lord Lu. The Master Ma spoke up. You need not concern yourself with the Yinsi Yamen. It is merely a newly ascended spirit. It would be prudent for him to remain in the mountains and mind his own affairs, should he dare to descend and disrupt our matters. We shall dismantle his Yinsi Yamen and remind him whose dominion this realm truly is. Master Ma snorted disdainfully. Lu Xian looked quizzically at Lu Yud, who smiled and waved his hand dismissively. These 2 are all celestial masters of the Taishan sect, with 3 masters present. That Yinsi Yamen will not dare to interfere with us. Ah, so the celestial masters have returned. Lu Xian exclaimed, rising eagerly to bow before the trio. Elder brother, this time we shall not only reclaim the funds we previously dispensed, but also retrieve the gold and silver that those vile commoners appropriated from the county magistrate. Those riches rightfully belong to us and must not be squandered on those wretches. Lu Yud nodded slightly. Indeed, that is only natural. Moreover, we should scout the city for some comely young maidens to bring back for our entertainment. The withered blooms in the manor are hardly fit to serve as vessels for the celestial masters. Upon hearing this, the 3 masters exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. Realizing that the Lu family had indeed come prepared. I shall set about this task immediately, Lu Xian declared with a nod, turning to depart. Before long, the Lu family's retainers alongside the county's constables surged into the streets, forcibly abducting any young woman of even slight beauty, regardless of her status. Concurrently, those who had previously received compensation from the Lu family found themselves besieged, their homes ransacked. Not only was their prior compensation seized, but their own belongings were plundered as well. In an instant, the entire Bane County was engulfed in a tempest of public outrage and lamentation. Curse Lu family. Return my daughter. Father, mother, what is happening? Various voices clamored in Bane County. Some families, peacefully dining at home, were abruptly invaded by the constables who seized their 6 or 7-year-old daughters without explanation. Newlyweds, amidst their celebratory feast, found themselves confronted by the Lu family and the officers, who brazenly abducted the bride before the eyes of all. Even the widow, mourning her recently deceased husband, was not spared, being forcibly taken from the funeral hall. Those who had previously accepted the Lu family's apologies and gifts faced even graver fates. Some lost their very lives, while many others saw their families utterly destroyed. In an instant, Bane County transformed into a veritable hell on earth, echoing with wails of despair. The pillaging of the city by marauders could scarcely compare. After the Lu family's rampage, those whose lives were shattered gazed upon their disheveled homes, filled with seething resentment. Cursed be the Lu family, they showed no signs of remorse, only waiting for the officials from the county seat to depart. Oh, my home, is there truly no one capable of bringing the Lu family to justice? Who says it cannot be done? A few young individuals emerged from the crowd, all of whom had their brides taken away by the Lu family, and they could no longer endure the tyranny of this clan. The Lu family arrogantly proclaimed that even the emperor himself had no authority over them. Thus, they resolved to ascend to Mount Bane, to the Ainsi Yamen, to seek justice from the Lord of the Underworld. Indeed, if the emperor has no power over the Lu family, then let us call upon heaven to take retribution upon them. Do you not yet comprehend? Until the Lu family is vanquished, we shall never see the light of day. Come, Let us journey to Mount Bane and present our grievances to the Lord of the underworld." With the rallying cries of the young men, many others responded, forming a throng as they made their way to Mount Bane. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, the sound of the grievance drum echoed, startling Xiaojie. In his perception, a multitude of people stood outside. It was evident that such a crowd gathered at his underworld court in broad daylight was not there for mere sightseeing. Who could possibly offend so many individuals at once? Had someone brazenly displayed an international gesture to all of Bane County and warmly greeted everyone as mothers? Regardless, the grievance drum had sounded, signaling the need for a session. Xiaojie waved to open the court doors, and the throng filed in, each person kneeling with a thud upon entering, bowing 3 times before him. "Please, esteemed sir, arbitrate for us." Xiaojie raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What troubles you?" "We wish to bring charges against the Liu family, specifically Liu Xian." The mention of the Liu family piqued Xiaojie's interest. At last, there was action. "What are your accusations against him?" "Liu Xian led a band to seize the wealth of my family and set our home ablaze. He also took my wife. My daughter, merely 6 years old, has been abducted by this beast." Listening to the exchange among the crowd below, Xiaojie finally comprehended the situation. It turned out that the Liu family had recently ceased their activities, scouring the city for individuals to offer apologies. Yet, with the departure of Gao Lian and Xiaodong today, they promptly reverted to their previous demeanor. Not only did they send their forces to reclaim the money they had distributed, but they also extorted from everyone once more. Furthermore, any woman possessing even a modicum of beauty in Bane County had been abducted by the Liu family, regardless of age. When they approached the Liu family to demand the return of their kin, many were ruthlessly slain, leaving them with no choice but to come here to seek redress. What had prompted the Liu family to suddenly adopt such a defiant stance? Xiaojie raised an eyebrow in curiosity. He was well aware that the members of the Liu family were exceedingly timid. The earlier incidents involving the Liu family and Liu Tianhua had caused him to exercise restraint. Now, their sudden boldness could only imply one thing. The Liu family had secured a new patron, one capable of opposing him. However, who within Tyne County could possibly pose a threat to him? Xiaojie found himself puzzled. Putting aside other considerations, the Shou Temple was certainly not a rival. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, adult. The white squirrel exclaimed, "How can you possibly go?" It patted its chest confidently. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaojie nodded slightly. The white squirrel had been by his side for some time, and its cultivation had notably improved. Even if it were to encounter a grandmaster of the 4 extremes, it could easily evade. Xiaojie waved his hand, bestowing upon the white squirrel a decree. "You shall visit the Liu family, but remember not to engage in any entanglements. If they come, so be it. If they do not, I shall naturally pay them a visit myself." The albino squirrel accepted the imperial decree and promptly journeyed to the Liu residence, immediately sensing an ominous presence. Danger permeated the air. Relying on its instincts, the squirrel instantly discerned the unusual aura surrounding the Liu household. This place felt even more perilous than the Liu family it had previously visited. The door frames were plastered with talismans, and it had a premonition that entering would mean certain demise. No way. The white squirrel accurately understood its role as a messenger of the esteemed judge. As a humble worker, it could not overexert itself. After all, how could one earn a living through sheer toil? After pondering for a moment, the white squirrel raised its voice at the entrance. "Attention within. I am the envoy of the underworld judge, sent by his esteemed authority to summon Master Liu to the underworld yamen." The gates of the Liu residence swung open, and Lai Fu emerged, immediately berating the squirrel. "What insolent creature dares to approach? Begone at once. Our Liu family is not subject to the whims of some minor ghost from the judge's court." Upon hearing this, the white squirrel promptly set aside its decree. "You are correct. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Has he left? Indeed. He hastily abandoned the edict of the underworld without uttering another word. Lu Yud was momentarily taken aback. Was the underworld envoy truly so accommodating? Ha ha ha. It seems the underworld authorities are aware that our brotherhood resides in the Lu family, for they dared not even enter. It appears that the judge is merely a minor spirit, not to be feared. Upon hearing Master Ma Xian's words, Lu Yud felt considerably reassured. Let us return, esteemed masters, and continue our practice. You go ahead. We will return to our training. Lu Yud replied knowingly, leading the others back to the Grand Hall, where many notable figures from Bane County were gathered. The head of the Lu family looked at the beaming Lu Yud with confusion and inquired, Master Lu, who was at that knock just now? Why did you not invite them in? Lu Yud waved his hand dismissively. The underworld authorities, nothing to worry about. The head of the Lu family's heart raced at the mention of the underworld authorities, and he quickly asked, what did they seek from you? What else could it be? Lu Xian scoffed, it is merely because I collected money from those troublesome peasants yesterday, and they have reported me to the Bane Mountain. Just trifles. Let the music play on. Let the dance continue. Lu Yud waved his hand, exuding an air of nonchalance. To disregard the decree of the underworld authorities? Such triviality? Do you not realize that failing to acknowledge the edict could lead to the judge's personal visit? In that case, the Lu family would be doomed. Their fate a cautionary tale. Trembling, the head of the Lu family rose and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Master Lu, I take my leave. With that, he and his entourage departed hastily, not daring to look back. What has happened to the Lu family? I do not know. They appear as though they have seen a ghost. Did you hear them mention refusing the edict of the underworld? Refusing the edict? That fool. Is that not obvious? Whose house is this? Refusing the decree means that the envoy of the underworld will surely come. The guests exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Damn it. You Lu family invited us to dine, and we came eagerly, but you never mentioned inviting the underworld authorities as well. Who dares to share a table with the king of hell? Are you seeking death? Come on, when the judge arrives, we will surely suffer the consequences. This is absurd. The Lu family is indeed foolish. No more chatter. Let us depart quickly. The Lu family is doomed. The hall was filled with guests rising from their seats to leave, much to the bewilderment of Lu Yud and his companions. What is wrong with these people? Why do they look as if they have seen a ghost? Just as Lu Yud pondered this, the departing guests seemed to wish they had sprouted extra legs to hasten their escape from the Lu residence. What is this? Such a grand place? Those who had previously praised the Lu family's magnificent estate were now regretting their words. When they finally reached the entrance and opened the door, they were instantly frozen in shock. Standing quietly at the entrance was a young man, clad in a black robe adorned with dragon patterns, wearing a golden crown. His face resembling jade, strikingly handsome. However, a red line encircled his neck, adding a hint of malevolence to his otherwise noble demeanor. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Do not pause for the cup, he said. My dear friends, where are you all hastily rushing off to? A young man clad in black chuckled lightly as he effortlessly stepped into the Lu residence. The moment he crossed the threshold, the entire Lu household was plunged into darkness, as if the bright day had been supplanted by an ominous blood moon hanging high in the sky. A thick haze enveloped the surroundings, accompanied by chilling winds and an eerie crimson glow, casting countless ghostly shadows outside. The young man, bearing a subtle breeze of the supernatural, passed by the onlookers, who involuntarily shivered in response. It was over. The judge had arrived. After breezing past them, the young man proceeded with a smile toward the grand hall where Lu Yud resided. By mine own presence, doth the house of Lu offer no salutation? How hath darkness befallen? Within the grand hall, Lu Yud was taken aback by the sudden eclipse of the day visible through the window. Yet, in the ensuing moment, a singular voice resonated throughout the entire Lu estate, audible with crystalline clarity to all within. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This is it. Lu Yud suddenly rose to his feet, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The judge has arrived. How did he manage to enter? Brother, did you not assert that the celestial masters had laid an intricate net within the Lu residence, rendering it impossible for even a formidable ghost of the Four Extremities realm to breach its sanctum? Lu Xian felt a surge of panic. The judge's target was none other than himself. Lu Yud, equally bewildered, pondered how their meticulous preparations had seemingly failed. With so many talismans in place, could it be that none had functioned? Just as Lu Yud grappled with his confusion at the entrance of the Lu household, the talismans and magical artifacts affixed to the grand door shattered with a resounding crash. The celestial totems adorning the corridors, meant to calm and protect the abode, began to weep profusely from their orifices, grotesquely sprouting vibrant green mold. In an instant, the entire Lu residence appeared to be caught in a time warp, its once pristine courtyard deteriorating at a visibly accelerated pace. Within the chamber, Lu Yud and the other members of the Lu family beheld the windows and doors decaying before their very eyes, an array of potted plants withering and turning to dust, until the grand hall was suffused with a stench of decay. The talismans adorning the beams ignited spontaneously, crackling like fireworks. What on earth was happening? Lu Yud stared in horror at the flickering talismans and the increasingly desolate hall, his entire being trembling in terror. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, who is at the door? At that moment, Lu Xian suddenly pointed towards the entrance in terror, his voice piercing the air. Lu Yud quickly turned his gaze to the doorway, only to find it utterly vacant. Aside from the chilling wind and the hazy white mist, there was nothing outside. Brother, there is someone at the door. Hurry, call someone to chase them away, quickly. Lu Xian trembled all over, fear etched on his face, his expression far from feigned. Someone? Where could they possibly come from? Second brother. There is no one at the door. The others present were equally bewildered. How could there be anyone at the entrance? There was clearly no one there. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, do not approach. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, indeed. Lai Fu hurriedly chased after, while Lu Yud steadied himself and sat down on the ground. What on earth is happening? Why are the talismans and magical artifacts of the immortal master ineffective? Lu Yud was drenched in cold sweat, utterly bewildered. Father, could it be the judge has come? Silence. Our family is currently protected by 3 immortal masters. How could a mere judge dare to provoke us? Yes, it must be another spirit that has arrived. Yet, that voice just now claimed to be this official, apart from the judge. Which spirit would dare to refer to itself in such a manner? Could it truly be the judge? But didn't Master Ma mention that the judge possesses no more than the strength of a grandmaster at the 4 extremes? Master Xian has arrived. At that moment, the grand hall's doors were pushed open, and the 3 masters Xian strode in with purpose. Upon seeing them, Lu Yud felt as though he had encountered saviors and hastily approached, exclaiming, Masters, you have finally returned. Please, you must see what is happening here. The 3 masters gestured for Lu Yud to compose himself, and only then did he quiet down. Who would have thought that Bane Mountain harbored such a formidable malevolent spirit? One of them remarked, Junior brother, this must be the very apparition you encountered earlier. Master Song nodded, an unmistakable fear evident in his eyes. It is crucial to understand that this spirit possesses the power to obliterate him in an instant, and even with a death replacement talisman, he narrowly escaped its grasp. Ghost. Lu Yud was momentarily taken aback. Are you saying it is not a judge? Master Ma chuckled lightly. Lu, you are but a mortal, unaware of the distinctions between ghosts and deities. A deity is a form of ghost. After receiving offerings, a spirit cultivates and transforms into one. Their power derives from the strength of these offerings, which is fundamentally different from that of a ghost. A judge is a newly established deity. Even if the offerings are scarce, it remains a deity whose power is not derived from ghostly energy. Master Ma lifted his gaze to observe the decaying surroundings. At this moment, the Lu residence is saturated with ghostly energy, and what we are dealing with is a malevolent spirit. Realization struck Lu Yud, and he exclaimed, Please, esteemed masters, act at once. Subdue this little ghost, and I shall offer generous rewards upon success. Master Ma waved his hand dismissively. Calm yourself, Lu. Let us first capture this ghost before discussing rewards. Lu Yud nodded earnestly. I appreciate your assistance. Without further ado, Master Ma and his companions retrieved their talismans and pursued the fleeing figures of Shao Jie and Lu Xian. Meanwhile, Lu Xian, in a state of panic, ran chaotically in all directions with Lai Fu and his men hot on his heels. Yet, in a twist of fate, Lu Xian unexpectedly dashed out of the Lu residence and vanished from sight on the street. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Venturing forth with trepidation, Lai Fu and his companions approached the magistrate's office, discovering its gates ajar and the interior illuminated yet devoid of inhabitants. Within the public hall, shadows danced as if someone were present. Could it be Second Master? One wondered. What madness drove him to the county office? Exchanging glances, they cautiously advanced into the hall, only to be seized by a chilling dread. There, before them, Lu Xian hung suspended beneath the bright mirror plaque, his eyes wide open in death. What filled them with the deepest horror was the macabre manner of his demise. One end of the rope was fastened around his neck, while the other remained clutched in his hand, as if he had hoisted himself 2 meters above the ground to meet his end. With a splash, the few remaining individuals regained their senses and instantly collapsed to the ground, subsequently fleeing frantically towards the Lu residence. It is disastrous. Yi has hanged himself. Lai Feng rushed into Lu's mansion, shouting all the way to the main hall. Master, it's terrible. Yi has hanged himself at the county office. Lu in the main hall was taken aback. Lu Xian is dead. At the county office, Lu Xian knelt in terror, not daring to raise his head. Above him, behind a long table, sat a young man who casually perused the office's ledger, lazily speaking. Have you made your decision? Upon hearing this, Lu Xian trembled all over, horrified as he turned to glance behind him. Behind him was a cauldron filled with boiling hot oil. In addition, there were various Sichuan peppercorns and chilies, creating a vivid broth reminiscent of a fiery hot pot. Beside the large pot stood a cellar, from which emanated a horrifying sight, various white maggots writhing in a pit. Furthermore, before Lu Xian lay a rope. Choose one. Shao Jie set aside the ledger, stating, I have already shown you considerable leniency. You must understand, when I dispatched Lu Shikai and the county magistrate, I afforded them no such options. Now, I present you with 3 choices, and yet you remain unsatisfied? Upon hearing this, Lu Xian was nearly moved to tears. You have indeed granted me 3 choices, but have you considered what they entail? Choice 1. A humanoid bullfrog submerged within a fiery hot pot. Choice 2. To leap into a pit and wrestle with maggots for 7 days and nights. Choice 3. To hang oneself from the beam with a length of rope. In comparison, even Lu's shirt-sized demise in a cesspool would be a more merciful end than these options. Observing Lu Xian's prolonged silence, Shao Jie gradually grew impatient. It seems I must make the choice for you. With a mere gesture, a rope on the ground instinctively coiled around Lu Xian's neck, its other end threading through the beam above, cascading down to the floor. As Lu Xian was about to finish his sentence, he suddenly found himself precariously standing at the edge of a cauldron, with a horrifying pit of maggots simmering beneath the boiling hot pot. Shao Jie rose to his feet and presented Lu Xian with a grim choice. Either he could attempt to climb upward and hang himself from the beam, or he could plunge into the pot and become a frog. Of course, if neither appealed to him, he could leap into the cauldron and engage in a grueling struggle with the maggots below for 7 days and nights. Lu Xian gazed down at the roiling pot and the terrifying pit, his mind in a state of shock. However, Shao Jie offered him no respite for contemplation. With a snap of his fingers, the cauldron began to expand. Lu Xian, who had previously managed to keep his footing, now found it impossible to maintain his balance. Driven by the instinct for survival, he desperately pulled at the rope in his hands, only to find himself hoisted into the air. He struggled fiercely, but the more he fought, the tighter the noose became, lifting him higher. Ultimately, he helplessly watched as the cauldron and the pit loomed beneath him, leading to his own demise in midair. Shao Jie observed this scene with a faint smile, remarking that human potential is boundless, merely requiring a little provocation. After a brief chuckle, he waved his hand, causing the cauldron and the pit to vanish. With another gesture, Lu Xian's soul materialized in his grasp. In death, one must face the consequences of their sins. Come with me to the Yama court, Shao Jie declared, as he took hold of Lu Xian's spirit and vanished into the underworld. As Shao Jie departed, the sky over Bain County brightened instantly, restoring normalcy. The sun reemerged. Yet the Lu family felt an overwhelming chill enveloping them. How infuriating. At that moment, the 3 celestial masters returned to the grand hall in a fit of rage. prompting Luya to rise hastily. Masters, have you managed to capture any of those wretched spirits? Master Ma, his face contorted with fury, replied, do not speak of it. That fiend possesses remarkable evasion skills. We pursued it for an entire afternoon and yet failed to catch up. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Where's Eryi? Suddenly inquired Master Song. For the ghost had been persistently pursuing him, and perhaps he possessed some knowledge regarding it. Indeed, locating Eryi might lead to the discovery of the ghost's hiding place. Upon hearing this, Luya hastily turned his gaze towards Lai Fu. The latter appeared utterly horrified. Eryi, he has hanged himself inside the yamen. He hanged himself? Might you not rephrase that? It sounds rather peculiar. Lai Fu, with a resigned expression, replied, Master, I speak nothing but the truth. If you do not believe me, you may go and see for yourself at the county office. The group exchanged glances, rising to head to the county office. Before they could step inside, they noticed a crowd gathered at the entrance, pointing and whispering about what lay within. It was indeed astonishing that someone could hang themselves. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that a person could take their own life in such a manner. Indeed, Lu Xian truly brought about his own demise. Upon hearing this, Lu Yud and others hastily approached, only to be rendered motionless upon entering. Beneath the prominently displayed plaque in the county office, Lu Xian's eyes were wide open, his neck ensnared by a rope that had deeply embedded itself into his flesh. Yet, what left everyone in shock was the sight of the other end of the rope, firmly grasped in Lu Xian's own hand. How could this be possible? Lu Yud rubbed his eyes, struggling to believe what lay before him. The position of Lu Xian was utterly bizarre. He was suspended over 2 meters above the ground without any apparent means of support, seemingly having hanged himself at such a height. But how could a person possibly suspend themselves 2 meters high? Even if such a feat were conceivable, it would require immense willpower. Yet, was Lu Xian a person of such fortitude? It was absurd. Everyone knew he could never be the one to take his own life. What a ruthless ghost. At that moment, Master Ma and the other two were filled with indignation after witnessing the scene. Lu Yud hurriedly inquired, what on earth is happening? Master Song replied, the second master has hanged himself here. Indeed, he has taken his own life in this manner, yet it was not of his own volition. Master Ma added, I just used my mystical vision to take a glance, and that ghost forced Lu Xian to choose from 3 methods of death. Ultimately, Lu Xian opted for the path of hanging himself. Upon hearing this, Lu Yud was utterly astonished. What were the 3 methods of death that could compel Lu Xian to transcend his own limits and hang himself from the beam? This ghost is truly merciless. Master Xian, Lu Yud inquired anxiously, have you found the lair of that ghost? It must be eradicated. Otherwise, I shall find no peace in sleep or sustenance. Rest assured. Master Ma scoffed, casting his gaze towards Bane Mountain. I never anticipated that the so-called judge of this mountain would turn out to be a mere specter. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yud was momentarily taken aback. What did you say? The judge is actually a ghost? Lu Yud, recovering from his astonishment, felt a surge of indignation. Damn it, a petty ghost dares to intimidate me. Master, let us ascend the mountain at once and vanquish this malevolent spirit. I shall lead a group to dismantle his infernal court. Very well. The group swiftly reached a consensus and immediately surged towards the Yinsi Yamen. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Yinsi Yamen, Shao Jia sat majestically upon the altar, observing with a half-smile the figure of Lu Xian kneeling before him. At that moment, Lu Xian resembled a ghost, his eyes wide with terror, his neck constricted like a gourd. Beside him stood the aggrieved citizens he had tormented, all glaring at him with a fury so intense it seemed they could devour him whole. Lu Xian's body trembled, and he quickly raised his head to gaze at Shao Jia in the shrine, swallowing hard and nodding in agreement. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Here it is. The ghostly presence within, come forth. Damn it, a mere specter dares to masquerade as a deity. Within the halls of the underworld, the citizens of Bane County were suddenly bewildered by the commotion outside. What is happening? Why is it so noisy? It sounds as if someone intends to demolish the underworld's official residence. I heard it too. Who possesses such audacity? How dare they show disrespect to the Lord Judge? The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. It was indeed perplexing that someone would attempt to attack the underworld's official residence. How intriguing. Shao Jie slowly rose, stretching lazily before emerging from the altar. Upon witnessing this, the townsfolk promptly knelt down. The Lord Judge has appeared. Those ruffians outside are in for misfortune. They had never witnessed the Lord Judge in action and were uncertain of what to expect. Naturally, the Lord Judge is a deity, and his intervention is nothing short of earth-shattering. The citizens of the underworld had long awaited this moment, for it is a rare fortune for mere mortals to behold the divine in action. Outside the underworld, a servant from the Liu family assisted Liu Yud to the entrance of the official residence. Master, this is the place. Liu Yud glanced at the underworld's official residence, and then at the figures of Liu Tanhua and others hanging at the door, his lips trembling with the fear of death. Come forth, wreak havoc upon this cursed temple, and avenge my pitiful son. With Liu Yud's command, the surrounding servants lifted their clubs and began to smash the incense altar before the underworld's yamen. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The sunlight is just right. Shao Jie glanced at the sun before lowering his gaze to the figure at the door, lazily stepping out and summoning a chair with a wave of his hand. The master has emerged. The white squirrel, concealed in the shadows, was filled with excitement upon seeing Shao Jie. Judging by the demeanor of the master, it seemed he held the Liu family in utter disregard. Naturally, for the master, who is a judge, how could a mere small clan like the Liu family possibly compare? Master, teach them a lesson. A group of little squirrels chirped enthusiastically, rallying in support of Shao Jie. At that moment, the townsfolk inside also emerged. Their anger ignited upon realizing that Liu Yud had come with his followers to assault the Yinsi Yamen. Liu family, what do you intend to do? As long as we are here today, you shall not lay a finger on the Yinsi Yamen. If you wish to assail it, you must first pass over our bodies. Witnessing the fury of the townsfolk, Liu Yud was taken aback. These lowly commoners, usually docile as sheep, how dared they confront them so boldly today? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. What a judge. It is merely a little ghost masquerading as a celestial official. Shao Jie, somewhat perplexed, looked up and saw three individuals soaring through the sky on flying swords, who subsequently landed before Liu Yud. Upon seeing the trio, Liu Yud and his companions were instantly filled with excitement. The immortal master has arrived. This malevolent spirit's arrogance would not endure for long. With an immortal master present, one could only await their demise. Liu Yud stepped forward, clasping his hands in greeting to the three immortal masters. Masters, you have finally come. This spirit has been exceedingly brazen, having slain my people upon its emergence. Master Ma waved his hand, directing his gaze towards Shao Jie. You, a treacherous specter, dare to usurp authority here, masquerading as a divine entity while wreaking havoc upon the innocent. Are you aware that should the spirit officials hall become privy to your actions, you, little ghost, might find yourself subjected to boiling oil, cleaved by blades, and hewn by axes? Upon concluding his words, Master Zhang could not suppress a derisive laugh. Brother, why waste your breath on him? This wretched spirit is evidently a newly deceased specter who has acquired a modicum of power and now seeks to absorb incense to elevate itself to divinity. Little does he know that without the endorsement of the Spirit Officials Hall, he is not but a wild deity. How audacious for such a minor entity to presume to declare itself a righteous god of heaven and earth. Master Zhang scoffed. He is, I believe, simply ignorant and oblivious to his imminent demise. Shao Jie raised an eyebrow slightly, realizing that such organizations as the Immortals did indeed exist in this world. He had never before heard of the Spirit Officials Hall. He pondered whether his role as a judge had been reported to the hall. His curiosity was not born from fear of trouble, but rather from a desire to know if the system could fabricate a plausible excuse. If it could not, he would have no choice but to resort to extortion. Masters, cease this idle chatter and swiftly deal with him. Yes, let us dismantle his temple and obliterate his path at once. The three immortal masters, without further ado, took action. The combined might of two grandmasters of the four extremities and one late-stage grandmaster of the Tao Palace stirred the spiritual energy of the entire northern Yin Mountain into tumult. Rumbling thunder. A terrifying surge of true essence manifested as a colossal pillar of cloud atop the mountain, reaching from earth to sky, overwhelming all with its dreadfulness, rendering them unable to lift their heads. The immortal master has made his move. This is the prowess of a grand master of the four extremities. It is utterly terrifying. Such feats seem beyond the capabilities of mere martial artists. Lu Yud and his companions, witnessing this spectacle, erupted in fervent exclamations, while the onlookers across the way wore expressions of utter despair. An immortal? Why would an immortal lend aid to the Lu family? The heavens are so unjust. One can only hope that the Lord of Judgment can withstand this. In Bane County, the denizens were brought to their knees, and as they looked up, they noticed the young man in black, unmoved even by the oppressive weight of true essence. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Dead. A sense of unreality enveloped everyone. The three celestial masters, who had displayed such exaggerated prowess, were merely vanquished with a mere gesture from Shao Jia, and that was the end of it. My heavens! The disparity is simply too vast. Is this the might of the Judge Lord? It is utterly terrifying. Divine beings are indeed divine. No matter how formidable a human may be, they cannot triumph over a deity. Shao Jia rose to his feet, casting a glance at Lu Yud, and inquired inwardly, System, if I were to annihilate the entire Lu family right now, would there be a reward? No, rewards can only be obtained through the soul's public trial of the guilty. Shao Jia pursed his lips and turned towards the Insi Yamen. The Lu family has perpetrated heinous acts in Bane County for many years. Today, I shall officially open the Insi Yamen to adjudicate the Lu family's transgressions. Anyone in Bane County who has suffered at the hands of the Lu family may come forth to seek justice. Shao Jia's voice resonated throughout Bane County, reaching every corner. The Judge Lord is to specifically try the Lu family. Truly, it seems the heavens have opened their eyes. We have finally found hope. Come, let us ascend Bane Mountain to confront the Lu family. In an instant, the populace of Bane County converged towards the location. Father, save me. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. At that moment, a group of individuals once again burst into the Lu residence, with a white squirrel perched upon the shoulder of their leader. Moments ago, someone had reported your steward, Lai Fu, and the judge has sent us to take him. Upon hearing this, Lai Fu's face turned ashen as he fell to his knees. Master, save me. Lu Yud opened his mouth, but ultimately shook his head, allowing the white squirrel and its entourage to seize Lai Fu. They have departed, all have left. Lu Yud observed the white squirrel's relentless pursuit of individuals within the Lu household, feeling as though with each name it uttered, he was drawn closer to his own demise. No, I cannot perish here. To the capital. Suddenly, Lu Yud rose to his feet. He realized that his only chance of survival lay in one course of action, to venture to the capital. Only there, under the protection of the current Grand Chancellor, did he stand a semblance of hope for his life. Although Shao Jia was a judge, the capital was the heart of the Wuzhou dynasty. The very locus of the nation's fortune, Lu could hardly believe he would dare to pursue him. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yud hastily made his way to the backyard to prepare a carriage, stockpiling provisions before departing from Bane County under the cover of night, heading straight for the capital. On Bane Mountain, before the Insi Yamen, dozens of wooden stakes had already been erected, each adorned with a lifeless body. These individuals were all members of the Lu family, condemned by Shao Jia. The handling of these captives was swift and merciless, regardless of their crimes. Execution was the order of the day. Their souls would later be extracted for further interrogation. Under Xiao Jie's almost mindless decrees, he had decimated the Liu family to a mere handful within a single day. Despite the rapidity of Xiao Jie's judgments, which began with death sentences, the system surprisingly reported no errors. This elicited a bitter smile from Xiao Jie. Even if he were to gather a dog alongside the entire Liu family and execute them all, the system would likely report only a single mistake. Indeed, only that dog would be blameless. As night deepened and silence enveloped Bain County, its inhabitants returned home, and the Yin-Si Yamen finally quieted. Xiao Jie could not resist a stretch, opening the system to review the day's harvest. Your wisdom and martial prowess have delivered justice for the people of Bain County. Adjudicating 156 wrongful cases. Devotion value increased by 100,000. A mere 100,000. Upon seeing his incense reward, Xiao Jie felt a surge of indignation. This unscrupulous merchant of a system is utterly infuriating. He was exasperated. After laboring tirelessly throughout the day, he discovered he had earned only 100 coins. How could he endure such an insult? Scoundrel, return my hard-earned money. Rewards obtained. Innate spiritual treasure. The Three Realms Soul Snare. One instance of the unchanging God. Ability acquired. Artifact refinement. Just as Xiao Jie was about to unleash his fury, the system's continuous notifications left him momentarily stunned. Such a plethora of rewards. Very well. Let me first examine what you have bestowed upon me, and I shall save my wrath for later. Upon accessing the system, he was presented with an iron chain adorned with a sickle, alongside a white hat and a golden light. What is this? Xiao Jie inquired as he grasped the iron chain adorned with a sickle hook. Instantly, information about it materialized before his eyes. Three-realm soul-grabbing chain, an innate spiritual treasure. Capable of disregarding distance, time, and the dualities of yin and yang, it can retrieve those deemed guilty from the underworld. Additionally, it serves as a formidable weapon, effortlessly slicing through the fabric of space. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Such a remarkable item, Xiao Jie exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. His own Yin-Yang golden mace was merely a superior magical artifact, utterly unimpressive when compared to the Three-Realm Soul Snare. Of course, he possessed another innate treasure, the Book of Life and Death, which, under normal circumstances, could easily surpass the Soul Snare. However, the book was incomplete without the Spring and Autumn Reincarnation Pin, rendering many of its mystical abilities inaccessible to him. Furthermore, it was a rather chaotic ledger, offering him little more than amusement in its current form. The Three-Realm Soul Snare effectively compensated for his lack of a suitable magical tool and addressed his inability to capture individuals beyond his jurisdiction. While the Yin-Yang Golden Mace was indeed impressive, it was a weapon suited for close combat, and given his current cultivation, he could find no worthy opponent within Taiyan County. Moreover, his authority extended solely over Taiyan County, limiting his divine spirit's activities to that area. If a criminal were to escape the county, he would be left helpless. Yet, the Three-Realm Soul Snare directly mitigated this limitation, allowing him to retrieve individuals even while seated within the Underworld's court. Indeed, he found himself quite pleased with the Soul Snare and subsequently turned his attention to the white hat before him. The position of Wu Chang. Wu Chang are the spectral agents within the Underworld responsible for capturing souls. The host can bestow the title of Wu Chang upon any living being, enabling them to serve in the Underworld. This divine title allows the recipient to absorb incense offerings to accelerate their cultivation, though it does not directly enhance their power. This is the rhythm of my ascendance, he mused. The white hat likely belonged to Bai Wu Chang. As Xiao Jie donned the white hat, he soon realized that the identity of the individual was not quite appropriate. Upon receiving a system notification, he frowned and removed the hat, his mind now clouded with concern. I need someone worthy of this divine title by my side, he lamented. His underworld court lacked even a single surplus spirit, leaving him with no one to confer a divine title upon. Suddenly, the image of the white squirrel flashed in his mind, causing his brow to furrow in contemplation. This little spirit, the white squirrel, could indeed be considered a legitimate subordinate. Though a spirit, it was not without merit to serve as a Wu Chang. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Just give it to him. After all, it had always been assisting me. Xiao Jie tucked away the white hat and then gazed at the final golden light. Artifact crafting. Each use consumes 1,000 incense power, transforming ordinary items into magical artifacts while continuously consuming incense to enhance them. Furthermore, it allows the conversion of inherently spiritual materials into more potent spiritual instruments. Each enhancement requires 100 points of incense, reducing the incense cost for subsequent uses by 5. This is quite advantageous. Xiao Jie raised an eyebrow, relieved that he need not worry about the weapons and treasures of his subordinates. It was time to invest some points. Currently, he possessed an abundance of incense, totaling a remarkable 100,000. As he lacked a title, he could no longer improve his authority. Regarding his cultivation, he had already attained the status of a ghost immortal, and each incremental enhancement required a staggering 10,000 points of incense, a feat unattainable with his current reserve. Moreover, being a ghost immortal afforded him the ability to traverse the Wuzhou dynasty with ease. Thus, there was no urgency in advancing his cultivation. After careful consideration, Xiao Jie elevated artifact crafting, elemental spells, and the 5 Thunder Righteous method to their maximum levels. Incense points, -7,000. Name, Xiao Jie. Title, Nun Position, Yin-Yang Judge. Cultivation, Ghost Immortal +0, Authority, Tyne County +100, Abilities, Wandering Spirit +100, Law I +100, Spirit Gathering +100, Artifact Crafting +100, Spells, 5 Thunder Righteous Method, Max Level, Elemental Spells, Max Level, Treasures, Book of Life and Death, Innate Supreme Treasure. Yin-Yang Mace, Upper Grade Treasure, Incense Points, 30,000. Xiao Jie gazed at his profile with immense satisfaction. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yesterday, Xiao Jie furrowed his brow as an ordinary individual. It was utterly implausible for him to escape from Bane County within a single day, let alone from Tyne Prefecture. Quite intriguing. Xiao Jie furrowed his brow, sensing that this old fellow must possess some extraordinary means to swiftly escape from Tyne Prefecture. However, was it not serendipitous that just as he acquired the soul snare of the 3 realms, Li had fled from Tyne? This fortuitously granted him an opportunity to employ the malevolent spirit. My lord, what shall we do now? The crowd outside our office, clamoring for Lu Yud, has formed a line from the mountaintop down to the valley. If he manages to elude us, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. The white squirrel's face was etched with anxiety. The other members of the Lu family were mere footnotes, but Lu Yud was the true ringleader. If he were to remain alive, the case surrounding the Lu family would remain unresolved. How could their department's first significant case linger in uncertainty? Xiao Jie nodded slightly upon hearing this. You are absolutely correct. Lu Yud must return to face trial. My lord, do you possess a method to locate Lu Yud and bring him back? The white squirrel gazed at him with hopeful anticipation. Xiao Jie smiled. That is a certainty. As he spoke, a chain with a scythe hook materialized in his hand. Go, capture the criminal Lu Yud. Xiao Jie raised his hand and cast the iron chain, which spun gracefully in the air before vanishing into the void. Sir, can that thing truly bring Lu Yud back? The white squirrel asked, confusion etched on its face, for it appeared to be merely an ordinary iron chain, without any visible wielder. Just wait and see, Xiao Jie replied, leaning against the shrine. In the capital, a colossal bird descended from the heavens, landing upon the mountains that bordered the city. As it shook its form, it transformed into a woman clad in black. Third Master, please. The black-clad woman, possessing keen hawk-like eyes, gestured toward Lu Yud beside her, saying, the Grand Minister has been waiting for you at his residence for quite some time. You may personally discuss the matter at hand with him. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Let us proceed, said the woman in black as she opened the door. Lu Yud straightened his attire and strode confidently into the Grand Minister's residence. However, as he just stepped inside and had taken only a few strides, he sensed an unusual presence above him. What is happening? Lu Yud halted his steps, raising his head to behold the sudden flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder above the capital. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky was enveloped in dark clouds. Boom! The ominous thunder rumbled above, shaking the very fabric of the universe. All the inhabitants of the capital raised their heads, their faces etched with terror as they gazed upon the darkened sky. What is happening? Why has the sky turned so ominous? The thunder clouds seemed to herald a sinister presence. I too felt it. The clouds were suffused with malevolent energy. Could it be that a formidable entity from the realm of spirits has descended upon the capital? An entity capable of such a commotion must undoubtedly be a master of unparalleled caliber in the vast world. What business could they possibly have in our Wuzhou dynasty? Indeed, the capital city is the most formidable region of the entire Wuzhou dynasty, where the martial artists are generally far more powerful than those outside. Consequently, many individuals can readily discern that the thunderclouds above are not of natural origin. What is happening? At the residence of the Grand Minister, a woman clad in black gazed up at the ominous clouds above. For reasons unknown, she felt as if a pair of eyes were observing her from the heavens. In the presence of those eyes, she perceived herself as nothing more than an insignificant ant, even more pitiable than that. She felt utterly inconsequential, easily extinguished at a whim. It is not directed at me. The woman trembled, a voice within urging her to distance herself. It is not directed at me. Instinctively, she recoiled, her gaze ultimately settling on Lu Yud. It was him. A jolt of disbelief coursed through her, for the terrifying presence above was seemingly concerned with a mere mortal. Such a notion would be met with skepticism if spoken aloud. Yet, the evidence unfolded before her very eyes. At that moment, the thunderclouds roiled, and a scythe, entwined with endless malevolence, emerged from the depths of the clouds. To the formidable being of the underworld, I implore your presence at the imperial palace for a discussion. Just then, a man clad in a dragon-robe soared from the palace, his expression grave as he regarded the scythe in the sky, his essence coalescing into 9 colossal dragons. However, as he spoke, the scythe trembled and lunged downward towards the protective barrier. Activate the city's protective formation. The man's countenance darkened as he scoffed, a golden shield materializing above the capital. Yet, as the scythe made contact with the shield, it passed through without resistance. What? The pupils of everyone shrank in unison, their expressions filled with terror. The city defense array, capable of withstanding a blow from a martial emperor, had proven utterly ineffective against this iron chain. Everyone braced themselves. The man in the sky shouted loudly, his entire being swelling with draconic energy, fully entering a state of combat. The warriors within the city soared into the air, yet the chains seemed to pay them no heed, passing directly before them and heading straight for the Grand Tutor's residence. Who dares to be so audacious in the presence of this esteemed lord? The residence of the Grand Preceptor trembled as a figure emerged, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. Yet, in an instant, the chain pierced through his palm, hurtling downwards towards Lu Yud. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lu Yud. What crime shall you bear? Lu Yud. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. No. This is not true. Lu Yud shook his head repeatedly and turned to leave. However, in that fleeting moment as he pivoted, he encountered the gazes of the villagers from Bain County, whom he had wronged. You all, Lu Yud swallowed hard, immense terror rendering his legs unable to stand. No, this cannot be real. Observing Lu Yud's distress, the white squirrel was utterly astonished. The adult is truly formidable. The white squirrel gazed at Xiao Jie with eyes alight with admiration. Lu Yud had fled to the capital, only to be captured by Xiao Jie once more. It is worth noting that the capital lies hundreds of thousands of miles away, a distance that an ordinary person might not traverse in a lifetime. Yet, Xiao Jie possessed the uncanny ability to summon a person from afar. Such enigmatic prowess was something the white squirrel believed it could never hope to attain, even after a lifetime of cultivation. Choosing to follow the adult had undoubtedly been a wise decision. The white squirrel secretly vowed to dedicate itself to diligent work in the future. Li Yud, Xiao Ji remarked, observing the disheveled Lu Yud before him. Unable to suppress a chuckle. In just one day, you have traversed from Bane County to the capital. Truly, you possess remarkable abilities. However, do you genuinely believe that reaching the capital will be of any consequence? With a wry smile, he withdrew the three realms' soul snare and added, as long as I desire it, you could flee to the ends of the earth, yet you shall never escape my grasp. Now, do you confess? As Xiao Ji's voice thundered in Lu Yud's ears, a jolt of fear coursed through him, prompting him to hastily rise and bow repeatedly before Xiao Ji. My lord, spare my life. I am willing to exhaust my entire fortune to atone for my past transgressions. I beseech you, grant me mercy. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ji turned his gaze to the citizens of Bane County standing behind Lu Yud. Every coin of the Lu family was extracted from the sweat and blood of these people. To repay your debts with their money is utterly disgraceful. He chuckled softly. Do not harbor such thoughts. Furthermore, your family has perished, leaving only you behind. What is the point of your solitary existence? It would be far more meaningful to reunite with your loved ones. No, Lu Yud still wished to plead for mercy. Yet Xiao Ji found no inclination to engage in further dialogue. With a mere wave of his hand, he cast Lu Yud out from the Insi Yamen, leaving him suspended upon the pillar at the entrance. The Lu family's case was thus closed. Rewards were tallied, an addition of 20,000 incense points and the acquisition of a superior magical artifact, the Executioner's Block. Before Xiao Ji materialized a guillotine, shrouded in ominous black mist, exuding an eerie aura. The Executioner's Block was a tool capable of severing both human and ghost alike, serving as an instrument of execution. Raising an eyebrow, Xiao Jia contemplated the grim nature of this tool, reflecting upon his role as a judge within the Insi Yamen. The absence of hell was one thing, but to lack even the instruments of execution, compelling him to carry out the sentences himself, was quite another. Gradually, his possessions began to accumulate. As he stowed away the Executioner's Block and gazed upon Lu Yud's lifeless body, a perplexing thought crossed his mind. Why were there no women in the Lu family? Frowning, he realized he had effectively annihilated the Lu clan, yet discovered that, apart from the women they had abducted, there was not a single female within their household. The same peculiar absence seemed to apply to the Lu family as well. Xiao Jia could not help but furrow his brow further. Was it possible that these two families were so saturated with yang energy? Nonetheless, it mattered little now, as they were all deceased. Shaking his head, he turned his attention to the citizens of Bane County below. People of Bane County, Lu Yud has been vanquished. You may return to your homes. Upon hearing this, the citizens immediately knelt and bowed their heads in reverence. Thank you, my lord. The group returned from the underworld to Bane County, and soon the news of the Lu family's demise spread throughout the entire region. The Lu family, a scourge to us for a century, has finally been brought to an end. The magistrate, truly a deity of heaven and earth, administers justice impartially and stands unafraid of tyranny. Indeed, without the magistrate's intervention, our prospects for redemption would have been bleak. Reflecting on the magistrate's considerable assistance, we merely offered a stick of incense at his doorstep, which feels rather meager. Speaking of which, should we not adhere to tradition and bestow upon the magistrate a title, perhaps erect a plaque in his honor? This would express our gratitude, albeit modestly. It is a feasible idea, yet we are unaware of the magistrate's surname. In Bane County, the custom dictates that those who have offered assistance are honored with titles. Such titles are a form of respect, typically derived from the deity's surname, accompanied by a respectful designation. For instance, Lu Gong, where Lu signifies his surname, and Gong serves as an honorific. Titles can vary. For instance, local deities may be referred to as Gong or Tai Gong. More potent deities are often addressed as Your Wang Yi. Given that the magistrate is a deity of heaven and earth, it is only fitting that we address him as Wang Yi. The rationale is clear, yet the pressing issue remains: we do not know the magistrate's surname. We cannot simply fabricate a lineage for him. What shall we do? The group is troubled. Titles cannot be bestowed carelessly, for if we err, we may inadvertently offend. By the way, have you noticed something? What matter is at hand? The judge bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Jia. Upon utterance of these words, everyone stood in astonishment. I had not noticed before, but reflecting on it now, it does indeed seem plausible. Do you think the judge could be Xiao Jia himself? I have heard that upon his emergence, the first to be slain were Lu Shikai and the county magistrate, both of whom were the architects of Xiao Jia's demise. The more we discuss, the more I am inclined to believe this theory holds merit. As the conversation progressed, the crowd increasingly felt that the judge was indeed Shao Jie, especially considering the judge's evident grievances against the Liu family, which were laced with personal vendettas. I am nearly certain that Shao Jie is the judge. Should we prepare to bestow him a title of honor? Very well, let us proceed. After all, he has aided us immensely. After much deliberation, the group set about their task, and soon the entire northern Yin began to stir. After all, Shao Jie stood as a champion for all in northern Yin County, who would not feel profound gratitude towards him. Hence, the act of conferring a title was met with enthusiastic cooperation from the entire county. Just as everyone was engrossed in their preparations, a horse-drawn carriage arrived at northern Yin County, halting before the magistrate's office. Adult, we have arrived. A middle-aged man, dressed in green, stepped down from the carriage. Wu Liang glanced at the yamen and then at the bustling crowd on the street. Feeling somewhat perplexed, what were they engaged in? Throughout his journey, he had observed that the entire population of Bain County was preoccupied with a single task, which piqued his curiosity about what could compel everyone to mobilize. I inquired earlier, remarked a young servant beside him. They are preparing to bestow a title upon the deity they worship here. Wu Liang frowned and scoffed softly. To worship the deity while neglecting the emperor suggests that the previous magistrate of Bain County did not govern wisely. It seems I must endeavor to reshape the mindset of these people. With that, Wu Liang waved his hand and entered the yamen, and the servant hurriedly grabbed the luggage to follow. In the imperial court of the Wuzhou dynasty, the emperor's countenance was grim as he listened to the reports from below. After a prolonged silence, he could not restrain a cold snort. So, the defensive array of our Wuzhou dynasty has been shattered. And now we are unable to ascertain whether our adversary is male or female, human or ghost. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, trash. The martial emperor's face was marred with bulging veins, as the events of a month ago had brought immense shame to the Wuzhou dynasty in the eyes of the world. The capital of a grand nation was brazenly assaulted, its defensive formations shattered, and a person was seized before the gaze of all. Such an affront would be considered a grievous humiliation even for a minor sect, let alone for the illustrious Wuzhou dynasty. By the way, the Emperor of Wu suddenly recalled, have we determined the identity of the person who was captured? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The man hesitated for a moment. Bain County is the home of the Grand Tutor, and he has previously instructed that he would personally investigate this matter, forbidding my involvement. The Emperor Wu's expression darkened, and he felt a surge of anger. His mentor increasingly disregarded him. To dare to interfere openly in matters that concern the royal dignity is audacious. After a prolonged silence, the Emperor slightly waved his hand. Since the Grand Tutor wishes to conduct the investigation himself, let him do so. Let it be proclaimed to the world that this is a family matter of the Grand Tutor, for which he shall take full responsibility, and no one else shall interfere. Indeed, upon hearing this, all the officials understood the intention of the martial emperor, just as the martial emperor and the court officials were in distress. Far away in Bain County, Wu Liang was also experiencing a headache. County magistrate, I confess. I am guilty. Please pass judgment on me. Wu Liang gazed at the man kneeling before him, adorned in splendid robes, his expression one of confusion and helplessness. What is it this time? Wu Liang mechanically inquired. This was already the 16th case of voluntary confession he had encountered since assuming office a month ago. What perplexed him the most was that those confessing were all prominent figures in Bain County, either scholars or wealthy merchants. Yet, on his very first day in office, it was as though they had encountered a living bodhisattva, eagerly vying to confess their misdeeds. What bewildered him further was that the cases they confessed to were all ancient grievances, some even resurrected transgressions committed by their grandfathers. It was utterly absurd. My lord, my father once stole 3 melons from Zhang Er 15 years ago. It was during a scorching summer, and my father simply took 3 melons from Zhang Er. Upon hearing this, Zhang Er appeared utterly bewildered. How could anyone remember such an event from 15 years ago? Wu Liang felt on the verge of collapse. For 3 melons. You have remembered for 15 years? Zhang Bowen, are you mocking me? Wu Liang could no longer contain his frustration. slamming his hand on the table. You dare bring up such trivial matters from 15 years ago for me to judge? Do you think I have nothing better to do? He gestured, and the constables moved to expel Zhang Er and Zhang Bowen. My lord, you cannot do this. If you do not pass judgment on me, and if Zhang Er goes to the Yinsi Yamen to accuse me, my family will be ruined. Upon hearing this, Wu Liang's expression darkened. He raised his hand to halt the constables, regarding Zhang Bowen with a puzzled look. What did you just say? What is this Yinsi Yamen? Zhang Bowen hastily replied. My lord, you must pass judgment on this matter. Whether it be a fine or imprisonment, I accept it, but please, do not leave it unjudged. If Zhang Er brings this up later and goes to the Yinsi Yamen to accuse me, we will both be finished. Yinsi Yamen. Again, this Yinsi Yamen. Wu Liang trembled with rage. Ever since his first day in Bane County, he had been hearing whispers of the Yinsi Yamen and its judges. The individuals who had come to confess were all terrified of the Yinsi Yamen, which was precisely why they chose to confess at his court. This left him with a feeling akin to that of a second choice, akin to the school belle opting for someone else because her crush did not favor her. How painfully absurd. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Get lost. Observing Wu Liang's emotional collapse, both Zhang Bowen and Zhang Er were taken aback and hastily exited the courthouse. Is this new county magistrate out of his mind? I merely urged him to surrender, so why does he appear as if he has been betrayed? Zhang Bowen, with a face full of frustration, lamented, I have already surrendered and compensated. You cannot go to the underworld court to accuse me again. My father has just passed away, and I cannot withstand the turmoil caused by Prince Xiao. With a look of desperation, Zhang Bowen pleaded, prompting Zhang Er to quickly wave his hand. Young Master Zhang, as long as you conduct yourself properly in the future and refrain from bullying us common folk, I shall not bring up this old matter. Zhang Er patted Zhang Bowen on the shoulder, cautioning, if you revert to your former ways, even if I choose not to report you, Prince Xiao will not spare you. You have witnessed the prince's methods. The Liu family members are hanging there as a stark reminder. Zhang Bowen shuddered and nodded vigorously. Rest assured, I understand the gravity of the situation. After their exchange, the two departed, yet the entirety of their conversation was indelibly etched in Wu Liang's ears. How infuriating. Wu Liang thought to himself, what manner of person is this Prince Xiao? How can the unruly citizens of Bane County regard him with such obedience? As if he were their own father? Jealousy welled up within him. He, the official of Bane County, found himself overshadowed by a mere stone, now relegated to the position of a mere ornament in a shrine, while that so-called judge of the underworld appeared to be the true guardian of Bane County. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. What troubles you? In the shadowy office of the underworld, upon entering, the white squirrel noticed Xiao Jie smiling and couldn't help but inquire. It's nothing, merely that the magistrate of Bane County seems eager to meet me. The white squirrel was taken aback, frowning. What is the background of this magistrate that he wishes to see you for no apparent reason? Xiao Jie furrowed his brow. What do you mean by that? What is wrong with me? Is it such a terrible thing to see me? No, I merely spoke in jest. The white squirrel quickly shook its head, inwardly rolling its eyes. Who is this person? The judge of the underworld, who presides over the fates of mortals. And who among those who enter this court does not walk in upright, only to depart in a state of disarray? In this brief span of time, the Liu family and the Liu family of Bane County have witnessed one clan ascend in its entirety, while the other languishes in a near-death state. This reputation is solely the result of Xiao Jie's actions. Wherever he goes, it is likely that death follows in his wake. To summon him for a visit is akin to offering incense to the king of hell in the dead of night, an invitation to witness the darker realms. Humph. Xiao Jie let out a cold snort, waving his hand to produce the hat of the Wu Chang, which he casually tossed into the air. The hat, initially large, spun gracefully in midair before shrinking to a perfect size, landing impeccably atop the head of the white squirrel. Do you confirm the current creature as an official Wu Chang of the underworld? Xiao Jie silently pondered, confirmed. The sealing was successful. Title, White Wu Chang. Race, Demon. Cultivation, bone refining realm. Shao Jie glanced at the information of the white squirrel, then turned his attention to the creature on the ground, struggling with the hat. Sir, what is this? Why have you suddenly given me a hat? I am a spirit. What purpose does this serve? The white squirrel exclaimed, bewildered. Shao Jie rose and approached the ground. From this day forth, you shall be called White Wuchang. You will serve in the underworld's office. The white squirrel, taken aback, responded. White Wuchang, serving in the underworld? After a moment of confusion, the white squirrel's eyes sparkled with realization. Sir, do you mean I will officially be an underworld agent from now on? Shao Jie nodded. Indeed, you shall be the underworld's executor, responsible for summoning souls for judgment. And you will share in the underworld's incense offerings with me. Upon hearing this, the white squirrel was nearly moved to tears. Family, we've ascended. Sir, you are too kind to me. With a flood of tears and snot, the white squirrel rushed forward, only to be avoided by Shao Jie in distaste. Enough. I must visit the county office. You keep watch in the underworld. With that, he vanished from the underworld's office. In the deep of night, at the North Yin County office, a troubled Wu Liang returned to his room. After freshening up, he sat on the bed. My lord, why do you appear so troubled today? Mrs. Wu inquired, noticing her husband's furrowed brow. After a lengthy silence, he finally began to vent his frustrations. It's those troublesome villagers of North Yin County. I heard that the people here were struggling when I was in the capital, and I resolved to come and support them. But just look at the troubles I've encountered since arriving. Wu Liang's agitation grew as he sat upright on the bed. I acknowledge that their lives are hard, a fact evident to all, with few families thriving. But to claim they are all victims of the Liu family's exploitation? I cannot believe that for a moment. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Why? Wu Liang stood up. In the more than a month that I have been here, I have yet to see that Liu family. Do you know what these obstinate villagers are occupied with daily? They spend their time bestowing titles upon some ghostly judge instead of tilling the land, constantly flocking to the artisans' homes. I fail to comprehend their motives. Perhaps this is their tradition. Zhang, with a hint of irritation, replied, You are simply meddling too much. Wu Liang, at a loss for words, countered, If farmers do not cultivate the fields, from whence will come the grain? Without food, how can one lead a fulfilling life? They pray to deities, but do those stones truly deliver sustenance or spare one from hunger? Life requires a grounded approach. Incessant supplication to deities is of little consequence. Wu Liang sighed deeply. People must remain practical. What is the purpose of constant prayers? Zhang shook her head. I believe you are merely building castles in the air. You have been in Bain County for a month. Have you genuinely conversed with the common folk? How can you ascertain whether their prayers hinder their farming? You often tell me that hearsay is unreliable, and even sight can be deceiving. To uncover the truth, one must listen, observe, and feel. Yet now, you seem only to focus on the superficial. Hearing this, Wu Liang shot a glare at his wife. Why are you siding with outsiders? Zhang chuckled softly. I am simply advocating for reason over kinship, as you have taught me. Wu Liang, feeling helpless, remarked that perhaps he should not have imparted too much knowledge to you. Yet, as he pondered, he conceded that you indeed had a point. He might have been biased in his judgment, having made decisions without a comprehensive understanding of the circumstances in Bain County. This was a mistake and warranted rectification. As soon as Wu Liang finished speaking, a sudden chill swept through the air, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself standing beneath the grand hall of the county office. Wu Liang. Before he could regain his composure, a voice resonated from above. Wu Liang abruptly turned his head and beheld a young man seated grandly in the court. Clad in a black robe adorned with dragon motifs and crowned with a golden diadem, the figure bore a strikingly handsome face, tinged with an air of mischief. What manner of specter dares to disrupt the halls of the Wu Zhou dynasty's underworld office? Wu Liang was taken aback by the scene before him, but he quickly steadied himself, pointing an accusatory finger at Shao Jie. Shao Jie, toying with the gavel, chuckled lightly. Is there anything particularly special about this place? It is merely a room. After all, one may come and go as they please. By the way, I was the one who set fire to the Yamen in Bayin County. Wu Liang's heart skipped a beat. You were the one who killed the previous county magistrate? He had heard whispers of the Wu Guaji incident, yet he never imagined that the mastermind would re-emerge to confront him so soon after taking office. What business do you have with me? Wu Liang clenched his fists. Whatever this specter proposed today, he could not acquiesce. Did you not wish to meet me? Is this not what you desired? Wu Liang was momentarily rendered speechless. When did I ever say I wanted to see you? Just today, Xiao Jie raised his hand, and a vivid image surfaced in Wu Liang's mind. What a ghostly judge. If you have the audacity, come find me tonight. As he gazed into the vision, Wu Liang felt completely dazed. You are the Yin-Yang Judge. Xiao Jie shrugged. Indeed. Did you not say that I should have the courage to seek you out? Here I am. Wu Liang opened his mouth, instantly frozen in place. This Yin-Yang Judge was no mere stone statue. He was a true deity. Speak. What is it that you require of me? In the county court, Wu Liang stood there in a stupor, staring at the young man in black, feeling as though he had been struck by lightning. The ghostly judge was, in fact, a genuine divine being. Wu Liang was utterly bewildered. He now finally understood why the citizens of Bane County held such reverence for the ghostly court. It turned out this was a true celestial spirit, not merely a stone effigy or some wild deity that we could not even approach. What does your silence imply by summoning me? Xiao Jie furrowed his brow. Do you look down upon this official? Please, my lord, do not be angered. Wu Liang quickly bowed in apology, though his heart was heavy. He had merely spoken casually in the afternoon. How had it come to the ears of Xiao Jie? It was absurd that this esteemed figure had taken him seriously. Seeing Wu Liang's reaction, Xiao Jie chuckled, ceasing his jest. He rose and descended from the elevated platform. I overheard your conversation with your wife. Wu Liang's heart jolted, sweat pouring down his back. It seemed this esteemed official had arrived long ago, yet he had been completely oblivious. Though you may be somewhat rigid, you are certainly an improvement compared to your predecessor. At least you are not a complete fool. Wu Liang wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, managing a dry smile and nod. Henceforth, Bane County shall be entrusted to your capable governance. Xiao Jie patted Wu Liang's shoulder. Always remember, besides your emperor, there is me above you. Though the emperor may be distant and unable to govern you, I am your neighbor, capable of reaching out should the need arise. Wu Liang trembled all over, nodding vigorously. Rest assured, my lord, I understand. I truly understand. Understanding is sufficient. Xiao Jie chuckled, releasing his grip and contemplating before he continued. However, you need not worry excessively. As long as you govern Bane County diligently, I shall guarantee your safety. From this point forth, let go of your mundane concerns. With fair and just administration, no one will dare to voice objections. Should you encounter a short-sighted noble and find yourself unable or unwilling to take action, simply submit the case to the Yin-Yang court. I shall personally handle the matter, and you need not fret further. By the way, should any spirits approach with grievances, to bring those to me as well. Having spoken, Xiao Jie transformed into a wisp of dark vapor and vanished. It was only then that Wu Liang felt a sudden shiver, realizing the chill in the air. Could it have been Yuming just now? He trembled, tightening his clothing while gazing at the pitch-black sky outside, unable to suppress a gulp. It must have been real. He never anticipated that the Yin-Yang court truly housed a deity. He resolved to refrain from speaking carelessly in the future. Wu Liang swallowed hard, rising to return to his room. Upon entering, Zhang Shi looked at him with a puzzled expression and inquired, You were speaking so well just now. Why did you suddenly rush to the restroom? And was that urination not excessively prolonged? Zhang Shi regarded him with suspicion. You have had this issue before. Should we consult a physician? Wu Liang's lips twitched as he plopped down on the bed. Consult a physician? You have no idea what I just experienced. Zhang Shi's curiosity deepened. You became agitated over a mere trip to the restroom? What could be so consequential? Wu Liang felt a profound sense of distress. Who could have imagined that he had just engaged in a profound conversation with the King of Hell? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, buzz. The specter glanced at the entrance of the county office before striding inside. Upon entering, it wandered around, seemingly failing to discover what it sought. After lingering momentarily in the courtroom, the ghost abruptly hurried toward one side of the office, soon halting before a door. The room within was shrouded in darkness, with only the rhythmic sound of breathing faintly audible. After a moment's hesitation, the ghost passed through the door and approached the bedside, gazing at the slumbering Wu Liang. After a brief pause, it raised a hand and pressed it against his forehead. Startled from his dreams, Wu Liang trembled and sat up abruptly, then followed the specter out of the room. Zhang, in a deep slumber, awoke to the sound of the door creaking and caught a glimpse of Wu Liang's retreating silhouette. It appeared that her husband, growing older, was increasingly prone to nocturnal awakenings. She shook her head and closed her eyes once more. Meanwhile, Wu Liang trailed the ghost until they reached the courtroom, where, under the ghost's guidance, he seated himself upon a chair. Observing Wu Liang settled, the ghost stepped back, knelt upon the ground, and suddenly raised its voice in exclamation. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Ghost. Wu Liang exclaimed, startled to the point of jumping up. Although facing Xiao Jie was terrifying, he was not as frightening as the apparition before him. After all, the latter was a figure of perfect appearance, while now he stood before a complete specter. Truly, the esteemed individual possessed a discerning eye. Indeed, the small one was a ghost. It seemed the earlier assertions were not unfounded. The esteemed one could indeed advocate for the grievances of spirits like them. Wu Liang, upon hearing Wu Laosan's praises, nearly shed tears of gratitude. If he couldn't discern that Wu Laosan was a ghost, then his eyesight must be flawed. Who was the scoundrel that led him into this predicament? The tone of the ghost suggested he had been referred by someone else. Was this not a deception? Trembling, Wu Liang slowly took his seat, his heart racing as he stammered. What do you want from me? The immediate priority was to placate Wu Laosan. Perhaps in due time, someone would come to his aid. Esteemed one. The little ghost seeks to unveil the crimes of Zhang Miaoying, the spirit worshipper of Dongshan County. You intend to accuse a deity? Wu Liang's lips twitched. Then why have you come to me? Did this ghost hold him in such high regard? What authority did he possess to interrogate a deity? The little ghost had heard that the esteemed ones in the vicinity of Bane County could adjudicate matters of yin and yang, which is why he had come. Those who can adjudicate such matters. This surely could not pertain to him. Who else in Bane County held such a position? Wu Liang paused, lifting his gaze towards Bane Mountain, and tears began to stream down his face. So, you have come seeking the judge, ah? What an unwarranted calamity this was to befall him. With a long sigh, Wu Liang said, I understand now. Will the esteemed one stand for me? Wu Laosan's face lit with hope. Not quite, Wu Liang sighed. I am unable to adjudicate your case here, but I can point you in the right direction. You should go to Bane Mountain. There lies a yamen of the underworld that will surely advocate for your cause. The county yamen. The court of justice. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Liang was taken aback at first, quickly glancing around, but upon realizing there was no trace of old Wu San nearby, he sighed in relief. My lord, what brings you here at such an hour? You nearly frightened me to death. Zhang Shi exclaimed anxiously. I thought you had fallen into a latrine. I'm merely speaking the truth, Wu Liang retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Shi. Slowly rising, he replied with irritation, It's quite warm at night. So I came out to cool off. With that, he made his way back to the room, while Zhang Shi and the others exchanged glances. Left speechless by the autumn weather outside. Forget it, let us disperse. Zhang Shi waved her hand, and the group departed. Returning to his chamber, Wu Liang lay awake in bed, his eyes wide open, unable to find slumber. Observing this, Zhang Shi sat up and inquired, My lord, have you encountered something unusual today? You seem rather strange. Wu Liang remained silent, prompting Zhang Shi to furrow her brow in contemplation. After a moment, she suddenly exclaimed, You haven't caught the attention of that judge from the underworld, have you? Shoo. Wu Liang hurriedly covered Zhang's mouth, his face etched with urgency. Please, do not utter that name. Zhang's pupils constricted, and he nodded slightly. Only then did Wu Liang release his grip, letting out a long sigh as he reclined once more. After a prolonged silence, he murmured, having lived for more than half a lifetime and served in office for so long. This is the first time I have encountered a true celestial being, and one who shares my profession at that. Wu Liang sighed again, the most troubling aspect being that this individual was his neighbor, which added to his unease. It seemed that incidents involving Wu Laosan would not be infrequent from this point onward. On the northern Yin Mountain, a chilling wind howled. Wu Laosan limped his way up, his heart jolted upon sighting the imposing Yin government office. The county magistrate truly did not deceive me. There really exists Yin government office here. Wu Laosan approached with a limp, grasping the drumstick to strike the grievance drum. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, to the court to seek justice. Upon hearing this, Wu Laosan promptly rose and entered the halls of the underworld. The moment he stepped into the court, a jolt of shock coursed through him. The entire hall was awash in golden hues, with countless laws shimmering in radiant brilliance. At the heart of this resplendent display stood a black altar. Seated within was a young man clad in a black robe adorned with dragon motifs. The youth wore a golden crown, his face as exquisite as jade, and a red thread adorned his neck, casting an aura of subtle malevolence as he scrutinized Wu Laosan. Little ghost Wu Laosan pays his respects to the esteemed judge, he exclaimed, hastily kneeling and bowing his head. Judge Shao studied Wu Laosan, noting the telltale signs that suggested he had met his demise from a shattered skull. Buzz. Shao Jie produced the Book of Life and Death and located Wu Laosan. Wu Laosan, hailing from Dongshan County in Taiyan Prefecture, was a beggar from a young age. He lived his life in destitution, and his demise was a result of being struck on the head during a brawl. Shao Jie expressed his surprise. For the records in the Book of Life and Death did not seem fabricated. Filled with curiosity, he raised his gaze and addressed Wu Laosan. You met your demise in a brawl 50 years ago, and there is no grievance attached to your death. What brings you to the realm of the underworld? Indeed. As a judge of the netherworld, he possessed an extensive knowledge of all matters. Wu Laosan, astonished, hurriedly bowed his head, exclaiming, Your Excellency, you possess remarkable powers. I assure you, in my former life, there was no grievance. Yet, if there was none in life, what of death? Shao Jie furrowed his brow. This business of ghostly conflicts is beyond my jurisdiction. The underworld is committed to justice. Disputes among men or among spirits over treasures and displays of prowess that lead to untimely ends are not my concern. As the saying goes, the world of the Jianghu has its own rules. If you choose to navigate this realm, you must adhere to those regulations, for everything must remain within boundaries. Crossing those boundaries constitutes a crime. Little ghost, you bear no grievance, Shao Jie remarked, producing the Yin-Yang golden rod. Come now, extend your head. I dare say the hole in your forehead is not sufficiently large. Please, do not be angry, my lord. The little ghost has come to expose a crime. Upon seeing Shao Jie produce a magical artifact, Wu Laosan hastily bowed his head and spoke. 50 years ago, the little ghost was unjustly killed for stealing a morsel of food. Although the death was somewhat unfair, the little ghost harbors no resentment. Beggars have their own code, which I accept. However, I have come to the underworld today to report on the spirit of Dongshan County, Zhang Yaoying. Shao Jie retracted his Yin-Yang golden mace. You wish to accuse a deity? In this world, the gods are classified hierarchically, with wild gods occupying the lowest tier, deserving only the offerings from their villages and possessing no greater power than that of a grand master in the Dao Palace realm. In contrast, the spirit of a county is a county-level deity, receiving worship from an entire county, with unfathomable strength and commanding several wild gods beneath them, thus wielding significant authority. Wu Laosan's intention to accuse the spirit of Dongshan County surprised Shao Jie. Indeed, Wu Laosan kowtowed. The little ghost intends to report the spirit of Dongshan County. Zhang Yaoying, Madame Zhang. Upon witnessing his unwavering conviction, Shao Jie could not help but feel intrigued. Why? Although Zhang Yaoying was the spirit of Dongshan County, she was undeniably a malevolent ghost. This individual secretly consumed the infant girls of Dongshan County. Consuming infants? Shao Jie furrowed his brow, his demeanor growing cold. Do you possess any evidence? Wu Laosan repeatedly bowed. The little ghost witnessed it firsthand, though lacking concrete proof. I dare guarantee with my life. Shao Jie frowned. You claim to have seen it with your own eyes? You, a wild ghost, whose strength pales in comparison to a great master. How could you evade her perception? Wu Laosan sighed. To speak candidly, the little ghost learned a peculiar skill in life, enabling me to obscure my aura and diminish my presence to an extreme degree. Even standing beside others, one might not notice my existence. Shao Jie's eyebrows arched in surprise. Such a skill exists? After passing into the afterlife, the little ghost was astonished to discover that this skill not only persisted, but had significantly advanced due to my transformation into a ghost. Wu Laosan scratched his head. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, over these decades, I have become adept at ensuring that even when standing before a great master of the four extremes, I remain undetected. As he spoke, Wu Laosan concealed his aura, and Shao Jie raised an eyebrow, perceiving Wu Laosan gradually fading from view. I can still see you. After Wu Laosan faded, he wandered throughout the underworld, only to find Shao Jie's gaze steadfastly fixed upon him, causing a sudden alarm within, prompting him to retract his supernatural abilities. Shao Jie chuckled lightly. Very well. The little ghost has revealed his shortcomings. Wu Laosan hurriedly bowed again, as Shao Jie waved his hand, smiling. So you utilized this skill to uncover Zhang Miaoying's transgressions? Indeed. Xiao Jie stroked his chin and nodded slightly. In that case, I shall take on this case. On the 9th day of October, a considerable number of people gathered before the temple in Dongshan County. Taiyan Prefecture comprises 6 counties. With only Baiying County situated in the north, the other 5 counties lie to the south of Taiyan. Consequently, the customs of Baiying County starkly contrast with those of the other 5 counties. Dongshan County is adjacent to Taiyan Prefecture, being the closest county to the prefectural city. Due to its proximity, Dongshan County boasts the largest population among the 6 counties of Taiyan. Furthermore, the inhabitants of this region share customs nearly identical to those of Taiyan Prefecture, making it customary to pay homage at the temple on the 9th day of each month. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. In the ebb and flow of life, people come and go, yet the reasons for offering incense remain remarkably consistent. Alas, one cannot help but lament the miscreant who preys upon the innocent. Indeed, such malevolence is truly lamentable. If I were to uncover the identity of that scoundrel responsible for such vile deeds, I would not rest until he faced dire consequences. By the side of the quaint path frequented by worshippers, 3 mischievous spirits crouched, engaged in conversation, while keenly observing the passers-by. That young lady is quite lovely. She clearly has just entered matrimony. Are you blind, you fool? That is none other than the wife of the Li family, already expecting her 2nd child. How can you claim she is just wed? Pay him no mind. He is merely a victim of his own folly, his mind not quite right. Enough of the nonsense. Let us get to the action. As several spirits conversed, their attention was abruptly captured by a group of masked figures brandishing knives, who emerged from the roadside to confront a few incense bearers. Everyone, remain still, commanded the burly leader, wielding a massive blade, his stutter evident as he addressed the trembling devotees. West of the west, a celestial cloud, crows alight among the phoenixes. The road is filled with heroes. Who is the sovereign, and who is the subject? The incense bearers exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend the unfolding scene. What do you intend to do? What is your purpose? One questioned, confusion evident in their voice. Can't you see? The leader retorted, raising his great sword and pressing it against one individual's neck. We are here to rob. At this declaration, the previously calm devotees scattered like frightened birds, yet they were swiftly intercepted by the assailants. Hand over your money, or else you will face dire consequences. The leader bellowed as his accomplices began to search the pockets of those nearby. Suddenly, the leader's expression shifted dramatically. He raised his sword and swung it toward an empty space beside him. A resounding thud echoed as dust billowed into the air. A brilliant white light slicing through the ground, leaving a lengthy gash in its wake. Who dared to be so audacious as to confront your bandit grandfather? With furrowed brows, Zhao Zhao fixed his gaze upon the trio before him, a sneer gradually emerging on his countenance. So it was merely 3 wretched spirits. If you wish to escape death, then begone. The onlookers trembled in fear at this spectacle, hastily producing their money. Is this hulking figure a lunatic? They thought to themselves, better give him what he wants, lest he unleash his wrath. The crowd assumed the large man was mad. However, within his eyes, there were 3 figures. These 3 beings were grotesquely peculiar. The one directly across from him was soaked, his skin ghostly pale, resembling an unsettling mound of flesh. To his left stood another, whose head bore an odd gourd shape, seemingly pinched in the middle. The third was even more bizarre, with an elongated tongue and a neck that appeared devoid of bones, capable of stretching at will. By heavens, I never anticipated encountering such formidable foes today. This individual is a grand master, and a formidable one at that. I suspect he has been the one ambushing travelers lately. The spirit with the elongated neck cast a glance at the damp figure, speaking in a grave tone. Without Wu Lao San, our combined strength may prove insufficient. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, very well. The 3 brothers decided to give it their all today. The trio of spirits exclaimed and immediately charged towards the burly man from 3 directions. Each of them had possessed martial skills in life, and their movements exhibited a certain finesse. However, it was evident that their abilities, both in life and in death, paled in comparison to that of the formidable man. Bang, bang, bang. The trio's coordinated assault was effortlessly repelled by the burly man. Ha ha. You 3 little brats dare to be audacious before me? Have you no idea of my reputation in this region? When has the mountain boar ever feared you little imps? He laughed heartily, while the three spirits, after being cast back, felt their ethereal energy swirling violently under the pressure of true essence. Brothers, let's fight him to the end. After all, we only have one life to lose. Let us detonate ourselves against this scoundrel. Very well. The three specters exchanged glances, their bodies radiating an intense aura of malevolence, the overwhelming presence of sinister energy rendering the surrounding atmosphere exceedingly frigid. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. A chilling breeze suddenly enveloped the devotees surrounding them, causing involuntary shivers to ripple through their bodies. Meanwhile, the few bandits wore expressions of unease, hastily seeking refuge behind the imposing figure of a tall man. Do you three worthless fools think you can use me as a shield? The towering man scoffed, a cold smile curling upon his lips. Dreaming foolishly, just as he prepared to eliminate these specters before him, his pupils dilated in shock, fixated on the crowd. Unbeknownst to him, a young man clad in black and adorned with a golden crown had materialized at the rear of the throng. The youth, strikingly handsome, stood out like a beacon amid the sea of men, women, and the elderly. When had he appeared, a sense of dread washed over him. He distinctly recalled that this figure had not been among the crowd moments ago, as the tall man pondered this unsettling revelation. The young man abruptly twisted his neck and tilted his head upward. To the tall man's astonishment, he discerned a crimson line encircling the youth's neck. In the next heartbeat, the young man nonchalantly detached his head from his body, holding it in his hands as he meticulously arranged his disheveled hair before reattaching it. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, brother? The bandits were utterly perplexed by the scene before them. However, without a moment's hesitation, they swiftly took to their heels. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a sharp crack, lightning flickered across the sky, and a chilling wind howled, leaving those who had come to offer incense at the temple of the goddess bewildered as they gazed upward. How could the heavens so abruptly change their countenance? Just moments ago, the sky was clear and serene, yet now it was engulfed in thunder and lightning, as though the very firmament were about to collapse. What was this? Blood? The temple of the goddess was bleeding. At that moment, the onlookers within the temple noticed an extraordinary phenomenon. A multitude of crimson spots began to emerge on the freshly painted white walls of the temple. These spots deepened in hue, gradually seeping through the wall, revealing a viscous substance that exuded a nauseating stench of fresh blood. What could possibly be happening? This was the sacred temple of the goddess. Simultaneously, the ground beneath their feet began to manifest splotches of blood. In the blink of an eye, the entire temple was engulfed in a spreading tide of crimson. Trembling in fear, the onlookers turned to behold the temple behind them, where blood cascaded from the rooftop, staining the doors and windows, and advancing towards the deity enshrined within the inner sanctum. But, as the relentless aura of malevolence drew near, the statue trembled slightly, beginning to shimmer with golden light. With the flickering of the golden radiance, strands of divine power emerged from the brows of the statue within the shrine. The goddess has manifested. Goddess Zhang has revealed herself. We are saved. Quickly kneel down. The devotees, who were preparing to flee, were stirred and dropped to their knees upon witnessing the scene. Outside, the three spirits were momentarily taken aback. Could it be that I am mistaken? Is Lady Zhang truly attempting to escape? What manner of spirit is this, that even Lady Zhang feels compelled to flee, to dare intrude upon the temple so brazenly? This spirit must be no ordinary entity. Even deities tremble before it. I cannot fathom when Dongshan County birthed such a formidable being. The surrounding devotees were mere mortals, oblivious to the unfolding events within the temple. Yet, the three spirits perceived everything with utmost clarity. The peculiar movement of Lady Zhang's statue was not a display of divine power to vanquish spirits, but rather a signal to pack up and depart. The assailant spirit was simply too fierce. Lady Zhang stood no chance against it. Buzz. At that moment, thunder roared, and suddenly, countless bolts of celestial lightning descended from the heavens, unleashing a ferocious barrage upon the statue within the village's goddess temple. With a resounding roar, A tremendous thunderclap reverberated through the air, causing the entire temple to collapse. Waves of dark flames erupted from within, engulfing the entire structure in a fiery embrace. Amidst the chaos, a piercing scream echoed, and everyone clearly witnessed a spectral figure soaring forth from the deity statue within the temple. This apparition, a woman clad in yellow, was now drenched in blood, and without hesitation, she fled towards the sky. Humph! A cold snort echoed through the heavens as thunderclouds roiled ominously. A massive black hand emerged from the depths of the clouds, swiftly seizing the figure clad in yellow. With a piercing scream, the colossal hand slowly withdrew into the clouds. Moments later, the clouds dispersed, and sunlight poured down once more. As the light illuminated the scene, the bloodstains on the temple vanished, restoring everything to its original state. Was it all merely an illusion? The terrifying creature, Galu, what had truly transpired? It seemed as though that entity had abducted a person. Wasn't that figure reminiscent of Lady Zhang? Look, the statue of the goddess. Everyone turned in shock to discover that the idol in the temple had its head severed by some unknown force. Blood continued to ooze from the gaping wound on the divine figure. Had Lady Zhang been decapitated? What kind of malevolence could be responsible for such a gruesome act against a deity? The crowd was aghast, having often heard tales of gods subduing demons. Yet this was their first encounter with the bizarre occurrence of a deity being beheaded by a fiend. At the entrance of the temple, 3 spirits exchanged glances, unable to contain their astonishment at the headless statue of Lady Zhang. Was she truly captured? With the idol destroyed, there was no hope left. What manner of demon was this, so ruthlessly vicious? As the crowd pondered in confusion, in Taiyan County, Tianshou County, atop Tianshou Mountain, stood a majestic temple bustling with worshippers. The thriving incense formed a delicate cloud above the temple, lingering in the air as the chanting from the great hero hall resonated, coalescing in the sky. Suddenly, from a side hall within the temple, a voice rang out, followed by a flash of golden light as an elderly monk opened his eyes. He gazed up at a lamp on the candlestick before him, which had extinguished, revealing a piece of paper affixed to its base inscribed with the name Zhang Miaoying. The soul lamp of Zhang Miaoying had been extinguished. The old monk's expression darkened at this sight, just as the door creaked open, and 2 monks entered from outside. Master Uncle. The 2 men bowed to the old monk, and upon raising their heads, one of them was indeed Monk Miaokong. You must travel to Dongshan County. Zhang Miaoying's soul lantern has just extinguished. Please investigate the matter for me. The old monk rose, took Zhang Miaoying's soul lantern from the candlestick, and handed it to Monk Miaokong. No matter who is scheming in the shadows, they must be dealt with. If anyone dares to harm the people of Tianshou Temple, no matter who they are in Taiyan County, they shall not escape unscathed. Miaokong accepted the soul lantern and nodded at the other monk. Without further hesitation, the 2 departed from the temple and made their way directly to the goddess temple in Dongshan County. Meanwhile, as they journeyed towards the temple, a sudden flash of lightning illuminated the skies over Bane County's Bane Mountain. At the Yin Court, a gust of sinister wind arose, startling the worshippers who were offering incense. They looked up in astonishment as the daylight sky darkened ominously. What is happening? Has the judge of the underworld lost his temper? Is it because of our offering of respect? Do not speak foolishly. Surely, the Great One is not so petty. Just as the crowd was engulfed in confusion, the gates of the Yin Court swung open, revealing a blinding golden light. In the next moment, a surge of black wind rushed into the court. With a disdainful snort echoing from within, the thunder in the sky grew ever more fearsome, the thunderclouds pressing down as if the heavens themselves were about to collapse. Rise in court. Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, realizing that such a commotion signified the commencement of a trial. Who among them had committed an offense that warranted the presence of the esteemed judge to personally summon the accused? This could not possibly involve an ordinary individual. Let us proceed to observe. Curiosity enveloped the surrounding devotees as they ventured inside. Among the throng, Wu Liang exchanged a glance with his wife and followed suit. Upon their arrival at the underworld's court, they were astonished to find no defendant present, only a bleeding idol's head. Isn't that the head of Lady Zhang from Dongshan County? Indeed, it was. It was said that this Lady Zhang served as the county's revered deity, a true god. How could she have been beheaded by the Lord of Judgment? Was it Lady Zhang who was to be interrogated today? The crowd gasped in disbelief. Could even deities be summoned for judgment by the underworld's court? Wu Liang, transfixed by the severed head of the idol, was taken aback. Such power wielded by the underworld's court. They could not only capture ghosts and punish the wicked, but could also hold the county's protective spirit accountable. Although a guardian spirit is not officially a celestial god, It remains a protector of the locale, standing far above mere wild deities, akin to a superior among them. Shaojia, as the celestial judge and ruler of the underworld, presided over the law of heaven and earth. Yet, he thought he would only be dealing with minor spirits or resolving grievances. To learn that even deities fell under his jurisdiction was indeed a revelation. What transgression had Lady Zhang committed to warrant such a fate? This matter seemed grave. One could see the deep furrows of concern etched on the Lord's brow. It was perplexing. Lady Zhang had always been a benefactor to her people, both in life and death. What crime could she possibly have committed? Surely, the Lord of Judgment would not slay a deity without just cause. The crowd's gaze shifted to the altar, where Shao Jie reclined in his chair, meticulously examining the book of life and death. Zhang Miaoying was described as a virtuous soul for 7 lifetimes, blessed with a connection to Buddhism from a young age. Once enlightened by a venerable monk, she possessed the ability to guide and redeem others, traversing the world to vanquish evil and uphold righteousness. Later, she married Lu Zhen of Lu family village, bearing 6 sons and 3 daughters. Upon reading this, Shao Jie furrowed his brow, struck by a sense of incredulity. To stumble upon such a familiar face, he mused. This woman was the fugitive from the Lu case, the very instigator responsible for the demise of the 32 members of the Lu family. Previously, he had attempted to interrogate Lu Zhen's soul, only to be thwarted by her preordained barriers. Fate had brought her back to him in this unexpected manner. How could such a wicked woman, relying on her abilities to commit atrocities, ascend to divinity after death? Shao Jie scrutinized the book of life and death, where Zhang Miaoying was inaccurately labeled as a virtuous being. If she were truly good, then the world would be devoid of evildoers. He continued to read, discovering that a century prior, in a bid to save her husband from an evil god's assault, she had succumbed to a lightning strike. Following her death, she was guided by an enlightened monk and became the revered spirit of Dongshan County, receiving offerings and achieving enlightenment. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, judge. Zhang Miaoying exclaimed. We have no grievances from the past, nor enmity in recent times. Why have you suddenly attacked me? The statue of Zhang Miaoying stirred, its visage resembling that of a living being as it opened its eyes and mouth to chastise Shao Jie. I am merely a county spirit of Dongshan County, enjoying the incense offerings of the people. Though I hold no official title, I have committed no wrongdoing. On what grounds do you, judge, apprehend me? Fury surged within Zhang Miaoying, as her divine form had been severed, and even if she managed to return and restore it, the process would be protracted. Despite her burning rage, an undercurrent of profound fear coursed through her. On what grounds, you ask? Shao Jie mused, putting away the book of life and death, stroking a stray lock of hair by his ear. There are numerous reasons to detain you. For instance, the souls of the 32 members of the Lu family. Or perhaps, your act of celestial substitution, altering the lifespans of the Lu clan. Not to mention, the recent cases of missing infant girls in Dongshan County. Shao Jie regarded Zhang Miaoying, whose expression had grown increasingly unnatural, with a bemused smile. Any one of these reasons suffices for your apprehension. Choose whichever you prefer. Zhang Miaoying's pupils contracted in disbelief. She had not anticipated that Shao Jie was privy to everything. The 32 souls of the Lu family. Wasn't that the work of Lu Zhen's wife? What connection did this have to Lady Zhang? How foolish. Lady Zhang was none other than Lu Zhen's wife from a century ago. It was no wonder the Lu family was under the protection of a wild deity, thriving despite their misdeeds and living long lives. I am aware of the incident regarding the missing infant girls in Dongshan County. I have heard numerous accounts of families inexplicably losing their daughters, an occurrence that seems beyond human capability. I have also heard that if Lady Zhang is indeed responsible for these disappearances, then everything falls into place. If this is true, then as the sacred spirit of Dongshan County, Lady Zhang, who benefits from the offerings of the people, is truly despicable for exploiting them. Upon hearing this, Wu Liang and the crowd couldn't help but swallow hard. It appears this truly pertains to the case of old Wu San. He never expected the judge's words to be true. He was genuinely involved in such a case. After the initial shock, Wu Liang felt a wave of relief wash over him. With Shao Jie's formidable capabilities, he was poised to embark on a grand endeavor. From now on, if anyone dared to oppress him using their status, he would escalate the matter to the underworld authorities, and Shao Jie would surely deal with them. After all, Shao Jie had promised him as much. In that moment, Wu Liang stood tall, feeling as though he had found his own support. That fellow, Zhang remarked, gazing at her husband, somewhat speechless. What was he so pleased about while the judge rendered his verdict? White impermanence? As Xiao Jie spoke, a white squirrel adorned with a tall hat and clutching a small wooden stick emerged from the side. Oh, is this not the little squirrel that accompanies the judge? And it wears a hat now. Such a squirrel deserves proper respect. It should be addressed as Lord Wu Chang, for it has been officially recognized. Alas, in this day and age, even little spirits can ascend to prominence. Listening to the envious murmurs from behind, Bai Wu Chang could not help but puff out its chest. It, too, held a distinguished status among spirits. Summon the witness, Old Wu San. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Wu Laosan. The official inquired. Is the person you wish to expose the one before us? Xiao Jie's expression was frigid. Wu Laosan, one must not speak recklessly in court. Observe carefully. Wu Laosan nodded, turning to see the head of Zhang Miaoying and exclaimed in horror. It is her. It is indeed her. The little ghost witnessed her stealing the newborn daughter from the Leaf family's wine shop that night. You audacious scoundrel. Zhang Miaoying's countenance changed dramatically. You, a mere little ghost, how dare you claim I stole an infant without any evidence? Wu Laosan turned to Xiao Jie and bowed deeply. My lord, this little ghost is willing to undergo soul searching. At this declaration, the faces of all present shifted slightly. Wu Laosan was merely a little ghost. His spectral form far less powerful than that of the Liu clan. Even Lu's soul searching had led to their demise. If Wu Laosan were to undergo soul searching, there would be no chance of survival. Xiao Jie waved his hand dismissively. There is no need. I believe you. Zhang Miaoying. Let us settle both new and old grievances together. Rising, Xiao Jie swiftly approached Zhang Miaoying, his gaze icy. For the crime of annihilating the Liu clan's souls. For the crime of altering the ordained fate. For the crime of abducting an infant. Each of these 3 charges constitutes a capital offense. I shall first strip you of your divine status. With that, Xiao Jie gestured, and the Yin-Yang golden hammer materialized in his hand, which he flung forward, transforming into 2 streaks of luminous light that vanished instantaneously. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a resounding boom, all that remained before Miaokong and the others was a heap of crumbling ruins. As for the divine statue that once stood proudly in this place, it had utterly vanished. I'm sorry, but it seems you haven't provided any text to revise and translate. Please share the content you'd like me to work on. Who on earth could it be? The question hung heavily in the air, laced with an intensity that was palpable. After a prolonged silence, Master Miaokong finally spoke in a low voice. Master Miaoning gazed at the fleeting streak of light in the sky, his brow furrowing slightly. That luminous flash was no ordinary feat. Could it be the work of Time Prefecture or the Taishan sect? Yet, it does not resemble their methods. Both Master Miaokong and Master Miaoning were left bewildered, grappling with the audacity of someone who would dare to extinguish a spirit in broad daylight. Meanwhile, far away in the Yinsi Yamen of Bain County, Zhang Miaoying's expression suddenly shifted. The statue's head began to tremble, and with a resounding crash, it disintegrated into ashes, scattering across the ground. Wow! A woman clad in yellow emerged from within, landing gracefully on the ground, her body inexplicably beginning to bleed profusely. Simultaneously, her back began to swell, releasing a terrifying and sinister aura from within. With a sudden pop, Zhang Miaoying's clothing tore apart, revealing a grotesque, enormous growth on her back. This malignant tumor, a deep crimson hue, was adorned with writhing fleshy protrusions. As these fleshy buds squirmed for a moment, they astonishingly transformed into a multitude of human faces. Each visage, resembling that of an infant, was the size of a fist, their mouths agape as they emitted piercing wails. What on earth is happening? How has Zhang Zhongyang turned into a malevolent spirit? It is utterly terrifying. The tumor seems to possess countless eyes, all fixated upon me. Good heavens! Could it be that the people of Dongshan County have been venerating this creature all along? How revolting! The citizens within the ghostly precinct were left speechless, unable to comprehend how Zhang Yongyang had metamorphosed into such a frightful apparition. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Buzz. At that moment, Xiao Jie retracted the Yin-Yang golden mace and cast a cold gaze upon Zhang Miaoying. Zhang Miaoying, he stated, it appears you have been a malevolent spirit all along. The essence of a malevolent spirit differs significantly from that of an ordinary ghost. A ghost arises from a tragic demise in life, burdened with unresolved grievances, unable to reincarnate, ultimately transforming into a spectral entity. Such spirits exist passively in the mortal realm and are referred to as ghost cultivators. In contrast, a malevolent spirit actively dwells among the living, enhancing its powers through the practice of dark arts, a form of ghost cultivation. I find myself intrigued by how you became a sacrificial spirit, Xiao Jie remarked with a chilling laugh. Malevolent spirits are incapable of absorbing incense offerings. Yet if Zhang Miaoying could indeed draw upon such power, it would conceal her ghostly abilities. Given her capabilities, she could not achieve this alone, indicating that she has assistance from someone behind the scenes. Xiao Jie extended his hand and seized Zhang Miaoying's head. Let me see who has bestowed this golden form upon you. As his words fell, a terrifying aura of malevolence surged into Zhang Miaoying's mind, swiftly scouring her memories. Xiao Jie released Zhang Miaoying, who was writhing in pain on the ground, his expression darkening with realization. No wonder I could not find any women among the Lu and Lu families. It seems they were all sacrificed to you. Xiao Jie believed that Zhang Miaoying's act of consuming infants was a consequence of her transformation into a ghost. However, it turned out that this heinous act had begun during her mortal life. In her youth, Zhang Miaoying encountered a mysterious monk who imparted to her a certain arcane technique. This technique, imbued with the essence of the universe, promised the cultivation of divine powers and the attainment of immortality. But it required the consumption of female infants to elevate one's cultivation. Unable to resist the monk's seduction, she clandestinely practiced this dark art, initiating her covert theft of infants. As her powers grew, so did her audacity, leading her to brazenly steal infants from various places until she ultimately reached the capital of Wuzhou. Eventually, her actions drew the attention of the Demon Suppression Division, which pursued her relentlessly. It was during her flight that she met Lu Zhan, who had recently been expelled from the monastery. Under Lu Zhan's protection, she narrowly escaped numerous attempts on her life by the Demon Suppression Division. They eventually settled in Bain County, where she married Lu Zhan and bore him children. Together, they had 6 sons and 3 daughters, yet Zhang Miaoying's malevolent heart remained unquenched. In succession, she consumed 3 of her own daughters and devoured every female infant in the Lu family village. Later, when the Lu family uncovered her secret, they chose to collaborate with her, providing her with infants in exchange for her assistance in resolving certain matters. Only beasts can truly understand one another. However, who exactly is that enigmatic monk? Xiao Jie furrowed his brow. Zhang Miaoying's collusion with the Lu family, though subtle, was ultimately uncovered by the Demon Subduing Division. In the end, Zhang Miaoying was executed by a joint effort of the division, yet they had also dealt with her soul posthumously. Strangely, she was rescued and subsequently transformed into the spirit of Dongshan County. According to Zhang Miaoying's memories, the one who enlightened her must also be a monk. Yet, whether he is the same as the previous mysterious monk remains uncertain for Xiao Jie. I am the benevolent spirit of the 10th generation, the guardian spirit of Dongshan County. We are both righteous beings of heaven and earth. Judge, though you are the deity of Yin and Yang justice, you possess no authority to interrogate me. I am a deity as well. Zhang Miaoying, sensing the terrifying killing intent emanating from Xiao Jie, endured the excruciating pain in her soul and rose to her feet. I demand to be taken to the Spirit Official Hall. I am an officially registered spirit of the Spirit Official Hall, and only there can I be interrogated. Your celestial laws hold no sway over me. Upon hearing her declaration, Xiao Jie could not suppress a chuckle as he summoned the execution platform to materialize beneath them. Celestial laws are not merely established for mortals, ghosts, or demons. Warriors, heavenly officials, lords, and emperors alike are all subject to these laws. Within the realm of celestial law, guilt warrants death, and I am empowered to execute such sentences. With a wave of his hand, the execution platform opened, and an overwhelming force compelled Zhang Miaoying onto it. No, you cannot kill me. I am a legitimate deity bestowed by the Spirit Official Hall. You cannot take my life. Judge, you cannot execute me. Observing Zhang Miaoying struggling upon the platform, Xiao Jie let out a cold laugh. Do not presume that your status as a mere spirit, devoid of rank or title, protects you. Even those esteemed celestial marshals sanctioned by the Spirit Official Hall are not exempt from my judgment. You, Zhang Miaoying trembled all over, finally experiencing fear and dread. The judge before her seemed rather different from the deities she had encountered. He appeared utterly unperturbed by the Hall of Spirits. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. No. As the decree descended, Zhang Miaoying was seized by a terrifying force and forcibly dragged into the rear of the Insi Yamen, where her piercing screams echoed ominously. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Of course, Wu Liang sighed softly. In his previous position as an official, he often felt helpless. He aspired to be a good official who served the people, yet many things he wished to accomplish were beyond his reach, as human capabilities are ultimately limited. However, from this moment onward, I shall stand firm. Wu Liang placed his hands on his hips, declaring, if I cannot resolve matters or pass judgment on those I ought to, I shall take them to the underworld's court. Since I, a mere official in this world, cannot adjudicate, let the judges of Yin and Yang do so. Zhang watched Wu Liang, brimming with pride, and shared a smile. As the residents of Bain County descended from the mountain, the events that transpired soon spread throughout the county town. What? The underworld's court executed a deity today. Indeed, it was none other than Lady Zhang from Dongshan County. Who would have thought she was a malevolent spirit? Lady Zhang. She had been recognized as a spirit by the Lingguan Hall, and now she had been slain by the esteemed judge. The underworld's court possesses truly remarkable power. Even celestial beings cannot evade judgment. The tavern buzzed with discussion. With the fall of the Liu and Liu families, the oppressive exploiters had vanished, and the quality of life for the citizens of Bain County improved instantaneously. Nowadays, the frequent patrons of taverns and tea houses are the common folk. Prince Xiao possesses extraordinary abilities, capable of judging the heavens, the earth, and spirits, while also managing mundane affairs. His establishment in Bain County is indeed a blessing for us. Is it not true? Were it not for Prince Xiao, we would still be under the Liu family's oppression. Speaking of which, should we not hasten the process of bestowing a title upon Prince Xiao? Everything is prepared. We now await the 7th day of October in 3 days' time. Upon confirming that the judge of Yin and Yang was indeed Xiao Jie, the people of Bain County examined his birth date. Xiao Jie was born on the 7th day of the 7th lunar month, and now that it is late autumn, he cannot return to that time. Thus, they chose the 7th day of October. The 7th of October is regarded as a significant day by the people of Bain County, marking the birthday of Bain Mountain. Choosing this date to honor Xiao Jie demonstrates the esteem in which the people hold him. While the residents of Bain County busied themselves with the honorific title for Xiao Jie, the Liu family found themselves in disarray. What did you say? The matriarch was executed by the judge. Liu Hong, the head of the Liu family, was left in utter disbelief upon hearing the steward's words. Old Zhang, have you lost your senses? The matriarch passed away a century ago. She surely has been reincarnated multiple times since. Liu Hong appeared incredulous. Following the conclusion of the Hongyi case, the judgment against the Liu family had taken effect. All individuals over the age of 30 in the Liu family have perished, leaving only the younger generation with normal lifespans. Nevertheless, even they are affected by the judgment, with many nearing 30 experiencing sudden declines in health, regardless of their previous vitality. Furthermore, the newborns in the Liu family are fraught with misfortunes, plagued by illnesses, early deaths, and disabilities. Despite their deep-seated resentment towards the underworld's court, they dare not voice it, for although their situation is dire, they still retain their bloodline, whereas the Liu family has already fallen. Master, you are still young. Old Zhang sighed. I may be older, but I understand certain matters. In truth, your matriarch was the spirit worshipped in Dongshan County, Lady Zhang. What did you say? Liu Heng was taken aback, realizing that his ancestor was, in fact, a celestial being. He suddenly felt the weight of such formidable backing. But then, a thought struck him with alarm as he turned to old Zhang. Did you just say that Lady Zhang was slain by the judge? Lu Heng's complexion went ashen. This was disastrous. The Lu family was bound to suffer the consequences. No, I must pay my respects at Northine Mountain. This matter no longer concerns our Lu family. Lu Hong hastily rose, determined to sever any ties, even with his own ancestor. The two men hurriedly departed, and moments later, a figure appeared in the room. The news of Lady Zhang's demise left Lu Gong in a state of utter terror. He was one of the wild deities under Lady Zhang's command, sent to the Lu family to protect her kin. Never did he imagine that his superior would fall to Shao Jie's blade. I cannot remain here any longer. Otherwise, trouble is inevitable. Some matters are unknown to others, yet he was acutely aware of their implications. As long as they remained hidden, there was still room for maneuver. If those secrets were to be unveiled, it would not merely be the Yin officials pursuing him. Certain individuals would ensure his demise. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Amitba. The monks Miaokong and Miaoning stood silently before the deity, observing the scene. Brother, are we truly not going to pursue this matter further? Miaokong inquired, somewhat perplexed. No. Miaoning replied, shaking his head. The judges within the realm of the underworld are no ordinary deities. Their power is unfathomable. It suffices to sever this connection. There is no need to provoke the underworld over a mere sacrificial spirit. Once the Buddha Mother manifests, we shall gradually seek retribution from the underworld. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tianshou Temple, you wretched bald monks shall meet your demise. I shall report you to the underworld officials. In the underworld court, the wise and mighty Lord vanquished an evil deity, updating the records of life and death. The incense offerings increased by 10,000, and he was bestowed with a middle-grade magical artifact, the bone-scraping knife. Shao Jie gazed at the gray knife that appeared before him, reaching out to grasp it. Bone-scraping knife, a middle-grade magical artifact, designed to peel flesh and scrape bones, inflicting a fate worse than death. It is an instrument of torture from the underworld, capable of completely separating flesh from bone without causing death to either. Yet another tool of torment. Shao Jie toyed with the bone-scraping knife for a while, lamenting the absence of any subordinates besides the little demon by Wu Chang. Each use of this instrument required his own effort. Surely, my incense offerings must have amassed significantly by now. During this period, the people of Bain County have been continuously offering incense to him, causing his offerings to grow daily. System activated. Name, Shao Jie. Title, non-official position, Yin-Yang Judge. Cultivation level, Ghost Immortal +0, Authority, Taiyan Prefecture +100, Abilities, Wandering Spirit +100, Mystic Eye +100, Spirit Gathering +100, Artifact Refinement +100, Spells, 5 Thunder Justice, max level. 5 Elements Technique, max level. Treasures, Book of Life and Death, Innate Treasure, Yin-Yang Rod, Superior Artifact, Execution Platform, Inferior Artifact, Bone Scraping Knife, Medium Artifact, Incense Value, 130. 000. Shao Jie stroked his chin, pondering that this amount of incense was certainly insufficient for his advancement. However, he recognized the necessity of enhancing his cultivation. Moreover, he was eager to observe the transformations that would accompany his ascension. After a moment of contemplation, Shao Jie silently recited in his heart, enhancing cultivation. The system notification resonated immediately in his mind. Incense value, -10,000. Cultivation, Ghost Immortal +1. As the system prompt faded, Shao Jie felt a terrifying surge of malevolent energy arise within him. Concurrently, an indescribable force emerged alongside it. Law? Shao Jie was taken aback, raising his hand to observe the flickering lightning in his palm, somewhat astonished. The enhancement of his cultivation had unexpectedly granted him the principles of the Thunder Tao. The pinnacle of such principles is authority. Could I, in time, become the god of thunder? He pondered further. Shao Jie scratched his head, a thought igniting in his mind, and continued to augment his cultivation. With a decrease of 90,000 incense points, his cultivation ascended to the Ghost Immortal +10, breaking through to the great perfection of the Ghost Immortal realm. The ability Refine Soul, Solidify Spirit was unlocked. As the system notification faded, Shao Jie sensed his ghostly essence coalescing inward, gradually taking on a tangible form. This sensation was akin to him being capable of influencing the entire tangible world. Previously, he required the manifestation of the wandering spirit to activate the ghost domain to affect the real world, or had to wield the authority within the nether realm to exert direct influence. Yet now, he felt that even without relying on these two abilities, he could still exert a certain degree of impact on the real world. It was as if he was gradually transforming from an ethereal existence into something concrete. Refined soul, solidify spirit. This ability allows for the condensation of the primordial spirit within oneself. Once the primordial spirit is formed, one can grasp the laws of heaven and earth. Shao Jia raised an eyebrow, realizing why he was suddenly able to comprehend a fragment of the laws of the universe. It was due to this, the primordial spirit, the key to mastering the laws of heaven and earth. If I continue to cultivate in this manner, could I not be resurrected? The solitary yin is a ghost. The balanced yin-yang is a human, and the solitary yang is a deity. The ghost immortal is the ultimate limit that a ghost can attain. Shao Jia felt a surge of curiosity about what form he would take upon his resurrection. At that moment, Shao Jia lifted his head to gaze outside the door. A ghost had just passed by. With a creaking sound, Shao Jia opened the gate of the underworld office and glanced at the desolate square. His eyes then wandered to the trees by the mountainside, and he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Is it this fellow? Shao Jia arched an eyebrow. For hidden within the tree was a ghost, none other than Lu Gong. How did he transform into a ghost? Shao Jia felt a tinge of confusion. Lu Gong's aura was now peculiarly distinct, having fully transitioned into a specter. While wild deities are born from the essence of incense and are not truly ghosts, they embody a form of pure yang essence, allowing them to absorb the pure yang energy from incense offerings. Yet now, Lu Gong's presence exuded pure yin, clearly indicating that he had become a ghost. Could it be that after becoming a wild deity, he has regressed into a specter? Shao Jia furrowed his brow, as such a phenomenon was unheard of to him. This fellow is brimming with resentment? Is he here to lodge a complaint? With a slight lift of his brow, Shao Jia strolled towards the mountainside. Meanwhile, Lu Gong, watching Shao Jia emerge, felt a tumult of hesitation and anxiety. I cannot directly report to Tianshou Temple. If he were to approach Tianshou Temple, regardless of its fate, the deeds he had committed would undoubtedly lead him to face Shao Jia's judgment. Although he was no longer a deity, he had retained a fragment of his soul, allowing him to cling to existence, perhaps even to regain divine status in the future. However, should he step into Shao Jia's court, it would surely mean a swift descent into death, spiraling down to the 18 levels of hell. Just as Lu Gong pondered this, a hand quietly descended upon his shoulder, pulling him out from the tree. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, splash. Esteemed sir, I have come to report a case. Lu Gong, not daring to hesitate even for a moment, hastily knelt down and bowed his head. Upon hearing this, Shao Jia sheathed his Yin-Yang golden mace, a hint of disappointment crossing his lips. If you wish to report a case, why hide here? He waved his hand, and a chair sprouted from the ground. Shao Jia seated himself, crossing his legs, and inquired, Now, who do you wish to accuse? However, let me clarify, I shall not interfere in matters of the martial world, such as claims of being silenced due to certain grievances. Lu Gong pondered over his own predicament. He had aided in the abduction of a child, only to be silenced thereafter. Surely this did not qualify as a matter of vendetta within the underworld? Not in the slightest. He had come to file a report, not to confess. No, he could not be so forthright. Suddenly, an idea struck him. I shall accuse the Lianhua Temple of secretly abducting children. Accuse? Are you certain? Indeed. I am quite certain. Just as Lu Gong nodded in affirmation, he was met with 2 resounding slaps from Shao Jia, leaving his head ringing. My lord, why do you strike me? Shao Jia, shaking his hand in irritation, retorted. You say you are reporting, yet you speak of accusations. Are you here to file a report or to make an accusation? Think it through and speak once more. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lu Gong was momentarily taken aback. His awareness of the monks at Lianhua Temple stealing children stemmed from the fact that he had previously delivered a child to them. However, revealing this information would amount to confessing his own guilt. No, he thought. Shao Jia produced a Yin-Yang golden mace and said, Come here, child. Extend your head so I may show you some affection. Esteemed sir, every word I speak is the truth. Lu Gong hastily bowed his head. This matter is intricately linked to Tianshu Temple. As you are aware, I have some connections there. I assure you, if this issue is investigated, we will certainly uncover the ties to Tianshu Temple. Upon hearing this, Shao Jia raised an eyebrow slightly. He had been keeping an eye on that bald monk, Xian Kong, but unfortunately, the fellow had managed to cover his tracks well, making it difficult for Shao Jia to take action. If this situation genuinely implicated Tianshu Temple, then he would have a legitimate reason to confront that bald monk. Moreover, the affairs in Dongshan County were also tied to Tianshu Temple, albeit indirectly. They had cleaned up after themselves too thoroughly, leaving Shao Jia momentarily without leverage. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Whom shall I seek? Shao Jia furrowed his brow in contemplation, when suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his thoughts as he directed his gaze towards the only place in Bane County that radiated light. County office? Got it. The newly appointed magistrate of Bane County is quite an admirable official. At the very least, he is neither greedy nor corrupt. Although his tenure here has been brief, he has accomplished a considerable amount. Let him investigate, and when the time comes, he can adjudicate the findings himself. Yes, he is the right person for the task. As the head of the county, and with Lianhua Temple located within Bane County, it is only natural that he would undertake this investigation. However, the authority of a mere county magistrate is unlikely to intimidate those involved. I can intervene later if necessary. Yes, that is indeed the plan. I am quite clever. Shao Jia nodded slightly. After all, he is now a judge in the underworld, which could be considered a position of considerable rank. It is well known that a leader must possess the ability to organize affairs. If one cannot manage tasks effectively, how can one lead or guide others? Shao Jia beckoned to Lu Gong, gesturing towards the county office below, and said with a smile, "You should go to the county office and report the matter, informing the county magistrate so that he can investigate." Lu Gong appeared bewildered at the suggestion, responding, "Can a county magistrate even take on my case? Are you underestimating the magistrate?" Shao Jia rolled his eyes. "He is, after all, a 7th-rank official. He is more than capable of handling your case." Lu Gong blinked in surprise. But Lianhua Temple is the sacred site of the great Qian Emperor. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a heavy sigh, Lu Gong steeled himself and approached the newly constructed county office. Unburdened by any governmental oppression, he found it quite effortless to reach Wu Yang's chamber. "You old rascal, at your advanced age, how can you still engage in such antics? Aren't you afraid of straining your back?" Zhang spoke reprovingly from within the room, causing Lu Gong to furrow his brow slightly. It seemed he had arrived at an inopportune moment. Perhaps he should have waited a while longer. Is this all there is to it? At my age? Merely indulging in a momentary whim and managing to engage in a bit of fun is already quite commendable. Let us not be too demanding. The moment he turned away, Lu Gong quietly pivoted back, evidently unwilling to delay matters. With both hands forming a mystical gesture, Lu Gong cast a subtle spell upon Wu Liang, who, inside the room, was blissfully cradling his lovely wife and humming a tune. Suddenly, a chill enveloped him, and his stomach began to gurgle audibly. "Alas, I must attend to the restroom." Wu Liang hastily donned his garments, grasped a lantern, and ventured forth. Zhang, who remained on the bed, rolled his eyes in exasperation. That old fellow is such a bore. As Wu Liang exited the room, he felt a momentary disorientation, and upon reopening his eyes, he found himself standing in the court. The chamber was shrouded in darkness, rendering everything invisible, while the cold wind howled outside, leaving Wu Liang in a state of bewilderment. Wasn't I supposed to go to the restroom? How did I end up here? Just as Wu Liang pondered this perplexity, the lanterns surrounding the court suddenly illuminated. However, the light they emitted was not white, but rather a ghastly green. The eerie green glow cast a pallor upon Wu Yang's face, rendering it an unsettling shade of green. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. as Wu Liang found himself lost in thought. A chilling breeze swept through the courtroom, and a figure emerged from the shadows, flickering between light and dark. Upon recognizing the individual, Wu Liang could not help but tense his thighs, feeling a slight pressure in his bladder. The person below in the courtroom appeared to be split in half, resembling two chopsticks connected by grotesque strands of flesh, a sight both terrifying and surreal. How could fortune be so unkind to me? I am the county magistrate, not a judge. Wu Liang felt utterly despondent. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a thud, Wu Liang plopped down onto the chair, staring blankly at Lu Gong. The judge sent you to find me? For what purpose? Wu Liang's throat felt parched. Why would a judge send a ghost to seek him out? Did he think he was taking his imperial rations too lightly? My lord, I have a lead regarding the 7 missing male infants from Bain County from a year ago, Lu Gong stated. At these words, Wu Liang, who had previously appeared utterly despondent, instantly perked up, sitting up straight. What lead? Since taking office, Wu Liang had meticulously reviewed all the accumulated files from Bain County. And the case of the 7 missing infants was the one that lingered most vividly in his memory. A peculiar incident had occurred a year prior. On the same day and at the same time, 7 male infants had vanished. This case, compared to other long-forgotten ones, held the greatest potential for resolution. He had been investigating it for some time, yet had uncovered no leads, only becoming increasingly perplexed. He discovered that these children were not only born on the same day, but also at the exact same moment, their destinies eerily identical. The 7 infants had been taken by the monks of the Lotus Flower Temple. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Liang suddenly sat up from his chair, gasping for breath as he surveyed his surroundings. Once again, he had been haunted by a specter. Panting heavily, Wu Liang pondered for a moment, a hint of darkness flickering in his gaze. The Lotus Temple. The origins of this temple are far from ordinary. It is a millennium-old sanctuary, closely linked with the Heavenly Longevity Temple. Were it merely a matter of martial forces, he would not be overly concerned. However, the predicament lies in the fact that the Lotus Temple possesses another layer of significance. It is a place of dragon ascendance. In the past, the Emperor Wu of Shou secluded himself here, and upon emerging, he experienced a profound enhancement in his abilities, ultimately seizing the throne. The Lotus Temple boasts plaques and edicts bestowed by the Emperor himself, and throughout the entire Taiyan Prefecture, none dared to provoke it. Even the Heavenly Longevity Temple must show it a modicum of respect. In this realm, not only a mere county magistrate like him, but even the prefect of Taiyan can only watch helplessly. Consult the Lord of Judgment? Wu Liang's face contorted in distress. This indeed was the task assigned to him by the Lord of Judgment. Narrowing his eyes, Wu Liang surmised Shao Jie's intention. It was evident that he intended to leverage his hand to investigate this case. His role was merely to ascertain the facts, after which Shao Jie would take the necessary actions. Yet, how was he to conduct this investigation? Sitting in contemplation, Wu Liang found himself at an impasse. As a lowly county magistrate, he could not even touch the Lu and Lu families, let alone the Lotus Temple. Such matters could only be probed by the Dali Temple or the Demon Suppression Office. He lacked even the qualification to investigate. Investigate? What means did he possess to carry this out? The Lord of Judgment certainly knew how to present him with a conundrum. Sir? Just as Wu Liang was lost in thought, a voice echoed at the door. He lifted his head to see Wu Laosen limping in, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Why have you come again? Wu Liang felt a pang of fear. As a county magistrate, why was he being haunted daily by phantoms? Do not be afraid, my lord. I sensed an ominous presence within the county office and feared it might pose a threat to you. So I came to investigate, Wu Laosen declared, glancing around to confirm there were no other spirits before bowing respectfully to Wu Liang. I am grateful, my lord. Were it not for your guidance on that fateful day, I would not have been able to bring the matter of Lady Zhang to the underworld's attention. Upon hearing this, Wu Liang felt a sense of relief and waved his hand dismissively. What is there to thank me for? I merely pointed the way. If gratitude is due, it should go to the judge. Were it not for his fair enforcement of the law and remarkable abilities, this issue would have remained unresolved. You speak truly. Wu Laosen nodded, then inquired, My lord, I noticed your furrowed brow upon my arrival. Is there a matter troubling you? Though I lack the powers of the judge, I possess certain skills. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to ask. Wu Liang instinctively sought to decline. How could a county magistrate enlist a spirit's aid? Yet, as he opened his mouth to refuse, he found himself momentarily speechless, studying Wu Laosen intently. I cannot conduct an overt investigation into the matter at Lianhua Temple, but perhaps I could have this spirit conduct a discreet inquiry. If sufficient evidence emerges, the subsequent enforcement would not involve me. Besides, what if the higher authorities learn of it? It is not I who committed the crime. What concern is it of mine? The murderer belongs to the underworld. Let them pursue the specters. Let us proceed with it. Wu Liang resolutely turned to Wu Laosen and said, I indeed have a matter to discuss. One that pertains to the infant abduction case. Wu Laosen's pupils dilated. Is there a predicament, my lord? Speak freely, even if it costs me my life. I shall uncover the truth for you. Wu Liang nodded. I possess a slight lead, but it involves the Lotus Temple. As you know, in this world, a higher official can easily suppress the lower. Although I am the magistrate of Bane County, there are many occasions where my hands are tied. My lord, do you wish for me to investigate the Lotus Temple discreetly? Wu Liang affirmed, you need only observe their movements. Should they show any signs of activity, inform me immediately. If we can catch them in the act, the matter will be manageable. I understand, my lord. Rest assured, I shall handle this. Wu Laosen clasped his hands in respect and turned to leave, but Wu Liang quickly called out to him, you are alone. Do not overexert yourself. Though this case is of great significance, do not recklessly put yourself in danger. The Lotus Temple is no ordinary place. However, upon hearing this, Wu Laosen chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. My lord, you worry too much. I have 3 friends in Dongshan County, and they have already arrived in Bane County. The 4 of us shall act together. Even a grandmaster would find it impossible to escape. Wu Laosen bowed to Wu Liang before limping away from the county office. Wu Liang watched him depart, inhaling deeply. Just then, footsteps echoed in the corridor as Zhang Shi hurried in with her servants. My lord, were you not in the restroom? Why are you back in the court? What has been troubling you these past few days? Zhang Shi draped a cloak over Wu Liang and chided. You are not young anymore. Do not wear yourself out like this. Wu Liang waved his hand, saying nothing, and returned to his chamber. 3 days later, the entire Bane County was adorned as if for a festival, with lanterns and decorations adorning every household. The entrances were lined with candle holders, incense altars, firecrackers, and red silk. The sound of gongs and drums filled the air, and firecrackers exploded in unison. Even Shaojie, situated atop Bane Mountain, was stirred from slumber, opening his eyes to behold the entire county below. Observing the bustling streets, filled with people fervently engaged in preparations, Shaojie was taken aback. What significant occasion was being celebrated in Bane County today? The original inhabitant had lived here for decades. How could he not recall the importance of this day? Just as Shaojie pondered this, within the county office, Wu Liang had already donned his official robes and was urging Zhang Shi beside him. Can you hurry? Today is a momentous occasion. Here it comes. Zhang stepped out of the room, and Wu Liang hastily pulled her towards the county court, where all the esteemed and illustrious families of Bane County had gathered. Amidst the crowd, there lay an object shrouded in red cloth, surrounded by dozens of young men awaiting in anticipation. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Very well. The crowd stood up, lifting the object wrapped in red cloth as they departed from the county office, making their way towards the northern Yin Mountain. Inside the Yinsi office, Shaojie, hearing the increasingly approaching sounds, could not help but raise his head. It seemed they had arrived at the mountain. Just as Shaojie was pondering this, a grand procession reached the northern Yin Mountain, halting before the Yinsi office. As various noises faded away, Shaojie peered through the office doors and observed that all the prominent figures of Bane County had gathered, along with a multitude of ordinary citizens, nearly filling the platform in front of the Yinsi. What could this gathering signify? Are you here to offer incense? Shaojie inquired, puzzled. At that moment, Wu Liang approached, producing a bamboo slip, and knelt beneath the fragrant altar, prompting everyone else to follow suit. In the presence of the esteemed magistrate of the Yin Court, I, Wu Liang, the county magistrate of Bane County, stand before you today, leading the citizens of our county to express our profound gratitude for your benevolent protection, and I humbly present this honorific title on behalf of the people. As Wu Liang concluded his speech, several young men carried forth an object wrapped in crimson cloth. With a swift motion, Wu Liang tore away the fabric, revealing a resplendent golden plaque, shimmering brilliantly adorned with exquisite patterns and emblazoned with 4 prominent characters, Temple of Prince Xiao. Shao Jie stood in astonishment within the inn court, realizing that the day's festivities were indeed in his honor. A notification chimed. The host has upheld justice, eradicating the malevolent tyrants plaguing Bane County. The grateful citizens of Bane County wish to bestow upon you an honorific title. Do you accept? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Shao Jie felt a wave of clarity. He understood that this so-called honorific title was conferred in such a manner. Acceptance. Shao Jie nodded without hesitation. At that very moment, the entire Yin mountain began to tremble as the formidable forces of heaven and earth and the essence of the earth converged from all directions. What is happening? Outside the realm of shadows, everyone appeared somewhat bewildered. At that moment, Wu Liang's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. He pointed towards the darkness behind the shadows, rendered speechless for an extended period. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. What is that? On the northern Shadow Mountain. As Wu Liang completed the title ceremony for Shao Jie, the entire northern Shadow Mountain began to tremble violently, its terrain converging behind the realm of the dead. With the gathering of the land and divine aura, all present were astonished to witness a majestic gate slowly rising from the ground behind the realm of the dead. A door? To everyone's astonishment, a door appeared behind the Yin division. No, look quickly. Something else is emerging from beyond that door. Oh my. Could it be that a grand palace is rising from the ground? Under the gaze of all present, the crimson door slowly elevated from the earth. Following the door, a series of magnificent palaces gradually materialized. A palace truly emerged from the ground. Wu Liang rubbed his eyes. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes? He would have never believed that a palace could arise from thin air. As the palace took shape, the spiritual veins of the North Yin Mountain began to converge towards it, influenced by an unseen force, transforming the entire mountain range into a subordinate land of the North Yin Mountain. Roar. Within the northern Yin Mountain range, countless formidable demons opened their eyes, some emerging from the water, others stepping out from their lairs. What is happening? Why is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converging towards a single direction? All the great demons were somewhat bewildered. They had resided in the northern Yin Mountain range for hundreds, if not thousands, of years and had never encountered such a phenomenon. The entire northern Yin Mountain range was inherently a sanctuary rich in spiritual energy, with these great demons occupying the areas where the energy was most concentrated. Yet now, the spiritual energy of the entire mountain range began to flow towards the southwest, rendering all the caves and blessed lands suddenly mundane. What transpired in the southwest? Why is the energy rushing towards that direction? To make matters worse, not only was the spiritual energy converging there, but the sinister aura was also seeping out. What manner of being exists in that place, human or ghost? How could both spiritual and sinister energies be desired? For the first time in their long existence, they felt as if they were witnessing the supernatural. The more these great demons investigated, the more perplexed they became. For it was not only the heavenly spiritual energy, but also the malevolent aura that was gathering. This left them in a state of confusion. It is universally acknowledged that humans and demons absorb spiritual energy for cultivation, while malevolent beings engage with sinister energy. The two are in conflict and cannot be cultivated simultaneously. Yet now both energies were converging towards one location. What could possibly be there? A ghost or a demon? Why is everything drawn to that place? Just as their bewilderment deepened, atop the northern Yin Mountain, Shao Jie was enveloped in an overwhelming aura of ghosts, yet a radiant golden light emanated from his brow. Buzz. After a brief moment, the ghostly aura and golden light dissipated, and Shao Jie returned to normal, a system notification echoing in his mind. Honorific title successfully bestowed. Title: Prince Xiao. Shao Jie opened his eyes and gazed at his system interface, a hint of curiosity sparking within him. System, the honorific title has been conferred. Yet I perceive no particular distinction. Is it merely a name? How rather stingy of you. The honorific title is not merely a gift from the system to the host. It is initiated by the citizens of Bane County and certified by the heavens, bestowing upon you an authority and identity recognized throughout the vast world. What utility does it possess? What are the benefits? On the first day of each month, every citizen of Bane County will offer you a small portion of incense. Shao Jie raised an eyebrow. Bane County boasted tens of thousands of inhabitants, which meant his monthly income would amount to a considerable sum. With the establishment of the Shao Wangfu, you may reside therein and receive tributes from various factions. Shao Jia's eyes gleamed. He would no longer be confined to the shrine, resembling a mere stone. Land grant, Bane Mountain Range. The Bane Mountain Range shall be your domain, and every blade of grass and tree within it shall be your private property. Ah, I have suddenly struck it rich. Shao Jia mused, quite pleased, as he had not anticipated the substantial rewards accompanying the honorific title. The host has obtained the first honorific title, receiving system rewards, four-dimensional soul master deity position. Four hats manifested before him, and upon seeing them, Shao Jia waved his hand to collect them. Indeed, a significant harvest this time. Shao Jia was astonished at the multitude of rewards bestowed by a single honorific title. Why has the judge not responded? Might he be dissatisfied with the title we provided? Who knows? Outside the underworld office, Wu Liang and the others, having awaited the opening of the door for quite some time, began to grow anxious. Shall we inquire? The group exchanged glances, yet no one dared to approach. Just then, several young individuals were astonished to witness the golden plaque rising spontaneously from their hands. The plaque has taken flight? Quickly, follow it. Wu Liang and the others hastily rose, trailing behind the plaque as it ascended to the back of the underworld office, where it hung prominently upon the grand vermilion door under the gaze of the onlookers. Buzz, as the golden plaque was hung up. The crimson door shook and slowly opened from within. How did this plaque come to be here? Is this truly the temple of the esteemed one? What is this place of the underworld? You fool, the underworld is the place of business. This is where one offers incense. Our county magistrate must keep work and life separate, let alone the esteemed judge. Indeed, can we enter? Wu Liang hesitated for a moment and said, since the door is open, it must mean the esteemed one wishes for us to enter. Well, if the esteemed one has said so, then we can surely go in. Come, let us enter and take a look. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a creak, the crowd pushed open the main hall, and at first glance, they beheld a deity statue that filled the entire chamber. Unlike the deities found in the underworld's courts, this statue bore neither the ledger of life and death nor the yin-yang staff. Clad in plain garments with disheveled hair, it still bore a resemblance to Lord Shao, albeit the statue exuded less majesty and more casualness. Is this truly the temple of Prince Shao? While it appears grand from the outside, the interior seems rather modest. Should we craft a few accompanying offerings for Lord Shao? Are you out of your mind? Lord Shao is a true deity. Do you dare present him with mere stone figures? You must be joking. I suggest we capture a few wild deities, preferably female ones, as offerings for the prince. He is bound to appreciate them. You. Yes, you. This task is now entrusted to you. Wu Liang cast a disapproving glance at the few unruly individuals behind him, bemused by the fierce disposition of the people from Bane County. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, excuse me. I must take my leave. With that, he turned and departed, prompting the citizens of Bane County to follow suit. Once everyone had vacated, Shao Jie revealed his true form. It appeared that a clue had finally emerged. He had been preoccupied with the matter concerning Lu Gong. At the foot of Bane Mountain, Wu Liang hurriedly returned to the Insi Yamen, where he encountered Wu Laosen and 3 other specters. Closed the door. The captain shut the door. And only then did Wu Liang clasp his hands in respect towards the 4 men, asking, Gentlemen, what is the situation? My lord, we have just confirmed that Lianhua Temple has indeed been clandestinely abducting infants. Wu Laosan gritted his teeth in anger. However, we have only discovered the children entering, and have found no trace of them leaving. It is highly likely that they merely enter without ever emerging. Wu Liang stumbled, taken aback. He had presumed that the abduction of infants by Lianhua Temple was motivated solely by profit through trafficking. No matter the circumstances, he believed these children would at least be spared their lives. Yet, he had not anticipated that Lianhua Temple's intentions were not driven by greed, but rather by a sheer desire to take lives. Bang! Wu Liang rose to his feet, declaring that this malevolent temple, Lianhua Temple, must be eradicated. My lord, we have gathered intelligence indicating that tonight they plan to abduct a newborn from a family in Dong Village, Bane County. Wu Liang's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. Excellent. Tonight, we shall catch him red-handed. I will then see what excuses these bald-headed men can conjure. Very well. In the deep of night, the streets are caressed by a chilly breeze. The weather has turned cool, and the populace has long succumbed to slumber. Even the stray dogs have ceased their restless howling. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Just as he was about to depart, a sudden cacophony of gongs and drums erupted around him. Simultaneously, a multitude of officials emerged, swiftly encircling the household, leaving no avenue of escape. What is happening? The man's complexion changed slightly. How did these officials know he would come here today? What is going on? Kidnapping children? What kind of heartless scoundrel would engage in such vile deeds at night? Damn it, where is my knife? Kidnapping children, who dares? If he manages to leave here alive today, I shall share his surname. As the commotion escalated, the neighbors immediately rushed out, filling the entire street. Make way. The county magistrate has arrived. Wu Liang stepped out from the crowd, surveying the bewildered individuals in the courtyard. You scoundrel, why do you not surrender yet? Upon hearing Wu Liang's furious reprimand, the man not only exhibited no fear, instead, he composed himself and cradled the child in his arms. Amitba. The individual recited a Buddhist chant and, astonishingly, removed the veil and hat from their face in front of everyone. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. County Magistrate. I am a monk from the Lotus Temple, known by the Dharma name Xian Kong. I have come tonight, assigned by the abbot to guide this child into the temple for cultivation. Master Xian Kong bowed respectfully, saying, Our Lotus Temple is the place of your Majesty's auspicious reign, a sacred site of the Buddhist faith. To be granted entry into our temple for the purpose of spiritual practice is indeed an extraordinary opportunity. Upon hearing these words, the surrounding townsfolk fell into a hushed silence. In a world where common people struggle to secure their next meal, the chance to become a monk is a remarkably fortunate circumstance. While there are many precepts to adhere to, at the very least, one would not face starvation. Thus, during years of calamity, when life becomes unbearably harsh, it is not uncommon for families to relinquish their children to the temple. Therefore, upon learning that Master Xian Kong had come to escort the child for monastic training, the townspeople found themselves less resistant. After all, for an ordinary person, this represents a viable path forward. Silence. Wu Liang bellowed in indignation. What utter nonsense! The Lotus Flower Temple is the sacred ground of His Majesty, a revered haven of Buddhism. If Master Hui Kong truly intended to guide this child towards enlightenment, why would he not come in broad daylight, but instead send you to stealthily abduct the child under the cover of night? It is evident that you are exploiting the temple's esteemed reputation to mask your nefarious act of kidnapping. Upon hearing Wu Liang's words, everyone suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Indeed, such an act could hardly be deemed virtuous. Why then approach in such a furtive manner? By heavens! Almost fell victim to this bald monk's deceit. My lord, do not waste your breath with him. Allow me to strike him down with a shovel. As the ruse was unveiled, the monk Miao Kong's expression darkened, and he immediately prepared to flee using his lightness skill. However, just as he made his move, a tremendous force bore down upon his shoulder, pinning him to the ground. Who? Miao Kong suddenly turned his head, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of a ghastly visage. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Slay him. Upon hearing this, Wu Liang was about to speak when a Buddhist chant suddenly echoed from the doorway. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Liang stood up and inquired, Master, what brings you and so many monks to intrude upon this official's county office in the dead of night? Amitba. Huicheng smiled gently and said, Xian Kong has erred. I am here to escort him back to embrace the precepts. Xian Kong rose from the ground, shook the dust from his robes, and regarded Wu Liang with an expression of serene indifference, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Master, I have yet to notify you. How is it that you already know he has transgressed? Wu Liang's expression darkened. Could it be that the master possesses the gift of foresight? Or perhaps this matter was already known to you? Huicheng, upon hearing this, chuckled softly. My lord, sometimes it is better to remain somewhat oblivious to certain matters. Enough said. I shall take him away now. Huicheng waved his hand. May you take care of yourself, my lord. As Huicheng strode away with Miaokong in tow, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. Let us proceed. Alas, the child is fortunate to be spared. The common folk shook their heads and departed, leaving only Wu Liang and the head constable at the scene. Sir, are we really allowing them to take him away? Constable Wang Er expressed his indignation. They claim they will return him for admonition, but it is likely they will merely confine him for a few days before releasing him. Wu Laosin and his 4 specters emerged from the shadows, looking at Wu Liang with confusion. Sir, you seem utterly unconcerned. Upon hearing this, Wu Liang smiled and waved his hand, taking a seat at the table. What is there to worry about? Do you believe that a life taken back to Lianhua Temple is merely a person? No, it is a thunderous firework. If Xian Kong were to perish here today, that would be one matter. Lianhua Temple still has its own means of survival. Well, now, Wu Liang could not help but hum a little tune. Let them wait for death at Lianhua Temple. Wang Er and the others looked at each other in confusion, momentarily unable to grasp Wu Liang's meaning. All right, we are heading to Bane Mountain. After calculating the time, Wu Liang rose from his seat and walked outside, with Zhang Er and the others hastily following behind him. I cannot concern myself with Lianhua Temple, but there are those who can. At the foot of Bane Mountain, Wu Liang and his companions surveyed the townsfolk around them, exchanging glances of mutual bewilderment. Sir, are you also climbing the mountain at this late hour? One of them remarked. What a coincidence, isn't it? Observing the awkward expressions of the surrounding citizens, Wu Liang felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Enough. We are all here to file a report, and so am I. Hurry along. Wu Liang gestured with his hand, leading the group to the summit of Bane Mountain. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a creaking sound, the grand gate of the underworld slowly swung open. Moments later, Wu Liang entered alongside the citizens of Bane County, bowing respectfully before the altar where Xiao Jie stood. Observing Wu Liang and the gathered townsfolk, as well as the spectral figures present, Xiao Jie surmised that the matter at hand was becoming clearer. You come, both living and dead, to my underworld office at this late hour for what purpose? Xiao Jie inquired, feigning ignorance. Wu Liang, sensing the gravity of the situation, stepped forward promptly. My lord, this evening I apprehended a child trafficker, and we have the evidence in hand. Xiao Jie glanced outside. If you possess both the perpetrator and the evidence as the county magistrate, you are well within your rights to deal with him. Do you lack the authority? Not at all, Wu Liang replied hastily. But the man in question is a monk from the Lotus Temple, known by the monastic name Xian Kong. His status is significant, and despite having caught him red-handed, I find myself powerless against the protection of the temple. He continued, this Xian Kong is a notorious offender, likely connected to the disappearance of 7 male infants from a year ago. If we fail to detain him, the repercussions may be dire. Thus, I humbly beseech you, esteemed lord of the underworld, to intervene and capture Xian Kong for justice. Wu Liang chuckled inwardly, believing he had successfully set the stage. The following action now rested squarely upon Xiao Jie. Hearing this, Xiao Jie felt a sense of satisfaction. His decision to seek Wu Liang's assistance had proven fortuitous, yielding results with remarkable swiftness. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, sir. The white impermanence performed a formal salute while carrying a small wooden staff. You bring an official decree to retrieve a person. Should anyone obstruct your path, return and report. Yes, my lord. The white squirrel turned to leave, but Wu Laosin stepped forward. My lord. Such trivial matters do not require your intervention, nor that of Lord Wuchang. The 4 young spirits are willing to venture to Lianhua Temple to retrieve Xian Kong. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jie scrutinized Wu Laosin and the other 3 spirits. Aside from Wu Laosin, who was a beggar, the other 3 had been warriors in life, each meeting their demise due to violent conflicts in the martial world, their souls unable to reincarnate, thus remaining in the mortal realm as ghosts. I also possess 4 Yin officials. Shao Jia pondered their backgrounds, and with a wave of his hand, he opened the book of life and death, revealing the information of the 4 spirits. Zhang De, from the Wuzhou dynasty, hailing from Zhuozhou, had been a bodyguard. He perished 160 years ago while escorting silver to the front lines, ambushed in Taiyuan County. Lu Er, also from the Wuzhou dynasty, was a wanderer from Tianshui County who met his end a century ago, fleeing from enemies to Bain County. Song Si, a native of Jiangmen County, was the young master of a gang who, while visiting Bain Mountain, was pursued by rivals and accidentally met his demise when he slipped and was struck by a door. Though their deaths were bizarre and varied, their origins were untainted. Over the past few days, Shao Jia had discerned that the information in the Book of Life and Death seemed to vary by individual, for those like Wu Laosan, who bore no grudges after death. The details were straightforward. Having closed the Book of Life and Death, Shao Jia addressed Wu Laosan and the 4 spirits. Coincidentally, my office is in need of several attendants. From this day forth, you shall serve as my 4 Yin officials. With that, he waved his hand, and 3 caps descended upon Wu Laosan's head. In an instant, with a flash of light, the 4 spirits transformed back into their normal appearances, indistinguishable from ordinary people. Thank you, my lord. Wu Laosan and the others gazed at their reflections, filled with astonishment. Go ahead. If someone obstructs you and you cannot overpower them, simply disregard it and return. I shall take action myself. Shao Jia waved his hand, and the 4 nodded before turning to leave. Wu Laosan and his companions departed from the Yinsi Yamen and made their way directly to Lianhua Mountain. They had been investigating Lianhua Temple for the past few days and were quite familiar with its circumstances. Upon arriving at Lianhua Temple, the 4 glanced around, confirming that no talismans were affixed, before confidently entering. This temple differed from other Buddhist monasteries. It was a Zen temple, lacking any Taoist lineage or divine protection. Its significance stemmed solely from its status as a place where the current martial emperor once secluded himself for cultivation. Thus, its standing was exceptional, and its martial prowess was comparable to that of an ordinary Jianghu gang. Consequently, upon entering, the group felt no particular trepidation and proceeded with ease to the meditation room at the back of the temple. The abbot, Xian Kong, had faltered. In the Zen room of the Lotus Flower Temple, Master Huikong opened his eyes, somewhat perplexed. How could this have gone awry? Master Huiqing shook his head. I am uncertain. By the time he arrived, the newly appointed county magistrate of Bain County was already there, awaiting him with his men. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted indeed. At the entrance, Wu Laosan exchanged glances with his companions before turning to leave. They swiftly arrived at a Zen temple, passing through the walls to find Xian Kong sprawled on the bed, soundly asleep. This lad was indeed here, just as the elder had indicated. Those bald monks clearly did not take this matter seriously. Now that this incident had reached the underworld authorities, I am eager to see how they will handle it. What does it matter if someone in the capital has influence? There are forces in the heavens as well. The 4 exchanged knowing looks and acted in unison, wrapping Xian Kong in a bundle while he remained oblivious in his slumber, before boldly carrying him out of the room and striding towards the exit of the Lotus Temple. In the deep of night, a few patrolling monks, drowsy and yawning, were overseeing the temple when a long, wrapped figure swiftly flew past them. The entity struggled violently, it emitted no sound. Hey, I think I just saw Brother Xian Kong float by. I saw it too. What nonsense are you two spouting? There's no one floating by. Hurry up and patrol properly. But it really was Brother Xian Kong. Patrol is patrol. Mind your own business and do your duty. Focus on your rounds and don't concern yourselves with who comes and goes. The younger monks, bewildered and inexperienced, were momentarily at a loss. Meanwhile, Xian Kong found himself being carried from the Lotus Temple to a mountain, entering an official office. Just as they set him down, a furious roar echoed above his head before he could utter a word. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Xian Kong. Wu Liang stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Xian Kong. As a member of the Buddhist order, how dare you steal a child? Do you not comprehend the gravity of your transgression? It was only then that Xian Kong noticed Wu Liang and the surrounding villagers of Bane Mountain, and an understanding dawned upon him. Wu Liang, what do you intend to do? He replied, I have already stated that I was sent by the abbot to escort the child to Lianhua Temple for training. You are talking nonsense. Wu Liang stepped forward and exclaimed, to guide a child in cultivation? That child has barely been born for 3 months and hasn't even weaned yet. What purpose do you have in bringing him to the temple? Can you monks even provide him with nourishment? Furthermore, if it is indeed a matter of guidance, why not come boldly during the day? Xian Kong found himself at a loss for words in the face of Wu Liang's pointed remarks, and the latter, sensing his predicament, let out a cold snort. It is evident that you are here to abduct the child. Before the Lord Judge, do you still dare to speak recklessly? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You gazed at the scene with an air of indifference, akin to a dead pig unperturbed by boiling water. A wave of boredom mingling with exasperation. Silence. Everyone. Shao Jie raised his hand to signal Wu Liang to step back, then cast aside the executioner's block, declaring, execute him. Upon hearing this, Wu Laosin and the others advanced to see Xian Kong. Wait, on what grounds do you intend to execute me? Wu Liang. You conspire with the nefarious and perpetrate harm against the innocent. Even in death, I shall not spare you. Ah, are you truly here? Xian Kong struggled and angrily scolded Wu Liang. However, as he beheld the gleaming blade of the guillotine raised before General Zhang, the brilliance of the shimmering edge rendered him utterly speechless. No, what is it that you are doing? Are you truly going to execute me? Xian Kong's face turned pale as he exclaimed, you intend to strike without uttering a single word? Is there no law left to uphold? Xian Kong was bewildered. He had assumed that Shao Jie was merely attempting to intimidate him, to instill fear as a means of extracting a confession. However, observing the demeanor of the gathered individuals, it became painfully evident that their intentions were genuine. Where on earth was this place? How could they approach him with no inquiries whatsoever and resort to violence? Not only was he confused, but Wu Liang was also taken aback, pondering whether the proceedings were unfolding too rapidly. My lord, should we not ask a few questions? Shao Jie raised his hand. There's no rush. First, they would execute, and later they would interrogate. Execute first, inquire later? Upon hearing this, Xian Kong trembled. A wave of warmth coursing down his trousers. Am I already dead? What is there left to ask? Overwhelmed, Xian Kong realized that the young man in black above was indeed abnormal, with his life hanging by a thread. He could no longer consider anything else and hastily began to confess. My lord, I shall confess. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Do not dawdle any longer. Such superfluous words. Song Si and Lu Er, having ceased their procrastination, swiftly subdued Xian Kong and flung him onto the guillotine. Zhang De, filled with excitement, grasped the guillotine firmly, exclaiming, Come. Do not move about recklessly. Should I accidentally strike elsewhere, I shall not be held accountable. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xian Kong could only watch in horror as the gleaming blade descended. After a searing pain, he found himself split in two. Was this truly happening? Xian Kong gazed at his lower half, still convulsing, unable to comprehend how these individuals dared to inflict such violence upon him. Damn it, they had warned him not to move. And now it seemed they had struck a fatal blow. Who told you to be so clumsy? This was not their first encounter. Zhang Desai and the others exchanged bewildered glances, while Wu Liang stood frozen in shock. Had he truly perished? Staring at Xuan Kong's severed body, now stiffening. Wu Liang's mind raced with confusion. What did Shao Jie mean by this? With a life extinguished, How would the case proceed? At that moment, Bai Wuchang approached, kicking Xian Kong to ascertain the finality of his demise. Only after confirming he was indeed lifeless did he turn to his superior. My lord, the man is dead. Shao Jie nodded. Bring him up. Let us continue. Very well. Upon hearing this, Bai Wuchang turned and tapped the small wooden stick he held onto Xian Kong's lifeless body. What was he intending to do? The man was already deceased. Could there still be an interrogation? Wu Liang had never witnessed Shao Jie questioning members of the Lu family and was unaware of Shao Jie's ability to see souls. Just as he pondered this, he saw Bai Wuchang pull the wooden stick outward, causing Xian Kong's spirit to soar out from the corpse. Wu Liang was utterly astonished upon witnessing this scene. Is this truly possible? At this moment, he finally comprehended what Shao Jie meant by striking first and inquiring later. Meanwhile, Xian Kong was even more bewildered. Am I not dead? How am I still here? Xian Kong was in a daze. He distinctly remembered being struck down by Shao Jie, yet here he was, awakening in this cursed place. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, I understand now. It turns out I have become a ghost. Xian Kong suddenly smiled and stood up from the ground. Confess? Confess my foot. I'm already dead. If you have the courage, go ahead and strike me again. His arrogant demeanor left everyone present momentarily stunned, exchanging bewildered glances, at a loss for words. Bai Wuchang stared at Xian Kong, equally dumbfounded. This person had just severed his kidney. How could he have possibly damaged his brain as well? Speaking such words in the underworld was akin to boasting before the king of hell, an invitation to death. Oh, this bald donkey. Shao Jie was also taken aback. It was the first time in his life he had heard someone demand to be struck. Very well, let us grant his wish. Someone, cut him into 3 pieces. Indeed. Zhang De led the ghost of Xian Kong to the execution platform. Contrary to fear, Xian Kong appeared rather pleased. I have become a ghost. And you think your mortal blade can harm me? Before he could finish his proclamation, an excruciating pain engulfed his soul. The agony penetrated so deeply that he felt that merely existing was the most tormenting experience imaginable. Yet, amidst this suffering, he came to a profound realization: the blades of this realm could indeed reach him. After a considerable time, the sensation of pain gradually subsided. Xian Kong lifted his gaze and found the young man in the shrine observing him with a bemused expression. Shall I strike you again? Upon hearing this, Xian Kong's body trembled in unison, and he hastily shook his head. No, I will confess. I will confess everything. At this, Shao Jie let out a cold chuckle. Little one, I have you now. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, sir. I am merely a worker. Xian Kong's eyes darted. It is my master uncle who instructed me to do this. Deep down, I too harbor reservations, yet I must yield to my master uncle, for one must bow under the eaves. Xian Kong wore a look of grievance, sir. I am at most an accomplice. Shao Jie furrowed his brow slightly. Whether you are an accomplice will be discussed later. First, tell me how many children you have stolen. Are there others like you involved in this thievery? Furthermore, what is the purpose behind your abductions? Shao Jie's expression turned icy. Speak clearly about everything you know. Of course, you may choose to conceal the truth, but I can delve into your soul myself, and that experience will be far more excruciating than a mere blade. Upon hearing Shao Jie's words, Xian Kong felt a tremor in his heart, swallowing hard before he spoke. I have, in total, stolen 13 children. As soon as these words left his lips, the expressions of Wu Liang and the others darkened instantly. 13 children, this was merely the accomplishment of Xian Kong alone. The entire Lotus Temple housed hundreds of monks, and who could fathom how many children they had taken over the years? Although I have secretly taken 13 children. My achievements at the Lotus Temple are merely mediocre. Xian Kong hastily defended himself, sensing the murderous intent emanating from those around him. My several senior brothers. Each of them has taken dozens of children. My eldest brother, Xian Jing, has personally stolen over 100 children, in private. He is even known as the Child King. As Xian Kong spoke, his voice grew increasingly faint. He realized that the more he revealed, the heavier the murderous aura around him became. As if those gazes were capable of devouring him whole. Shao Jie furrowed his brow deeper and, after a moment's contemplation, inquired, how many children have you all stolen over the years? Well, Xian Kong licked his lips and chuckled awkwardly. It's not that many. I estimate around 700 or 800. The main issue lies in my master's specific requirements regarding the children's birth dates. If we were to steal children that do not meet these criteria, not only would it be futile, but we would also face punishment. Thus, the most challenging aspect of our endeavors is locating suitable children, making large-scale theft virtually impossible. Xiankong scratched his head in embarrassment, while those around him trembled with indignation. Shao Jia raised his hand to steady those who were eager to confront Xiankong. What do you intend to do with these children, given the peculiar requirements? Xiankong shook his head hastily, replying, I am unaware of that. All the children we have acquired are entrusted to Master Hui Qing. We do not know how they are subsequently treated. Xiankong shook his head again. Shao Jia furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that he would need to summon a few more individuals to clarify the situation. Furthermore, you mentioned that there are penalties for acquiring unqualified children, which implies that mistakes have been made. What ultimately happened to those children? Upon hearing this, Xuankong's gaze began to waver. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, adults. Apprehend all those provided by Xiankong and bring them to justice. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, refine the artifacts. With a thought from Shao Jia, the incense value plummeted to minus 4,000. And 4 weapons began to shimmer with golden light, subsequently transforming into 9th grade magical instruments. The Soul Hook, a 9th grade magical instrument. A replica of the Soul Hook from the 3 realms, capable of forcibly extracting a person's soul from their body and can also be wielded as a weapon. The Demon Slayer Knife, a 9th grade magical instrument, a copy of the Executioner's Blade, effective against both humans and spirits. The Shackles, a 9th grade magical instrument. Usable as a 2-handed weapon and also effective for restraining both malevolent spirits and humans. Shao Jia observed this scene with a slight nod and waved his hand, presenting the magical instruments to the 4 individuals, allowing each to select one. The 4, taken aback by the unexpected gift of magical artifacts just a day after joining the underworld, expressed their astonishment. Wu Lao-san, your skills are mediocre. You may take the Soul Hook. Lu Er and I will wield the knives, and you, the 4th, are adept with 2-handed weapons, so the shackles shall be yours. Zhang De assigned the instruments, and the other 3 voiced no objections. With the magical artifacts in their possession, the 4 swiftly made their way to Lotus Flower Mountain. At the stroke of midnight, apart from a few patrolling disciples, the Lotus Temple was largely enveloped in slumber. Brother, what is the purpose of our nightly patrols? A few young monks lethargically inquired at the temple gate, having been wandering the courtyard with torches for an hour. During this time, they witnessed their brother soaring past them in an extraordinary manner, only for their leader to instruct them to feign ignorance, which left them perplexed. What do you know? The leading disciple shot them a fierce glare. Let me tell you, among all the duties in this temple, our patrols are the most favorable. Do not be deceived by the glamorous appearances of the senior monks who receive accolades from the abbot and the elders daily. Do you have any idea what they engage in privately? Intrigued, the new monks leaned in closer. Brother, what do you know? Please enlighten us. The leading monk, rolling his eyes at their eagerness, retorted, what is the point in prying into such matters? I'll tell you, the more you know, the more fatal it can be. Just patrol obediently and focus on your sutras. Avoid unnecessary thoughts. Perhaps, if trouble arises in the future, this will save your lives. As he finished speaking, his demeanor suddenly shifted, and he stared in shock towards the temple's interior, mirrored by the expressions of the others. Before them, Hui Cheng and the others were being led out, bound by iron chains and shackles, resembling a band of prisoners. As Hui Cheng and his companions witnessed the scene, they were instantly stirred with excitement, eagerly casting glances at those few individuals. The implication was unmistakable. Quickly, summon help. However, the leaders among them exchanged knowing glances and, in unison, turned their backs. Ah, what a beautiful night it is today. Indeed, it is truly a splendid day. In such a moment, I couldn't help but feel inspired to compose a poem. As Hui Cheng and his companions observed this, their spirits plummeted. Damn it, so many have been captured. And yet you still wish to recite poetry? Filled with resentment and frustration, Hui Qing and his companions could only watch helplessly as they departed from the Lotus Temple. The following day, monk Hui Kong arose and made his way to the Buddhist hall, where he gazed at the disciples engaged in their morning prayers. Something felt amiss, and after a prolonged silence, he could no longer contain himself and inquired of the disciple beside him. Xian-Ning, one of the young monks, remarked, "Do you not sense a certain emptiness within the temple today?" Xian-Ning exchanged a silent glance with the other young monks, all acknowledging the peculiar stillness that seemed to envelop the place. Perhaps it was the absence of something vital. "You malevolent spirits, where do you intend to take us?" Having arrived at the underworld, bruised and battered, Hui Cheng and his companions stood before the imposing edifice of the official's mansion, momentarily frozen in disbelief. How can there be an official's mansion here? They pondered. Given that Lianhua Temple was not far from Bain County, the existence of such a structure here was perplexing. As they grappled with their confusion, the gates of the underworld swung open, and Zhang De, along with the others, dragged them forward into the realm of the dead. Upon entering, Hui Cheng and his companions were struck by the sight of Xian Kong's lifeless body and spirit sprawled upon the ground. "Xian Kong, how did you meet your demise? What on earth has transpired?" Xian Kong glanced back at his senior brother and master, offering a subtle shrug in response. "API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Clang. Just as they were engulfed in confusion, several specters emerged, carrying a heavy guillotine and placing it heavily before them. Zhang De lifted the gleaming blade, its cold light glinting ominously, causing Hui Qing and the others to tremble in fear. "What are you planning to do?" "We are disciples of the Buddhist order. Killing is an act that invites divine retribution," Hui Qing shouted, his voice a facade of courage. However, upon hearing this, Zhang De merely scoffed. "As for retribution, that is a matter for another time. For now, extend your neck. Let me warn you, do not emulate your apprentice." One strike to the waist, and he is now left partially paralyzed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Kill. As the gates of the underworld closed, a piercing wail echoed from within. After a prolonged silence, the gate swung open, revealing a scene of utter chaos. The ground was drenched in blood, and a heap of dismembered corpses lay haphazardly, being struck by a white squirrel wielding a stick. With each strike, a ghost would escape from the lifeless bodies, kneeling upon the ground. "Have I truly perished? Oh, heavens, why has this befallen me? My demise feels so unjust." Those monks, filled with grievances, were merely resting, only to be dragged away and slaughtered. Now transformed into spirits, they remained bewildered, unable to comprehend the reasons for their untimely end. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Hui Qing, why did you instigate Xian Kong and the others to abduct the infants? Upon the utterance of these words, the previously boisterous Hui Qing and his companions fell into a profound silence, exchanging glances for an extended moment before turning their gaze towards the composed Xian Kong ahead of them. "So it is you, Xian Kong, who has brought us to this plight. You despicable creature, having entangled us in your own misfortune, how utterly detestable you are." "Master, this is the Insi Yamen, not a local magistrate's office. Whether to speak the truth is not within my purview," Xian Kong remarked, observing the fury etched on the faces of his master and fellow disciples, his demeanor remaining unwavering, devoid of any remorse. "Now that we have become phantoms, it would be prudent to disclose the truth sooner rather than later, lest we suffer physical torment later on." Upon hearing this, Hui Qing contemplated a retort. But Xuankong's fellow disciples exchanged knowing glances and, in unison, bowed deeply to Xiao Jie. "Your Honor, we were merely following our master's directives. We were but errand boys in the child abduction. All of it was the master's scheme." We were coerced into this action, Your Honor. We too are victims in this tale. Hui Qing was taken aback, realizing that these individuals were intent on placing all the blame squarely upon him. Wu Liang exchanged glances with those around him, astonished by the audacity of these people. Xiao Jie, too, found himself at a loss for words, contemplating the situation for a moment before turning to Hui Qing. Hui Qing, is there any truth to their claims? He inquired. No, it is all falsehood, Hui Qing replied. But where, pray tell, have they lied? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, I uttered, confessing and laying bare my thoughts. Hui Qing was utterly bewildered. Why was there such a propensity for violence? Especially when one had already become a specter themselves. Yet, in the next moment, Hui Qing grasped the truth. The profound anguish that pierced his soul jolted his mind into clarity, illuminating everything. I confess, my lord. I confess everything. Hui Qing trembled all over. It was the abbot. Everything was at his behest. Xiao Jie frowned. Why? What does he need so many children for? Hui Qing rose to his feet. Hui Kong has been devoted to Buddhism for many years, obsessed with the pursuit of immortality, and has repeatedly inquired with the Liu family, yet to no avail. 30 years ago, during a journey, Hui Kong met a renowned longevity practitioner in Nan County. This practitioner imparted to him a method of attaining immortality, known as the human pill technique. Xiao Jie furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting that you steal infants to concoct this elixir? Hui Qing swallowed hard, feeling the piercing gazes around him, and nodded slightly. Indeed. Upon uttering these words, not only the common folk present, but even the few practitioners of Xiankong were taken aback. The concoction of the human elixir necessitated such a multitude of children? After all, this Hui Kong was a latecomer to the craft of alchemy, and had faced continuous failures over the years. Hui Qing found himself at a loss for words, as the oppressive aura of murderous intent emanating from Xiao Jie loomed above them. What a serene sanctuary of Buddhism this was. Xiao Jie let out a cold chuckle. Aside from this, do any of the others in your temple have any issues? Hui Qing shook his head. Everyone involved in this matter from the temple was present, save for the abbot. Xiao Jie took a deep breath. Fetch Hui Kong. Yes. At the Lotus Temple, after the morning prayers, Xian Nang and others exited the main hall and began to tidy the courtyard at the entrance. At that moment, several young monks from the previous night approached them. Brother, you inquired, should we inform the abbot about last night's events? Last night? What events? Xian Nang wore a puzzled expression, while several young monks exchanged bewildered glances. Brother, do you not remember? The incident when the senior monks were taken away? At this, Xian Nung's confusion deepened. What are you speaking of? I do not understand at all. With his palms pressed together, Xian Nung continued. Last night, we patrolled throughout the night. The winds were still, and the world was in harmony. All thanks to the blessings of our Buddha. The younger monks exchanged glances, realizing that Xian Nung seemed intent on acting as if nothing had transpired. Just as they were conversing, a voice unexpectedly emanated from the abbot's meditation chamber. Help me! Help! The abbot, Hui Kong, cried out, his voice echoing throughout the temple. A few young monks, upon hearing his call, exchanged anxious glances and turned to Xian Nung. Senior brother, something has happened to the abbot. However, when they looked back, they found Xian Nang seated on the ground with a benevolent expression, addressing them calmly. Mingjing, have you diligently studied the morning lessons today? What morning lessons? Senior brother. It seems the abbot is in trouble. Shouldn't we go check? Yes, your studies are commendable. Come, recite the rebirth mantra with me. I'm not talking about dusting off feathers. I'm saying the abbot is in trouble. The young monks, their bald heads glistening with sweat from anxiety, felt as though Xian Nang was on an entirely different wavelength. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, come quickly. At that moment, the Zen temple of the abbot opened, and the monk Hui Kong was wrapped tightly, being carried out from the room. Xian Ning, save your master. Disciples, why are you just standing there? Hurry and rescue me. It was broad daylight, and after the tumult of the previous night. Only a few young monks remained in the temple, with Xian Nung being the eldest among them. Seeing the abbot being carried out while the others remained unmoved, everyone was momentarily bewildered. Rescue? The young monks exchanged glances, contemplated for a moment, and slowly sat down. I have yet to review the morning lesson taught by the abbot today. So do I. Come, let us sit and discuss the Tao. Indeed, several individuals murmured and began to whisper to one another, disregarding the abbot's attempts to call them to order. However, as the abbot was being carried away from the monastery and had just stepped through the main gate, an earth-shattering wail erupted from within. Alas, the abbot is gone. Oh, master, where have you departed to? With your absence, what are we to do? Why must you abandon us, dear abbot? Oh, abbot, I beseech you. The mournful cries were so heartrending that they elicited sorrow from those who listened, more poignant than the lamentation at a father's burial. Yet outside, a group of individuals stood frozen in place, momentarily bewildered. Were they weeping or laughing? Shaking their heads, they glanced at the fainted abbot, then turned and departed. Inside the temple, Xuanning and others mournfully clutched Huikong's robe as they wept for an extended period. At the entrance, Mingjing confirmed the abbot's disappearance and hurriedly closed the door before rushing back. Do not weep any longer. The crowd lifted their heads, and Mingjing's expression was one of profound sorrow. The abbot had already departed, and it was certain he would not return. As the saying goes, a nation cannot be without its ruler for even a day, and a temple cannot function without its abbot. For the future of Lianhua Temple, it is essential to swiftly appoint a new leader. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Xuanning, who remained silent. Observing this, Mingjing and two other monks approached to assist him. What are you doing? Why drape the abbot's robe over me? He has just left. How can I assume such a role so hastily? Oh, you are truly putting me in a difficult position. Moments later, the temple gates opened, and Xuanning welcomed the pilgrims with a smile. I am the newly appointed abbot of Lianhua Temple, Xuanning. The visiting pilgrims were utterly bewildered. How could the abbot have changed overnight? Meanwhile, within the Yinsi Yamen, Huikong gazed at his own lifeless body, tears streaming down his face. What is this place? I entered without explanation and was met with a swift strike. Then, they captured my spirit for judgment. Looking at his disciples beside him, Huikong felt an even deeper sorrow. No wonder he sensed the temple's emptiness that morning. All the warmth was indeed here. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Come here. As Shao Jie just arrived. Huikong below suddenly spoke with astonishing speed. The method of human pills originates from Shandong village in Nanshui County. Enter the alley of Chiushui, and the sixth courtyard on the left belongs to the Kong family. The head of the family is a physician, with 2 sons and 1 daughter and 18 grandsons. My accomplices are these disciples and granddisciples. Lu Gong from Bain County once sent me 7 children, and later I discovered they were the missing children from Bain County. I was the one who was deceived. I had thought they were stolen from elsewhere, as I typically do not partake in local misdeeds. Listening to Huikong's rapid yet clear stream of words, Shao Jie was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, I had privately discussed this matter with Lu Gong, and it seems those 7 children were not stolen by him, but were instead given to him to pass on to me. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Come forth. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted indeed, said Xiaojie, waving his hand, signaling everyone to withdraw. The master, with his remarkable insight and unparalleled wisdom, had successfully uncovered the first phase of the infant abduction case. As a reward, the expansion of the underworld's construction was granted, the establishment of a prison, along with the bestowal of 2 divine positions for the prison's spectral officers. Xiaojie's eyes sparkled with excitement. He finally had a cell to call his own. Just as he was examining the system rewards, over 500 elite armored soldiers from Bain County suddenly appeared. These formidable warriors escorted several luxurious carriages as they slowly passed through the streets, causing the surrounding townsfolk to turn pale with fear. The Liu family had returned. With a creaking sound, the opulent carriage, under the vigilant guard of elite soldiers and the watchful gaze of the townsfolk, gradually approached the gates of the Liu residence. Who could it be? The swift return of someone to the Liu family was unexpected, leaving many to wonder who had arrived. Alas, the Liu family, with its towering stature, faced the inevitable. The death of one would promptly summon another. Under the scrutiny of the onlookers, a middle-aged man alighted from the carriage. Clad in a scholarly blue robe and sporting a neatly trimmed beard, he exuded an air of cultured amiability. However, upon seeing him, the faces of the citizens of Bain County darkened. It was Liu Yoheng, the third master of the Liu family. How could it be him? This butcher had returned. Seemingly sensing the terror of the common folk, Liu Yoheng, standing beside the carriage, turned his gaze toward them. Father, these lowly peasants regard you with the same disdain as ever. Many must be reminded of your iron cavalry from years past. Shall I send troops to teach them a lesson? A young man and woman approached, the latter revealing a cruel smile. Let us not forget the purpose of our return. Liu Yoheng waved his hand, diverting his attention from the populace. They are but worthless scraps, beneath my notice. Let us depart. After such a long journey, we shall rest before discussing further matters. Indeed, the two exchanged glances with the surrounding populace before stepping inside. The Insi Yamen, an expansive structure occupying an area of approximately 1,000 square meters, was characterized by its stark simplicity. Aside from the courtroom at the entrance, the rest of the premises were largely devoid of furnishings, merely enclosed by a wall, with nothing within save for trees. This forest, encircled by the Insi, had even attracted birds. Observing the dense thicket, Xiaojie shook his head slightly and proceeded along the bluestone path into the depths of the woodland. API call failed with status code 429. Error code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Buzz. As the dark light descended, it transformed into a terrifying black hole, distorting the surrounding forest, which was swiftly consumed by its voracious maw. Moments later, a black iron door slowly emerged from within the abyss. At its center was an intricate Taotai design, adorned with various reliefs depicting tormented spirits, while 2 fearsome guardians with green faces and sharp fangs flanked either side. This prison, a structure of the underworld, contained a vast expanse within, capable of subduing malevolent spirits, sinners, demons, and evil deities, with the provision to assign underworld officials to detain offenders. The interior remained a mystery. Driven by curiosity, Xiaojie stepped inside. The grand entrance was the only visible portion above ground, with the main body concealed beneath. After wandering for some time, Xiaojie realized he was still on the first level, igniting his intrigue. Just how vast was this prison? With a mere thought, his consciousness swept through the entirety of the structure, and he was taken aback. The prison extended a staggering 3,000 meters underground, resembling a pyramid divided into 7 tiers, with the area increasing as one descended. Consequently, the severity of the prisoner's crimes diminished on the upper levels, while the lower levels housed the most egregious offenders. A glance revealed that anyone beyond the 3rd level was unlikely to face death, as escape was nearly impossible. These individuals were indeed heinous. The abbot and his companions were confined to the 4th and 5th levels, enduring relentless torment, destined for centuries of suffering before any hope of rebirth. Meanwhile, the Empress Zhang languished at the very bottom, trapped in the cycle of hell, unable to escape for eternity. At last, tranquility reigned. Xiaojie took a turn, feeling quite satisfied with the underworld's arrangement. However, the pressing concern remained. The absence of underworld officials necessitated caution. Should any of the inhabitants escape, it would spell trouble. Contemplating the North Yin mountain range, now his domain, he pondered whether he could recruit the demons residing there. Glancing towards the territory of the Xiaowang mansion, he mused that it would not be unreasonable to have them work for him. After all, he was offering legitimate underworld positions, akin to civil servants, far preferable to unscrupulous employers. Having completed his circuit, Shao Jie exited the underworld office, only to spot Bai Wuchang hurrying towards him. Adult. Something has happened. Shao Jie inquired. What has occurred? Bai Wuchang, with an expression of urgency, replied, the Lu family has returned. Upon hearing this, Shao Jie instantly became intrigued. The Lu family? Which one? The Lu family comprises 5 brothers, with Lu Yud being the second eldest. Despite Lu Yud's reputation as a greedy and lustful mortal, his brothers are far from ordinary. Not to mention the eldest, who serves as the current Grand Preceptor, a mentor to the Emperor, wielding immense power and influence, second only to the Emperor himself. The third brother, Lu Yoheng, is a formidable general in the Dacian army, commanding a force of 100,000. Renowned for his prowess at the borders and nicknamed the Slayer of the Small. The fourth and fifth brothers are equally remarkable. It is rumored that they have joined a sect of cultivation, transcending the mundane and becoming immortal beings. When Lu Yud was slain, Shao Jie anticipated that the Lu family would certainly send someone, though he was curious about who it would be. It turned out to be the third brother, Lu Yoheng. A faint smile graced Shao Jie's lips. He bore a striking resemblance to him. Among the Lu family, only this brother possesses the capability to handle this matter. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Is he merely a butcher of the week? Shao Jie scoffed, for Lu Yoheng, this infamous butcher, held a formidable reputation solely within the Great Qian Empire. Beyond its borders, scarcely a soul had heard of him. The reason was simple. This title was earned by his ruthless acts of suppression, as he unleashed his troops to pillage, burn, and slaughter, nearly annihilating the entire Beining prefecture. In essence, this moniker served as an epithet against him. 3 years prior, a renowned general of the Great Qian had executed a treacherous ambush, decimating a 1,000,000-strong enemy army, earning him the title of butcher among neighboring nations, thereby casting a shadow of notoriety upon Lu Yoheng. Shao Jie mused, stroking his chin. If only he could procure a clue, it would mark a significant achievement indeed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Roar. In the hinterlands of Bane Mountain, behind the Xiaowang mansion, 2 robust figures stood. One bore horns reminiscent of an ox, while the other possessed a visage akin to that of a horse, both exuding an air of peculiar mystique. Why haven't they emerged yet? Surely, the creature within isn't a cowardly turtle, the horned man uttered, his voice resonating like thunder. The horse-faced man cast a sweeping glance over the Xiaowang mansion, letting out a disdainful snort. I wonder which blind wild deity dares to act recklessly in the Bane Mountains. Do they not realize this territory belongs to the demon clan? As they spoke, a multitude of demons appeared from the mountains, all original denizens of Bane Mountain, due to Shao Jie acquiring dominion over the Bane Mountain range. These creatures were now compelled to congregate around its periphery. The arrival of the Ox King and the Horse King was indeed timely. These two were the mightiest demon kings of Bane Mountain, now poised to champion our cause. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. However, every great demon lord who arrives here is enveloped in an aura of dread. Yet the Horse King and the Ox King exhibit no signs of fear. The reason remains a mystery, only to be unraveled once the 2 demon lords enter this realm. Just as the multitude of demons ponder this enigma, the sky abruptly darkens, casting a shadow over the entire northern Yin Mountain range, as if the heavens themselves were about to collapse. The ominous clouds loom perilously close, mere meters above the heads of the gathered demons. What could be the cause of this? Such terrifying malevolence. Could this be the manifestation of the local sovereign's power? It certainly seems rather formidable. Will the Ox King and Horse King be able to withstand it? As the sinister energy of the heavens rises, both the Ox King and the Horse King find their expressions growing grave. Who dares to wreak havoc in my domain? Thunder rumbles ominously, and an eerie silhouette materializes above the Shao King's residence. Clad in black, the figure exudes an icy demeanor, sending chills down the spines of the Ox King and Horse King with but a glance. This adversary appears to be quite formidable. What is there to fear? Let us strike together. We are no mere ornaments. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a resounding buzz, as Xiao Jie's palm descended, a colossal black handprint materialized, followed by the emergence of a sprawling imprint stretching for 100 miles upon the ground. Within this imprint, the Horse King and the Ox King knelt upon the earth, their bodies enveloped in a swirling aura of dark energy, already gravely injured. Old Horse. Quickly, let us depart. Without a moment's hesitation, the Bull King seized the Horse King and attempted to flee. However, to his astonishment, a mere tug resulted in the decapitation of the Horse King. Staring blankly at the severed reins in his grasp, the Bull King was momentarily taken aback, and then he broke into profound sobs. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Old Horse. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Oh. The anguished cry of the Ox King reverberated through the mountains and forests, a sorrowful melody that brought tears to the eyes of all who heard it. Xiao Jie paused, his hands suspended in midair, as he silently gazed at the Horse King on the distant mountains, a wave of astonishment washing over him. Did he truly remain oblivious to the fact that his own brother possessed the art of substitution? The cries were so loud that Xiao Jie almost believed he had inadvertently taken this fellow's life. Scoundrel! At that moment, the Bull King abruptly raised his head, casting a furious glare at Xiao Jie. I had sworn brotherhood with Old Ma, pledging to share life and death together. Today, Old Ma has passed away, and I, Old Bull, shall not survive alone. The Bull King staggered to his feet and berated Xiao Jie. Old fiend, come and meet your end. With that, the Bull King charged forward, revealing his true form. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Jie exhaled forcefully and sent him flying away. With a resounding crash, the Bull King plummeted down the mountainside, his form drenched in blood, yet his battle spirit remained unbroken as he tenaciously rose to his feet. Witnessing this, Xiao Jie's heart stirred with murderous intent, and he prepared to deliver the final blow when a group of formidable demons surged forth from the sidelines, interposing themselves before the Bull King. Bull King, retreat. As long as the Green Hills remain, there is no fear of lacking firewood. The future holds boundless possibilities. Your Highness, King Xiao, spare the Bull King's life, and we are willing to exchange our own for his. A flicker of astonishment crossed Xiao Jie's weathered features. The demon race, unlike humanity, adheres to the principles of natural selection. While they may revere and follow strength, they rarely exhibit the profound, life-risking camaraderie that is common among humans. Yet, these demons were willing to sacrifice their lives for the Bull King, an unexpected revelation for Xiao Jie. This old bull commands such prestige among the demons of the northern underworld mountain? Xiao Jie hesitated, contemplating the potential benefits of sparing the demon's life. Perhaps, by doing so, he could achieve the complete integration of the demons within the northern underworld mountain range. Begone. Today, the old horse has perished. How can I survive alone? The Bull King rose, declaring, even if I must die today, I shall ensure you pay the price. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a resounding thud, the horse's hoof offered no resistance whatsoever, instantly obliterated by Xiao Jie's strike, sending it hurtling into the mountain with tremendous force. As the dust settled, the Ox King gazed in stunned silence at the Horse King cradled in his arms. Old Horse, you were supposed to be dead. Old Horse rolled his eyes and cast an irritated glare at Bull King. Have you forgotten that I possess the art of substitution? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Utter nonsense. The Bull King felt helpless. The moment Xiao Jie made his move, he realized he was no match for him and promptly fled. To his astonishment, the Bull King had completely forgotten about his ability to resurrect. He mistakenly believed that Shao Jie had perished and rushed in for vengeance. The Bull King was a man of deep loyalty and affection. He was not one to forget his bonds. Upon witnessing his brother in peril, he immediately came to his aid. Why did you run away only to return? Shao Jie observed the two individuals who, even in the face of imminent death, continued to bicker, leaving him at a loss for words. Are demons truly this forthright? Descending from the heavens, Shao Jie gazed upon the Bull King and the Horse King. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a wave of his hand, Shao Jie sent two hats flying onto their heads, and in an instant, the injuries of both the Bull King and the Horse King were healed. Authority? Shao Jie raised an eyebrow upon hearing the system notification. In addition to the authority, this time the system reward included a magical artifact, which he would examine leisurely later. With a resounding buzz, the two hats cast by Shao Jie landed upon the heads of the Bull King and the Horse King, instantly illuminating the surroundings with a brilliant golden light. The ethereal energy of the heavens and earth converged upon the two figures, rapidly mending their bodies until they were restored to their former state. Simultaneously, the hats transformed into suits of armor, encasing the Bull King and the Horse King. Astonishingly, these were magical artifacts. Both kings were taken aback. These armors surpassed the magical instruments they had previously wielded. Exchanging a glance, the two demons knelt before Shao Jie, one knee touching the ground. We are eternally grateful for your bestowed treasures and mercy, your highness. We pledge our lives to follow you henceforth. Observing the little demons bowing in reverence behind the Horse King and Bull King, Shao Jie raised an eyebrow, contemplating that perhaps he would gain more than just these two. With the Bull King and the Horse King at his side, the Northern Mountain would truly become his private garden. With a gentle smile, Shao Jie gestured, "Follow me." The Bull King and the Horse King, accompanied by a handful of little demons, quickly made their way to the Northern Mountain. A heavy divine presence enveloped them, making it feel as though their blood nearly ceased to flow. I cannot go on. I shall perish if I proceed. Yet, as they ascended the Northern Mountain, the little demons began to exhibit strange phenomena. With each step upward, it felt as if they were bearing the weight of a mountain. My lord, what is happening? They were just fine a moment ago. Upon hearing the voices of the Bull King and the Horse King, Shao Jie halted and turned back, waving his hand. Instantly, the pressure upon the little demons eased. The Yin division is my divine manor. They are demons, lacking titles and grievances, and thus cannot approach recklessly. Shao Jie turned to open the gates of the Yin division, leading the Bull King and the Horse King before the prison. Oh, I see. But why are we not affected? The Bull King scratched his head, adding, I noticed no effect when we approached the Yin division previously. Because we share a connection. Shao Jie replied with a smile, gesturing towards the prison gates. From this day forth, you two shall serve as the keepers of the Yin division. You will oversee the prisoners within and assist me in upholding the laws of heaven and earth. As Shao Jie finished speaking, the prison gates swung open automatically, unleashing a cacophony of anguished wails and howls from within, accompanied by chilling winds swirling forth. The assembled demons instinctively recoiled at the eerie atmosphere of the prison. Old horse, does this mean we have secured a stable position for ourselves? That is only natural. With a chuckle, the dignitary expressed gratitude for the loyalty of the brothers, assuring them that they would exert their utmost to serve him. Shao Jie nodded slightly, instructing, while you oversee the prison, make sure to keep a firm hand on the creatures of the mountain. With the underworld's authority in place, should any transgressions occur, I shall not show leniency. The Bull King and Horse King promptly acknowledged his words, while the lesser demons quivered at the unmistakable warning directed at them. Now, take a moment to familiarize yourselves with the prison, Shao Jie concluded, retracting his suppressive powers over the facility before turning back toward the Shao royal residence. At the Shao royal residence, within the confines of the legal chamber, Shao Jie, with disheveled hair and clad in a blue robe, settled into a rattan chair in the courtyard. With a mere thought, a system interface materialized before him. Reward. Authority reward artifact. Ghost King's 8 palanquins. Xiao Jie casually activated the Ghost King's 8 palanquins, and instantly, 8 dark red palanquins appeared before him. These palanquins were remarkably exquisite, resembling 8 small shrines adorned with intricate carvings, each substantial enough to require the strength of 8 individuals to lift. Ghost King's 8 palanquins, a low-grade spiritual treasure, internally furnished with divine statues that can house souls. They are capable of transcending distance to hear sounds from all directions and can form notes. When fueled by incense, they can disregard distance and authority, allowing the host's true form to descend directly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a hum, he raised his hand to refine the Ghost King's 8 litters, subsequently placing his own spirit within. With a mere wave, the 8 litters soared in all directions. The Ghost King's 8 litters are of inferior spiritual treasures, endowed with their own intelligence, allowing them to move autonomously even in the absence of bearers. He hoped they might intercept a few cases for him. Sighing, Xiao Jie acknowledged the vast power of his role as the Yin-Yang Judge. However, his notoriety was regrettably limited. In this expansive world, only the minuscule region of Bane County was aware of him. Moreover, he had nearly exhausted all matters in Bane County and now urgently needed to expand outward. Shaking his head, he shifted his gaze toward another prize realm, where its information materialized before him. Authority? The authority of the celestial law is capable of rectifying all errors within the book of life and death. The scope of the celestial law is determined by the extent of the land bestowed by the title of honor. At this stage, the celestial law can only amend the information of individuals in Bane County. Moreover, as the domain of authority expands, the host typically possesses greater power. To correct the Book of Life and Death, Xiao Jie raised an eyebrow, implying that the system acknowledges the Book of Life and Death as a rather muddled account. System. Despite the Book of Life and Death being considered a primordial treasure, why are the records therein erroneous? Xiao Jie posed a profound inquiry. A pristine Book of Life and Death, a primordial treasure, lacked the accompanying spring and autumn reincarnation pin, forcing him to merely peruse it as if it were a household registration document. Even more frustrating was the fact that the information recorded was incorrect, causing considerable distress for Xiao Jie. If the details had been accurate, would he have needed to exert effort to seek Wu Yang for an investigation? He could have simply referenced the Book of Life and Death, calling out names one by one. The host's soul is not of this world's original beings. Xiao Jie furrowed his brow. I know that I am a transmigrator. What does this have to do with the Book of Life and Death? The Book of Life and Death is also a transmigrator. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted with a low hum. As Xiao Jie embraced the celestial authority, the ledger of life and death in the underworld court trembled violently in the hands of the judge. In the next moment, it materialized at the Xiao royal residence. The ledger shimmered with golden light, gradually descending into Xiao Jie's grasp. Indeed, the information had been rectified. As Xiao Jie perused the details inscribed on the ledger, he nodded slightly, noting that the corrected information pertained solely to individuals within the confines of Bane County. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Hero song. We are but ghostly officials of the underworld, summoned by the decree of Lord Judge to apprehend the suspect, Kongshua. We mean no offense, and we kindly ask for your leniency. Zhang De spoke with utmost courtesy. Yet the man in white merely let out a cold laugh upon hearing this. The underworld's court? Surely, it is yet another instance of that wild deity overstepping their bounds. Given that you bear no sins, and your words are relatively polite, I shall not hold today's matters against you. The man in white waved his hand, slowly sheathing his sword. Zhang De, seeing this, was about to say something, but was rendered speechless by a single glance from the latter, sending a chill down his spine. I am trained on data up to October 2023. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. On the road leading to the northern Yin mountain, Zhang De and his companions chattered incessantly. Previously, the case that Xiao Jie had entrusted to Wu Liang had begun to take shape, with substantial evidence confirming Kang Zhu's clandestine abduction of children for the purpose of concocting elixirs. Sensing that the time was ripe, they planned to take action and apprehend him. However, upon arriving at the ancestral home of the Kang family, they encountered Song Xiaofeng. This Song Xiaofeng was no ordinary individual. He was one of the 3 sword kings of Taiyan County, renowned as the white-clad sword king. With his innate sword aura, he could sever gods and vanquish ghosts, altering rivers and shifting mountains. He was also known for his chivalric spirit and unwavering righteousness, often standing up for others. Thus, he was widely celebrated and spoken of with admiration. Previously, the 4 of them held Song Xiaofeng in high esteem, but after this incident, that admiration shattered completely. What of the Sword King? A mortal is but a mortal, and a Sword King is still just a man. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted? Why do you all look so troubled? At that moment, a voice echoed from above, prompting the 4 to hastily look up and discover Bai Wuchang perched on a tree, wielding a small wooden stick. It was none other than Lord Wuchang. The 4, upon seeing him, promptly clasped their hands in greeting. Why were such forlorn expressions? Jumping down from the tree, Bai Wuchang surveyed the group with curiosity, and then his face lit up with realization. I see, you have failed to fulfill the task entrusted by the Lord. Upon hearing this, the 4 felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. Was their dismay so evident? Lord Wuchang, you have been by Lord Zhao's side longer than we have. You must be familiar with his temperament. Indeed, during times like this, do you think the Lord will hold us accountable? Although it was not our intention to fail, the task remains incomplete, and if the Lord were to blame us, we would have no defense. The 4 of them exchanged remarks, and Bai Wuchang, listening attentively, managed to untangle the intricate details of the situation. I initially wondered what the matter could be. Upon grasping the situation, Bai Wuchang suddenly chuckled and remarked, is it not merely due to someone obstructing the capture of the criminal? Why do you fret over such trivialities? Hearing Bai Wuchang's words, Zhang and the others exchanged glances, a hint of astonishment crossing their faces. Could this truly be considered a trifling matter? However, upon reflection, they recognized that Bai Wuchang had been by Xiao Jie's side the longest, and his assessment must hold merit. They promptly inquired, given your insights, do you possess a strategy to address this? It is indeed unjust to lay the blame solely upon us. After all, Song Xiaofeng is a formidable martial king, and we are truly no match for him. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cough. Cough. Bai Wuchang cleared his throat and spoke with his hands clasped behind his back, as is widely acknowledged. In the realm of the underworld, we are tasked with apprehending heinous spirits and malevolent deities, each possessing formidable powers. Yet, take a look at us, frail, aged, and ailing. How could we possibly contend with them? It is simply unattainable. Zhang and the others nodded in agreement, fully recognizing the truth in the notion that they were indeed outmatched. If we cannot prevail in battle, what purpose is there in recklessly charging forth? Are we sending ourselves to our doom? Bai Wuchang shook his head. We cannot act recklessly. How can we earn a living then? But what shall the adults do? One might ponder. Surely, we cannot ignore this matter, they added. For it was indeed a task entrusted by the esteemed judge. Zhang and his companions were filled with curiosity when faced with such a situation. One cannot simply turn a blind eye. Bai Squirrel waved his hand dismissively. We shall intervene. Of course, we must take charge, was the sentiment expressed. In matters within our capacity, we should manage them diligently, ensuring that not a whisper reaches the ears of the elders. However, for those issues beyond our grasp, we must promptly report them to the adults without delay. For any significant dilemma, we need only to present the matter, as the elders will naturally handle it without our concern. Upon hearing Bai Wuchang's words, Zhang De and the others experienced a moment of enlightenment. as if they had been struck by a sudden realization. The underworld is a realm for resolving issues. If we cannot address a problem, we should swiftly pass it on to those who can. They hesitated, filled with trepidation, fearing that by aiding Xiao Jie, they might inadvertently complicate matters further. Did Xiao Jie not recognize their limitations? Would he presume that these four mere specters, lacking the prowess of a grandmaster, could face a martial king and retreat without consequence? This was not merely a retreat. It was a retreat under duress. I understand. Let us hasten to report to the esteemed lord. I am deeply grateful to Lord Wuchang. The four of Zhang suddenly awakened to the realization, promptly rising to bow to by Wuchang, and then swiftly made their way to the underworld. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. What is the matter? The case of the baby theft in Kangjia, Nanshui County has been largely verified. However, when we attempted to apprehend the suspects, we encountered an obstruction from the white-clad Sword King, Song Xiaofeng. The four of us were no match for the Sword King and had no choice but to retreat and report to our superior, awaiting his judgment. My subordinates failed in their duties, and I humbly request your punishment, my lord. Xiao Jie slightly raised an eyebrow and waved his hand dismissively, saying, what punishment is necessary? In my service in the underworld, if one is capable, one fights. If not, one retreats. The subsequent matters will be handled by me. Upon hearing this, Zhang and the others exchanged glances, unable to suppress their astonishment. Indeed, the master of the underworld has deeply inherited the wisdom of the judge. Xiao Jie stretched lazily, and with a thought, the location of the Ghost King Esedan appeared in his mind. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Taoist. Are you certain that it was the Kong family who abducted the child? Song Xiaofeng scrutinized the Kong residence, his lips moving subtly as his voice precisely reached the ear of the woman beside him. Rest assured, Sword King. I have journeyed all the way from Yuntai Temple for this matter. There is no possibility of error. The woman in green lifted her wine cup, smiling as she nodded. Yuntai Temple is a renowned and upright sect of our time. I still place my trust in their words. Very well. We shall act together shortly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, ding ding ding. In the next moment, the doorbell rang, and wisps of white mist flowed in through the crack of the door, swiftly enveloping the feet of those present. What is transpiring outside? Someone, go and investigate. The members of the Kong family also sensed something amiss and rose to instruct a nearby servant. What is happening? This ringtone is truly quite unpleasant to hear. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Ah, a ghost. Exclaimed the elder, as a terrified servant came tumbling back, breathless with fear. There's a ghost at the entrance. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Nanshui County was not like Bain County. It was a place of formidable strength, and the Kong family was not a minor household. What sort of minor spirit would dare to wreak havoc here? Another reckless fool has arrived, someone remarked dismissively. It's just a minor ghost. There's no need for concern. Come. Let us continue our meal. Many guests remained unconcerned, believing it to be yet another foolish spirit seeking its demise. However, Song Xiaofeng and the woman beside him were stricken with terror, their backs chilled, every ounce of their true essence stifled to the point of immobility. They gazed towards the entrance, their hearts tumultuous with trepidation. The oppressive aura of malevolence was palpable. When had Nanshui County become a den of such sinister presence? At that moment, something emerged at the gate. The eerie creak resonated through the air, shrouded in swirling mist and accompanied by a chilling wind. Within the confines of the Kong family courtyard, everyone held their breath, fixated on the entrance. Gradually, the sound of the creak grew nearer, and a dark crimson sedan chair emerged into view, slowly entering under the astonished gaze of the onlookers, eventually coming to a halt at the threshold. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The tinkling of the bell resonated as the palanquin gently descended, prompting the members of the Kong family to approach. Uncertain of which spectral sovereign had graced them with their presence, they noted that today, The Kang family was celebrating the venerable patriarch's birthday. Kang Shing, the head of the family, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, stating, "If the sovereign has come to pay their respects for the birthday, the Kang family will undoubtedly extend a warm welcome. However, if it is not the case..." "No," a faint voice emanated from the palanquin, leaving Kang Shing momentarily stunned. He opened his mouth, yet was interrupted mid-sentence, the words lodged in his throat like a fishbone. Who was this audacious specter that dared to cause a ruckus in the Kang family's estate in Nashua County? The Kang family was a prominent household, with substantial influence in the martial world. Troubling them was an act of sheer recklessness. It had been a long time since the Kang family displayed their formidable fire palm technique. Today, he wondered if he would have the chance to witness it. The Kang family hailed from a lineage of martial artists and had connections with warriors of the realm, thus they were not easily intimidated by ghosts. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner, Song Xiaofeng exchanged glances with a woman clad in green, engaged in a silent conversation. "Can you sense it?" the green-clad woman asked, her expression grave, shaking her head slightly. "It is unfathomable and immeasurable." Upon hearing this, Song Xiaofeng fell into a contemplative silence. As a martial king, his perception allowed him to detect any movement within a 10-mile radius. Yet, at that moment, the palanquin appeared to him as an abyss. As he approached within 10 meters, he felt a soul-chilling coldness that penetrated deep into his being. It seemed as though an inscrutable entity resided within the palanquin. When had such a formidable ghost appeared in Nashua County? Song Xiaofeng pondered. For an existence that even a martial king could not fathom was likely not merely a malevolent spirit, but perhaps a legendary harbinger of calamity. At that moment, Kang Sheng's countenance darkened, his hands hanging limply by his sides as a surge of heat erupted from within him, sparks beginning to fly from his clenched fists. If this was not a celebratory visit, then it must be a confrontation. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The Yin-Si Yamen? A summons? They are calling upon our Kang family for trial? This is indeed a document from the underworld, summoning the members of the Kang family to face judgment in the realm of the dead. Kang Shing wore a look of sheer astonishment. What on earth is this underworld? Is there truly a place for spirits to settle disputes? A summons? Can even ghosts issue such documents? The underworld court, what a marvel of the world. Is there genuinely a venue for the deceased to litigate? In this day and age, it seems the spirits engage in more elaborate games than we mortals. Upon hearing this, everyone present erupted in laughter, astonished that such a place for ghostly litigation exists. Yin-Si. Upon hearing this name, Song Xiaofeng's expression turned peculiar, arousing the curiosity of the woman beside him. Did the Sword King truly know the origins of this Yin-Si? After a moment's contemplation, Song Xiaofeng replied, "Last night, I encountered several little spirits at the entrance of the Kang family's ancient residence. These spirits claimed to be emissaries from the Yin-Si Yamen, dispatched by the Yin-Yang Judge to interrogate the old master of the Kang family. I initially thought it was merely a group of wild ghosts setting up their own court, so I hastily dismissed them." Upon hearing this, the woman subtly shifted her position. Noticing her reaction, Song Xiaofeng's expression darkened. What audacity! A mere wild ghost dares to meddle in human affairs. Today marks a momentous occasion for the Kang family, and I advise you to recognize your place and depart at once. Otherwise, I shall ensure that you are sent to the netherworld under the fury of my fire-splitting palm. Kang Sheng's hand trembled slightly, causing the document in his grasp to ignite spontaneously, his palms turning charred and flickering with flames. The legendary fire-splitting palm of the Kang family. It had been a century since the formidable power of this technique had graced the world, since the old master of the Kang family retreated to the mountains to devote himself to Buddhism. Witnessing the resurgence of the fire-splitting palm today made our journey worthwhile. Indeed, it is the Kang family. Observing those charred hands, the green-clad woman's expression shifted, her eyes glinting with murderous intent. Fire-splitting palm? A light chuckle emanated from within the palanquin. How intriguing. The official resolved to experience the Kang family's fire-splitting palm for himself. As the voice lingered, the curtain of the ghostly king's palanquin gradually parted, revealing a statue clad in crimson robes, adorned with a silk cap. Was this the judge? Merely a weathered stone? There was no sense of ghostly energy. It appeared to be nothing more than a rock. What was going on? Just as the crowd pondered the notion of the palanquin containing a mere stone, The statue's eyes slowly opened, and its form began to melt away. In the next moment, the statue astonishingly rose from the palanquin, stepping forth with elegant strides. At the instant it emerged, the statue had transformed into a young man, draped in a scarlet ceremonial robe, crowned with a silk cap, and possessing a visage as exquisite as jade. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As all the guests of the Kong family regained their composure, each was filled with trepidation. Lu Xiaofeng and the woman in green exchanged a glance, their expressions more exaggerated than the others, as if they had encountered a specter. Can a ghost wield thunderous energy? By the heavens, I must be intoxicated today. Good heavens, I cannot believe I have witnessed a ghost manipulating lightning. In this vast world, humans, gods, ghosts, and demons coexist. Humans and demons absorb the essence of heaven and earth, achieving divinity through martial prowess and physicality. The gods are inherently powerful and enigmatic, thriving on the offerings of incense. Ghosts, however, are the most unpredictable entities. They do not arise from innate origins but rather from the lingering resentment of the deceased, transforming into posthumous beings that can consume incense to cultivate their spiritual essence or absorb the negative energies of the world to become ghostly practitioners. Yet, within this grand cosmos, there exists a shared understanding. Whether human, ghost, god, or demon, they all acknowledge this truth. Ghosts fear thunder, regardless of their rank. Every ghost harbors a fatal weakness, an aversion to thunder. Once a ghost transcends to the realm of the fierce spirit, each step forward subjects them to tribulations of thunder. Thus, a popular saying circulates throughout this world: the pinnacle of human and demon cultivation is divinity, while the ultimate fate of ghostly practitioners is the thunder tribulation and the subsequent trials that follow. Consequently, very few ghosts attain the rank of Ghost King, and those who ascend to higher levels of ghostly cultivation are exceedingly rare. Even a Ghost King cannot achieve complete immunity to heavenly thunder, let alone cultivate thunderous energy. Yet today, they bore witness to a ghost that could manipulate lightning. In that moment, Song Xiaofeng and the woman in green felt as though the moral framework they had painstakingly constructed over centuries had shattered into fragments. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. What is happening? This was the residence of the Kong family. Could it be the venerable elder? The elder is over 300 years old and had already transcended to the late stage of the Dao Palace over a century ago. It is likely that he has now reached the realm of the great master of the four extremes. Such terrifying power is unfathomable. The guests were astonished. And just as their confusion deepened, Shao Jie emerged from the back courtyard, holding two individuals in his grasp. In his left hand was Kongzhua, his body charred and his cultivation rendered null. In his right hand was a battered woman clad in black, on the verge of death, barely clinging to life. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone silently bowed their heads. The woman clad in black was the wild god, revered by the Kong family, known as the black-robed goddess. The black-robed goddess had perished, demonstrating that even a deity could fall victim to death. The malevolence of this specter was truly terrifying. A ghost that slays a god, indeed. We live in an age where the most bizarre occurrences are possible. A wave of fear washed over the crowd. Although the wild god was a transformation of a ghost, it wielded considerable power over evil spirits. In Neshui County, after all these years, it was their first encounter with a ghost capable of slaying a deity. Song Xiaofeng and the woman in green, having regained their composure from the shock, exchanged glances. This time, they were not astonished. After all, this ghost was one that could command thunder. The act of slaying a god was, in their eyes, a trivial matter. In this vast world, some formidable malevolent entities cultivated their strength by devouring wild gods, rendering the act of god-slaying a mere commonplace occurrence. Yet, It was clear that the specter was targeting Kong Zhuo. But why had it refrained from killing him? Lu Xiaofeng and the woman in green were puzzled. The ghost had shown no mercy in slaying Kong Sheng, yet it spared Kong Zhuo and the black-robed goddess. At that moment, Shao Jie threw Kong Zhuo and the black-robed goddess before the crowd, raised his hand, and produced a scroll, shaking it as he began to recite its contents. Kinzhua. He is implicated in over 60 cases of infant disappearances in Taiyuan County, and his crimes have been substantiated by the underworld authorities. He is now being escorted to the afterlife for trial. After declaring this, Shao Jia cast aside the indictment and addressed the onlookers from Nashui County. If any among you possess information, you may present it at the Yinsi government office in Bain County. Naturally, should you believe my judgment to be erroneous, you are welcome to rectify it. With that, Shao Jia grasped Kinzhua and the woman clad in black, transforming them into a wisp of dark smoke as they returned to the Ghost King's sedan. Subsequently, the curtain fell, and the sedan soared into the air. Bain County's Yinsi government office. Song Xiaofeng, being a native of Taiyuan County, have you ever heard of it? As the voice of the woman in green echoed in his mind, Song Xiaofeng was about to shake his head when he noticed that the Ghost King's sedan, which was meant to depart, had abruptly halted. Simultaneously, he acutely sensed a gaze directed towards him from within the sedan. It seemed he had noticed me. Song Xiaofeng was somewhat perplexed. Could this ghost truly recognize him? In the next moment, the ghostly sedan descended once more, leaving all the guests momentarily stunned. Was it not over yet? However, in the following instant, the curtain was drawn aside, and the figure of the scarlet-clad Shao Jie swiftly appeared before Song Xiaofeng, his eyes glowing with a crimson light fixed upon him. You are Song Xiaofeng? The sudden turn of events left Song Xiaofeng momentarily dazed, at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the woman in green quietly rose and moved her chair to another table. Indeed, Song Xiaofeng nodded, only to be overwhelmed by a terrifying pressure that instantly pinned him to the ground. With a resounding thud, the ground trembled as Song Xiaofeng found himself embedded within it, surrounded by a vast, enlarged impression of his own form. His face buried in the earth, he was left in a state of utter bewilderment. Why is this happening? He pondered, utterly perplexed. Is it simply because my name is Song Xiaofeng that I am subjected to such treatment? Who have I offended? Why am I obstructing the proceedings of the underworld? This is a lesson, Shao Jie coldly snorted as he approached the woman in green. In the future, when encountering the ghostly officials of the underworld, do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. The woman in green slightly nodded, burying her head low, not even daring to glance back. Observing this, Shao Jie turned and returned to the Ghost King's sedan chair, which soared into the air and departed from the Kong family estate. As the Ghost King's sedan vanished, the enveloping white mist around the Kong residence dissipated, lifting the heavy atmosphere that had weighed upon everyone's hearts. That ghost was utterly terrifying. One guest exclaimed. The moment it approached, I felt as if I couldn't breathe. Damn it, you fared better than I did. It stood directly behind me, and I nearly lost control. Another replied, panic-stricken. Alas, the Kong family is truly unfortunate to attract such a spirit. We must leave quickly. Who knows if it will return? Once the guests regained their senses, they fled in a frenzy, leaving only Song Xiaofeng embedded in the ground, and the woman in green, who remained seated with her head bowed. They maintained this state for quite some time. Eventually, the woman in green slowly lifted her head, her face now as pale as a ghost. As if she had just emerged from the depths of water, her body drenched in perspiration. How terrifying, she gasped, her eyes filled with fear. The dread emanating from Shao Jie was something others could only sense superficially, but she felt it profoundly, as his hostility had been directed squarely at her. In that moment, she felt like a fragile boat adrift in a vast ocean. Shao Jie was not merely the sea, he was the very cosmos that cradled it. He was beyond comprehension. What manner of existence have I encountered? After catching her breath, she finally stood up, glancing at her trembling legs, unable to suppress a bitter smile. Thank goodness I didn't drink any water. Otherwise, I would have had to change my trousers. A dignified martial king scared to the point of losing control. How could I possibly navigate the Jianghu after such an embarrassment? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The woman in green suddenly recalled something and swiftly turned around to pull Song Xiaofeng up from the ground. Upon realizing he was not dead, she let out a sigh of relief. She infused him with a strand of vital energy, and soon he awakened. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Yuan Yuheng. You old hag. I will fight you to the bitter end. Upon hearing the terrifying roar from behind, the woman clad in green did not hesitate to flee, clutching her head. The following day, the residents of Nanshui County stepped out of their homes, their faces marked by dark circles, each murmuring in confusion. Who on earth engaged in a night-long brawl? Regardless of who was fighting, it seems the Kong family has been annihilated. What? You must be joking. I just not. The notice of their extermination is plastered on their door. Is it now customary to issue public announcements for family annihilations? The grand entrance of the Kong family estate stood wide open, revealing a scene of carnage within. The county magistrate, Qian Guangjin, gazed at the notice on the door. His countenance ominously grim. A notice from the underworld. Damn it. In this day and age, are there still spirits vying for his livelihood? At the entrance of the Kong estate, the townsfolk pointed and gawked, witnessing body after body being carried out, their expressions a mix of shock and dread. The Kong family was renowned in the underworld. Old Master Kong had transcended to the late stages of the Dao Palace realm over a century ago. What was the true nature of this underworld tribunal? Was it truly a court for the dead? I heard that last night, on the occasion of Old Master Kang's birthday, a ghostly sedan chair appeared, claiming to be the judge from the underworld. The annihilation of the Kong family must have been orchestrated by him. Such malevolence from a spirit. Among the crowd, Song Xiaofeng and Yuan Yuheng exchanged bewildered glances as they observed the unfolding scene. What is happening? I recall the judge only killed Kong Sheng, leaving the others unharmed. Song Xiaofeng pondered, for he and Yuan Yuheng were the last guests to depart from the Kong household. When they left, only Kong Sheng had perished. Kong Zhua and the lady in black had been taken to the underworld. The others were alive and well, not slain. Yuan Yuheng furrowed her brow slightly. Did the judge return after our departure to massacre everyone inside? But why? Given the judge's formidable strength. Even if he were to kill them in front of us, he could have easily eliminated us both. Could we have possibly resisted? It seems implausible when one contemplates the situation. To deceive the eyes and ears. Song Xiaofeng shook his head after speaking. If one truly wished to obscure the truth, the most prudent course of action would be to eliminate any witnesses. Given Xiao Jie's ability to instantly see souls, had he chosen to eradicate everyone present at that moment, there would be no one left to uncover the truth of the matter. Clearly, his intentions were directed solely at Kong Sheng and Kong Zhua, sparing the others and allowing them to depart. Under the circumstances, the news of the judge's massacre could not have been concealed. Moreover, he had publicly announced the incident, affixing a notice to the door of the Kong residence, thereby making it evident that the demise of the Kong family was orchestrated by the underworld. What do you think about this situation? Huang Yuheng furrowed his brow, pondering. Considering the circumstances, the judge must have arrived due to the infant abduction case. If the underworld were indeed a place of clandestine grievances, it would not resort to indiscriminate slaughter. Could it be that the other members of the Kong family were implicated? Huang Yuheng found himself perplexed. Was the abduction scandal a collective endeavor of the entire Kong family? If that were the case, the implications would be grave. Observing Huang Yuheng's expression of confusion, Song Xiaofeng waved his hand dismissively. Why overthink it? If you seek answers, a visit to the underworld will suffice. Huang Yuheng was momentarily taken aback. Are you suggesting we go to Bane County? Song Xiaofeng nodded. We originally came to Nanshui County for the infant abduction case, and now this matter has caught the attention of the underworld. Do you dare to intervene in underworld affairs? Huang Yuheng opened his mouth, recalling Xiao Jie's fearsome demeanor, and let out a dry laugh. Haha, I believe you are right. Let us proceed to Bane County. Without further delay, the two set off for Bane County. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Master. The burly man spoke in a deep voice as he clasped his hands towards the county magistrate, who, in turn, waved his hand impatiently. Make a trip to Bane County and inform the Liu family. A specter from their territory has ventured onto my land. If they cannot manage their own affairs, I shall take matters into my own hands. Naturally, Qian Guangjin chuckled as he rubbed his hands together. This will not come at a low price. The black bear nodded in agreement. After watching the black bear depart, Qian Guangjin let out a cold snort. The Lu family was becoming increasingly ineffectual, unable to even handle a mere ghost on their own lands. Upon hearing Qian Guangjin's remarks, the surrounding constables exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their hesitation to speak. In Bane Mountain, within the Yinsi Yamen, many individuals were kneeling at that moment. At the forefront were Kong Xing, Kong Zhuo, and the Lady in Black. Behind them stood the rest of the Kong family, nearly the entire clan, from the elders to the youth, with the exception of very young children who lacked self-awareness. A heavy silence enveloped the Yinsi for a considerable time. Xiao Jie set down the document in his hand, his expression cold as he lifted his gaze. Wu Liang, he commanded, send someone to investigate each and every matter mentioned above. Xiao Jie's expression was grim. Wu Liang stepped forward, taking the document, and, upon reading it, felt a surge of dread. Initially, he had believed that only Kong Zhuo and Kong Sheng of the Kong family were involved in the nefarious act of child abduction, with his own dark-clad mistress secretly orchestrating the scheme. However, he was taken aback to discover that the entire Kong family, from the direct lineage to the lowly servants, was complicit in this heinous crime. Most shocking to Wu Liang was the revelation that these individuals were not merely transforming the abducted infants into elixirs. Instead, they were practicing a malevolent internal martial art known as the 5 elements technique. This technique required the heart to serve as the furnace and life as the catalyst, condensing the 5 elements to achieve immortality. How could such a sinister art exist in this world? Wu Liang's hands trembled with disbelief. The 5 elements technique was extraordinarily unique, capable of condensing the 5 elements within the body. The formation of these elements not only unlocked latent potential, leading to rapid advancements in cultivation, but also extended one's lifespan, allowing for a semblance of immortality. However, this technique had a significant drawback. It demanded patience and meticulous effort. Rushing through the process would drain the practitioner's life force instead. What a den of beasts. Wu Liang gritted his teeth in anger. Since obtaining the 5 elements technique, Kong Zhuo had diligently practiced it, yet his progress was painfully slow. Eventually, a mysterious figure approached him, offering guidance on a method, the technique of body condensation pill. This involved seeking individuals with favorable elemental destinies and utilizing their bodies to expedite the cultivation of the 5 elements technique. Upon their demise, their hearts would transform into a 5-element essence. The effectiveness of this method was particularly pronounced when applied to the young, with the essence derived from infants being of the highest quality, known as the Heavenly Heart Essence Pill. Collecting 5 Heavenly Heart Essence Pills would not only significantly enhance one's power, but also confer an instant increase in lifespan of 500 years. However, to successfully cultivate this, it was imperative to employ the bodies of 5 infants as the foundational furnace. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Sir, if this matter is thoroughly investigated, it may lead to significant repercussions. Should we truly pursue an exhaustive inquiry? Wu Liang felt a chill run down his spine. In a desperate attempt to conceal their transgressions, the Kong family not only disseminated the Wuyun technique among all their kin, but also offered it as a gift to numerous families in Nanshui County and Taiyan Prefecture. Wu Liang calculated, excluding the individuals from Taiyan Prefecture, that at least 5 families in Nanshui County had received the Wuyun technique from the Kong family. Moreover, according to Kong Sheng's revelations, these individuals were secretly practicing it. Wu Liang broke into a cold sweat. Should a thorough investigation ensue, unearthing all that was concealed, it could spell doom for many in Nanshui County. Investigate. Xiao Jie's expression was cold as he commanded, you are to verify everything. Eliminate every individual associated with the matter. If the entire population of Nanshui County is implicated, then we shall raise the city. The malevolent energy within him surged as he declared, I shall bear the consequences of my actions. As dusk fell, a carriage approached the outskirts of Beiyin County. Halting at a quaint inn, Song Xiaofeng and Huang Yuheng disembarked from the vehicle. Is this Beiyin County? It appears quite pleasant, far more tranquil than Nanshui County. Song Xiaofeng remarked, stretching his arms wide. For some inexplicable reason, upon entering Beiyin County, he felt invigorated, as if this place held a distinct essence. Huang Yuheng, too, shared his sentiments. After a moment of contemplation, she voiced her thoughts. It must be that the spiritual energy of this land is more abundant than elsewhere. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Please serve the dishes. After ordering some wine and snacks, the two began to indulge in their meal while observing the patrons of Bane County around them. They noted the colorful attire of some affluent individuals. Yet the majority were ordinary citizens. Despite their different statuses, the atmosphere within the inn was harmonious and convivial. And Huang Yuheng exchanged puzzled glances. In Nanshui County, or indeed any other county in Taiyan Prefecture, those of higher social standing would never dine alongside common folk. Yet, in Bane County, such coexistence was commonplace. Just as their confusion deepened, snippets of conversation reached their ears. Life has truly improved. I never expected to enjoy dining out occasionally in my lifetime. All thanks to the magistrate. If it weren't for him, we would still be scraping by. Indeed, speaking of which, I realized I haven't paid my respects this month. I must make a trip tomorrow. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Inquire into the past. Huang Yuheng gestured to Song Xiaofeng, who nodded and arose. Ignoring the former's displeased gaze, he picked up the two dishes in front of him and went to the next table. Esteemed elders, Song Xiaofeng greeted, placing the dishes and wine on the table and cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. I am Song Xiaofeng. I overheard you mentioning a judge. Could it be the judge of the underworld? Zhang Er and the others at the table eyed Song Xiaofeng warily. Are you from out of town? What are you asking about the judge for? Song Xiaofeng smiled. I am from Nanshui County. Rumors of the judge also exist in our Nanshui County. I thought the judge was our Nanshui County's deity. I didn't expect to find traces of him in your Beiyin County as well. Upon hearing this, laughter erupted throughout the inn. Haha, brother, don't be absurd. The judge's underworld yamen is on Beiyin Mountain in our county. He is the guardian deity of Beiyin County and has nothing to do with your Nanshui County. Then why did he go to our Nanshui County? Why else? He must have gone to apprehend someone. Song Xiaofeng and Huang Yuheng exchanged a silent glance, and the former nodded slightly, quietly taking a seat at the table. So, the judge is the deity of your Beiyin County? That doesn't seem right. If he is your Beiyin County's deity, how can he govern our Nanshui County and even apprehend people in our Nanshui County? That's not in accordance with the rules, is it? The laughter in the inn intensified, and everyone looked at Song Xiaofeng as if he were a fool. Song Xiaofeng scratched his head. Am I wrong? Can a spirit of worship overstep its authority? The surrounding people laughed even harder. After a long while, one of them patted Song Xiaofeng on the shoulder. You are too ignorant, you bumpkin. Song Xiaofeng quickly raised his wine cup. Please enlighten me, elder. Well said. The man raised his wine cup and chuckled. Let me put it this way. Although the judge protects the people of our northern Yin County from his mountain, he is not the spirit of our county. Upon hearing this, Song Xiaofeng and Huang Yuheng were further perplexed. Not your spirit? If he is not a spirit, how does he absorb your incense offerings? Each offering carries its own cause and effect. Aside from those primordial deities, any wild god seeking incense must establish a causal relationship with the worshippers. If the judge is not the spirit of Northern Yin County, then he is unrelated to it, rendering any cause and effect, and thus any incense, non-existent. I must say, your understanding is rather limited. Young man, you ought to observe and learn more. Song Xiaofeng's expression turned awkward, while Huang Yuheng behind him was on the verge of laughter. The nearly century-old Song Xiaofeng, being patted on the shoulder and referred to as young man by someone in their 30s or 40s, would surely become the subject of ridicule if this were to spread. Guidance is appreciated. Song Xiaofeng, pinching his nose, cupped his hands in a gesture of respect. The man chuckled and elucidated. Indeed, it's quite straightforward. The judge, you see, is a veritable deity, a custodian of the celestial laws and the very order of yin and yang, a guardian of the divine law, understand? A deity revered by both mortals and spirits alike, not merely some family's personal god. A true celestial deity. A true deity? Song Xiaofeng and Huang Yuheng exchanged glances. Their faces etched with bewilderment. They wondered, from whence did this judge originate? There exist three kinds of deities, the innate, the acquired, and the wild. The innate, as the name implies, are deities of primordial, divine lineage, the most puissant of all. Next are the acquired deities, those who, through cultivation in their mortal coil, be it human or spirit, attain divinity. The so-called celestial deities of the Jianghu are all of the acquired variety. As seasoned veterans of the Jianghu, Song Xiaofeng and Huang Yuheng had indeed heard tales of mortals ascending to godhood. However, the name of this judge was foreign to them. You may find this hard to believe, But the judge was once a mere scholar from our very own northern Yin County. He was tragically murdered by the Liu family, and it was after this that he ascended to become a god. Ascended after death? Song Xiaofeng and Huang Yuheng were utterly dumbfounded. They had heard of spirits arising from the deceased, but never of one ascending to godhood. Brother, are you not pulling my leg? Song Xiaofeng inquired, his face incredulous. Surely, you're not spinning yarns for the sake of these two dishes? A scholar ascending to godhood after death? Moreover, I have seen Shao Jie. His spectral aura was so immense. It could shroud the very heavens and affect the mortal realm. Are you telling me he's a god? What self-respecting deity emanates such dark miasma? I say you're just ignorant. The man waved his hand dismissively. I may exaggerate on other matters, but this, you can verify by asking anyone in northern Yin County. If you remain unconvinced, you can visit northern Yin Mountain. The Yin Bureau resides there. Song Xiaofeng and Huang Yuheng exchanged glances, the shock and astonishment in their eyes palpable. A mortal ascending to godhood after death? And of such formidable power? They thought, beyond northern Yin County, no one would believe such a tale. At that moment, a thunderous sound akin to drums suddenly resonated across the skies of Bane County. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chop it down. Are we chopping it down as soon as we enter? Song Xiaofeng and Huang Yuheng looked up in astonishment. Is it really that straightforward? Come forth. All killed. At the Yin Yamen. As Song Xiaofeng and Huang Yuheng stepped through the entrance, they had not yet raised their heads when a voice echoed from above. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted indeed. If you intend to capture someone, why resort to murder upon entry? Do you not fear wrongful executions and the ensuing retribution? Several others from different families also rose, vociferously protesting. They found themselves inexplicably brought here and were now facing an equally inexplicable death, leaving no room for acceptance in their hearts. Why does this all seem rather absurd to me? Huang Yuheng glanced at Song Xiaofeng and discreetly conveyed, could this be the lair of a ghost king? What kind of authority apprehends individuals without inquiry, only to slay them upon arrival? Song Xiaofeng surveyed the surroundings of the underworld, feeling a surge of confusion. Aside from Shao Jie and the prisoners on the ground, there were merely 4 ghostly enforcers and a small spirit. If this were indeed the abode of a ghost king, it appeared rather meager. Are you all unconvinced? Song Xiaofeng and his companion looked up to see a young man clad in black seated within the shrine. The youth wore a golden crown, resembling the ghost king they had encountered at the Kong family estate. However, while the ghost king there donned a crimson robe and exuded an aura of malevolence, this individual, though equally formidable, possessed a grand and transcendent demeanor. He was neither entirely ghost nor wholly divine. Of course, we are unconvinced, Su Haishan exclaimed, his agitation palpable. Not just him, not a single person present accepts this. We were peacefully at home, with our families gathered by the warm hearth, when the underworld officials arrived without warning, seizing our estate. The entirety of my clan, dozens of us, were taken away. And as if that were not enough, upon arrival, they immediately threatened to execute us. Who could endure such an affront? Hearing this, Shao Jie slowly leaned against the shrine and glanced at Song Xiaofeng and Huang Yuheng by the entrance, before waving his hand dismissively. You possess the right to be unconvinced. When the time comes and you meet your demise, should you still feel unsatisfied, feel free to lodge a complaint against me. File a complaint against you? Su Haishan and the others' expressions darkened. You speak so lightly. But where would we even file such a complaint? The underworld? Would you dare take on such a case? Very well. Now, everyone has stretched their necks. Shao Jia impatiently waved his hand, and Zhang De and others, seeing this, brought out the guillotine. I advise you all not to move recklessly. Last time, someone was careless and lost a kidney. Even in death, they were incomplete. Rest assured, the blade of the underworld is swift. Just close your eyes and kick your legs, and it will all be over. Come, line up and approach one by one. Observing the individuals being led to the guillotine, Song Xiaofeng and Huang Yuheng were left in a state of astonishment. Are they truly executing without trial or inquiry? They are killing as soon as they enter? It seems this is merely a den of ghosts. Huang Yuheng shook her head. She had hoped to encounter a deity capable of avenging the world's creatures, only to discover it was merely a skin-changing demon king. The fervor in her heart gradually cooled. It appears that justice must be sought by oneself. Master, all the individuals have been subdued. Since they have been subdued, let us bring them forth for interrogation. Yes, my lord. Huang Yuheng and Song Xiaofeng looked up in astonishment, somewhat doubting their own ears. The person is already dead? The interrogation has only just commenced. Is there a reversal in this procedure? Huang Yuheng appeared utterly bewildered. She had encountered numerous officials, but which one executed before the interrogation? Moreover, with the individual deceased, what is there to interrogate? Are they to question a ghost? Just as Huang Yuheng and Song Xiaofeng were engulfed in their confusion, they beheld a small imp adorned with a hat approaching the corpse. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. 5 elements skill. Where did the Kong family acquire such a thing? Wasn't it destroyed 300 years ago? What 5 elements skill? I know nothing of it. You mustn't slander us. You have already taken our lives. What more do you desire? Indeed, we are dead. What can you do by speaking? Su Haishan has already succumbed. Perhaps he could have endured torture, but now that he is deceased, what more can be divulged? Not a single word. What can Shao Jia do to him? Can he kill him once more? The 4 members of Zhang stared at one another, and once again brought forth the guillotine they had just stowed away. Some individuals are simply incorrigible. They require a more severe approach. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Proceed. Shao Jia remarked without lifting his head. Zhang De and his 3 companions hurled the execution platform onto the ground. What is this? Do you still wish to continue beheading me? Come. I will extend my neck for your convenience. A member of the Su family shouted defiantly as he stepped forward, leaving Zhang De and his companions speechless. Then, with a swift motion of the blade, the entire underworld echoed with piercing, heart-wrenching screams. Ah, he cried, the searing pain overwhelming him. Under the blade, the man was mercilessly cleaved into 3 parts, writhing on the ground in agony. The torment pierced his very soul, rendering him worse than dead. The others present were instantly silenced by the horrific spectacle, a palpable confusion settling over the entire realm of the afterlife. He truly could strike me down. The members of the Su family, who had previously boasted with bravado, now stood dumbfounded. The reality of the situation was far removed from their expectations. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Before he could utter a word, adult me was dragged out by Zhang De, followed by a cacophony of anguished screams. The sight sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers, intensifying their fear. Song Xiaofeng and Huang Yuheng swallowed hard. Was this truly happening? In all their lives, they had never encountered someone demanding to be harmed in such a manner. Indeed, such a request was unprecedented. Shao Jia shrugged and turned to Su Haishan, saying, Now, let us clarify. How many lives have you claimed with your 5 elements technique? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, beasts. As they recounted their tale, Huang Yuheng and Song Xiaofeng clenched their fists. Their murderous intent unmistakable. They could hardly believe the depths of depravity these scoundrels had sunk to. With gritted teeth, Song Xiaofeng seethed. It turned out that after obtaining the 5 elements technique from the Kong family, this group had begun to scour the land for suitable victims. However, according to their account, they were unaware of the exceptional efficacy of infants. Thus, they typically targeted robust adults. They claimed that in recent years, their victims had all been adults, with not a single child among them. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. No. We truly did not pass it on to others. After obtaining the 5 elements technique from the Kong family, they have been secretly cultivating it, as it is not a legitimate martial art. Shao Jie gazed at the documents in contemplation for a moment and inquired, "Do you know the origins of this 5 elements technique? We all received it from the Kong family. As for where the Kong family acquired it, we are unaware." Shao Jie furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat helpless. There were completely no leads. The 5 elements technique of the Kong family was obtained from a remote mountain in Nan County, a place he had visited, and it appeared to have once been the dwelling of a monster. However, there were no clues within. How the 5 elements technique came into the possession of Kong Zhuo remains a mystery to everyone. Damn it. Could it be that this matter truly has no connection to Tianshu Temple? Shao Jie furrowed his brow. These bald monks have executed their plans with such meticulous precision that he can find no incriminating evidence to grasp. It seems the gentleman is unaware of the origins of the 5 elements technique. Huang Yuheng glanced at Song Xiaofeng, who returned a slight frown. If the gentleman is indeed the scholar from Bain County who ascended to divinity after his death, he ought to be merely in his 20s now. It is only natural that he remains uninformed about such matters, for the events surrounding the 5 elements technique transpired 2 centuries ago. They are merely the later custodians of this entire affair. Should I divulge this information to the gentleman? Huang Yuheng hesitated. This matter is a closely guarded secret of the entire Taiyan prefecture. Those who participated in it have either perished or retreated into seclusion, leaving the truth forever obscured. Furthermore, the crux of this issue involves a significant figure from the 3 counties of the Eastern Sea, leading to a pervasive silence surrounding the topic. Had they not played a role in resolving this matter, they would remain oblivious to its depths. 3 centuries have elapsed. Surely that individual has moved on. Whether he has or not, the resurgence of the 5 elements technique cannot be ignored. Huang Yuheng snorted coldly. The events of that time have long passed, and the truth remains unknown to all. That individual has remained indifferent to this matter for many years. Who can fathom his intentions? We have refrained from probing into numerous matters out of consideration for his feelings. Must we also turn a blind eye to the 5 elements technique this time? Hearing this, Song Xiaofeng nodded slightly. All right, I support you. Let us proceed. The two exchanged a glance and entered the courtroom. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Speak, Song Xiaofeng said, clasping his hands. The origin of the 5 elements technique dates back 300 years to the once mighty Black Buddha cult in Taiyan County. Shao Jie's eyes brightened. Indeed, this matter was related to the bald ascetics. Pray, tell me more. After a moment of contemplation, Song Xiaofeng replied with a wry smile, Esteemed sir, this matter pertains to events that transpired 3 centuries ago. We are merely acquainted with the minutiae from 30 years past. 300 years prior, the region of Taiyan witnessed the emergence of a formidable cult, known as the Black Buddha sect. This nefarious organization worshipped a deity referred to as the Black Buddha Mother, a being of extraordinary prowess, akin to Shao Jie, who had attained the pinnacle of martial cultivation. During that era, she was among the most formidable figures in the entire Wuzhou dynasty. The teachings she imparted became known as the 5 elements technique, the very foundation of the Black Buddha sect. Mastery of this technique allowed one to harness the quintessence of existence, potentially achieving immortality within the realms of heaven and earth. Under ordinary circumstances, the five elements technique was regarded as a path of spiritual refinement and purity. Regrettably, the sect became consumed by avarice. Its members were eager to attain the coveted state of eternal life. Consequently, the Black Buddha sect devolved into malevolence, resorting to the abduction of infants, the robust, and even supernatural beings. Any creature possessing longevity became their target. As their power grew, they began to disdain ordinary individuals, shifting their focus toward martial practitioners. Initially, neither the martial world nor the imperial court paid heed to this seemingly trivial cult, as long as it did not threaten their interests. However, they were blindsided when, within a few short years, the population of the 3 eastern counties plummeted, and the various sects suffered devastating losses. While the Black Buddha sect seemed poised to conquer the realm, it was at this juncture that the Wuzhou dynasty and the major sects of the martial world finally took notice, banding together to eradicate the Black Buddha sect. Yet, to their astonishment, the cult had transformed into a colossal entity in a mere few years. The combined forces of the Wuzhou dynasty and the martial world, alongside external assistance, took a staggering 63 years to annihilate the core of the Black Buddha sect. Even now, the major sects of the eastern counties are still grappling with the aftermath of these events. Upon hearing this, Shao Jie could not suppress his incredulity, exclaiming, "Is the Black Buddha sect truly that formidable? The entire Wuzhou dynasty and the martial world united for 300 years and still could not eradicate a single cult. And they required external aid to do so? This seems rather exaggerated, does it not?" Huang Yuheng awkwardly interjected. The Black Buddha sect clandestinely nurtured nearly 13 martial emperors and over 30 martial kings. The sheer number of top-tier combatants was comparable to the entirety of the Wuzhou dynasty's court and martial world at that time. Shao Jie, intrigued, remarked, "You truly brought this calamity upon yourselves. How did a mere spark become such a catastrophic inferno? It is indeed true what they say. When does the ruling class take action? Only when their own interests are at stake. I am but a wandering cultivator. I had not yet been born during those times." Song Xiaofeng shrugged. "Sir, might you consider omitting the pronoun?" Huang Yuheng, feigning innocence, replied, "Do not cast blame upon me. My sect had yet to be established during that year." Shao Jie fell into a momentary silence. "So, according to your perspective, does this imply that the sinister Buddhist sect has resurfaced? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted." Shao Jie fell silent once more. "Apart from this brief tale, what other valuable clues can you provide me? For instance, from where did this 5 aggregates technique originate?" "Well, we are also unaware of that." Shao Jie took a deep breath and silently retrieved the Yin-Yang golden mace to wipe off the dust. "However, one thing we can assert with absolute certainty is that what they possess is certainly not the 5 aggregates technique, for it can only be practiced by women. Only women can cultivate this technique." The Yin division, Zhang De and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Such a peculiar and strange practice exists? Meanwhile, the Su family and others were equally perplexed upon hearing this, particularly the men. Only women can cultivate? What, then, have they been practicing all these years? Could it be that beneath their robust exterior lurked a delicate inner self? In an instant, Su Haishan and the others began to doubt themselves. Upon hearing the words of Song Xiaofeng and his companion, Shao Jie couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly. "Are you suggesting," he inquired, "that to master this skill one must first undergo castration? I presume you are referring to true postnatal gender neutrality, whereas I am speaking of individuals who are physiologically female from birth." Shao Jie furrowed his brow. "Is it truly unfeasible for a man to relinquish an inch or two?" "Indeed," Shao Jie remarked, curling his lip in disdain at the inferior martial arts technique, which he deemed discriminatory towards men. He silently criticized it, deeming it far inferior to the evil repelling sword manual. Subsequently, he returned to the main topic. "You claim that the 5 elements technique can only be practiced by women. What is the reason for this?" As soon as these words escaped his lips, everyone instantly perked up, and Su Haishan became especially alert. Upon hearing this, Song Xiaofeng glanced at Huang Yuheng and gestured for him to come forward, to which the latter nodded in agreement. "Reporting to you, my lord. This 5 elements technique is also known by another name, the 5 transformations to Buddha technique. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 129. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, pregnancy." The moment Su Haishan and the others heard this, they were taken aback. puzzled by the connection between this technique and the concept of pregnancy. Zhang and the others shared a similar look of confusion, questioning whether cultivating this practice could somehow enhance fertility. However, Xiao Jie suddenly perked up. Allow me to clarify, it is not pregnancy, but rather the concept of the Buddha mother. Sir, have you ever heard the tale of the Buddha mother? After pondering for a moment, Xiao Jie continued. It is said that the Buddha once meditated on Mount Ling, only to be swallowed by a peacock. With immense power, the Buddha broke free from the peacock's back. Upon emerging, he believed the peacock to be his true mother and thus honored it as the Buddha mother. Upon hearing this, both individuals in the courtroom were momentarily stunned. Huang Yuheng, with a wry smile, remarked, 3,000 years ago, the founder of Mingjing Temple, Haifo, achieved enlightenment and ascended to Buddhahood. Haifo was the first Buddha to ascend in the Eastern Sea region, and the temple he established is the origin of Buddhism in the entire Eastern Sea. Therefore, Haifo is revered as the Buddha by the followers of the Eastern Sea. After a brief pause, Huang Yuheng elaborated, it is rumored that Haifo was a maiden, born from a fall into the weak water. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Virginity? Having children? Are you certain this is not the tale of Ajun falling in love with Chang? Huang Yuheng chuckled wryly. For over 3 millennia, the truth has become impossible to verify. However, it is certain that from this point onward, the custom of the living Buddha took root in the realm of Donghai. Living Buddha. Can childbirth truly be a custom? Zhang De and the others exchanged bewildered glances, as none of them had ever encountered such a tradition. Xiao Jie inquired with a hint of perplexity, what manner of birth is this? Centuries ago, the people of Taiyan Prefecture would annually select 100 maidens of unsullied virtue from various regions to be sent to the weak water. These women would be submerged in the weak water, and should any of them emerge, they would be revered as the Holy Mother, entering a secluded temple for cultivation. This temple was isolated from the world, inhabited solely by the chosen Holy Mothers. Their sole purpose within was to delve into Buddhist doctrines and conceive a Buddha's scion. Upon hearing this, the group couldn't help but fall into contemplative silence. Could this truly be anything other than licentious worship? Casting people into the weak water? Was it not simply a sacrifice of the living? In a sequestered place, devoid of men and populated only by women, to impregnate virgins, surely. This was merely a clandestine arrangement for the abbot's benefit. Zhang De and his companions exchanged knowing glances, marveling at the ingenuity of their forefathers. Not right, however. Xiao Jie in the shrine raised his head and spoke solemnly. In later generations, some worshipped the Buddha mother, and the 5 elements technique became widely known. Does this imply that someone succeeded? Upon hearing this, the entire assembly of spirits and ghosts was taken aback. Can this truly be accomplished? Huang Yuheng forced a smile, indeed. According to records, a girl named Rome was submerged in the weak water for 3 months, yet she resurfaced. Not only was she alive, but she also remained intact. After being examined, the girl was sent to a Buddhist temple, and 300 years later, the sound of a baby's cries finally echoed from within. Xiao Jie furrowed his brow. 300 years had passed. When people entered the temple, they beheld the girl cradling a boy with a birthmark on his forehead, radiating golden light. There truly are individuals capable of giving birth. Zhang and the others were utterly astonished. Listening intently, Xiao Jie sensed something amiss. What happened afterward? Huang Yuheng paused momentarily before continuing. Later, the girl and the Buddha child were brought out, and the child was sent to Mingjing Temple for focused cultivation as the Buddha child. The girl, however, was placed in a separate shrine, venerated by the masses who prayed for her daughter to become the next Buddha mother. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jie began to infer a possibility. The 5 elements technique and the Black Buddhism were both established by her, weren't they? Huang Yuheng nodded. Rong encountered an opportunity beneath the weak water, learning the techniques from a secret realm. Her intellect and aptitude were extraordinary. She managed to complete a fragmented technique through her own exploration, thus creating the 5 elements technique. The technique she developed allows any woman to conceive while safeguarding her virginity. Yet, what do you mean? Xiao Jie furrowed his brow. Still not over it? Huang Yuheng let out a soft sigh. It simply takes a significant amount of time to carry a child to term, and an ordinary woman often lacks the lifespan to complete the entire process. However, if 6 individuals collaborate, it can be expedited. Xiao Jie closed his eyes and contemplated for a moment before inquiring, Are you suggesting that 6 people can work together to conceive a child? Indeed, you heard correctly. In this day and age, one has encountered shared purchases, yet this is the first time I have heard of shared childbirth. Xiao Jia was equally perplexed by the notion. How swiftly could 6 individuals bring a single child into the world? 3 births in a year. Zhang De and the others were taken aback. This was about childbirth, not harvesting wheat. The notion of 6 individuals birthing a single child was already absurd, let alone 3 in a year. Such fervor was unprecedented. Xiao Jia furrowed his brow slightly. This can hardly be considered childbirth. Huang Yuheng offered a wry smile and nodded. Indeed, this was the nascent form of the Black Buddhism, where 5 women simultaneously consumed the vitality of young lives to cultivate the 5 aggregates, condensing 5 types of power within themselves, which could then be amalgamated into one individual. In such a manner, a Buddha child could be rapidly formed. However, these hastily created Buddha children were exceedingly volatile and solely obeyed the commands of the Buddha mother. It was no wonder that the Black Buddhism could perpetrate killings while continuously summoning reinforcements. Zhang De and his companions exchanged glances. After this prolonged period, they felt enlightened today. The world is full of wonders. At that moment, they seemed to glimpse a beautiful new world. After absorbing this information, Xiao Jia pondered, is there a unique growth pattern among the Buddha children? The elder indeed possessed keen insight. Huang Yuheng nodded. Those catalyzed Buddha children can devour one another, thereby accelerating their growth. This explains why the Black Buddhism later boasted numerous martial emperors and martial kings. Having reached the limits of his knowledge, Huang Yuheng paused. Just as Song Xiaofeng stepped forward, "My lord, we currently harbor serious doubts that someone is using the affairs of the Kong and Su families as a pretext to resurrect the Buddha mother." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jian narrowed his eyes. Buddha mother? Indeed, Song Xiaofeng clasped his hands together. You may not be aware. The true terror of the Black Buddhism does not lie in its disciples, but rather in the fully realized Black Mother Buddha. The Black Mother Buddha possesses the ability to endlessly create martial emperor-level disciples. Upon hearing this, everyone present stood in stunned silence. The notion that a Mother Buddha could infinitely produce disciples, particularly those capable of establishing dynasties, seemed utterly preposterous. Zhang De and others wore expressions of disbelief. The Wuzhou dynasty was revered precisely because it was fortified by martial emperor-level strength within its royal lineage. Now, the mere existence of a single Mother Buddha capable of generating such potent beings was beyond the realm of human comprehension. Xiao Jia furrowed his brow. Resurrection? Was it the Mother Buddha who was to be revived? According to Huang Yuan, there should be numerous Mother Buddhas, rendering resurrection unnecessary. They could simply continue the act of creation. The founder of Mingjing Temple's mother, the great Black Mother Buddha, Kuli. Huang Yuheng's words momentarily left Xiao Jia in a state of confusion. How did this all connect? Was it not supposed to be Rong? Xiao Jia inquired, perplexed. The one who founded Black Buddhism is not the Black Mother, is she? Huang Yuheng offered a wry smile. Rong is indeed Kuli. Although the Black Buddha attained enlightenment and ascended, earning reverence in later generations, his mother, Kuli, did not receive any blessings for bearing the Buddha. Instead, due to certain circumstances, she was cast into the weak water. After her demise, her vengeful spirit lingered, trapped in the weak water, and later revived through Rong's body. Subsequently, when Black Buddhism was eradicated, Rong was slain by a coalition of powerful beings, yet the vengeful spirit of the Black Mother Buddha remained unresolved. Song Xiaofeng sighed. As long as the vengeful spirit of the Black Mother Buddha persists, she can continue to resurrect. What we have been doing over the years is essentially to eliminate the vengeful spirit of the Black Mother Buddha. It appears this is a narrative of leaving the mother while taking the child. Xiao Jia rubbed his temples. If what Song Xiaofeng suggested was true, that the entire abduction case was merely a ruse to facilitate the resurrection of the Mother Buddha, it meant that his true task was not to seek out connections, but rather to discern the truth. The resurrection of the Buddha Mother. What are the necessary conditions? Xiao Jia glanced at Song Xiaofeng, who pondered for a moment before shaking his head slightly. The precise truth eludes me. However, I can vaguely sense that this matter requires a unique woman. Additionally, there are many female infants, Huang Yuheng added, particularly those with innate special qualities, such as children possessing spiritual blood or spiritual bodies. Indeed, Song Xiaofeng nodded. To resurrect the Buddha Mother, we require many children like these. We once aspired to protect such children, but they are exceedingly rare, almost impossible to find. If we could locate even 1 or 2 of them and wait patiently, perhaps we could catch a significant prize. Huang Yuheng sighed lightly. Unfortunately, we cannot find such children at all. However, upon hearing this, Shao Jie revealed a faint smile. Isn't this where the clue lies? He mused. This matter is not insurmountable. Huang Yuhing and Song Xiaofeng were momentarily taken aback. If so many at Yutai Temple had failed to achieve this, how could a few spirits from the underworld succeed? Just as their confusion deepened, they saw Shao Jie produce a bamboo slip. Inscribed upon it were the three characters, Book of Life and Death. Are you intending to audit the accounts? The two grew increasingly perplexed. Weren't they supposed to be searching for children? Why was an account book being brought forth? Yet, within the shrine, Shao Jie casually tossed the Book of Life and Death into the air. Retrieve all information regarding female infants with spiritual bodies from Taiyan Prefecture. Both those about to be born and those already born. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As they gazed at the incessantly appearing information above, Huang Yuhing and Song Xiaofeng were utterly astounded. Is this real? What kind of treasure is this that even the information of unborn infants is accessible with such a remarkable artifact? Does the underworld possess the capability to investigate anyone at will? The two were profoundly shaken. Realizing this must be the source of Shao Jie's audacity to defy the laws of heaven and earth. Indeed, the underworld seems to be a realm for seeking justice. Huang Yuhing and Song Xiaofeng exchanged glances, reflecting on how the profound depth of the underworld was truly astonishing. Moreover, it was not only them, even Zhang Desai, who had been accompanying Shao Jie, was equally astonished. It turns out that the master knows us inside out. Fortunately, we were not notorious wrongdoers in our past lives. Otherwise, we would not be able to don these garments. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, At that moment, Shao Jie raised his head in confusion and gazed towards the direction of Bane County. Which great black bear is your companion? Black bear? Song Xiaofeng and Huang Yuheng, who were perusing the list, looked up in confusion. What great black bear? With a sense of bewilderment, the two expanded their perception and soon detected a formidable aura of demon power within the county office. The shape-shifting great demon. The expressions of the two men slightly tightened. A shape-shifting great demon was equivalent to a martial artist at the pinnacle of human capability. The bear monster had entirely shed its beastly form, bearing no distinction from a human. It was undoubtedly a top-tier shape-shifting demon. However, for beings of their caliber, akin to demon kings, such creatures were merely trifles. What astonished them was Shao Jie's perceptive ability. The Yin realm lay 10 miles from Bane County. Yet Shao Jie was able to detect the bear monster's emergence instantaneously. This level of sensitivity rendered them utterly awestruck. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Unfamiliar. Shao Jie slightly raised an eyebrow, his gaze enigmatic, suddenly revealing a hint of a cold smile. So it turns out he has gone to the Lu family. After the bear demon entered the county town, it headed straight for the Lu residence. Has Lu Yoheng finally been unable to restrain himself from taking action against the underworld? Shao Jie felt a surge of anticipation. Upon arriving in Bane County, Lu Yoheng had promptly investigated the annihilation of the Lu family. Yet, he refrained from acting, instead imposing restrictions on his subordinates, which left Shao Jie quite astonished. However, it seems he has been biding his time. Meanwhile, the gate of the Lu family was rudely pushed open, and a burly man swaggered in, showing no fear in the face of the surrounding warriors. You spineless Lu clan members, bring forth someone who can converse. In the main hall of the Lu family, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Hello. The burly man scratched his head impatiently. My master has stated that if your Lu family lacks the capability, we shall reluctantly handle the matter for you, but the price will not be inexpensive. Upon hearing this, Lu Yoheng could not help but chuckle. The price is negotiable. As long as you eliminate the underworld officials, whatever sum your master demands, we, the Lu family, shall gladly provide. The burly man's eyes sparkled with excitement at these words. Excellent. How forthright. Then I shall assist you in dismantling the underworld officials. Lu Yoheng responded with a courteous bow. I am most grateful. The burly man waved his hand. Go prepare the funds. I shall return shortly. With that, he leapt and instantly soared into the skies above Bane Mountain. Underworld spirits, come forth. His resounding voice echoed across Bane County, causing the townsfolk to gaze up in astonishment. What the hell? Who dares to wreak havoc in the underworld? Spirits of the underworld, come forth. Above the skies of Bane County, thunder rumbled, leaving everyone in astonishment as they looked up. In this day and age, how could there still be reckless monsters causing chaos in the underworld? Do you think the esteemed judge would intervene? After all, it is merely a small demon. Does it truly warrant the attention of such a figure? That voice was terrifying. The pressure emanating from the fourth realm was sufficient to engulf the entirety of Bane County. Yet, in the face of such overwhelming power, not a single soul in Bane County felt any fear. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, no need. Xiao Jia, with his eyes closed, remarked calmly. Though our Yin division may be slightly diminished in number, we are more than capable of handling such trifles without relying on others. Song Xiaofeng and Huang Yuheng exchanged puzzled glances. Apart from Xiao Jia, the Yin division comprised only a small creature and 4 ghostly enforcers. None of them possessed the strength to confront the formidable beast outside. Could it be that there were others within the Yin division? As they pondered this, ominous entities within the northern Yin mountains began to awaken. Did I hear incorrectly? Did someone just call out for the Yin division's little ghost? You must have misheard. That is Lord Zhao's territory. Who would dare provoke him? Indeed, let us all return to our slumber. Nothing has transpired. You're telling us to head home for a rest. Yet you both are racing towards the Yin division. Ha ha ha. The opportunity to achieve greatness and secure a position is right before us. Brothers, I shall take my leave first. After a brief moment of astonishment, the formidable beast promptly unleashed their full might, soaring towards the Yin division in unison. Being denizens of the northern Yin mountains, they were subject to the Yin division's suppression, and as they approached, their powers waned. Thus, these creatures did not ascend the northern Yin mountain itself, but appeared on the peaks surrounding it. In an instant, the entire vicinity of the northern Yin mountain was teeming with monsters. Is this, I just called out, referring to the little ghost. As I sensed the sudden appearance of those monsters, the black bear spirit was momentarily dazed. What is going on? I called for the underworld. And yet a host of demons has arrived? What startled him even more was that the majority of these creatures were shape-shifting demons of the same realm as himself. Meanwhile, within the underworld, Song Xiaofeng and Huang Yuheng felt an overwhelming presence of numerous demons around them, leaving them utterly astonished. So many demons? Has the master subdued all the demons from the entire northern Yin mountain range? This northern Yin mountain is renowned as a gathering place for demon tribes in Taiyan County and even the EC territory, teeming with shape-shifting demons. And several demon kings preside over it. Even they would tread carefully upon entering, wary of provoking the demons within. They never anticipated that those demons, usually hidden deep in the mountains, would collectively emerge to support the underworld. What astonished them even more was that throughout this entire affair, Xiao Jie had remained silent, implying that these demons had come of their own accord. Could it be that the master has managed to conquer all the demons of the northern Yin mountain range? Although the master is formidable, he is but one individual. These demons could easily flee if they chose. Yet, why do I sense that they appear so eager? Song Xiaofeng found it perplexing that these once proud and arrogant great demons had suddenly become so obedient. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Lu family was enveloped in silence. Dad, after a prolonged silence, Lu Mengyao swallowed hard and said with some difficulty, with this limited number of people, it seems we are insufficient to apprehend the judge. Shu. The young man on the other side quickly gestured for her to remain silent. Do not voice your thoughts. Be wary of unseen ears. Lu Mingyao's expression shifted slightly, and she nodded hastily. Xiao Jia, who could subdue the entire northern Yin mountain range and whose consciousness enveloped all of northern Yin County, could easily overhear their conversation. Father, what should we do now? The two turned their gazes towards Lu Yoheng. Since the moment they set foot in northern Yin County and uncovered Xiao Jia's origins, they had been profoundly astonished by the latter's capabilities. Xiao Jia was unfathomable, which was precisely why they had refrained from taking action for so long. Lu Yoheng stared at the northern Yin mountain, contemplating for a considerable time before he finally spoke. Wait. Lu Mingyao and her companion exchanged puzzled glances. Wait for what? Lu Yoheng remained silent, raising his hand to produce a small porcelain vial, his gaze fixated on the trapped Lu Gong within, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. There must be an injury. The hidden thunder within Taiyuan County is poised for detonation. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Monster King. And astonishingly, 8 of them arrived at once. Within the precincts of the Yin Division, Huang Yuheng and Song Xiaofeng gazed in wide-eyed disbelief. The mere presence of these shape-shifting demons was enough to astonish them. But to their utter amazement, even the Monster Kings had come to support Xiaojia. Remarkably, all 8 had gathered, representing nearly every Monster King in the North Yin Mountain range, except for the 2 supreme rulers, the Bull King and the Horse King. In North Yin County, Lu Yoheng and his companions felt their expressions grow increasingly grave upon witnessing this scene. If they were to eliminate Xiaojia now, the mere presence of this assembly of Monster Kings would be sufficient to cause them considerable distress. Moreover, there was Xiaojia, an enigmatic entity whose true nature remained shrouded in mystery. This coalition would likely deter most factions within the Wu Zhou dynasty from daring to provoke them. As the 8 bowed in reverence towards the Yin Division, a voice echoed within. Little demons pay their respects, my lord. Inside the Yin Division, Xiaojia opened his eyes and spoke with a hint of indifference. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, thank you, my lord. The 8 individuals stood up only after receiving Xiaojia's approval. Once everyone had risen, they simultaneously cast their gazes towards the entrance of the Yin Division, where the Black Bear spirit stood. The 8 demon kings, with a leisurely demeanor, scrutinized the Black Bear spirit with eyes full of intrigue, akin to a group of opulent tycoons observing a courtesan's dance in a lavish brothel, ever prepared to lavish their riches upon her. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing the voice of the frowning demon king, the Black Bear spirit fell into silence. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Even Xiaojia was somewhat perplexed by this fellow. In such a dire situation, the bear demon was still able to laugh heartily, and so loudly at that. This left him bewildered. Could it be that this creature possessed some means of survival? As everyone stood in confusion, the Black Bear spirit suddenly ceased its laughter and began to descend from the sky, proclaiming loudly, I am Xiong Wansan, hailing from the southern waters, Black Wind Mountain. It is only due to the coercion and temptations of County Magistrate Qian Guanjin that I serve under him. What was this creature up to? The crowd gaped at the suddenly unhinged Black Bear spirit, taken aback by its erratic behavior, alternating between laughter and song, as if engaged in some abstract performance. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, not good. He must kneel. As soon as he uttered these words, before even the Demon King could react, the Black Bear spirit fell to its knees with a resounding thud. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Spare me. On the northern Yin Mountain, the Demon Kings wore expressions twisted with despair, their faces darkened as if they could drip with despair. To think that this Xiong Pai merely feigned a threat. Just moments ago, he had seemed so formidable. I truly believed he would articulate profound insights. Yet, unexpectedly, he fell to his knees with such ease. Damn it, the prize I had secured has now slipped away. How despicable. The Demon Kings and creatures were all incensed. While within the underworld, Song Xiaofeng and Huang Yuhing wore peculiar expressions. Upon the sudden arrival of this bear-like creature, they were led to believe that he intended to attack. Yet to their astonishment, he merely sought to kneel and beg for mercy. What a surprise! They never anticipated that the demon clan possessed such formidable talents. Truly impressive. Zhang De and his companions were equally astonished. This individual was so cowardly that it took them by surprise. In the shrine, Shao Jia momentarily paused, then couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. "Come in," Shao Jia said, rubbing his brow. As the ominous gate swung open, the black bear and a host of demon kings entered. Upon crossing the threshold, the bear creature immediately fell to his knees with a thud, sensing the piercing gazes surrounding him. He wasted no time in revealing the entirety of his origins. "Sir, it is the magistrate of Nanshui County, Qianguang Jin, who has sent me to seek your displeasure. In this affair, I am merely a messenger, acting solely on orders." As I entered, I witnessed the clumsy bear-like creature bowing repeatedly, and before Shao Jia could utter a word, the nearby demon kings began to voice their objections. "How audacious of you, Black Bear, to dare deceive the esteemed sir in the courtroom. Sir, he is a transformed great demon, his strength comparable to that of a Four Extremes realm warrior. How can a mere county magistrate contend with him? Old Pig's assertion rings true. This fellow is clearly speaking nonsense. Sir, this individual is unruly. Allow me to take him outside for a word." As the black bear began to speak, the demon kings present seized the opportunity, eagerly rubbing their hands together, causing the black bear to hastily beg for mercy. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted indeed. The black bear promptly nodded. "The little demon dares not deceive you, my lord. That county magistrate, Qian Guangjin, is truly a martial king, and not an ordinary one at that. His strength is formidable. I have battled him several times and have been unable to defeat him, which is why I serve under him." Is the county magistrate really a martial king? The presence of powerful figures in the underworld did astonish them somewhat. A martial king is not a common entity. In the world of martial arts, a grand master already ranks as a top-tier expert. Above them, the Dao Palace Grand Masters and the Four Extremes Grand Masters transcend the realm of human martial artists, being referred to as seekers of the Dao. The martial king, however, has comprehended a thread of the true meaning of martial arts, possessing the ability to soar through the skies, traverse the earth, and even reshape mountains and seas, with a lifespan extending to 500 years. In the Wuzhou dynasty, there are barely over 100 martial kings known by name. Now, the black bear claims that a county magistrate is a martial king? While a martial king is not an insignificant character, he is certainly not commonplace. Shao Jia slightly furrowed his brow. "Are you certain that the county magistrate is a martial king?" Song Xiaofeng and the others exchanged glances, sighing softly. It seemed they had no grounds to refute Shao Jia's words. "As for that, I cannot say," the black bear shook his head. "However, the county magistrate is indeed a martial king. I have not uttered a single falsehood." Upon hearing this, Shao Jia waved his hand. "Let us set aside whether he is a martial king for now. Why did he send you to trouble me? Previously, you eradicated the Kong family in Nanshui County, and the county magistrate was displeased with your meddling in affairs that did not concern you. Thus he sent me." The black bear scratched his head, feeling somewhat apprehensive. "So, he wants me to eliminate the underworld." Shao Jia raised an eyebrow. "He seems to be closely allied with the Lu family? I heard you mention to Lu Yoheng that you would help the Lu family deal with the underworld." A chill ran down the black bear's spine. It dawned on him that since entering Bane County, all his actions had been under Shao Jia's watchful gaze. This individual is indeed remarkably perceptive. The black bear gulped nervously and quickly added, "The county magistrate's relationship with the Lu family is rather ordinary. They merely engage in mutual benefit without any deep emotional ties. However, he has a profound affinity for Buddhist teachings and maintains close ties with Baihe Temple in Nanshui County. The magistrate frequently visits the temple to discuss Buddhist doctrines with the abbot." Shao Jia raised an eyebrow. "This county magistrate is quite intriguing. My lord, let us investigate further. There is a high likelihood that this magistrate has ulterior motives. We shall assist you in capturing him. Rest assured, we will ensure he is brought to you intact." The several demon kings appeared exhilarated. The black bear had knelt too quickly for them to catch up, but surely the magistrate could be dealt with. Shao Jia pondered for a moment, then waved his hand to produce the Book of Life and Death, searching for information on Nanshui County. Qian Guangjin, the county magistrate, had already passed away at the age of 38. Passed away? Shao Jie frowned slightly, looking up at the black bear. How old is the magistrate this year? Reporting to you, my lord, he is 47. Shao Jie furrowed his brow slightly. The information in the Book of Life and Death, while disordered, could not be so drastically erroneous. Quite intriguing, Shao Jie remarked, closing the Book of Life and Death. The matter concerning the county magistrate piqued his curiosity. My lord, shall I investigate this matter? Zhang De and a few others chimed in, with the demon kings eagerly vying for his attention. Leave it to us, my lord. Indeed. How could we allow you to take action in this matter? Entrust it to us, and rest assured, we shall return with him alive. Song Xiaofeng and Huang Yuheng exchanged bewildered glances. What was it about the underworld that could incite such fervor among the normally unruly demon kings? Enough of this commotion. Shao Jie chided the group of demon kings. I can apprehend the county magistrate without stepping outside, yet capturing someone requires justification. Although the magistrate is suspicious, there is no evidence to warrant arbitrary arrest. He waved his hand dismissively. I understand your intentions, but I need you all to be patient. Matters concerning the underworld will become increasingly frequent, and there will be ample opportunity for you to contribute. Everyone may leave now. Upon hearing this, the demon king nodded in acknowledgement and departed, casting a furtive glance at the black bear spirit before turning away from the netherworld. Observing this, Song Xiaofeng and his companion also clasped their hands in farewell and descended the mountain to attend to their affairs. Once all the inhabitants of the netherworld had vacated the premises, Shao Jie turned his gaze curiously toward the black bear spirit. Aren't you planning to leave? The black bear spirit immediately bowed his head, exclaiming, My lord, you must not send me away. If I descend the mountain, the other demon kings will surely devour me. He was acutely aware of his precarious situation and dared not venture a single step away from the netherworld. Shao Jie furrowed his brow and contemplated before addressing those behind him. Nyo 2, Ma Mian. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Very well. Just then, the prison was in need of a laborer. The Bull King and the Horse King nodded slightly, while Shao Jie waved his hand. At that moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. Reward, 200, 000 incense value. Reward ability, Division of the Manor, Reward artifact, Needle Bed. As the system notification resonated within his thoughts, a personal information panel appeared before Shao Jie. Name, Shao Jie. Title, Lord Shao. Junior title, Position, Judge of Yin and Yang Cultivation. Ghost Immortal plus 10. Authority, Taiyan County plus 100. Unlockable abilities, Wandering Spirit plus 100. Mystic Eye plus 100. Spirit Gathering plus 100. Artifact Refinement plus 100. Soul Refinement and Concentration plus 0. Spells, 5 Thunder Rites, max level. 5 Elements Technique, max level. Artifacts, Book of Life and Death, Innate Supreme Treasure, Yin-Yang Rod, Superior Artifact, Decapitation Platform, Inferior Artifact, Bone Scraping Knife, Medium Artifact. Soul Snatching Rope of the Three Realms, Innate Spiritual Treasure, Incense Value. For 130, 000 Shao Jie waved his hand, and a bed full of iron needles appeared before him. Needle Bed, Inferior Artifact, a device that inflicts unbearable pain upon any being, human or ghost, who lies upon it. One of the instruments of punishment in the underworld. Another tool of torment had been added. Shao Jie raised an eyebrow, placing the needle bed in a corner of his thoughts, and then turned his gaze to the abilities section. Division of the Manor. You may establish temples of Lord Shao and a second legal office in other locations, through which the temple of Lord Shao can hear the sufferings of sentient beings and guide them. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted at some cultivation points. After a moment of contemplation, Shao Jie allocated 300,000 incense points to his cultivation. Incense value, minus 300, 000. Cultivation, Ghost Immortal Enhanced, 40. His cultivation broke through to the realm of Ghost Immortal, unlocking the ability, Spirit Refinement and Return to Void. Spirit Refinement and Return to Void. This ability allows the condensation of the primordial spirit, enabling the reception of yang energy into the body through an extremely yin form, thereby consolidating the Ghost Immortal body. As Xiao Jie contemplated the reception of yang energy, he was momentarily taken aback, realizing that if he continued to allocate points, he could indeed restore his vitality. However, he pondered whether he would be a ghost or an immortal after the revival. The ghost of a deceased person embodies an extremely yin form, while an immortal represents an extremely yang spirit. The revival of an extremely yin form is an unprecedented occurrence. Shaking his head, Xiao Jie glanced at the incense point column, which still contained 130,000 incense points. After a moment's thought, he turned his gaze toward the authority section. Authority, Taiyan County Enhanced, 100, Unlockable. Unlock. What purpose does this serve once unlocked? Xiao Jie pondered for a moment before confirming. Spirit value minus 100,000. The entirety of Taiyan County is now accessible. You may roam freely within its borders, but to depart from Taiyan County, one must utilize the godly traveler. Xiao Jie's eyes brightened. He could finally venture out. He had truly grown weary of the mountains that surrounded him. The expenditure of 100,000 spirit value was worth it. With a wry smile, Xiao Jie reflected on his status as a time traveler. On the very first day of his arrival, he had been struck down. After lying in repose for 7 days, he had ascended to the realm of the divine. Yet, even as a deity, he remained confined to the underworld, devoid of any opportunity to explore elsewhere, merely a tool. He had yet to experience the vast tapestry of customs and cultures that this grand world had to offer. With the remaining 30,000 spirit value entirely devoted to refining his essence, Xiao Jie rose from the divine altar. Buzz. This time, Xiao Jie emerged directly from the shrine, landing not in a spectral form, but as a young man with a corporeal body. Is this truly my physical form? Xiao Jie glanced at himself. The original body had transformed into the statue behind him, and this new form was the result of the condensation of the dual energies of yin and yang within him. Representing his new embodiment, he reached up to tug at his head, and upon realizing it could not be removed, Xiao Jie nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, there were no peculiar functionalities. Xiao Jie stretched, a long-lost sense of comfort coursing through his waist, prompting an involuntary hum of satisfaction. At present, he appeared no different from an ordinary individual. However, his essence remained that of a ghost, allowing him to navigate the realm of mortals. Those with a modicum of cultivation could easily discern his peculiarities. Despite being a ghost, the ability to mingle among humans sufficed. He intended to pay a visit to the county magistrate, indifferent to whether he was a man or a ghost. All he desired was to venture forth freely. The reason he had detained those demon kings was to embark on this journey himself, especially since there was little to occupy him in the underworld. It was an opportune moment to uncover the origins of this martial magistrate. Should he prove to be a commendable person, he could very well be nurtured into a second Wuyang. Nanshui County, named for its location south of the Weak Water, serves as a crucial port within the entirety of Taiyan Prefecture. Each day, a multitude of merchant ships traverses these waters, docking to conduct business. Hence, this locale stands as a bustling county town in Taiyan Prefecture, notably closer to the prefectural city, with a significantly better law and order situation. Indeed, Nanshui County boasted far greater prosperity than Beiyin County. Clad in a simple blue robe, Xiao Jie casually strolled the streets after merely tidying his hair. Moments later, he settled at a tea stall, where a young server promptly approached him. "What would you like to drink, young master?" The server regarded Xiao Jie with a hint of astonishment. The youth before him was strikingly handsome, with fair skin and hands devoid of calluses. Unmistakably a young master from a wealthy family, unfamiliar with hard labor. Yet, for reasons unknown, an involuntary shiver coursed through him as he drew near. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Quite intriguing, remarked Xiao Jie, raising an eyebrow slightly. The South County Yamen is indeed the territory of the Wuzhou dynasty. Much like Beiyin County, it is under the protection of national fortunes. However, at this moment, the South County Yamen has become as ungoverned as the Beiyin County Yamen, no longer under the jurisdiction of the Wuzhou dynasty. Just then, several carriages suddenly came to a halt at the entrance of the county Yamen. Moments later, a middle-aged man clad in fine garments emerged, accompanied by 4 women. The group ascended into the carriages and departed from the county town. "Esteemed guest, your tea," the young waiter announced, placing the tea down before swiftly turning to leave. For reasons unknown, he felt an instinctive urge to maintain a distance from the youth before him. Wait a moment, the waiter paused, somewhat reluctantly turning around. Is there anything else you require, young master? Xiao Jia pointed towards the carriage that had just passed. Was that your county magistrate departing? The waiter nodded slightly. Indeed. With such a grand display, one wonders where he is headed. The waiter glanced around the empty street, realizing there were no customers, and decided to sit beside Xiao Jia. You must be from out of town. Our magistrate has gone to the Baiha temple to study Buddhist teachings. Xiao Jia raised an eyebrow. Studying Buddhism? Yet I noticed he left with 4 women, and they hardly appeared to be virtuous. The waiter let out a wry smile. I cannot say. Our magistrate has been in office for 13 years in Nanshui County, and he has never convened a court session. He spends his days in fasting and prayer. Who knows what he truly does? He waved his hand dismissively and got up to attend to other patrons. Xiao Jia raised an eyebrow, finding the magistrate's leisure rather surprising. After a moment of contemplation, he picked up a stone from the ground, exhaled upon it, and it instantly transformed into silver. Setting down the silver, he rose and made his way towards Baiha Temple. With a resounding clang, the sun descends towards the western hills, and the river flows gently. As the melodious sound of bells resonates from within the mountains. Between the hills, wisps of smoke dance in the air, merging into a misty embrace that subtly reveals a temple. Within the temple, a diverse array of devotees come and go, earnestly worshipping the effigy of the deity enshrined within. This figure represents a Buddha, clad in white robes, with a compassionate visage that reflects kindness. Seated in a lotus position, the Buddha is enveloped in the fragrant smoke of incense, exuding an otherworldly aura that is both mystical and profound. Deep within the statue, a spectral figure sits cross-legged, continuously absorbing the surrounding incense energy to enhance its own spiritual cultivation. This ethereal presence is the venerated spirit of Baiha Temple, known as the Baiha Bodhisattva. It is said that this bodhisattva was a practitioner from 2 centuries ago, who perished while rescuing a boat of individuals adrift in treacherous waters. In honor of his noble deeds, the people of Nanshui County erected a temple and established a shrine for him, and as the number of worshippers grew, he became the revered spirit of Nanshui County. Master, the devotees formed a line, bowing in reverence to the 2 monks clad in yellow at the entrance. Yet, the latter displayed an air of indifference, merely shifting slightly to the side. Behind them, in front of the grand hall housing the Buddha statue, stood a colossal merit box. How much merit do you wish to bestow today? As the question resonated, the elderly woman at the forefront appeared somewhat hesitant. With great care, she retrieved a cloth pouch from her basket, trembling as she unveiled 3 gleaming copper coins. For the merit of 3 coins, she murmured. One of the monks let out a disdainful snort, and casting a sidelong glance at the elderly woman, he bellowed loudly. 3 copper coins. Half a stick of merit, proclaimed the monk in a resonant voice, as another monk retrieved a stick of incense from a nearby table, breaking it into 2 segments and offering 1/2 to the elderly woman. Thank you, Buddha. The elderly woman promptly accepted the half stick of incense, bowing respectfully to the 2 monks before casting 3 copper coins into the merit box. Once the coins were deposited, the monk stepped aside, allowing the woman to enter. How absurd it was that one had to pay to offer incense. This was clearly a veiled extortion for protection money. In the crowd, Xiao Jia raised an eyebrow at this scene. According to the economic standards of the Wuzhou dynasty, 3 copper coins could purchase an entire stick of incense, yet here, it was barely sufficient for a mere half. Typically, one would bring their own incense, not purchase it upon arrival at the temple. How outrageous. You dare to secretly offer more incense to the Bodhisattva? Buddha, please allow me to offer 2 more sticks of incense on behalf of the Bodhisattva. At that moment, a commotion erupted within the hall as several monks dragged the elderly woman out, carelessly throwing her to the ground. You audacious woman. How dare you secretly offer incense to the Bodhisattva? The merit of 3 coins, and yet you presume to offer incense worth a tael of silver? You possess immense boldness. Buddha, I promise to repay the merit I owe in the future. After falling to the ground, the woman knelt and repeatedly bowed her head towards the 2 monks glaring at her from the entrance. However, the monks merely pulled out 3 sticks of incense from the burner, regarding her with disdain. Debt? Do you presume this place is akin to your local shop where credit is extended? The monk discarded the incense in his hand, crushing it beneath his foot with a resolute force while under the desperate gaze of the elderly woman. I tell you, due to your foolish actions, henceforth, only with 4 copper coins can one offer half a stick of incense to the Bodhisattva. Upon hearing these words, the surrounding worshippers' expressions shifted. How could the price increase? O Buddha, I have only brought 3 copper coins today. O Buddha, it is his fault. Why must we bear the punishment? In the face of the discontent from the crowd, the two monks merely smiled serenely, unfazed. Her actions have provoked the bodhisattva. This is the bodhisattva's will. The price increase is not a punishment, but rather a reminder that one should offer incense commensurate with their merit. If merit is lacking, one should strive to earn it. Without merit, do you deem yourselves worthy to present incense to the bodhisattva? Upon hearing these words, the common folk fell into a profound silence. After a considerable time, many of those who had been standing in line turned and departed. Alas, the offerings for merit grow ever higher with each passing day. How shall we endure in the days to come? The fiends who abduct children become increasingly brazen. Without the protection of the bodhisattva, how shall my newly born grandson survive? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. What do you want? Shao Jie turned around, his expression one of displeasure as he regarded the woman behind him, whose face was a portrait of apology. You can't even distinguish between your front and back. There was no warning at all. Do you not realize how painful it is to collide with someone? As he spoke, the woman's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Humph. With a cold snort, the woman shot a glare at Shao Jie, her anger palpable as she turned on her heel and departed. Shao Jie merely curled his lip in response, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. The shortcomings of this physical form were starkly apparent. How much merit have you brought today? As he heard someone call his name, Shao Jie snapped back to reality, only to realize that he had arrived at the front of the Buddhist hall following the departure of the individual ahead of him. How much merit have you brought today? The monk at the entrance scrutinized Shao Jie, his eyes lighting up. The attire adorning this man was evidently expensive, unmistakably indicative of a wealthy patron. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Something is amiss. At first, Baihi Bodhisattva believed that Shao Jie was merely an ordinary individual. However, as she observed him further, she discerned an anomaly. She realized that within the body of this youth, one half was composed of the purest yang essence, while the other half was infused with the most profound yin energy. Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, Baihi Bodhisattva shook her head, convinced she must be mistaken. Could it truly be possible for yang essence and yin energy to coexist in harmony? What, then, is this youth, a deity or a specter? That is not right. This fellow, whether divine or ghostly, is not someone to be trifled with. I should retreat. As Baiha Bodhisattva swallowed hard and prepared to retreat into his shell, he overheard the two monks at the entrance speaking loudly. Young man, whether you wish to or not, you must offer incense today. If you wish to leave Baiha Temple, I advise you to obediently present your incense. Shao Jie scratched his head and turned to Baiha Bodhisattva. Are you certain you want me to offer incense on his behalf? A sense of dread enveloped Baiha Bodhisattva's heart. This is not good. Are you truly certain you want me to offer incense for him? In front of the temple gate, Shao Jie looked at Baiha Bodhisattva with a peculiar expression. In the shrine, the latter witnessed this scene and felt a chill surge from his feet to his head. An instinctive sense of impending disaster sent shivers down his spine. Everything is ruined. This incense stick is certainly unworthy of consumption. The heart of the White River Bodhisattva sank. For wild gods, incense offerings are substantial nourishment, the cornerstone of divinity, yet not every incense can be absorbed. As a spirit of sacrifice, he generally absorbs the incense of ordinary individuals. Incense is tied to cause and effect. One reaps what one sows, and the causal power of ordinary people is feeble. Thus, both humans and ghosts can partake, and even if the absorption remains incomplete, it bears little consequence. After all, common people lack the ability to retaliate against deities, and wild gods are no exception. However, the incense from warriors and those of high status must be approached with caution. Such individuals possess the genuine capability to avenge themselves against gods. The greater their strength, the more potent their causal power, thereby increasing the risks associated with absorption, albeit with greater rewards. Yet, for wild gods, there exists a type of incense that must never be absorbed, that of individuals whose strength far surpasses their own. Such incense is strictly off limits. This is due to the belief in fortune. The stronger the individual, the stronger their fortune, and thus, their causal power is formidable. The causal effect of a single stick of incense from such a being could eclipse that of tens or even hundreds of thousands of lives combined. The burden of causality that an ordinary spirit can bear is limited to a mere county, with over 100,000 being the utmost. The causal weight of 1,000,000 lives could easily overwhelm him. This individual is imbued with both the essence of the most profound yin and the most vigorous yang. Neither human, nor ghost, nor god. The causal power they possess is entirely beyond my reach. Damn it, if these two insist further, he might truly light the incense. The mere thought of that immense causal force bearing down upon him made the White River Bodhisattva tremble, hastily preparing to convey a message to the two monks at the entrance. Yet, he was a moment too late. For one of the monks had already grabbed 3 sticks of incense from the table and, with an air of arrogance, thrust them into Shao Jia's hands. Take this. 1 stick costs 10 taels of silver. This is the intention of the White River Bodhisattva, and you would do well to comply. 10 taels of silver for a single stick of incense. Was this not robbery? The White River Temple was becoming increasingly outrageous. The surrounding devotees glared with indignation at the two monks at the entrance, yet the latter remained entirely composed, unperturbed by their ire. Silence, all of you. This is the will of the White River Bodhisattva. Do you wish to defy the Bodhisattva's decree? Do you still desire the Bodhisattva's blessings? Upon hearing these words, the enraged populace gritted their teeth and bowed their heads, while the two monks wore expressions of smug satisfaction. However, the statue of the White River Bodhisattva in the shrine appeared to be on the verge of collapse. 3 sticks of incense? He might not even endure the duration of a single stick of incense offered by Shao Jia. 3 sticks of incense? These two monks were indeed intent on taking his very life. No, it cannot be allowed. The fragrant essence must not be inserted. Baiha Bodhisattva, determined to reveal herself, was abruptly pulled into a chamber by an overwhelming force. Inside the room, adorned with shimmering jewels and filled with alluring melodies, Qian Guangjin reclined in a pool of wine, surrounded by enchanting figures. Upon noticing Baiha Bodhisattva's arrival, he opened his eyes and chuckled. Baiha, how much merit have those wretched commoners offered you today? Baiha Bodhisattva paused momentarily, her face contorting into a smile more sorrowful than tears. My lord, you have brought me to ruin. The beauties behind the gauzy curtains turned in surprise, taken aback that Baiha Bodhisattva would dare to speak to Qian Guangjin in such a manner. A low hum resonated as the veil trembled, and in an instant, the Bodhisattva of Baiha found herself grasped by the throat and pulled into the shroud, confronting the shadowy visage of Qian Guangjin. You dare defy me, you worthless fool? He seethed. Yet, the Bodhisattva of Baiha seemed oblivious to his words, her expression one of sheer terror as she murmured softly. Oh no, this fragrance is unbearable. What on earth? What is this fellow talking about? The enchanting beauty behind the veil and Qian Guangjin were quite perplexed. In the next moment, Bodhisattva Baihi suddenly lowered his head and addressed them. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, not good. The moment Qian Guangjin caught sight of those runes, his pupils constricted, and without a moment's hesitation, he hurled the White River Bodhisattva out of the room. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. What is happening? Why does the fortune of the Buddhist sect seem diminished? What misdeeds have these bald monks committed that incite public wrath? Those morally bankrupt monks must have engaged in some disgraceful actions. The fortunes of the vast world are intricately intertwined. The sudden decline of the Buddhist fortune has left the major holy sites and other deities in profound confusion. Logically, if the Buddhist sect's fortune is diminished, they should be augmenting it, yet there has been no change in their luck. Where has the lost fortune gone? As they pondered this, the entire Buddhist community gazed at their own Buddha, shrouded in an aura of malevolence, each one rendered speechless. That scoundrel has taken the offerings meant for the Buddhist sect. The monks were on the verge of tears. The repercussions of their actions were truly monumental. Not only did they fail to gain any merit, but they also had to return with a deficit of incense offerings. Yet the troubling issue remains that they have yet to ascertain who is responsible for this predicament. Investigate. Which fool dares to accept offerings from the ghostly immortals? The sacred abode of Buddhism is utterly incensed. The young monks today exhibit a shocking disregard for propriety. They accept any offerings without a second thought. If you wish to court disaster, that is your own affair. Do not drag the Buddhist order into your mess. As the great temple of Buddhism begins to take action. On the back mountain of Baiha Temple, Qian Guangjin gazes darkly at the sky. The consequences of karma are about to strike back. Who is it? Qian Guangjin's expression darkened. The White River Bodhisattva, a being of the four extremes realm, would suffer backlash from absorbing the incense of a martial king. Could it be that a martial king was offering incense to the White River Bodhisattva? Qian Guangjin extended his senses, enveloping the entire White River Temple in an instant. Yet he found no trace of a martial king. Strange. Could it be that the issue lies elsewhere? Just as Qian Guangjin pondered this, atop the temple, Shaojia, under the coercion and persuasion of two monks, reverently placed 3 incense sticks. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in his mind. You have offered 3 incense sticks to the White River Bodhisattva. The White River Bodhisattva has failed to resolve your karmic ties. The White River Bodhisattva has not compensated for the incense, resulting in a backlash from the heavenly order. The White River Bodhisattva has perished, leading to the deduction of 1 incense stick. The Buddhist realm compensates you with 2 incense sticks on behalf of the White River Bodhisattva. Incense value increased by 200,000. Compensation complete. Karmic ties resolved. Shao Jie gazed at the flashing notifications before him, somewhat bewildered. Could it truly work this way? Might he not find a way to profit from this in the future? He chuckled softly, shaking his head as he observed the 2 monks beside him. They nodded slightly in response before turning aside. Paying is inappropriate. Instead, let us honor the merits of the White River Bodhisattva. 30 taels of merit for 1 incense stick. 30 taels of silver for 1 stick of incense. Why has the price risen again? Are you not engaging in price gouging and robbery? Young man, do not give them any money. The surrounding devotees expressed their outrage. Just a moment ago, it was 10 taels of silver. Now, after offering incense, it has tripled. This is sheer exploitation. This is the will of the White River Bodhisattva. Do you dare defy the divine mandate? Enough. Your deity has already perished. Yet you still fly its banner. Shao Jie interrupted the 2 monks and turned to descend the mountain. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Has the Bodhisattva perished? At the Baiha Temple, all eyes were fixated on the shattered statue of the Baiha Bodhisattva, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. The statue, akin to the physical form of the deity, lay in ruins, signifying that the divine had indeed met its end. How could the Baiha Bodhisattva, who was revered and powerful, suddenly succumb to such a fate? The young man earlier had seemingly proclaimed that the Baiha Bodhisattva was already dead. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a resounding crash. At the moment when the 2 were at a loss, Qian Guangjin, disheveled, appeared in the temple. Upon observing the shattered fragments of the White River Bodhisattva on the ground, his expression darkened considerably. Who were the individuals offering incense just now? Reporting to you, my lord, a young man came to offer incense a moment ago. Young man? Indeed. A youth clad in azure attire, rather handsome, was the only one who had just offered incense. Qian Guangjin turned around, squinting his eyes as he extended his senses to search the vicinity of Baiha Temple, yet he could not locate the youth mentioned by the 2. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted monsters? Shao Jie furrowed his brow slightly. Yet, through his mystical vision, he discerned that Qian Guangjin was imbued solely with demonic energy, while his form remained distinctly human. This indicated that this human body was indeed Qian Guangjin's true essence. However, how could a person cultivate such demonic energy? In this world, it was unheard of for a human to transform into a monster. What could possibly be the explanation? Shao Jie scratched his head, realizing that his understanding of the secrets of this world was still woefully inadequate. After all, both the original owner and himself had once been mere mortals. Many of his insights were confined to the perspective of an ordinary individual. Although his abilities could surge dramatically, wisdom required a gradual accumulation. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Such matters could be alleviated by others. Shao Jie turned around, brushed off his trousers, and leisurely strolled out of Baihe Temple, making his way into the mountains. A few idlers lingering at the entrance glanced at him, their expressions subtly shifting, with some quietly turning to depart. The mountain path, damp from the rain, was muddy. Yet with each step Shao Jie took, the ground beneath him became dry. After walking for a considerable distance, he suddenly halted before a grand tree and found a spot to sit down. Is it him? While Shao Jie was taking a brief respite, a group of individuals observed him from the shadows. The leader, clad in resplendent garments, bore a precious blade at his waist, and on his back was a peculiar apparatus resembling a tool kit, adorned with talismanic papers. Beside him stood a woman who had previously crossed paths with Shao Jie, her attire mirroring that of the man next to her. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a commanding voice from him, dozens of figures suddenly emerged from the surrounding forest. These figures moved with astonishing speed, their actions and coordination seemingly flawless. In the blink of an eye, various talismans and magical artifacts were arranged around him, forming a grand formation to suppress malevolent spirits. Upon witnessing this scene, the remaining individuals stepped forward, and the leader bowed his head to regard him, raising a hand to produce a token. It read, Demon Suppression Division. Tian Patrol. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, suing. Shao Jie slightly raised his head, lazily shifting his posture, and inquired curiously, Master Zhang, you certainly possess an imposing presence. But I am at a loss as to what transgression I have committed. Zhang Hui let out a cold snort. Recently, there have been multiple cases of children going missing in Taiyang County. The Demon Subduing Division requires a thorough investigation of all spirits above the Wandering Soul level. I ask for your cooperation. After Zhang Hui finished speaking, Suing produced a small notebook. What is your name? How did you perish? Where did you become a ghost? Why have you appeared in Nanshu County? What is your connection to the county magistrate? Shao Jie raised his head, scrutinizing Suing, and couldn't he help but chuckle. Isn't this the one who, having only met me once, dresses in leather armor all day long? No wonder you haven't matured. Upon hearing this, Suing set down the notebook in her hand and turned to Zhang Hui. My lord, I wish to behead him. Do not be rude. Zhang Hui cast a disdainful glance at the indignant Suing and stepped forward, clasping his hands to Shao Jie. You are not an ordinary spirit. Cultivation is arduous. We are merely fulfilling our duties, so please do not make it difficult for us. Let us part amicably. Shao Jie rose, a hint of curiosity in his demeanor. Shouldn't your demon suppression division seize ghosts and exterminate demons upon sight? What jest is this? Zhang Hui interjected. Our demon suppression division is for investigating cases, not a cult. He restrained the furious Suing beside him, speaking solemnly. We do not intervene unless boundaries are crossed. Now, I kindly ask you to answer our questions truthfully. Why are you here, and what is your connection to the county magistrate? It seemed the Demon Suppression Division had indeed discovered something concerning the magistrate. Otherwise, why would they show such interest in this matter? Shao Jie pondered for a moment before responding. Xiaodong should be your superior, correct? Zhang Hui and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting with surprise as they regarded Shao Jie. You know Lord Xiaodong? Zhang Hui asked, astonished. Xiaodong was a standard-bearer of the Demon Suppression Division who had come from the capital and had recently been appointed as the commander of the Taiyang County Demon Suppression Division, overseeing the case of the abducted infants. Shao Jie nodded. We have met once. Upon hearing this, Suing, standing beside Zhang Hui, felt her cheeks flush and shot a fierce glare at Shao Jie. The lecher, Shao Jie scoffed. You lack even the capital to be seduced. My lord, I implore you to permit me to duel with him. Step aside, Zhang Hui said with exasperation as he dismissed the flustered Suing. He then turned to Xiao Jia, his expression one of bemusement. We are merely conducting routine business. I kindly ask that you refrain from any nonsense. What is it that you seek from Lord Xia? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. One must not be disrespectful. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hui, filled with ire, had never encountered such an infuriating specter. Calm down, my friend. Calm? How can one remain calm when I feel he is mocking us? Zhang Hui, infuriated, was met with a playful whisper from Suing beside him. Isn't he here to see Lord Xia? Let us escort him to Lord Xia. If he possesses crucial information, that would suffice. If not, we shall deal with him later. Zhang Hui's eyes sparked with intrigue. He was eager to witness how this individual would navigate the presence of Xiao Jia at the Demon Suppression Division. The two exchanged glances before approaching Xiao Jia. Very well. We shall take you to meet Lord Xia. However, I must forewarn you that it is imperative you possess significant intelligence. Zhang Hui scoffed, and his subordinates promptly concealed the array on the ground, while he and Suing gestured for Xiao Jia to follow. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Is it still ineffective? It was utterly useless. Our talismans could not restrain this particular demon at all. What on earth is its origin? Xia Dong's expression was somber. A month prior, after her departure from Bain County, she learned of the Liu family's annihilation, just as she was preparing to return to the capital to report on her duties. She received a command from the head of the Demon Suppression Division, instructing her to oversee the division's patrol in Taiyan Prefecture and investigate the case of the stolen infant. After several days of inquiry, she finally uncovered a lead. The child thief was, in fact, a demon. As the investigation deepened, they discovered that this demon seemed to have some connection to the magistrate of Nanshui County. Sir, if we cannot capture this demon, we will have no evidence to apprehend the magistrate of Nanshui County. One of the demon suppression patrols spoke solemnly. The magistrate was among the youngest successful candidates in the Wuzhou dynasty, having navigated the complexities of his career for many years, eventually establishing himself in Nanshui County. As a favored subject of the emperor, without concrete evidence, they could not act capriciously. What she did not anticipate was that this demon was exceedingly vigilant and possessed considerable strength, being a newly manifested major demon. The patrol in Taiyan Prefecture found themselves at a loss, only able to confine it within the mountains, biding their time. Where did this demon acquire such capabilities? Xia Dong was perplexed. The talismans, magical tools, and techniques employed by their division were all derived from the Taoist tradition. These items, combined with their own cultivation, could easily restrain even a grandmaster of the Dao Palace realm. With the assistance of several grandmasters of the Dao Palace realm, it would not be a challenge to contain a grandmaster of the Four Extremes realm. However, this time, their talismans and formations proved ineffective against this transforming demon. It was acutely aware of the flaws in their tools and could effortlessly dismantle them. What should they do now? Should they seek assistance? Whom to invite? Is there anyone left in Taiyan County? Xia Dong was infuriated. The Demon Suppression Division of Taiyan County had all been dispatched by Lord Qi, leaving not a single Grandmaster of the Four Realms. Otherwise, she would not find herself in such a predicament. After pondering for a moment, Xia Dong suddenly cast her gaze to the north. If she were to seek assistance, there was indeed someone she could call upon. However, she was uncertain whether that person would extend her the courtesy. Furthermore, the case of the stolen infant implicated the magistrate of Nanshui County. And if the matter were to reach the netherworld, it would be perilous for Qin Guangjing. After all, he was an official of the court. And even if murder were to occur, it would require the court's intervention. Just as she was hesitating, a voice echoed from outside. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Really? Xiaodong was taken aback, instantly filled with excitement. Yet Suing remained quite disdainful. I suspect it to be a deception. Regardless of its authenticity, let us invite the person in first. With a thunderous roar, Xiaodong hastily waved his hand. At that moment, the ground began to tremble slightly, and in an instant, the entire camp of the Demon Suppression Division descended into chaos. Outside, the voices of the patrolling officers echoed incessantly. What is happening? Several individuals, including Xiaodong, rushed out of the tent, their pupils dilating in astonishment. They beheld a colossal black bird soaring through the sky, its wings stirring a tempest that caused the very heavens to tremble ever so slightly. Little Demon King. Xiaodong's pupils constricted. The creature in the sky was a being that had one foot firmly planted on the threshold of the Demon King realm. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Greetings, esteemed one. Zhang Hui and Suing exchanged glances, their eyes filled with bewilderment. Esteemed one? Is he a member of the Demon Suppression Division? But when did the Demon Suppression Division acquire an additional ghostly figure of authority? Upon hearing this, Xiao Jie set down the birdcage and seated himself upon a nearby stone, saying, "You may rise." Indeed, Xiaodong stood respectfully, while Xiao Jie, with a blade of dogtail grass in his mouth, inquired with curiosity, "Your two subordinates mentioned that you are also investigating the case of the stolen infants? It just so happens that this matter has come to my attention, and I wish to discuss the details with you." Was he also here for the infant theft case? No, this case had been taken over by their Demon Suppression Division, which held full responsibility for the investigation. Which department did this fellow belong to? Zhang Hui and his companion grew increasingly perplexed. Could there be another department within the Wuzhou Empire? Upon hearing this, Xiaodong immediately felt relieved and said, "We have indeed uncovered some clues." As she spoke, she retrieved a dossier from the device behind her and respectfully handed it to Xiao Jie. Xiao Jie merely scanned the document with his spiritual sense and comprehended the entire situation. So, it seems that as long as you capture a certain monster in the mountains, you already possess sufficient evidence to apprehend Qian Guangjin? Xiao Jie furrowed his brow slightly. The Demon Suppression Division was acting swiftly, and Qian Guangjin had already been thoroughly investigated. Lacking only direct evidence, Xiaodong let out a dry laugh. "Yes, you must not be here to seize anyone, right? I implore you to forgive us, after all. Qian Guangjin is an official of the Wuzhou Empire, and matters of life and death should be decided by the emperor." The county magistrate was indeed an official of the Wuzhou Empire. Xiao Jie had already executed one county magistrate. If he were to kill another, would the royal family still have any face left? Xiao Jie raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Rest assured, as long as you remain silent about this case, I shall not intervene." The forces at Xiaodong's disposal would find it challenging to capture even a transformed greater demon, let alone a county magistrate of such high caliber. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted indeed. Xiaodong was somewhat taken aback by Xiao Jie's unexpected decisiveness. Rising to his feet, Xiao Jie conjured two talismans with a flick of his wrist. This thunder talisman will aid you in capturing the beast within the mountains. The other, should you find yourself utterly incapable of securing them, summon me. With that, Xiao Jie leisurely departed, carrying the birdcage with him. "Do not force matters," he advised. As he watched Xiao Jie leave, Xiaodong remained in a state of astonishment. Had Xiao Jie truly left? "My lord, Who is he? Do we truly have someone of his caliber in our demon suppression division? How was I unaware of this? Zhang Hui and Suing approached, snapping Xia Dong back to reality. A deity who governs the heavens and the earth. In the future, should you encounter cases beyond your handling, simply journey to North Yin Mountain, deposit the matters there, and everything shall be resolved. Zhang Hui and Suing exchanged a glance, bewildered. God, the Northern Yin Mountain? They were somewhat astonished, unable to fathom that Xia Dong, the standard-bearer of the Demon Suppression Division, would place faith in such matters. They had encountered those so-called divine beings before, many of which proved to be utterly unreliable. It was truly unexpected that Xia Dong, the emblematic figure of the Demon Suppression Division, would kneel before Shao Jie and hold him in such high esteem. All right. Xia Dong sheathed the knife and gazed into the mountains. Everyone, follow me into the hills. Whichever demon we capture, we shall reap the rewards together. Are we capable of seizing it? Rest assured. Xia Dong produced a 5 thunder talisman. With this artifact, not even a minor great demon, let alone a small demon king, would stand a chance. Let's go. Zhang Hui and Suing followed with skepticism. Soon, a thunderous roar and a chilling scream echoed through the mountains. Far away in South County, Shao Jie raised an eyebrow. Xia Dong, true to the banner of the Demon Suppression Division, was efficient and decisive in action. Now, they awaited the arrival of Qian Guangjin. Qian Guangjin was a demon king, formidable as the martial king. Not someone to be trifled with by Xia Dong and the Demon Suppression Division through mere tricks. Without a demon king, their success was utterly unattainable. Once the battle commenced, regardless of his considerations, Xia Dong would inevitably seek him out. The involvement of the Demon Suppression Division in this matter was not merely at their discretion. Shao Jie chuckled softly, picking up a nearby birdcage and prodding the black bird inside with a blade of grass. What do you think? The black bird's eyes reflected a deeply human-like terror, as if it were a transformed person. I find it rather peculiar. With your cultivation, even if you cannot defeat Qian Guangjin, you should at least be able to escape. Shao Jie continued to poke at the black bird, resting his chin on his hand. Filled with curiosity, why not flee? He hasn't cast a spell on you, has he? Why the silence? Are you perhaps shy? The black bird in the cage flapped its wings desperately, trying to evade Shao Jie's antics while simultaneously opening its beak to signal something urgently. Are you mute? Shao Jie raised an eyebrow, opened the birdcage, and cast the black bird onto the ground. In a swirl of dark mist, a tall woman clad in black materialized on the ground. The black-clad woman knelt before Shao Jie, her tattered garments reflecting her distress as she bowed her head, simultaneously pointing at her throat with trembling fingers. With a raised eyebrow, Shao Jie glanced over, only to realize that the demon's horizontal bones remained intact. Horizontal bone? Shao Jie expressed his surprise. A demon in the bone refining realm can refine the horizontal bone and speak human language. Yet, you, a mere demon king, have failed to refine it. The woman in black quickly wrote a line of words on the ground with her hand. Silent bird? A glimmer of realization illuminated Shao Jie's expression, for he discovered that this enigmatic creature was indeed the silent bird, a being that neither chirps nor speaks. He had heard tales of it while in Nanshui County, where it was said to be an emissary of the underworld, symbolizing misfortune and death. Shao Jie raised an eyebrow slightly and inquired, I have heard that you can traverse the realms of Yin and Yang, guiding the departed to the heavens? The silent bird appeared bewildered by this assertion, shaking its head vigorously and hastily inscribing on the ground. It was merely an ordinary avian spirit, lacking such formidable powers. Then why do they all claim you possess great prowess? He pressed. They? Who might that be? Came the response. The vendors selling birds in the streets, was the reply. The bird stood motionless, a sorrowful expression etched upon its face. They must be referring to my ancestors, the ancient celestial beasts known as the. I merely possess a trace of their bloodline. Upon hearing this, Shao Jie felt a sense of disappointment, having hoped to have stumbled upon a great treasure. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, here it comes. Shao Jie gazed with intrigue at the deep mountains outside, raising his hand to signal the silent bird to kneel aside. The actions of the Demon Suppression Division were swift. Outside the depths of Baihe Temple, numerous patrols from the Demon Suppression Division swiftly navigated through the mountains, rapidly establishing a grand formation in every corner. The Demon Locking Array, one of the division's signature techniques, could coalesce into a formidable formation, capable of weakening the demon clans within its confines. What is the background of that county magistrate? Xiao Jia inquired casually to Su Sui, while the silent bird hurriedly inscribed on the ground. Their background should be substantial, but I am unaware of the specifics. However, it likely pertains to Taoism, as many of their abilities stem from Taoist practices. After reading this, Xiao Jia raised an eyebrow. The troublesome affairs of the Buddhist sect had yet to be resolved, and now the Taoists were beginning to stir. Should the Confucians join in, the three predominant factions would be complete. Just as Xiao Jia pondered this, around Baihe Temple, Xia Dong and the others were already on high alert. Sir, presently, there are still some worshippers at the temple. Xia Dong glanced at the map of Baihe Temple handed to him by his subordinate, his brow slightly furrowed. Are we certain of Qian Guangjin's location? Our men can only access the front courtyard. The rear is heavily guarded, and we cannot infiltrate. Upon hearing this, Xia Dong narrowed his eyes. Inform the brothers to wait until Qian Guangjin emerges before taking action. Once we engage, we must promptly seal off the roads, striving to prevent civilians from approaching and minimize innocent casualties. Indeed, after arranging everything, Xia Dong quietly awaited. As time passed, by dawn the next day, a group of people had long been waiting at the entrance of Baihe Temple. At noon, Qian Guangjin, swaying unsteadily amidst a throng of four beautiful women, emerged and ascended the carriage, after which the entire convoy leisurely made its way towards Nanshui County. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, adult. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted what? Xia Dong's expression darkened as he hastily approached, only to witness the sudden appearance of two figures before Qian Guangjin's convoy. One was stout, and the other slender, both cloaked in black robes, their heads adorned with wide-brimmed hats, and their faces shrouded in veils, revealing only a pair of eyes, rendering their gender indiscernible. Who are these people? I specifically commanded the area to be cleared. Xia Dong's expression darkened, while Zhang Hui beside him wore an expression of guilt. The adult's reprimand was due to the oversight of his subordinates. Although Zhang Hui articulated this, he and Su Ying were filled with perplexity. While the Tian patrol officers may not possess the elite caliber of the capital's demon suppression division, such a grave error seemed implausible. How could a few individuals approach their target right under everyone's noses? They were not blind. Xia Dong remained silent, his gaze fixed on the two figures in the image. Suddenly struck by doubt, were these two plotting to assassinate Qian Guangjin? Zhang Hui and his companion also bore expressions of confusion, as their analysis of the monster suggested that Qian Guangjin's cultivation was quite formidable. These two appeared utterly ordinary. Could they truly eliminate him? Meanwhile, atop the mountain, Xiao Jia wore a face clouded with frustration. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Impressive, came the faint chuckle of Qian Guangjin from within the carriage. What a pity for this beauty, having just attended to me. She now meets her demise at your hands. The figure on horseback slowly withdrew his hand, his indifferent gaze fixed upon the carriage. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. It is not to kill you. It is merely that someone wishes to invite you to a certain place to inquire about a matter. As soon as the words fell, the stout man's horse surged forth like a cannonball towards the carriage, producing a tremendous roar, and in an instant, the surrounding guards were obliterated by the shockwave, reduced to a spray of blood. As he casually struck, a massive abyss materialized around the carriage, causing a wave of trepidation to wash over Xia Dong and the others. How could he possibly be the Demon King? Those two are actually the Demon Kings, and just moments ago, Qian Guangjin effortlessly withstood an attack, which implies that he too is a formidable figure of comparable strength to the Demon King. At this moment, Xia Dong felt a chill of sweat trickle down his back. It was fortunate he had refrained from striking, for otherwise, the lives of those he had brought with him would have been in grave peril. Quickly, notify everyone to retreat immediately. The battle between Demon Kings is beyond our capacity to engage in. With Xia Dong's command, all members of the Demon Suppression Division hidden in the shadows swiftly withdrew. The creature on horseback glanced back at the mountains before turning towards the portly figure beside her. We may proceed. To Xia Dong's astonishment, the creature was a woman. Upon hearing her words, the portly man vanished from sight in an instant, only to reappear above the carriage, his enormous fist poised to strike down upon it. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. With a thunderous roar, the ground beneath the two erupted. Yet they remained steadfast in their positions. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Very well. The two exchanged subtle nods, and in the next moment, the female sprite materialized beside Jean Linger, raising her hand to concentrate energy into a blade. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. With a resounding crash, the terrifying force instantaneously shattered Jean Linger, sending the money within soaring through the air like a projectile. The body refining Demon King. Once again, it is a supreme Demon King. Qian Guangjin rose from the ground, his heart overwhelmed with terror. Those who attain kingship through the honing of their physical form are unparalleled beings, whether among humans or demons. A top-tier Demon King awakened with divine abilities. Alongside a body-refining king, what family within the Demon Clan would dare to dispatch such prodigies for an assassination? Qian Guangjin found himself utterly perplexed. Both the Demon King with awakened powers and the body-refining Demon King are geniuses, nurtured and prioritized by their respective clans. It was beyond his comprehension that they would conspire together to eliminate him. Qian Guangjin questioned himself. Did he truly deserve this? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. With a resounding thud, Qian Guangjin barely managed to deflect the punch from the hefty adversary. However, before he could catch his breath, a chilling hand rested upon his shoulder, and in the next instant, he succumbed to oblivion. What a fearsome poison! The enchantress was indeed a master of toxins. As he felt his internal organs begin to dissolve, Qian Guangjin ceased to hold back. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Is that Buddha light? The Demon King expressed surprise, as Qian Guang had been practicing Taoist magic, yet now he summoned the Buddha light. As the two pondered this, the golden light dissipated, revealing a magnificent golden toad with 3 eyes, its body gleaming as if cast in gold. The toad held something in its mouth, from which resonated a series of melodious Buddhist chants. As the chants echoed, the immense compassion and power within them caused the toad's cultivation to soar. You should take pride in having forced me into such a predicament, Qian Guang scoffed, raising his hand and sending the two flying several miles, crashing heavily into the mountains flanking the official road. causing the very mountains to begin to crumble. What on earth is he, Taoist or Buddhist? Zhang Hui, bewildered, pondered the unusual nature of this encounter. It had always been known that demons could practice Buddhist and Taoist teachings, but this was the first time he had witnessed someone adept in both. Furthermore, the toad's condition seemed peculiar, as this Buddhist power appeared somewhat misaligned with its essence. "My lord, what shall we do now?" Summer Winter asked gravely, noting that the two demon kings did not appear to be a match for Qianguang. "If we cannot subdue him this time, he will surely vanish without a trace. Should we intervene?" Just as Summer Winter hesitated, atop the mountain, Shao Jie gazed in astonishment at the two collapsing peaks. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, roar. Two thunderous roars resonated through the wilderness, causing Xia Dong and the others to look up in astonishment, only to behold two colossal creatures emerging from the collapsed mountainside, the true forms of the Demon Kings. At that moment, the two Demon Kings revealed themselves, a pitch-black creature, resembling a wild boar clad in bristles as sharp as steel needles, and another, a long azure serpent. As they disclosed their true natures, they charged ferociously towards the golden toad. In an instant, the front of Baihe Temple erupted into chaos as the three colossal beasts clashed. The thunderous sounds reverberated, causing the river to swell, and the terrifying forces shattered the riverbanks. Amidst the swirling dust and flying stones, Baihe Temple crumbled to the ground. "Why do you fight so fiercely? If you would show mercy today, I would surely reward you handsomely. We are all of the same demon kin. Why must we resort to total destruction?" The golden toad, witnessing the true forms of the two demon kings, felt a surge of trepidation. Yet, the demon kings remained indifferent to his pleas. "We are not here to take your life. We merely invite you for tea." "Tea? What kind of hospitality involves murder? Did you learn your etiquette from the people of Zhuan?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a resounding crash, the golden light surrounding the golden toad shattered, and his true form was severely wounded, instantly reverting to that of Qianguangjin. "Cough, cough, wait. Please don't kill me. I will accompany you for tea," pleaded Qianguangjin, kneeling on the ground, black mist emanating from his body as he hurriedly begged for mercy. The wild boar demon king and the green serpent transformed back into human form and landed beside him, casually producing a pair of shackles from an unknown source. The shackles shimmered with dark energy, adorned with seals that ominously bore the inscription for underworld use only. "Since you are willing to join us for tea, let us proceed with this," the green serpent declared, casting the shackles onto the ground. Qianguangjin, witnessing this, was left in utter astonishment, wondering what on earth was happening. "Hurry up," the pig king twisted his neck, warning, "Do not attempt any tricks. We possess ample capability to deal with you." Upon hearing this, Qianguangjin could only pinch his nose and don the shackles. The moment the restraints encircled his neck, his expression shifted dramatically. His entire demonic power was instantaneously suppressed, rendering him incapable of even besting a robust mortal. How could this be possible? These shackles are capable of binding a demon king. From whence do these two creatures originate? The demon race is hardly proficient in crafting such devices. What is the true nature of these two monsters? Why have they captured him? He is certain that these two demon kings bear no connection to his enemies. "Let us proceed," the king of pigs declared as he lifted Qianguangjin and made his way northward. Zhang Hui and others in the mountains witnessed this scene and swiftly turned their gaze towards Xiaodong. "My lord, should we not intervene?" After all, Qianguangjin was an official of the court, and this matter fundamentally pertained to our imperial authority. Allowing these two monsters to abscond with him would be a significant affront. Xiaodong's expression darkened ominously. Confronting Qianguangjin would ordinarily be a trivial matter for her, especially with Shao Jie at her side. A mere call would summon him instantly. The aftermath would merely entail a debt of gratitude owed to the underworld, a burden she felt she could bear, having already accumulated more than enough. Yet, the question lingered, why did she hesitate? Was it not to preserve the dignity of the court? However, to her astonishment, Shao Jie did not appear, and unexpectedly, two demon kings emerged from the shadows. Should these demon kings indeed seize Qianguangjin right under their noses, the ensuing scandal would be nothing short of catastrophic. "Let us proceed." Xiaodong hesitated for a moment before descending the mountain. "We shall engage them in conversation. Qianguangjin must not be allowed to leave with them." Zhang Hui and Suing hastily followed suit. Could they truly negotiate with the Demon King? At the foot of the mountain, still recovering from the recent battle and burdened by Qian Guangjin, the pig demon and the snake demon moved at a sluggish pace. Once they traversed the mountain path, they came to a halt, gazing upward at the figures beside the road. Are you intending to repay kindness with enmity? The snake demon's eyes morphed into slits, casting a frigid glare about. We have no desire to become your adversaries. We kindly ask that you refrain from meddling in our affairs. Your Excellency, the Demon King, speaks in jest. Xia Dong emerged from the thicket, disarming himself in the presence of both demon sovereigns before stepping forward. The snake demon and the pig demon exchanged glances, lowering their guard, while a sense of foreboding filled Qian Guangjin. It became evident that the Demon Suppression Division had set their sights on him. Xia Dong, of the Demon Suppression Division, at your service, he introduced himself, bowing respectfully, and both demon sovereigns nodded slightly in acknowledgement. What is the matter? The serpent demon coldly remarked. It is because of your demon suppression department that we did not act immediately. Xia Dong smiled and nodded. I understand. However, I find myself perplexed. What grievance could Qian Guangjin possibly have with both of you that leads to your desire to apprehend him? The pig demon snorted disdainfully. We are not capturing him, merely inviting him for tea. Tea? Xia Dong was momentarily taken aback. Is such an invitation necessary for tea? Is this a peculiar custom of the demon race? The serpent demon added, it is primarily because someone wishes to inquire about certain matters from the county magistrate. And who might that be? Lord Xia. The serpent demon chuckled coldly. Some matters are best left unexplored. In the eyes of that individual, we are but mere insects. The notion that the Demon King was merely an insect? Upon hearing this, both Xia Dong and Qian Guangjin were left bewildered. The former was astonished. When did such a formidable presence emerge in the Wuzhou dynasty? More powerful than their own emperor. Meanwhile, the latter was even more perplexed. When had he offended such a being? Lord Xia, your words are quite clear. After the serpent demon spoke, it, along with the pig demon, took Qian Guangjin and departed directly from Xia Dong's side. Just as the latter was about to voice his thoughts, his gaze fell upon the shackles binding Qian Guangjin, rendering him momentarily speechless. As he watched the three demon kings depart, Zhang Hui and Su Ying hurriedly rushed out to stand beside Xia Dong. My lord, will you truly let them go just like that? Did not the judge grant you a talisman? If the judge were to come, I refuse to believe we cannot deal with those two. What are you shaking for? Xia Dong said with a look of exasperation. She wondered how it was possible for two demon kings to suddenly appear, and even to subtly remind the Demon Suppression Division. After all, it was all orchestrated by that person. It was clear they had made a promise to her. With a sense of helplessness, Xia Dong glanced at the talisman in her hand before reluctantly putting it away. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Come in. Shao Jia lifted the birdcage, and without uttering a word, the bird transformed into its true form and flew inside. Holding the birdcage, Shao Jia turned and vanished into the forest. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qian Guangjin gazed at the ghostly yamen before him, momentarily bewildered. Had a monster assisted a ghost in capturing him? Insi yamen? Qian Guangjin knelt on the ground, utterly bewildered as he gazed upon the ominous gates of the underworld. What sort of place was this? No, it was indeed a place of the supernatural. The two demon kings had exerted tremendous effort to capture him, only to deliver him to a ghost. Qian Guangjin was in a state of confusion. The two demon kings had risked their lives to seize him, a mere human county magistrate, solely because a ghost wished to invite him for tea? This brief statement concealed immense intricacies that left him momentarily perplexed. At that moment, the gates of the underworld swung open, and four figures emerged. The serpent demon and the boar demon hastened forward, their faces alight with smiles as they rubbed their hands together. Esteemed lords, we are immensely grateful. Without your magical artifacts, capturing this fellow would have proven quite the challenge. What was happening? Qian Guangjin was utterly flabbergasted. The four spirits that emerged from the underworld were merely minor specters of Grandmaster caliber. The demon kings were bowing and scraping before them, leaving him utterly astounded. Had the world turned upside down? However, The situation did not end there. The four spirits, with serene expressions, waved their hands dismissively. Mind your words. We did not lend you our artifacts. We merely placed them aside and took a brief slumber. And during our slumber, we conveniently noted down the usage methods of the artifacts. How could we possibly lend out our own tools? Lending artifacts is against the regulations of the underworld. You must not speak carelessly. Upon hearing this, the serpent demon and the boar demon suddenly appeared enlightened, their faces reflecting regret. Indeed, esteemed lords, you absolutely did not lend us your artifacts. We merely took advantage of your slumber to borrow them. You foolish creature, what do you mean by borrow? Nothing was touched where the artifacts lay. Oh yes, we know nothing of any artifacts, they stammered. Qian Guangjin listened to their loud conspiracies, utterly dumbfounded. So this was a conspiracy between you demons and ghosts? Confound it, I shall report them. Anger and grievance surged within him. What sins had he committed to encounter such a band of enigmatic beings? Just then, footsteps echoed from behind them, and as they turned, they beheld a young man leisurely approaching, a birdcage in hand. Who is this person? Qian Guangjin furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss with the individual before him. If he were human, the aura he emanated was far too heavy within energy. Conversely, if he were a ghost, there existed an unusual trace of yang energy. As Qian Guangjin pondered this mystery, several figures from the underworld hurriedly approached the young man, bowing respectfully in deference to him. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. No, there is nothing here, said Xiao Jie, observing the needle bed and the guillotine in the underworld. Well, as long as nothing is lost. He nodded slightly, just then. The pig demon and the snake demon hurriedly approached to pay their respects. Unbeatable pig demon, at your service, Judge. Bamboo leaf green, salutes you, my lord. The two demons had shed their robes. One was plump in a long gown, while the other was tall and slender, dressed in green. Their waist as delicate as a willow swaying in the breeze. Xiao Jie scrutinized the pair with a hint of perplexity. Why have the two demon kings left the northern Yin Mountain to visit my underworld office? Upon hearing this, Qian Guangjin's expression morphed into one of astonishment. It dawned on him that they were the supreme demon kings of the northern Yin Mountain. Yet, how could such formidable beings show such deference to this young man? What rank of deity was he that commanded such reverence from demon kings? Unbeatable pig demon grinned widely and said, My lord, do you see who this is? He subtly shifted to reveal Qian Guangjin, who looked utterly bewildered. Xiao Jie raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance. Oh, who might that be? It's Qian Guangjin. Did you not wish to meet him? We have brought him to you. Brought him? Is that how you invite someone? Qian Guangjin was on the verge of tears. He had even lost his physical form. I see, Xiao Jie nodded. Meanwhile, Bamboo Leaf Green, perceptive as ever, noticed Xiao Jie's expression darkening and took a step back. Zhang De and the others exchanged glances, sensing that the tone of their lord was amiss. Just then, Xiao Jie remarked, I happened to visit Nanshui County the past few days. You went to Nanshui County too? Zhang De and the others were taken aback, while Bamboo Leaf Green's eyes darted. Retreating another 2 steps. What were you doing in Nanshui County? We didn't see you there. Unbeatable pig demon scratched his head, puzzled. Xiao Jie smiled slightly. I visited Baihe Temple and witnessed a spectacular battle among the demon kings on the mountain. Upon hearing this, Bamboo Leaf Green rolled her eyes internally and trying to flatter. She had stepped on the horse's hoof instead. Zhang De and the others exchanged looks of despair. Shirahagadara Temple? Battle of the Demon Kings? Pig Invincible scratched his head, pondering whether the esteemed one had been on the mountain earlier. What else did the esteemed one witness? Aside from that, it was merely the sight of the 2 demon kings wielding the tools of the underworld and abducting another demon king. Upon hearing this, Zhang De and the others silently knelt on the ground. Esteemed one, we were in the wrong. Bamboo Leaf Green scratched his head and, pulling the bewildered Pig Invincible down with him, joined in kneeling. Forgive us, esteemed one. We acted without your consent. The matter of the tools was also a result of our relentless persuasion, and those few underworld messengers ultimately acquiesced. Do not blame them. If punishment is to be meted out, let it be upon us. Observing Bamboo Leaf Green taking the blame upon himself, Xiao Jie scoffed. Now you choose to be sensible. If you truly wish to serve in the underworld, you must never act according to my preferences. It is imperative to understand that I govern the laws of heaven and earth, administering rewards and punishments based on righteousness. Should you become underworld messengers, you too shall bear equal responsibilities and cannot act merely to please me. Xiao Jie furrowed his brow, Consider yourselves fortunate this time. Qi Guangjin indeed harbors grave issues and significant sins, thus your act of slaying him can be seen as upholding heavenly law. However, should I simply detest an innocent person next time, would you then also seek to obliterate them for my sake? Are you underworld messengers? Or merely my lackeys? Bamboo Leaf Green and Pig Invincible trembled at his words, comprehending the inherent dangers, and cold sweat began to trickle down their backs. Shao Jie snorted coldly. Do not mimic the human world's flattery and manipulative tactics. I have ample positions for you as underworld messengers, provided you do not misstep. Having said that, Shao Jie turned his gaze to Zhang De and the others, his expression darkening. What angers me most is you lot. As long as you do not violate heavenly law, I care not if you take on side jobs. But could you not have removed the specific markings on the tools designated for underworld use? Are you so fearful that the world would not know this deed was carried out by the underworld? Upon hearing this, Zhang De and the others broke into a cold sweat, realizing they had indeed overlooked this detail. Esteemed one, we were in the wrong. We shall correct it next time. After Zhang De spoke, Shao Jie's expression darkened further as he glared fiercely at them. Enough, you may balance your merits and demerits for this matter. Prepare yourselves for the court session. Indeed, Zhang and his companions exhaled in relief, hastily rising to their feet. Bamboo Leaf Green and Pig Invincible exchanged glances filled with trepidation. Thankfully, they had not stirred up a major calamity this time. Indeed, the adults are divine beings. We must not regard them as mere mortals. Just as the two of them rejoiced in the safety of all, the sole victim, Qi Guangjin, had completely short-circuited mentally. You are exerting yourselves so desperately to capture me. Is it merely to ascend? Are you all out of your minds? The once mighty demon king, a thorn in the side of the Buddhist realm, found himself brought low by such an absurd predicament. Who could he turn to for justice? Yet, in the midst of his grievances, Zhang and the others swiftly escorted him into the underworld, a single cold snort instantly rousing him from his stupor. Qi Guangjin. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Do you know your crimes? Qi Guangjin, regaining his senses, exclaimed with indignation, I do not. I am the magistrate of Nanshui County under the Wuzhou dynasty. Even if I were guilty, the Demon Suppression Division should collaborate with the Ministry of Justice to investigate. By what authority do you apprehend me? The figures of the Yin Division exchanged peculiar glances. Yet they were not particularly surprised. After all, many first-time visitors to the Yin Division often displayed such demeanor. A single blow would render them compliant. By what right do I seize you? Shao Jie pondered for a moment. Simply put, I am the Yin-Yang Judge, entrusted with upholding the laws of the universe and overseeing all matters of good and evil in the mortal realm. Is that justification sufficient? Qi Guangjin was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the laws of heaven and earth surrounding him, lost in contemplation. Could it be that there truly exists a court of the Yin Division? How had he lived for so many years without ever hearing of it? Qi Guangjin swallowed hard, stiffening his neck as he continued. Even if you are indeed a judge. What of it? I am an official of the Wuzhou dynasty, subject to its laws. You cannot overstep your authority. Hand me over to the Demon Suppression Division. I demand to see their standard bearer, Xia Dong. Observing the incessant outbursts of Qi Guangjin, Shao Jie could not help but chuckle. Let us temporarily set aside the fact that a creature like you has risen to the position of magistrate in Wuzhou. Even if you were human, even if you were a high-ranking official of the Wuzhou dynasty, it matters not. If your misdeeds come to my attention, not even your emperor shall escape justice. Qi Guangjin was taken aback, sensing that the situation was amiss. Why, if Shao Jie was so formidable, had he not simply captured him earlier, instead of waiting for the Demon Suppression Division to do so? Something felt off. Surely, you must be deceiving me. Qi Guangjin shook his head and remarked, if you are not afraid of the Wuzhou dynasty and the Demon Suppression Division, why allow them to apprehend me? Ah, so this is the reason behind your actions? Upon hearing this, Shao Jie smiled lightly. Since we have ample time, I shall reluctantly ensure you understand your fate. I orchestrated your capture by the Demon Suppression Division merely as a favor, for I am aware they would ultimately be unable to hold you, and I would be required to intervene. As for the rationale behind extending this favor to the Demon Suppression Division, the explanation is quite straightforward. Shao Jie scrutinized Qi Guangjin and continued, it is because I desire to acquire those unresolved cases they are burdened with, particularly the matter concerning you. Do you understand? Qi Guangjin shuddered. He comprehended that Shao Jie was not merely showing respect to the Demon Suppression Division, he simply wished for this vast organization to serve his interests. In Shao Jie's perspective, The Demon Suppression Division functioned as a sales force, and their goodwill constituted their remuneration. Now, let us discuss the connection between you and the recent infant abduction case in Taiyuan County. Also, why did you abandon your demonic form to possess Qian Guangjin? Xiao Jie stretched lazily. Qian Guangjin snapped back to reality, gazing at Xiao Jie, lost in contemplation. It was evident that Xiao Jie would not relent, and no amount of his words would grant him any clemency. What was his current predicament? His corporeal form was utterly destroyed, unless he possessed another body. He was effectively deceased. As a spirit, what fear did he have of dying once more? Death was merely death. Could they truly inflict torture upon him? Having lived for several centuries, he had never heard of instruments capable of tormenting a ghost. With this thought, Qian Guangjin straightened his back, sitting on the ground with an air of indifference. If you wish to extract information from me, you must first find someone for me to possess. Only if I can emerge alive from this ordeal will I consider speaking. Otherwise, you shall not pry a single word from my lips. With a smug expression, Qian Guangjin declared, do not even think about soul-searching. My spirit is exceedingly fragile. A mere touch would shatter it. If I perish, you shall gain nothing. Observing the brazen demeanor of Qian Guangjin, Zhu Yiqing and Zhu Wudi exchanged puzzled glances. The notion that ghosts could not be tortured seemed in need of re-evaluation. Brothers, let the fun begin. Shall we chop him up or engage in some more intimate activities? Intimate activities. Let us test the new instruments. The four of them shared a knowing look and moved to the corner to reveal a torture bed. Upon seeing the bed of needles, Qian Guangjin was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Xiao Jie. You intend to torture me? Am I, a ghost, to fear such a contraption? With a disdainful smile, Qian Guangjin rose from the ground. It is merely a bed of needles. I shall indulge you. With that, Qian Guangjin pushed past Zhang De and the others, and in front of their astonished gazes. He leaped high into the air, executing 3.5 rotations before landing flat on the bed of needles. Following a piercing scream, he launched himself off the bed with the speed of a rocket, rolling across the ground in chaos. Ah, the pain. It hurts so much. Qian Guangjin writhed on the ground, his entire being feeling as though hundreds, even thousands, of needles were piercing through him. This agony surpassed that of his flesh being shattered by a formidable force from the Buddhist realm. What is this phenomenon that inflicts such torment upon my soul? Qian Guangjin was bewildered. This entity bore no harm to his essence, yet it caused him immense suffering, far worse than death itself. Continue, he said. I have not yet enjoyed myself. Xiao Jie, with his eyes closed, spoke in a nonchalant manner. Observing this, several individuals lifted Qian Guangjin and tossed him onto the bed of needles. Ah, I exclaimed, please, do not leave. I will reveal everything. I implored you to cease. I shall divulge all that I know. Amidst the agonizing cries, Xiao Jie let out a light chuckle. Did you not say for me to roll away until I was satisfied? I am yet to find my satisfaction. Why do you beg for mercy so soon? Ah, my lord, I have erred. I beseech you, grant me clemency. I shall confess. I shall lay bare all my secrets. Not only will I reveal the matter of the stolen infants, but I shall also disclose a significant affair concerning the Buddhist sect. Observing the almost fracturing expression of Qian Guangjin, Xiao Jie waved his hand, and it was only then that Zhang De and the others released him from the torture device. Qian Guangjin convulsed on the ground for a while before finally rising, gazing at Xiao Jie with terror. Have you become honest? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing the words others, Qian Guangjin fell into contemplation. I have not paid much attention to what others have said. Oh right. The monk Xuanning from Tianshou Temple once brought a pregnant woman to Nanshu County. During that period, 8 infant girls went missing in Nanshu County, and I harbor suspicions that they may be involved. I once covertly approached that pregnant woman to probe her, and there was something peculiar about her, unlike an ordinary person. Tianshou Temple? A pregnant woman? A glimmer of realization illuminated Xiao Jie's mind. He had finally seized upon a lead. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Indeed, it is. Both Zhu Wudi and Zweiking were filled with excitement. This time, it was truly a serious mission. Adult. The Demon Suppression Division has indeed contributed significantly to this case. Xiaodong remarked, gazing intently at Xiaojie, who raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but scratch his head. Indeed, the Demon Suppression Division had made considerable efforts. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaojie pointed, causing the weapons at the waist of Xiaodong and the others to tremble slightly. In an instant, their weapons transformed from mere artifacts of ordinary warriors into spiritual instruments. My weapon has become remarkably powerful. Mine too, Zhang Hui and Suing exclaimed, their faces alight with astonishment. They had encountered formidable weapons before, yet what they held now surpassed all they had previously experienced. Xiaodong sighed with relief internally. Having 2 cases compromised without any tangible benefits would have been a tremendous loss. Oh, what a precious treasure. As Pig Invincible and Bamboo Leaf Green witnessed this scene, their faces were filled with envy. The demon clan may not excel in the art of crafting weapons, yet they possess the ability to wield magical artifacts. Having previously encountered the formidable artifacts wielded by Zhang De and others, they recognized their immense power. Observing Xiaojie effortlessly bestow such treasures only reinforced their conviction that following him was undoubtedly the right choice. The ability to forge weapons is indeed remarkable. Xiaojie rubbed the incense on his fingers. The 300 incense not only ensured that Xiaodong remained completely satisfied, but also allowed Pig Invincible and Bamboo Leaf Green to perceive tangible benefits. This transaction, upon reflection, was undeniably advantageous. As they beheld this spectacle, Qian Guangjin was left utterly bewildered. While human seekers of the Tao are known to possess the skill of weapon forging, he had never before witnessed someone like Xiaojie, who could craft weapons with such ease. Is this the power of the divine? Master. At that moment, Song Xiaofing and Huang Yuheng rushed in, followed closely by a monk clad in gray. Master, we have returned. Haha, your predictions are truly remarkable, Song Xiaofing exclaimed as he kicked the monk to the ground. We were stationed at 2 different locations, and we actually caught this little rascal red-handed. Huang Yuheng scoffed. This little bald donkey has no idea how he discovered which child was peculiar. He was waiting here long before we arrived, yet we managed to catch him off guard. However, this brat is quite obstinate. Despite our numerous attempts, he refuses to utter a single word. At that moment, Zhang and a few others, who had just received their orders, began to stretch their arms and brought forth the guillotine. Every day is a flurry of activity, one remarked. So, you believe your resolve is unyielding? Xiaojie inquired, his interest piqued as he gazed at the monk on the ground. The monk, Kongming, let out a cold laugh. You, a mere child, dare to meddle in the affairs of the Buddha. I advise you to have me removed at once. Otherwise, if my master learns of this, you, little deity, shall await the dismantling of your temple. Upon hearing this, those around them exchanged bewildered glances and discreetly stepped back, silently hoping that no blood would splatter upon them when the time came. Xiaojie chuckled softly and waved his hand dismissively. A stubborn tongue in life is best left silent in death. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Regardless of your identity, I declared, I implore you to maintain an erect posture. I would hate for you to suffer the same unfortunate fate as the previous tonsured fellow, where any severing below the lumbar region would be deemed beyond my responsibility. Kongming was utterly bewildered, pondering the origins of these specters and their audacity to threaten him. Moreover, why hadn't they inquired further? They could not simply take Huang Yuheng's words at face value. Facing the glaring guillotine before him, Kongming was at a loss. These individuals were astonishingly straightforward. Yet, in the next instant, he was cleaved in two. Bai Wuchang stepped forward, casting a glance, and with a subtle gesture, Kongming's spirit was liberated from his corporeal form. Descending to the ground. Brother, congratulations. You are invincible. In a daze, Kongming felt somewhat bewildered as he heard someone speaking to him. Turning his head, he saw Qian Guangjin grasping his hand, his face alight with excitement as he spoke fervently. Brother, congratulations. You are now invincible. Am I invincible? Kongming regained consciousness. Gazing in bewilderment at his own lifeless body, then at his ethereal spirit, and subsequently burst into tears. Invincible, my foot. I am dead. What use is that? In truth, I was merely jesting. Should you choose to give me a good beating, I would surely confess without hesitation. Oh, how could you be so blunt? Qian Guangjin remarked, drawing the distressed Kong Ming into a comforting embrace. Do not weep. Your demise is, in fact, a blessing. Consider it. You have already passed away. What more can they possibly do to you? What does it mean? Upon hearing Qian Guangjin's words, Kong Ming paused in surprise, halting his tears as he turned to face the former. At that moment, Shao Jie and the others exchanged puzzled glances with Qian Guangjin, wondering what these individuals intended to do. Consider this. Why did they bring you here? Is it not simply to extract from your lips the information they so desperately seek? Kong Ming nodded slightly, and Qian Guangjin, noticing this, smiled and said, but you are already dead, whether you choose to speak the truth or not. You have already departed this world and cannot be resurrected, correct? Kong Ming nodded in agreement. Moreover, you have become a ghost, at most. They can only shatter your soul into oblivion, leaving you with no existence in this life, let alone in the next. The next life is not yours, is it? Kong Ming vigorously nodded in affirmation. By the way, you possess a seal within your soul that prevents soul searching, do you not? Indeed. Who in our line of work doesn't have such a thing? Kong Ming replied proudly, patting his chest. Upon hearing this, Qian Guangjin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gave a thumbs up. Then you are utterly invincible. Fear them not. Confront them head-on. You are already a ghost. What more can they do to you? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, bravo. Qian Guangjin exclaimed, receding slightly. Subsequently, Kong Ming advanced, directing his pronouncement towards Shao Jie. I, with peerless invincibility beneath the heavens, hold no apprehension for your spectral divinity. Today, you shall not extract a single word from my lips. Upon uttering these words, an eerie silence enveloped the entire underworld. Behold! O infernal deity! He exclaimed with a mirthless laugh. Did you not anticipate this outcome? Your solitary blunder has paved the path for my ascendance to unparalleled power. With hands clasped behind his back and head tilted at a sorrowful 45-degree angle, Kong Ming lamented, though my mortal coil has been shed, I have attained this invincible form, enabling me to contest with you, O shadow god, before the very courts of divinity. With my spectral essence, I defy the celestial beings. A paragon of valor unmatched through the ages. Verily, it is the confluence of destiny and fate. Zhang De and his companions exchanged bewildered glances, a palpable sense of speechlessness hanging in the air. Song Xiaofeng and his comrade were visibly unnerved, their skin prickling with gooseflesh. Pig Invincible and Emerald Bamboo shared a knowing look, their gazes settling upon Qian Guangjin, the sly strategist among them. Shao Jie inhaled deeply and gestured towards Zhang De and the others, saying, engage. Extend a most gracious reception to the indomitable Lord Kong Ming. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Ha ha ha, he exclaimed. You spirits truly find yourselves powerless against me, resorting to such feeble attempts to intimidate. Have you not heard that there exist instruments of punishment for ghosts in this world? Kong Ming laughed heartily upon the executioner's block, pushing aside the two individuals beside him, and boldly leaned his head forward. Come, come, I urged, inviting you all to indulge in a moment of exhilaration. Upon hearing my words, the crowd turned their attention to Qian Guangjin, a phrase that seemed familiar to them. Zhang De glanced at Shao Jie, who merely waved his hand in dismissal. The 3 pieces of the Yin department would certainly provide him with ample satisfaction. Zhang De and his companions exchanged glances before raising the guillotine, bringing it down with a swift motion. In an instant, Kong Ming, who had just moments ago worn a smile, felt a searing pain penetrate his very soul, and could not help but emit a heart-wrenching scream. Ah, what is happening? How could this object inflict pain upon me? Kong Ming felt an excruciating agony coursing through his body, leaving him utterly bewildered. He had become a specter, and yet the instruments of the underworld could still harm him. How could this be possible? I have already attained invincibility. Why am I still susceptible to injury? While Kong Ming remained in a state of confusion, Zhang De gathered him up and unceremoniously tossed him onto the bed of needles. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. How painful. Kongming exclaimed as he rolled around in agony, writhing on the ground. His suffering akin to the ascent of 5 Buddhas to the heavens. No, wait. It seemed that the instruments of punishment from the underworld could indeed inflict harm upon me. Kongming finally realized. I have been deceived. He turned to see Qian Guangjin kneeling on the ground, gazing at him with a look of innocence. You scoundrel. Kongming retorted. Qian Guangjin, feigning innocence, replied, I merely stated that you were invincible and would not perish, not that you would not feel pain. It is you who misinterpreted my words. With a face full of despair, Kongming pondered, amidst the shared plight of the fallen, why must such individuals exist in this world? You are dragging me into your hellish torment as well. After enduring the trifecta of suffering, Kongming felt a moment of enlightenment. To confess might lead to leniency, while resistance would invite severity. I shall disclose everything in hopes of a more lenient treatment. Adult. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. I do not know, Kongming replied, shaking his head. I was caught peeking at a female guest bathing, and he seized that opportunity to blackmail me into doing his bidding. Although I am unaware of his intentions concerning the child, I am certain they are far from benevolent. The adults must act swiftly to apprehend him. This scoundrel has committed numerous heinous acts and must not be allowed to escape justice. Moreover, they have clandestinely imparted a sinister technique known as the 5 Elements technique to several families in Nan County. Upon hearing this, Xiaodong and the others' pupils constricted in shock. For the 5 Elements technique was a malevolent practice left behind by the Black Buddhism sect. They had been relentlessly pursuing the remnants of this dark cult, only to discover that it lurked right beneath their noses. Master. It has now become evident that Xiankong and Xuanning of Tianshou Temple are the masterminds behind the abduction of children, and they have entangled themselves with the remnants of the Black Buddhism sect. Xiaodong stepped forward. Master, this matter involves a vast network. Our Demon Suppression Division in Taiyan County is willing to heed your command and thoroughly investigate the remnants of the Black Buddhism sect. Given the involvement of Tianshou Temple, it is impossible for our Demon Suppression Division to resolve this alone, unless we seek assistance from the capital. However, now that the young monk has been captured, Tianshou Temple will soon become aware of it. If we cannot swiftly apprehend Xuanning and Xiankong, it is likely that Tianshou Temple will become vigilant and sever our leads. At this juncture, we must rely on the Yin Division. Shao Jian nodded slightly. Then your Demon Suppression Division shall be responsible for capturing Xiankong, while the Yin Division will handle the apprehension of Xuanning. Upon hearing this, Song Xiaofeng and Huang Yuheng stepped forward. Master, it is highly probable that Xiankong is accompanied by a Grandmaster of the 4 Extremes realm. Our Demon Suppression Division lacks the high-level combat power. We are willing to assist in the capture of the criminals. Xia Dong sighed in relief, for he had been awaiting this response from the two. Certainly. Shao Jie squinted. This matter is likely to involve the Tianshou Temple, so you must be well prepared. Furthermore, no one knows whether there is a bodhisattva behind Tianshou Temple. Thus it is prudent to exercise utmost caution. In times of uncertainty, return to the underworld. I will handle everything. Do not sacrifice your lives in vain. With Shao Jie's words, a wave of reassurance washed over everyone, instantly bolstering their confidence. Indeed, the assembly turned and departed. Shao Jie rose and approached the exterior of the netherworld, gazing towards the western firmament, where somber clouds portended an imminent tempest. This was likely the final rainfall before the advent of winter. Shao Jie chuckled softly, anticipating that the affairs of the Tianshou Temple would provide him with a bountiful year, considering the gravity of the infant abduction case. Shao Jie paused, casting a glance back into the netherworld, where Qin Guangjin and Kongming were engaged in a bitter feud. Shaking his head, Shao Jie scoffed, realizing that even in death, they persisted in their mutual treachery, their incorrigible natures unchanged. Abruptly, Shao Jie overheard their scheming. Let us defer our dispute for a moment. When your esteemed senior brother arrives, shall we collaborate to orchestrate a similar predicament for him? Shao Jie was taken aback by Qin Guangjin's persistence. Shao Jie rolled his eyes, realizing he had overestimated the simplicity of human nature. Very well, let them squabble as they please. Shao Jie stretched languidly, finding a certain amusement in observing their mutual sabotage. A welcome diversion in the otherwise monotonous netherworld. As the day waned, the tranquility of the northern Yin mountain was shattered by a cacophony of curses echoing through the night. "Scoundrels," he exclaimed. "Release me. Do you have any idea who I am? I am a monk from Tiansho Temple. Do you dare to capture me? Spirits of the underworld? Are you intent on provoking a conflict with Tiansho Temple?" Xian shouted loudly as he was thrust into the underworld's tribunal. And kneeling on the ground, he heard a familiar voice echoing in his ears. "Brother, you have finally arrived. Brother, you have come." Xian stared in astonishment at Kong Ming beside him, and then, in anger, exclaimed, "It is you, you rascal. I have treated you well. So why have you chosen to betray me in such a manner?" Upon hearing this, Kong Ming sighed softly. "Brother, sometimes one finds oneself unable to act freely. However, it is nothing to worry about." With a calm demeanor, Kong Ming gently patted Xian shoulder and remarked, "With a blink of an eye, this lifetime will pass. There is no suffering, no pain." He nearly choked, struggling to inhale a breath. Just as he was about to chastise Kong Ming, a voice echoed from above. "Come here. Kill him first and speak later." "What?" Xian looked up in astonishment, only to see Shao Jia in the shrine gazing coldly at him. "It cannot be you. You haven't even interrogated me, so how can you execute me? I refuse to accept this. After all, I am a seeker of the path with years of cultivation behind me. You cannot treat me this way. Judge, you are abusing the heavenly law. I will accuse you." "Yes, I will." Xian cried out loudly, but his words fell on deaf ears as he could only watch helplessly as his own head fell, severed by the blade. Bai Wuchang stepped forward, wielding a staff to extract Xian soul and toss it onto the ground. Meanwhile, Zhang and the others dragged Xian lifeless body and discarded it to the side, as Xian slowly regained consciousness and beheld his own corpse on the ground. He stood momentarily dazed. "Senior brother, it's all right. It's merely a putrid shell," Kong Ming said, wrapping an arm around Xian shoulder, his expression earnest. "Senior brother, you should be rejoicing now. Indeed, I contemplated, considering the situation, you are already deceased. What fear remains of their continued torment?" Just as Xian was about to unleash a tirade of expletives, Qian Guangjin beside him embraced him and remarked with a smile, "There is nothing in this world that can inflict punishment upon a ghost." Xian paused, momentarily lost in thought. When Xian Kong on the other side enveloped him as well. "Precisely. Reflect on their intentions in bringing you back. Their sole purpose is to extract from you all that they wish to know. Yet, you are no longer alive. What can they truly do to you? Since we are already dead and have no hope for rebirth, might as well confront them head-on." Qian Guangjin added from his position, "Indeed. We all bear marks that prevent soul-searching. At worst, they can only scatter our souls. Since we do not anticipate reincarnation in the underworld, we might as well stand our ground." Upon hearing their words, Xian furrowed his brow and gradually rose from the ground. "My esteemed brothers, your reasoning is sound. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Let us commence our task." The trio, with great effort, carried forth the needle bed, and before Shao Jia could utter a word, they lifted the soul of Xian. "What do you intend to do?" Xian scoffed. "Am I, a mere ghost, to be subjected to punishment?" However, upon noticing the retreating figures of Kong Ming and Qian Guangjin, an inexplicable jolt coursed through his heart. Something felt amiss. As a ghost, Kong Ming should be unaffected by any instruments of torture. Why then would he offer such confessions? Was there an ulterior motive to ensnare him? Yet, why would he incite Xian to engage with the underworld? Xian, being a person of meticulous thought, realized the entirety of the situation at that moment. By the heavens, you two scoundrels, even as spirits, you still seek to deceive others. Xian cursed vehemently, yet in the next moment, he was unceremoniously thrown onto a bed of needles, causing his entire body to shudder. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, adult. I have spoken. After a long while, gazing at the kneeling figure of Xian Shaojia, whose face was adorned with compassion, a smile finally graced his lips. What is there to explain? Xuanning bowed deeply, revealing that the abbot of Tiansho Temple had been planning to resurrect the Black Buddha Mother for a century. Why? Shaojia questioned in confusion. If my memory serves me right, the Tiansho Temple was established precisely for the purpose of eradicating the Black Buddhism sect. Nowadays, Many factions and deities in Taiyan County owe their origins to the successful extermination of the Black Buddhism sect, among which the Tiansho Buddha is one. The Tiansho Buddha was honored with the title due to his remarkable contributions during the war against the Black Buddhism sect, ultimately achieving enlightenment and ascending to the heavens. Logically speaking, the Tiansho Buddha and the Black Buddha Mother should be adversaries. This individual is only aware of one side of the story. The Tiansho Buddha was originally a protector of the Black Buddhism sect, but later defected, which is how he acquired the title of Buddha. Yin-Yang scratched his head, stating, although the Buddha has ascended, he left behind the lineage of the Tiansho Temple. Over the years, the Tiansho Temple has been conspiring to resurrect the Black Buddha Mother, aiming to recreate a new Tiansho Buddha. Shao Jie raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Have you succeeded in reviving the Black Buddha Mother in recent years? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Resurrected? Shao Jie was taken aback. Back then, the Black Buddhism did not fully resurrect the Black Buddha Mother. How could you possibly do it? Does the esteemed one not know that there were two spiritual embodiments of the Buddha Mothers in the Black Buddhism back then? Xianneng appeared somewhat perplexed. Logically, since Shao Jie was aware of the Black Buddhism, he should also be informed. The Black Buddhism had prepared two human embodiments of the Buddha Mothers. One was the publicly recognized Buddha Mother, who was later slain, while the other was the one they had been nurturing. Over the years, the martial world had been investigating matters related to the Black Buddhism, with the primary aim of exterminating this Buddha Mother. Unfortunately, no one anticipated that the reason the previous Buddha Mother remained unfound was that she had followed Lord Tiansho to join the Allied forces, continuously assisting them in their campaign against the Black Buddhism. Upon hearing this, Shao Jie was somewhat speechless. Could this be what is referred to as darkness beneath the lamp? So many individuals had not suspected anyone beside Lord Tiansho. This implies that the current Buddha Mother has already attained her complete form? No, Xuanning shook his head. We are still one step away. In order to conceal the presence of the Buddha Mother, the Tiansho Temple dismembered her into 8 pieces, each reincarnating as a separate woman. These 8 women have roamed the various counties of Taiyan, voraciously consuming suitable infants. Now that each has matured, they merely need to merge in order to resurrect the Buddha Mother. Shao Jie narrowed his eyes and inquired, are you capable of interfering with reincarnation? How is that possible? Even I, as the judge, do not know how to meddle with the cycle of rebirth. How have these individuals managed to alter the predetermined course of reincarnation? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Adult. At that moment, Xia Dong and others entered with grim expressions. Shin Kong is dead. Yet, there is no soul. Is it possible that Shin Kong lacks a soul? Shao Jie narrowed his eyes and produced the Book of Life and Death. After a prolonged silence, he put the book away. There is no record of this individual. Shin Kong does not appear in the Book of Life and Death. After a moment of contemplation, Shao Jie wielded the soul-reaping rope of the 3 realms, but only retrieved a lifeless corpse. Gazing upon the remains on the ground, Shao Jie's expression grew grave. It was evident that the balance of yin and yang in this realm had long been disrupted. Master, what should we do now? Shao Jie regained his focus, his gaze glimmering with cold resolve. Annihilate the Tiansho Temple. In the name of the underworld. Not a single one left. Taiyan County. As the autumn rain fell into the night, the sky was adorned with feathers of snow. At dawn, the northern Yin Mountain lay shrouded in a blanket of white. Yet the pathways upon the mountain had been meticulously cleared. Pilgrims, carrying bamboo baskets, ascended the mountain in succession. Passing by the Yin Temple, they noticed several rigid corpses at the entrance, their vivid crimson blood staining the snow, creating a stark contrast. There were also a few more monks, all from the Tiansho Temple. I recall there were only 7 or 8 yesterday, yet astonishingly, over a dozen had appeared overnight. It remains a mystery what calamity has befallen the Tiansho Temple, for the actions of the Yin Temple seem intent on total annihilation. Alas, they must have provoked a great disaster. Otherwise, why would the Yin Temple involve themselves with them? Well, let us hasten to pay our respects at the Shao Prince's shrine. The common folk merely cast a glance at the few corpses at the entrance before proceeding to the Shao Prince's residence. At the North Yin County Yamen. Wu Liang huffed, shaking the cloak from his shoulders as he entered the carriage. My lord, why has the governor summoned us to the county town in such haste? Wang Er inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Late the previous night, the county's constables had knocked urgently at the Yaman's door, informing them that they must travel to Tyne County Town today to meet with the governor. The constable's urgency suggested that a significant event had transpired in the county town. Although the governor requested their presence to discuss matters, it was likely he already had a plan in place and would assign them tasks upon their arrival. Zhang nodded and drove the carriage away from Northern County. The road was muddy after the snow, and as they journeyed, fresh flurries began to fall, forcing the two men to brave the elements. Though their progress was slow, they thankfully reached the city gates before nightfall. They hurried to the governor's mansion, still bearing the chill of the wind and frost. Several officials ushered them into a warm room. This chamber was heavily guarded from the outside, and within sat the heads of various county offices from Tyne, alongside military leaders stationed there. Even Lu Yoheng had been invited to take a seat, prompting Wu Liang to sense that something significant was about to unfold. Without further ado, he removed his cloak and hat, settling in a corner, while Zhang Er stood behind him. Moments later, Governor Zhang Gao rushed in, still wearing his muddy boots, and raised his hand to stop the assembled officials from standing and greeting. There is no need for formalities. I have summoned you all here under urgent circumstances. Zhang Gao cut straight to the chase. Everyone, last night, we received intelligence that the Black Buddhist sect is resurgent, and the Black Buddha Mother is about to emerge. Apart from Lu Yoheng, the others looked utterly bewildered, unfamiliar with the implications. The county magistrates present were mostly in their 40s. And the last notable event related to the Black Buddhist sect dated back several centuries, making their ignorance quite understandable. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhang Gao promptly instructed someone to hand out a document. Time is of the essence, and our tasks are critical. The details regarding the Black Buddhist sect are outlined here. Please review them thoroughly upon your return. Now, let me outline your assignments. He produced a map. Tianshou Temple is a remnant of the Black Buddhist sect. Upon your return, immediately gather your forces to eradicate any individuals or influences associated with Tianshou Temple. Furthermore, enforce a strict curfew, secure the city gates, and remain vigilant against any desperate actions from the temple's followers. The county magistrates were taken aback by these orders. It was clear that preparations for conflict were imminent. Additionally, General Lu will dispatch troops to assist you in defending the city, Zhang Gao stated, bowing to the assembly. Gentlemen, this matter concerns the lives and welfare of the people of Tyne County. I entrust this to you. My lord, your words are too grave. We shall return and make the necessary arrangements, the magistrates replied, bowing before rising to depart. Southwater County, we leave the matter in your capable hands, General. Lu Yoheng stood, smiling. Rest assured, I shall exert every effort in this endeavor. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Through the night. Wang Er nodded, and the two braved the wind and snow, making their way to Bane Mountain. By the time they arrived at the foot of the mountain, it was already late at night. As they prepared to tread the snow upward, a white figure suddenly appeared before them. The figure, standing at the height of an adult, wore a white cap and held a wooden stick, its eyes emanating a faint golden glow under the dim light of the night. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was a white squirrel, inexplicably surrounded by a delicate fragrance of incense, bearing a striking resemblance to a human. Greetings, Lord Wuchang. Wu Liang and his companion promptly bowed upon recognizing the figure. The latter waved his hand dismissively. You may return, my lord. Just ensure the security of Bane County. The rest will be managed by the underworld. Exchanging glances, Wu Liang and his companion understood that this was all orchestrated by Xiao Jie. With this realization, both felt a sense of relief. It was for the best. Since it was a matter for the underworld, the officials would not press further on the matter. Farewell. Wu Liang clasped his hands and departed, while Bai Wuchang turned to ascend the mountain peak. The gates of the underworld stood wide open, revealing flickering shadows of ghostly flames within, accompanied by haunting wails echoing from the depths. Before Bai Wuchang could draw near, he observed a throng of spirits bearing a lifeless body as they emerged. As he watched them hoist the corpse upon a pillar, he turned and entered the underworld. Inside the court, a miasma of blood filled the air, with severed heads rolling and dismembered limbs scattered about. The accumulation of souls was monumental as a multitude of ghosts lamented while transporting the bodies outward. Bai Wuchang navigated through the sea of spirits and approached the altar. Bowing respectfully, my lord, Wu Liang has returned. It seems arrangements have been made on the Xiaodong front. Within the shrine, Xiao Jie slowly opened his eyes and replied, Good. Zhu Wudi and Zhu Yiqing, instruct those beings in Bane Mountain to stir into action. This time, permit them to indulge to their heart's content. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted.